Xiaoma, Mama. Jiang Liwu returned to the world 2 decades later, only to be greeted by 6 strapping sons calling her mom. The eldest son is the mysterious power holder of a century-old family. The second son is a business tycoon, wealthier than nations. The third son is an international film emperor and the behind-the-scenes boss of the entertainment industry. The fourth son traverses the underworld, reigning as the king of the underground city. The fifth son is the heir to a pharmaceutical giant, a master of toxicology. The sixth son is a gaming magnate and the godfather of hackers. Staring at the impressive array of male models, Jiang Liwu swallowed hard. Chapter 1. Soothing him. No one knew that prior to the world's reset, humanity faced an existential threat. 6 extremely nihilistic villainous bosses unleashed a terrifying virus that infected the globe, leading to water contamination and mutations in flora and fauna, turning humans into monsters. Jiang Liwu's parents perished in a calamity. To alter this fate, Jiang Liwu reversed time, traveling back 20 years to save the world. Her mission is to eliminate the 6 doomsday villains while they are still weak, thus averting the apocalypse. Not good. The head of the family is having another episode. An urgent, anxious voice rang out, and soon chaos erupted around them. The man supporting her remained calm, issuing commands. Take the head of the family to the quiet room and ensure he does not harm himself or anyone else. Please summon Miss Qiao. She has knowledge of the head's condition. Jiang Liwu pressed her head, her eyes widening as she adjusted to the light, her once clear gaze transforming into a piercing calm, resolute and unwavering. She lifted her gaze to the man aiding her, a middle-aged man she heard someone call Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang met the gaze of the young girl, momentarily taken aback, as he felt an inexplicable pressure and recognized a faint familiarity in her features. However, the gravity of the head's symptoms demanded his attention, and his expression grew serious as he instructed a nearby servant, take them along as well. Jiang Liwu then realized she was among a group of young women, uncertain of her circumstances, choosing to observe quietly as the group progressed. In the distance, she heard a woman's protests. I refuse to go in and soothe him. He is a monster. Stop forcing me. Miss Qiao, you're aware that only you can calm the head of the family. A servant pleaded continuously. Qiao Iran covered her ears, stamping her feet, her eyes filled with derision as she glanced at Jiang Liwu's group. Only I? Uncle Wang's gaze was heavy and sharp. The head's condition is unstable, and the sedative has proven ineffective. If you refuse, I will have to escort you inside. At his words, Qiao Iran's face fell. She noticed the hesitant bodyguard beside her, gritting her teeth, ultimately succumbing to humiliation and abandoning her resistance. I understand. The bodyguard opened a heavy iron door, and Qiao Iran reluctantly stepped forward. The quiet room resembled a vast iron cage, shrouded in darkness, exuding a strong stench of blood and malevolence, accompanied by the sounds of brutal fighting and screams from within. Jiang Liwu crossed her arms, her gaze calm yet probing. Qiao Iran held her breath, her heart racing with anxiety and fear. The primary reason for her reluctance to soothe the terrifying man inside was her genuine fear. The moment she entered, a bloodied figure crashed violently against the iron bars beside her, startling her into a frozen state. Wei Shifeng, you are a lunatic, a demon, a violent beast, neither human nor ghost. Wei Shifeng. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Liwu straightened, lowering her arms, her expression resolute. Qiao Iran sobbed, her pitiful and helpless demeanor akin to a cornered kitten revealing its claws. Anyone witnessing her plight would feel a surge of compassion, however. Uncle Wang's gaze bore a warning. Miss Qiao, you are here to soothe the head of the family, not to provoke him. Xiao Feng? The onlookers were equally stunned. Even the battered subordinate raised his head in disbelief. Who dared to be so bold? The familiar features of the man mirrored those of the cherubic boy from years past. Wei Shifeng is one of the doomsday villains by age. He ranks as the fourth. Xiao Feng. Jiang Liwu approached him. The term felt archaic, long unspoken for 20 years, as if exhaling dust. Wei Shifeng's frenzied, crimson gaze shifted, regaining a flicker of clarity as he recognized the approaching figure. Yet, soon, rationality was consumed by the memories of that person who had died before him, leaving no trace behind. Overwhelmed by an intense anguish, Wei Shifeng howled in despair, losing all semblance of control, unleashing his fury in a destructive frenzy that shattered everything within his reach. Jiang Liwu, unfazed, reached out to grasp him. Wei Shifeng instinctively withdrew, fearing he might harm her. Xiao Feng, what is wrong? Calm down and see clearly it is me. Jiang Liwu cupped his face, anchoring his head so their eyes were locked in an unavoidable gaze. The impact was undeniably profound, and the sensation was achingly real. Wei Shifeng covered Jiang Liwu's hand, his face pressed against her palm, and moments later, tears began to fall. Teacher, teacher, teacher. Wei Shifeng clung tightly to her waist, his grip so fierce it seemed to etch his longing into her very bones. Feeling the warmth of his tears on her neck, Jiang Liwu, slightly exasperated, reached out to ruffle his hair. You're all grown up, yet you still cry like a child. Wei Shifeng trembled, unable to articulate his emotions, his tears flowing more freely. Uncle Wang and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. They had succeeded. She was one of the few capable of soothing the head of the family. This individual was even more effective than Xiao Ran, who could not fully calm the head despite her efforts. Chapter 2. Xiao Ma, do not leave, stay with me. Time passed, and Jiang Liwu sensed Wei Shifeng beginning to weaken, his weight leaning heavily against her. Uncle Wang noticed and approached. This lady. He hesitated, unsure of how to address her. Jiang Liwu interjected. My surname is Jiang. Understood, Miss Jiang. Let me assist, Uncle Wang offered, attempting to support Wei Shifeng, only to be brushed aside by a fierce glare from Wei Shifeng, who was unwilling to part with Jiang Liwu. Jiang Liwu furrowed her brow. What exactly is his ailment? Uncle Wang was forthright, bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. As Jiang Liwu was the calming specialist they had sought, she naturally had the right to know about his condition. Given her earlier performance, Uncle Wang regarded her with newfound respect. He had sensed a familiarity in Jiang Liwu earlier, but dismissed it now. Upon closer inspection, he realized she bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ran. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Jiang Liwu's resemblance to Xiao Ran enabled her to soothe the head of the family? When was this diagnosed? To my knowledge, it has been present since childhood. What caused it? This. Uncle Wang hesitated. Noticing this, Jiang Liwu refrained from pressing further. She gazed thoughtfully at Wei Shifeng, who leaned against her. She had previously traversed back 2 decades to seek out Wei Shifeng and his companions, thus possessing an intimate understanding of Wei Shifeng's childhood experiences. Wei Shifeng was raised in a profoundly distorted household. His father had forcibly taken his married mother, leading to his birth. The father was a violent and deranged individual, while the mother was timid and perpetually weeping. Neither of them loved Wei Shifeng. His father saw him merely as a tool to bind his mother, while his mother regarded him as a dirty, illegitimate child, a constant reminder of her betrayal of her lawful husband. The former was killed by Wei Shifeng's father, and the latter had long since turned to dust. The most suffocating aspect was that Wei Shifeng was present when his father murdered his mother, witnessing the entire horrific scene. Thus, when Jiang Liwu departed, the seemingly composed young Wei Shifeng was merely a fod. He had been living under the shadow of his childhood trauma, enduring torment for 2 decades. The pang of sympathy welled up in Jiang Liwu's heart, and she suddenly thought of the other 5 children she had raised. Could their circumstances mirror Wei Shifeng's? A sense of worry washed over her. Upon entering the room, Jiang Liwu assisted Wei Shifeng in lying down, pulling a blanket over him. Sleep now, she urged. Wei Shifeng remained awake, his eyes wide open, his hand gripping hers tightly. Seeing his anxious demeanor amused Jiang Liwu, and she playfully patted his chest through the blanket. Do sleep, and oh, if I fall asleep, you will disappear. This is the first time in 20 years that I have dreamt of my teacher, he replied. Jiang Liwu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he believed this was merely a dream. She refrained from offering extensive explanations, as she recognized that Wei Shifeng was not in a lucid state. Teacher, you remain unchanged, just as before, Wei Shifeng insisted, convinced that this encounter was a figment of his imagination. Despite having fantasized countless times about his teacher appearing before him, he understood that such a reality was impossible. After all, if his teacher were truly alive, how could she remain unchanged after 20 years? Today, she would be in her 40s. Wei Shifeng gazed at Jiang Liwu with longing and dependence, fearful of missing a single glance. Teacher, stepmother, do not leave, stay with me. Jiang Liwu was taken aback by the term stepmother. Wei Shifeng had never addressed her in such a manner before. He had always called her either sister or teacher. Had he, in his heart, already considered her a mother? Jiang Liwu felt a surge of warmth within her. I will not leave, rest assured. Really? His eyes sparkled with hope. With her assurance, Wei Shifeng finally felt at ease enough to drift into slumber. Uncle Wang cast a grateful glance, noting that it was the first time the master's condition had stabilized so smoothly. Miss Jiang, it is getting late. I have prepared a guest room for you. Perhaps I shall stay here for the night, she suggested. Uncle Wang readily agreed, and he discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Jiang Liwu glanced at Wei Shifeng, noticing his furrowed brow, and gently stroked it smooth before allowing herself to succumb to sleep beside him. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight caressed her face, Jiang Liwu awoke with a start. She turned to see Wei Shifeng still asleep. In this world, there were no viruses, no wars, and no monsters. The deceased had returned to life. Jiang Liwu gazed out the window at the radiant blue sky, a relieved smile blossoming on her lips, her spirit uplifted. It was truly wonderful. As she rose, Wei Shifeng appeared to relax somewhat, allowing her to withdraw her hand and open the door. Uncle Wang awaited her. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Breakfast is ready. Very well. I shall have a maid guide you, she responded. Jiang Liwu nodded and soon found herself enjoying a hot shower in the freshly cleaned guest room, the warmth enveloping her in blissful comfort. Xiao Yiran provided a wake-up service for Wei Shifeng daily, standing by side regardless of whether she was vocal or not, and today was no exception. She bit her lip, standing at the edge of his bed. After a moment, her gaze inevitably settled upon Wei Shifeng's face. He was strikingly handsome, resembling a flawless sculpture. In sleep, his typically aggressive facial contours softened considerably. Xiao Yiran found herself entranced, her cheeks flushing as she reached out, holding her breath, yearning to touch Wei Shifeng's long, dark eyelashes. Before she could make contact, her wrist was suddenly seized tightly, eliciting a cry of pain from her. As she met Wei Shifeng's dark, brooding gaze, Xiao Yiran's expression turned defiant. Why are you here? Wei Shifeng's brow was furrowed in confusion. Who else could it be? You instructed me to stay beside you, she retorted. Hearing this, Wei Shifeng recalled his dream of his teacher, urging her not to leave. So, he had mistaken Xiao Yiran for his teacher? Everything had been a mirage. His teacher could not possibly have returned. Shoving Xiao Yiran's hand away, Wei Shifeng's face contorted with agitation and impatience. Get out. Stumbling back, Xiao Yiran clutched her wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she fled the room. Chapter 3. Her raised offspring went awry again. Jiang Liwu took a bath and changed her clothes, following the maid to the dining hall for breakfast. Upon arrival, she sensed an unsettling atmosphere. The surrounding servants dared not breathe. There, Wei Shifeng sat in the main seat like a monarch issuing orders. Xiao Yiran was seated at a distance, as if a river separated them. She clenched the spoon in her hand, feeling the weight of Wei Shifeng's authority, yet stubbornly choosing to remain seated, thinking it sufficient to simply eat her meal. Wei Shifeng's expression was icy, his gaze darkened, warning her not to make him repeat himself, questioning her qualifications to refuse him. Those few words instantly brought tears to Xiao Yiran's eyes, leaving her feeling humiliated. Indeed, she had no right to refuse, no right to say no. She was merely a bankrupt young lady, with a father imprisoned, a mother gravely ill, and her own pride long since shattered. She could no longer be the proud red rose, but rather a pet, a small cat or dog, or a canary raised by Wei Shifeng. Slowly rising, tears threatened to spill from Xiao Yiran's eyes, feeling wronged yet indignant. It was he who ordered her to leave. It was also he who summoned her. Wei Shifeng slammed the cutlery down, demanding if she was daring to retort, insisting she recognize her own status. This completely broke Xiao Yiran's composure. She swayed, resembling a fragile flower trembling in the cold wind. Jiang Liwu, witnessing this scene, felt astonished, instantly reminded of the distorted dynamic between Wei's father and mother, and Wei Shifeng was indeed a replica of his father. The offspring she had raised had gone awry over the past 2 decades. No, she absolutely could not allow Wei Shifeng to become a second Wei father. Most importantly, the apocalypse must not descend again. Xiaofeng, do not threaten the young lady. Jiang Liwu approached and gently patted Xiao Yiran's shoulder. Xiao Yiran's eyes revealed confusion, while Wei Shifeng reacted strongly, standing abruptly, causing some cutlery on the table to clatter and shatter. Xiao Yiran was startled, assuming it was her hesitation that had provoked Wei Shifeng's anger. All of Wei Shifeng's attention was now focused on Jiang Liwu. She was a tangible presence, yet appeared so ethereal. His pupils quivered, his gaze locked onto her, not daring to blink. his eyes tinged with a hint of red from the shock. He wanted to proclaim that it was impossible to loudly question who she was, how she knew of his teacher's existence, how she had gathered information about her appearance, and what her intentions were in impersonating her. Yet, upon meeting Jiang Liwu's calm eyes, he needed only a single glance to affirm the truth. She was indeed his teacher. As Jiang Liwu approached, Wei Shifeng suddenly grew flustered, urging her not to come closer. Jiang Liwu paused, and Wei Shifeng tilted his head, his anxious gaze fixed on her. He instructed a nearby servant to clean up the area thoroughly. The servants quickly tidied up and replaced the broken cutlery with new ones. When Jiang Liwu approached again, Wei Shifeng did not stop her. "Xiaofeng, you must not lose your temper like this." Jiang Liwu felt that Wei Shifeng's earlier outburst was a manifestation of his volatile temper. "I did not," Wei Shifeng stammered, looking helpless. Qiao Yiran, astonished, wondered who this suddenly appearing woman was, so casually calling Wei Shifeng Xiaofeng. The most astonishing part was that Wei Shifeng did not become angry, nor did he refute her. After all, she had been by Wei Shifeng's side for 3 years and had never managed to call him Xiaofeng. The enticing aroma wafting from the table began to stir Jiang Liwu's stomach. She pulled Wei Shifeng to sit down, saying, "All right, let us sit and eat. I'm quite hungry too." Wei Shifeng obediently sat down, a hint of moisture glimmering in his eyes. So it was not a dream. The person who had accompanied him yesterday was indeed his teacher. The breakfast was abundant. Milk oatmeal, crystal shrimp dumplings, grilled sausage, avocado fried eggs, caviar bread, and a fruit and vegetable salad adorned the long table. Jiang Liwu eagerly picked up a dumpling, the flavor bursting in her mouth, filling her with happiness. It had been ages since she tasted such delightful food. Before the world rebooted, resources had been scarce during the apocalypse, and such delicacies were beyond imagination. During her journey back 20 years to save the world, Jiang Liwu had borne heavy burdens, neglecting her own well-being. Now, she could finally indulge. Qiao Yiran stood awkwardly. Her complex feelings stirred as she watched Jiang Liwu occupy her rightful seat. Approaching was not an option, yet sitting down felt equally impossible. Glancing at Wei Shifeng, she found him ignoring her. Perhaps it was better not to approach. She had never intended to do so. Wei Shifeng had much he wished to say to Jiang Liwu. Yet seeing her so content with her meal, he could only silently watch. Jiang Liwu placed a dumpling on his plate. Observing this, Qiao Yiran shook her head inwardly, knowing Wei Shifeng would not eat it. Yet, the next moment, he swallowed the dumpling whole. Wei Shifeng continued to gaze at Jiang Liwu, his eyes reflecting a hint of yearning, quietly waiting for her to feed him. Qiao Yiran, shocked, felt a pang of panic as she watched Wei Shifeng eat the food Jiang Liwu had offered without a trace of disdain or displeasure. The spoon she trembled with clattered onto the plate, producing a crisp, undeniable sound. Only Jiang Liwu noticed. As Qiao Yiran stood, the chair scraped against the floor, and she declared, "I am full." In the past, Wei Shifeng had never permitted her to leave the table early. Even after finishing, she had to sit and wait for him. However, this time, Wei Shifeng did not compel her to stay, and she only caught a glimpse of his profile. Unpleasant emotions surged within her. Qiao Yiran chose to leave the dining hall. After Jiang Liwu finished her meal and set down her cutlery, Wei Shifeng also paused. As she reached for a napkin, Wei Shifeng had already handed her a clean handkerchief. Jiang Liwu was momentarily taken aback, but then accepted it, smiling at Wei Shifeng. Uncle Wang, who had been observing this scene, was secretly astonished. In his understanding, the master had never cared for anyone, not even Qiao Yiran, who held a special status in his household. "Do you have a mobile phone?" "Yes." Wei Shifeng promptly handed over his phone. As he began to demonstrate how to unlock the device, how to open it using a fingerprint, facial recognition, or iris scan, he was aware that, despite not knowing how his teacher had returned from the dead, she was still fundamentally the same person from 20 years ago. Watching Wei Shifeng earnestly explain the various software functions, Jiang Liwu smiled and ruffled his hair, thinking that Xiaofeng now resembled the teacher. Wei Shifeng's ears turned slightly red. "I already know how to use these things. After all, I belong here." Chapter 4. While we can, let us escape. Wei Shifeng was taken aback, comprehending the meaning behind her words. The teacher who appeared before him 20 years ago hailed from the future. Thus, 20 years later, they had reunited. Wei Shifeng was overwhelmed with joy until a thought struck him. Based on their actual ages, he was 6 years older than his teacher. Trembling, his eyelashes fluttered. His ears turned crimson, and his handsome face flushed. Jiang Liwu, recognizing his thoughts, couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Wang was left in a state of shock. Undoubtedly, the master's phone contained various confidential documents. How could he so casually allow her to see it? Did he not fear that Jiang Liwu might leak information to opposing forces, causing immeasurable damage? Such trust was remarkable. Moreover, their interactions were as familiar as if they had known each other for many years, revealing a deep bond. Uncle Wang found it puzzling, considering he had been by the master's side for over a decade, yet had never encountered Jiang Liwu. Observing Jiang Liwu again, he could sense the heavy air of mystery surrounding her. On the screen, she repeatedly dialed her parents' numbers, but none went through. However, it is not surprising, as her parents are biologists who often venture into uncharted territories devoid of signal to explore and study flora and fauna, diligently contributing to the enhancement of encyclopedias and illustrations for the advancement of humanity. Yet, due to her expectations, Jiang Liwu feels a tinge of disappointment. She has no choice but to send a private message. What is wrong? Wei Shifeng inquires hastily, noticing the shadow of melancholy on her face. There is a flicker of urgency in Wei Shifeng's gaze as he casts a glance at Uncle Wang, who promptly responds to the unspoken cue. Miss Jiang, the condition of the family head is quite unstable with the potential for sudden episodes. The head has developed an immunity to sedatives, leaving us unable to induce hypnosis. We have exhausted various physical therapies to no avail, and countless soothers have been tried. Only you can truly calm the head. At these words, Wei Shifeng breathes a sigh of relief. Shortly after their departure, the door to Qiao Yiran's room is pushed open. Qiao Yiran sits with her back to the door, painting by the floor-to-ceiling window. Upon hearing the movement behind her, her spine stiffens, for the only individual who would intrude upon her sanctuary so brazenly is Wei Shifeng. It must be due to her early departure from the dining hall. Indeed, while Wei Shifeng did not express any displeasure at the time, he would not let her escape unscathed afterward. He would undoubtedly punish her, compelling her to consume every morsel of breakfast, even if it made her ill, all while looking down upon her disgraceful state and commanding her to continue. With trembling hands, Qiao Yiran grips her paintbrush, feeling the pangs of hunger due to her scant intake of food. I told you, I'm already full, she insists defiantly. The intruder does not retreat, but instead approaches her steadily. Overwhelmed by the oppressive proximity, Qiao Yiran rises in anger, allowing the paintbrush to fall onto the blanket, staining it with a glaring mark. With reddened eyes, she protests, I truly am full. Can you not pressure me so? Miss Shui Ling enters, signaling for Qiao Yiran to lower her voice. Surprised, Qiao Yiran gazes at him with wide eyes. Shui Ling, what are you doing here? Do you seek something from me? Shui Ling was once a bodyguard for the Qiao family and is now a protector for the Wei family. Although both reside in the villa area of the Wei family, they seldom cross paths. You are perhaps the only one who would still call me Miss. Qiao Yiran laments, her gaze dropping sorrowfully. Her family had long since gone bankrupt, and she yearned for the days when she was still the pampered young lady, cherished like a little princess. Miss, come with me. Shui Ling extends his hand, his eyes brimming with determination. What? Qiao Yiran exclaims in astonishment. Isn't Wei Shifeng always forcing you? If we escape to a place where he cannot find us, we'll be safe. Qiao Yiran is rendered speechless by the shock. At that moment, Shui Ling catches sight of the painting she has created, depicting a wounded bird struggling to free itself from the clutches of a black thorny rose, soaring towards the sky of freedom. This sight solidifies his resolve to take Qiao Yiran away. Miss, I know you have suffered, and I understand you have long desired to escape that demon. Suffered? Not quite. She thinks, for her current life, surrounded by servants, is far more opulent than when she was the young lady of the Qiao family. Take, for instance, the pigments she had just used, crafted from precious gemstones and minerals, with a mere gram's worth costing more than an ordinary person's monthly salary. Her true suffering began when the Qiao family faced bankruptcy, her father embroiled in financial crimes, her mother gravely ill, leaving their family to be vilified by society, crushed beneath the weight of exorbitant medical bills and staggering debts. Had Wei Shifeng not rescued her, she would have either been torn to shreds by disgruntled laborers or reduced to a mere plaything within the social circle. Yet, she could not endure Wei Shifeng's relentless imposition of her will, nor his pathological need for control over her. Furthermore, there was Wei Shifeng's monstrous, frenzied affliction. "Miss, I have cherished you for many years. I have come for you," Shuai Ling professes, presenting a rose. Gaining entry into the Wei family is no small feat, and Shuai Ling has endured considerable hardship to become an ordinary bodyguard. Yet, seeing the delicate and beautiful Qiao Iran, who needs protection, he believes every struggle is worthwhile. "In my heart, you have always been the most radiant and proud red rose. Trust me, come with me, and I shall ensure your happiness." Suddenly confronted with a confession, Qiao Iran feels a wave of confusion wash over her. Yet as she gazes into Shuai Ling's handsome face and meets his earnest eyes, her cheeks betray her with a blush. But should she truly leave with Shuai Ling? She is beset by hesitation. She notes that the rose he uses to confess is picked from the Wei family's garden, a thought that stirs discomfort within her. He did not even spend his own money to buy a bouquet. Chapter 5. It is my turn to protect you. Sensing Qiao Iran's indecision, Shuai Ling's gaze intensifies. "Do you not wish to leave?" Flustered and pained, he embraces Qiao Iran. "I apologize for my simplistic thinking." "Very well. We shall not leave. We will remain together. No matter what happens in the future, you will always have me. I promise to protect you from harm, even at the cost of my own life." Deeply moved, Qiao Iran replies, "Shuai Ling, you are truly a good person. You make me feel as if I have a brother." "Brother?" Qiao Iran does not harbor such feelings for him. A pang of bitterness wells up in Shuai Ling's heart, yet he quickly quells it. As long as he can be by her side, that is enough. Upon returning home, Jiang Liwu lifts a lush patch of grass to retrieve a key hidden beneath a stone and unlocks the door. The layout and decor of the house remain as she remembers, familiar and warm, brimming with the essence of life. Here, every pore of Jiang Liwu's being finds respite and relaxation. She carelessly kicks off her shoes, walking barefoot across the floor, which is remarkably clean, indicating her parents have only recently departed for work. Turning around, she notices Wei Shifeng still standing at the doorway, and she gestures for him to enter. "Come on in. This will be your home from now on." "It is also my home," Wei Shifeng echoes, his heart fluttering. Enveloped in darkness and shackles, stepping into the house feels as though he is embraced by warm light. Everything here effortlessly subdues the chaotic and turbulent elements within him, rendering his gaze clear and bright. Wei Shifeng mimics Jiang Liwu's actions, removing his shoes and stepping inside barefoot, his curiosity piqued by the array of items within the house. Jiang Liwu eagerly introduces him to their surroundings, showcasing the fish and turtles that have been family companions for many years, the walls adorned with plant specimens and butterfly displays, along with trinkets made from animal fur, scales, horns, and teeth. There lie mineral specimens on display. Wei Shifeng halts before a cabinet, gazing at the countless trophies, medals, and certificates stacked within, exclaiming sincerely, "Your teacher is indeed remarkable. Most of these belong to my parents. Yet you, Xiao Feng, are truly impressive. Not only as a boxing champion, but also as an all-around champion in weightlifting, shooting, combat, and wrestling." A proud smile graces Jiang Liwu's face as she speaks of him. She reaches out to ruffle Wei Shifeng's hair, generously praising, "Our Xiao Feng is truly wonderful." Wei Shifeng lowers his head, ears tinged with red. "Teacher, you have seen it all. You protected me when we were young. Now it is my turn to safeguard you. I have the ability to be your strongest support, and no one shall dare to bully you." Holding Jiang Liwu's other hand, Wei Shifeng's gaze is focused and resolute, his eyes betraying a fierce glint at the thought of anyone challenging his boundaries. "Very well," Jiang Liwu replies with a smile, approaching her room. A sign hangs on her door, reading Wu Wu's cozy nest, with a smaller inscription below, "Darling, you are the gift bestowed upon your father and mother by heaven." Upon opening the door, she is greeted by a decor style brimming with youthful exuberance, with dolls filling much of the space. In truth, if not for her aspirations of being a savior, Jiang Liwu was merely a 20-year-old young lady, cherished by her parents, embodying all the innocence and romanticism of her age. She retrieved her phone and identification, opened her wardrobe, and pulled out her suitcase, noticing Wei Shifeng lost in thought while holding a picture frame. She paused in her actions. The frame contained a heartfelt photo of her with her parents. Jiang Liwu was acutely aware that due to the distorted and pathological nature of Wei Shifeng's family background, he had never possessed a photograph with his parents, and even for them, finding a family photo together was a daunting task. "Shifeng, shall we take a picture together later?" Wei Shifeng's gaze lifted instantly, filled with yearning, He swallowed hard, a mixture of bittersweet surprise escaping his lips. All right. There was no need to pack. They would simply buy new items. After all, she intended to explore the world with her teacher. Jiang Liwu contemplated briefly and agreed. Sounds good. It was the perfect opportunity for her to see the world anew. Jiang Liwu first saved Wei Shifeng's phone number on her device. In response, Wei Shifeng promptly retrieved his other contact information to add, even designating Jiang Liwu as a top contact with a special ringtone. They left a note for her parents and headed straight to the city center. Before them lay a serpentine overpass, the expansive shimmering river, towering landmarks pulsating with modernity, dazzling 3D displays, creative crosswalks, artistic green spaces, and bustling commercial streets teeming with life. The world was no longer marred by despair. The waters were no longer murky, nor were there scenes of devastation. Their first stop was an international luxury brand store, primarily showcasing high fashion. Wei Shifeng eagerly picked out clothing for Jiang Liwu, coordinating a dozen outfits for the models to display on the runway. Tops, trousers, skirts, dresses, and loungewear in an array of styles. They sat on the sofa, enjoying tea while watching the fashion show. The biscuits and nuts were delectable. After a first bite, Jiang Liwu could not stop chewing, exclaiming, "This is quite delightful." She offered some to Wei Shifeng, who accepted eagerly, willing to consume anything Jiang Liwu provided, even if it were poison. Wei Shifeng relished the act of being fed by Jiang Liwu, wishing it would occur more frequently. He understood that most parents would feed their children, whether it be meals or snacks, and when children resisted or threw tantrums, the typical parental response was to soothe them. Yet, Wei Shifeng had never experienced such tender gestures from his own parents, not even once had his mother breastfed him upon his birth. How could he not care? How could he not long for such simple affection? He was human, flesh and blood, capable of emotions. Wei Shifeng's eyes shimmered with tenderness and dependence as he concurred. Indeed, it is delicious. Together, they immersed themselves in the delightful act of eating, as if they had ventured into a food store rather than a fashion boutique. When Jiang Liwu realized this, the models serving them had grown weary, while the sales associate gazed at them with a sweet yet expectant expression. Chapter 6. My money is your money. Jiang Liwu paused her consumption of biscuits, sipped her tea to clear her throat, and stood up, slightly embarrassed as she coughed lightly. I'll try on a few outfits. The sales associate smiled brightly, of course. Jiang Liwu changed into one outfit after another, with Wei Shifeng approving each ensemble. Thus she decided to purchase them all. However, as he continuously praised her choices, Jiang Liwu felt that perhaps he was merely indulging her, and could not resist twirling a dress, asking, "Is it really that good?" In perfect synchrony, Wei Shifeng and the models all nodded emphatically, absolutely stunning. They were all captivated by her beauty. Jiang Liwu's skin was as fair as snow, her figure perfectly proportioned, standing at an elegant height of 1.70 meters, complemented by a face of extraordinary beauty. Each change of attire was a visual feast. Wei Shifeng found himself addicted to the happiness derived from watching Jiang Liwu change. He selected several more outfits in one breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, their once dark and brooding nature now shimmering with stars. Jiang Liwu could not refuse him, yielding to his desires and transforming into a miraculous vision of elegance. Naturally, with new clothing came the need for accessories: hats, hairpins, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and handbags. Cosmetics were also essential: foundation, primer, setting powder, eyeshadow palettes, blush, and lipstick. It would be remiss to buy clothes without shoes. High heels, leather shoes, boots, sneakers, and casual sandals were all arranged. The area around them was filled with items, leaving Jiang Liwu in awe. The sales associates scrambled to tally and package the purchases, their hands nearly smoking from the rush. Due to the overwhelming volume of items, they temporarily cleared the store, attending solely to Jiang Liwu and Wei Shifeng. Are we buying too much? Jiang Liwu gently suggested. Wei Shifeng disagreed, insisting it was hardly excessive. We are far from filling the wardrobe. Teacher, do you like this? Jiang Liwu turned to see Wei Shifeng holding up a winter coat, and she felt a flush of embarrassment. That's enough. We don't need all this right now. Upon hearing this, Wei Shifeng's expression darkened. If he had furry animal ears atop his head and a fluffy tail behind him, he would appear utterly dejected, dragging his tail along the ground. The reason you don't want these is that you never considered staying long. If you would accompany me, you would also be indulging me. Jiang Liwu's heart skipped a beat, And she quickly responded, of course not. Then how about this? Wei Shifeng lifted the coat higher. Jiang Liwu, feeling compelled, agreed to it as well. Wei Shifeng's imaginary ears perked up, and the clouds of gloom dissipated. He produced a black gold card and handed it to the sales associate, instructing, wrap it all up. The sales associate, overwhelmed by such a lavish patron, beamed with joy as she took the card with reverence. Allow me, Jiang Liwu interjected, presenting her own card, which she had brought along when leaving home. The sales associate hesitated momentarily, casting a questioning glance at the two. Beneath the dark, rigid lashes, the shadows revealed a hint of loneliness and vulnerability in her voice. Wei Shifeng raised his head, his demeanor brightening. Due to the significant amount involved, a signature was required for confirmation on the bill. Wei Shifeng signed with fluid precision and gestured for the sales associate to hand the card to Jiang Liwu. This time, she accepted it without hesitation. Thanks to the presence of bodyguards, there was no need for a delivery process. A group of sharply dressed, earpiece-clad bodyguards carried shopping bags in both hands. As they departed, the sales associates gifted them a generous supply of biscuits and nuts, even preparing a small bag for convenience, which delighted Jiang Liwu. The aroma of the snacks was irresistible, and she could not refrain from popping a nut into her mouth, sharing some with Wei Shifeng. It was undeniable that the sales associate was astute enough to recognize Wei Shifeng's desire for Jiang Liwu to feed him personally. Hence the special treatment of handing the snack bag directly to her. This pleased Wei Shifeng immensely. Brother Qinian, you have no idea how much Fu Siyue, that cold-faced tyrant, despises me, locking me away to prevent me from seeing you. You have no idea how hard I had to work to escape. Song Jinwei stretched out her hands, revealing several cuts and scrapes, remnants of her hasty escape from the coarse ropes. Fu Qinian frowned, a hint of concern in his gaze. Does it hurt? It hurts. Song Jinwei whimpered, her demeanor even more pitiful, but if Brother Qinian blows on it, it won't hurt as much. Her eyes sparkled with hope. The visage of a rebellious young woman was adorned with a smoky eye makeup reminiscent of cryptic symbols, complemented by an array of piercings, lip, eyebrow, nose, and tongue, each one present. With exaggerated long false eyelashes framing her eyes, she pouted and blinked, presenting an oddly enchanting yet eerie expression. Fu Qinian's long black lashes concealed a fleeting flash of impatience and disdain in his eyes as he lowered his head, gently blowing into Song Jinwei's palm. The handsome man appeared engrossed in his task, drawing closer, causing Song Jinwei's heart to race and her face to flush with warmth. Her eyes sparkled with infatuation, thinking, Brother Qinian, you are truly wonderful. You're the kindest person in this world to me. Fu Qinian said, do not injure yourself again just to see me. To meet Fu Qinian, she had been at odds with Fu Siyue, engaging in a battle of wits, making it impossible to avoid harm. However, she reassured him, I don't mind, Brother Qinian. As long as I can see you and be with you, I would willingly endure any suffering. Foolish girl, Fu Qinian remarked, ruffling her multicolored hair. Song Jinwei's neck and ears flushed crimson as she shyly ran ahead, wishing for Fu Qinian to chase her romantically. Let's check out that shop ahead. Not long after she dashed forward, she collided with a bodyguard. Upon seeing him, her reaction was instinctive. Her face paled in horror. The first thought that struck her was that Fu Siyue had sent someone to capture her. Was her delightful date to end so abruptly? Preparing to struggle fiercely if caught. She was taken aback when the bodyguard didn't even glance her way and simply walked past her. Realizing her mistake, she discovered that she had been overly paranoid. This was merely a bodyguard from another family, not one of Fu Siyue's. Immediately, she exhaled in relief, her gaze instinctively searching for the individual accompanying the bodyguards. As she turned a corner, she caught a glimpse of the leading man's face. It was Wei Shifeng. Beside him stood a stunning woman, her flowing black hair cascading elegantly. Due to the partial obstruction, Song Jinwei could not discern her features clearly. Yet, she instinctively felt it was Xiao Iran. Despite doubting that the fragile yet stubborn Xiao Iran possessed such a commanding presence. After all, the only woman who could accompany Wei Shifeng on a shopping spree must be Xiao Iran. Are you all right? Fu Qinian approached, placing a reassuring hand on Song Jinwei's shoulder. Feeling his concern, her heart swelled with sweetness. She shook her head, responding, I'm fine, I just ran into my best friend. The bond between her and Xiao Iran was significantly strengthened by their shared experiences, allowing them to resonate with each other. Both were daughters of affluent families, one orphaned and raised by the Fu family, the other facing bankruptcy and sheltered by the Wei family. One contended with a cold-hearted tyrant, while the other faced a bloodthirsty monster. Their freedoms were equally constrained. If Song Jinwei could be best friends with Qiao Iran, then surely Fu Qinian could forge a brotherly bond with Wei Shifeng. But no, she thought, how could their sweet date transform into a quartet? A brief greeting would suffice. With that, Song Jinwei eagerly took Fu Qinian's hand and approached. Yet, before they could reach Wei Shifeng, she sensed something amiss. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could it not be Iran? Realizing that something was wrong, she sidestepped to observe the situation while hastily typing on her phone. Iran, guess who I just saw? Wei Shifeng. And there's a strange woman with him. Do you know he is out shopping with another woman? Biting her lip, Qiao Iran responded with a stinging retort, I don't know. Confirming that Wei Shifeng was indeed with another woman, Song Jinwei was filled with fury. How shameless could this other woman be? And Wei Shifeng, the scoundrel, was cheating. Could there be a misunderstanding? Fu Qinian suggested. How could there be? What kind of relationship allows someone to accompany another into a lingerie store? Such intimate items immediately conjured notions of secrecy, ambiguity, and flirtation. Wei Shifeng, following Jiang Liwu into the shop, found himself at a loss for where to place his eyes and hands. His handsome visage turned a noticeable shade of red around the ears and neck. Previously exuberant while selecting outfits, he now appeared shy and withdrawn. Jiang Liwu found his blushing demeanor amusing. Though grown, his bashfulness remained unchanged, retaining an endearing charm. Without trying anything on, Jiang Liwu simply informed the attendant of her size and asked her to select several sets for her. The moment she stepped out, Song Jinwei captured her image and sent it to Qiao Iran. Recognizing Jiang Liwu instantly, Qiao Iran recalled they had shared a meal not long ago. From his servants, she learned that Jiang Liwu was one of the comforters. She was astonished that Jiang Liwu seemed unperturbed by Wei Shifeng's monstrous side. Unlike previous comforters who would do anything to escape. Iran, don't you think this woman bears a striking resemblance to you? Qiao Iran immediately enlarged the photo, initially dismissing any resemblance. However, upon Song Jinwei's suggestion, she scrutinized Jiang Liwu's features and indeed found some similarities. So, she's your substitute? The term substitute struck Qiao Iran, momentarily taking her breath away. Yet she quickly connected the dots regarding why Jiang Liwu managed to soothe Wei Shifeng and remain close to him. It was likely due to her somewhat similar appearance that Wei Shifeng might have mistaken Jiang Liwu for her during their comforting sessions. A wave of discomfort washed over Qiao Iran, her expression darkening. Did you have a quarrel with Wei Shifeng, prompting him to deliberately seek out a substitute to provoke you? His true intent was to make you jealous? Upon reading this, Qiao Iran felt a sudden clarity. The previous intimacy between Wei Shifeng and Jiang Liwu now made sense. How else could one explain Wei Shifeng's unusual investment in a newly appeared woman? Recently, she had rejected feeding him, smiling at him, sitting with him, comforting him, and had even called him a madman, a demon, a violent brute, and a creature neither human nor ghost. Qiao Iran felt a surge of anger. She believed Wei Shifeng deserved even more labels, one being incomprehensible and the other exceedingly childish. Yet, this realization oddly calmed her inner turmoil, allowing her to breathe easier. How could Wei Shifeng treat you this way? Does he not fear the repercussions of pursuing you later? Song Jinwei replied, Iran, don't you care at all? Qiao Iran retorted, I would welcome someone to replace me. Then I could escape Wei Shifeng and no longer endure his coercion. But you cannot allow a substitute to take your place entirely. Iran, your magnanimity is commendable, but I cannot tolerate it. You do not understand how gleeful that woman appeared, basking in the glow of standing beside such an influential figure. Rest assured, I will ensure this grievance is avenged. Watch as I tear apart this little vixen's facade. Upon reading this, Qiao Iran realized Song Jinwei was serious about confronting Jiang Liwu, yet she chose to remain silent. Believing Song Jinwei was merely joking and would not trouble Jiang Liwu too severely. Having finished the nuts in her snack bag, Jiang Liwu bought some milk tea due to her dry throat. Taking a sip, she relished the silky, refreshing sensation, the fresh milk infusing the pure white jasmine. The enticing sweetness blooming between her lips and teeth, offering an exquisite taste and experience. Noticing Wei Shifeng's dazed expression as he held the milk tea, she cheerfully offered, Would you like a try? Sure. Wei Shifeng took a sip through the straw, having never tasted milk tea before. He found the experience novel and intriguing. How is it? Jiang Liwu asked, her eyes sparkling as she met his gaze. Wei Shifeng nodded repeatedly, affirming his approval of the milk tea. Suddenly, two plump, glistening orbs slid into his mouth. With a firm grip on the milk tea cup, Wei Shifeng gazed intently, a strange light unconsciously spilling from his eyes. Jiang Liwu playfully remarked, "Your drink has extra ingredients." At that moment, a family of three entered his field of vision, capturing Wei Shifeng's attention. A father, a mother, and their 6-year-old son held hands, their faces radiating with happiness. The little boy's eyes sparkled as he spotted a vendor selling candied hawthorn. "Mom and Dad, can I have some candied hawthorn?" he pleaded. Simultaneously, the boy's mother cautioned, "Sweetheart, eating candied hawthorn can upset your stomach, especially since it can lead to cavities." The boy's face fell, his brows knitted in disappointment. But his mother gently ruffled his hair, adding, "However, it's all right to indulge occasionally." Upon hearing this, the boy sprang back to life, joyfully exclaiming, "Mom, can I eat candied hawthorn now?" "Thank you, Mom. I love you." He planted a big kiss on his mother's cheek. The father, eager to assert his presence, teased, "Do you only love your mother and not your dad?" The boy, equally affectionate, gave his father a quick peck, declaring his love, though it was clear his heart belonged to his mother. The boy grinned at his mother, aware that in their household, she held the ultimate authority. "Oh, you little rascal," the father chuckled, internally agreeing with his son's sentiment, as he approached the candied hawthorn stall, asking, "Which flavor would you like?" The boy gleefully bounced after him, shouting, "I want green grape flavor." The warmth of this affectionate family was something Wei Shifeng had never experienced. He had never even shared a kiss or embrace with his own parents. Such gestures felt like a luxury. He gazed longingly at the little boy. A surge of jealousy mingled with wistful admiration swelling within him. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, for the boy noticed him. Their eyes met, one large and one small. The little boy innocently licked the candied hawthorn in his hand. Wei Shifeng narrowed his eyes dangerously, taking a sip of his milk tea through the straw. The boy bit into the grape, crunching away. It was as if they were in a silent competition. Wei Shifeng began to gulp down his drink with fervor, his prominent atoms apple-bobbing as he swiftly finished the cup. The boy stared, wide-eyed, nearly dropping his half-eaten grape. Wei Shifeng, feeling a sense of pride in his victory, thought, "What is so special about the candied hawthorn their parents bought? I have milk tea bought by my teacher." In his heart, his teacher had long become a maternal figure to him. "How about strawberry flavor for the candied hawthorn?" Jiang Liwu suggested, having noticed the vibrant array of fruit skewers nearby. Wei Shifeng nodded, "Sounds good." He glanced at the little boy, a slight smile curving his lips. Now he would have both milk tea and candied hawthorn. The boy gazed at the large, red strawberries shaped like hearts, and suddenly, his own treat seemed less appealing. Jiang Liwu grabbed 2 skewers of strawberry candied hawthorn. Her attention focused on the payment as she scanned her phone. Suddenly, someone forcefully snatched the candied hawthorn from her left hand, leaving her momentarily dazed. Was this the apocalypse? Did someone really need to resort to stealing candied hawthorn? Another hand swooped in, targeting her milk tea. Realizing she was the target, Jiang Liwu stepped back, creating distance to identify the assailant. The woman was heavily tattooed, dressed in an outlandish manner, with a dramatically exaggerated makeup style. She glared at Jiang Liwu with a fierce demeanor. With a wild, rainbow-colored mane, she charged at Jiang Liwu like a monstrous, flamboyant cockroach, startling her. Fortunately, having witnessed countless bizarre creatures in her life, Jiang Liwu remained calm. After dodging several times, and seeing that the woman was relentless, she decisively opened the lid and splashed the milk tea across the woman's face. The icy beverage jolted Song Jinwei, causing her to scream, especially as the ice cubes hit her face, bringing pain along with the humiliation of being drenched. As she looked at her disheveled appearance, with milk tea dripping down her body, she stomped her foot in frustration, shouting, "You dare to throw that at me?" wiping the milk tea from her face. Her eyes blazed with fury. The heavy smoky eye makeup she wore began to run, leaving dark streaks down her cheeks, while one of her false eyelashes hung askew, clinging to her face in an unseemly manner. "Wasn't your intention to ruin the milk tea? I merely fulfilled your wish," Jiang Liwu retorted, expertly tossing the empty cup into a nearby trash bin. "You!" Song Jinwei was so incensed that she was about to launch herself at Jiang Liwu. only to be intercepted by Fu Qinian, who had rushed over. Upon seeing Fu Qinian, Song Jinwei felt a sense of security. Brother Qinian, this wicked woman is bullying me. Look at what she did to me. You must teach her a lesson. Who are you going to teach a lesson to? Wei Shifeng emerged from behind Jiang Liwu, his presence casting an ominous shadow, as if a fearsome beast had crawled from the depths of hell. His icy gaze sent chills down the spine. Song Jinwei instinctively recoiled, yet stubbornly retorted, whoever plays the mistress and steals someone else's man deserves it. Who do you consider a mistress and a substitute? Wei Shifeng's expression darkened further. Recognizing that he knew Jiang Liwu, she felt a sense of unease creeping in. Fu Qinian, sensing the heavy tension in the air, quickly spoke to defuse the situation. There must be some misunderstanding here. Wei, please don't escalate this. Jinwei, stop your nonsense. He turned to prevent Song Jinwei from provoking further. Feeling dissatisfied that Fu Qinian wasn't siding with her, Song Jinwei, accustomed to being pampered, faced Wei Shifeng with a mix of fear and defiance. Am I wrong? Isn't this woman the substitute you found? Is it just a coincidence that she resembles Xiao Iran? Chapter 9. Return what belongs to me. Wei Shifeng shook his head in a panic, desperately explaining, that's not how it is. There is no substitute. You are not a substitute for anyone. You are unique in this world, irreplaceable. He could never consider anyone a substitute. His teacher was one of a kind, and referring to a substitute was an affront to her. Anger surged within him, his mind racing. Jiang Liwu placed a hand on his arm, gently patting to reassure him that she understood. Meeting her trusting and soothing gaze, Wei Shifeng realized that his teacher had not been swayed by Song Jinwei's nonsense. Gradually, he began to calm down, the chaotic energy around him settling. Observing that Jiang Liwu remained unaffected by Song Jinwei's provocations and continued to act affectionately with him, Song Jinwei glared, warning, you do know that Xiao Iran is the true mistress of the Wei family, right? Don't think just because you're beautiful that you can take her place. Jiang Liwu's beauty was something even Song Jinwei had to admit was extraordinary. She was far more stunning than Xiao Iran. If they stood together, it would be Jiang Liwu who captured all the attention, while Xiao Iran would fade into the background. It felt as though Xiao Iran resembled Jiang Liwu rather than the other way around. Regardless, Xiao Iran was her best friend, and she would always stand by her side. I advise you to know when to stop and leave while you can. Don't let your ambitions exceed your reach, Song Jinwei sneered, her gaze sweeping over the bodyguards laden with luxury shopping bags, her eyes filled with disdain. She had already concluded that Jiang Liwu was a superficial gold digger, unable to even pretend otherwise, consumed by greed. Wei Shifeng struggled to suppress the rebellious forces within him, only for them to resurface with alarming speed. The phrase life is thinner than paper echoed in his mind like an incantation. Simultaneously, he was haunted by vivid memories of 20 years ago, witnessing the lifeless body of his mentor before him. The 2 decades since that loss had been undeniably real, steeped in despair and endless torment. As he opened his eyes once more, they glowed with a ferocious red, striking fear into the hearts of those around him. Song Jinwei, dare to utter another word of disrespect, and I shall sever your tongue and crush every last one of your teeth, he warned. Instinctively, Song Jinwei covered her mouth, feeling a phantom pain in her teeth and tongue at his chilling proclamation. She instinctively retreated further behind Fu Qinian, though she had tasted the bitterness of danger and fear. A part of her remained convinced that Wei Shifeng would not truly harm her. I'm Iran's closest friend. Do you not fear that Iran will hold you accountable for this? She retorted, demanding her candied hawthorn back. Wei Shifeng's eyes, still tinged with a savage hue, darkened with obsession. Glancing at the hawthorns in her hand, Song Jinwei showed no intention of returning them. Could it be that Iran's influence over him was less significant than these 2 skewers of candied fruit? She found that hard to believe. Her intention had been to incite discord between the 2, yet here she was, not only failing to sow discord but also drenched in sticky humiliation. Frustrated, she hurled the hawthorns to the ground with force, stomping on them. The candied fruit, now tainted with dirt, shattered before Wei Shifeng's eyes. At that moment, his sanity too began to fracture, as a mocking voice taunted him with the futility of his hopes. He would never live as a normal person. To others, he was a monster, a bastard in the eyes of his own mother. He would never attain the warmth and love he so desperately craved. As she removed her foot from the crushed hawthorns, A chilling sensation crawled up from her feet, causing goosebumps to erupt on Song Jinwei's skin. It dawned on her that she had utterly enraged Wei Shifeng. Swallowing hard, she feigned nonchalance. "Why do you stare at me so? The illustrious head of the Wei family cannot be so petty as to quarrel with a mere woman over 2 skewers of candied fruit. Can you? TSK. I could always compensate you." In the next instant, Wei Shifeng lunged at her like a beast breaking free from its chains, his rage palpable and bloodthirsty. She felt as if she were prey caught by a predator, her breath caught in her throat. Fu Qinian was thrown aside, and Song Jinwei fell heavily to the ground, her eyes rolling back as her face turned crimson, veins visibly throbbing. Chaos erupted immediately. "This is bad. The head of the family is losing control. We must restrain him, or she will undoubtedly perish," the bodyguards exclaimed as they rushed forward. Upon hearing this, Fu Qinian's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to let anything happen to Song Jinwei, lest he face dire consequences from Fu Siyue. After a harrowing struggle, they managed to extricate Song Jinwei from danger. Fu Qinian bore the marks of the confrontation, his face bruised and a tooth knocked loose. Song Jinwei, now on her knees, crawled away, her complexion a deep shade of purple, her throat constricted as she coughed violently, resembling a patient afflicted with tuberculosis. Once she regained her composure, terror overwhelmed her, and she wept, "Do not come any closer, Wei Shifeng, you madman. I am from the Fu family. I belong to Fu Siyue. If you harm me, he will not let you go." Fu Siyue. At the mention of this name, Jiang Liwu turned her gaze to Song Jinwei. Fu Siyue was one of her 6 charges, a formidable antagonist of the apocalypse, the oldest of them all, having been 8 years old when Jiang Liwu traversed back to 20 years ago. If Song Jinwei was indeed from the Fu family, why did she carry the surname Song? Jiang Liwu was puzzled, eager to inquire about Fu Siyue, but the current turmoil rendered such inquiries inappropriate. They needed to calm Wei Shifeng first. Nearby, a black extended Pullman came to a halt at the designated entrance. Secretary Chun, sharp-eyed, recognized the Wei family's bodyguards and reported to the aloof man in the back seat, "Sir, it seems they are under the command of Wei Yi." CMO Chung did not lift his gaze, his handsome features framed by gold-rimmed glasses, his cold, narrow eyes focused on the documents before him. "Go and investigate," he instructed. "At once," replied Secretary Chun. "Is it a substitute?" "Simon Cheng inquired. "The substitute is Miss Qiao Iran, the one hidden away by Wei Yi." Chapter 10. What causes the simulation of beastly behaviors? CMO Cheng's expression deepened. He was aware of Qiao Iran, for she bore resemblance to his stepmother. This connection had led him to join forces with others to confront Wei Shifeng. "Sir, it appears that Wei Yi is not in a good state," Secretary Chen noted. CMO Chung understood that this referred to Wei Shifeng's episodes, during which he transformed into a frenzied beast devoid of reason, exhibiting immense strength and a savage thirst for blood. "Go assist," he commanded. "Yes." Following closely behind were their convoy of bodyguards, with Secretary Chun leading a few men to the scene. Despite the efforts of over a dozen bodyguards, including Fu Qinian, they could not subdue Wei Shifeng. The more they attempted to restrain him, the more ferocious he became. The bodyguards, acutely aware of the importance of a calming presence, promptly contacted Qiao Iran. "Miss Qiao, could you come? The head of the family is experiencing an episode and requires your calming influence." Wei Shifeng was having an episode? Qiao Iran tightened her grip on her phone. Just then, Uncle Wang knocked on her door, urging her to come downstairs immediately. It appeared that Wei Shifeng's condition was severe, and at this moment, the servants of the villa would not heed her wishes. Confusion washed over Qiao Iran. Was Jiang Liwu not present? However, she quickly realized that Jiang Liwu had managed to calm Wei Shifeng only because he had mistaken her for Qiao Iran during a moment of confusion. Now that he had regained his awareness, Jiang Liwu's calming presence would no longer be effective. Qiao Iran shook her head. A substitute could never compare to the genuine article. Yet she remained resolute in her decision not to soothe Wei Shifeng. Jiang Liwu, having succeeded in calming him due to their resemblance, had yet to witness the true terror of Wei Shifeng. Perhaps it was best for Jiang Liwu to experience this, to understand the perils of being close to him. For Jiang Liwu's own protection, Qiao Iran hoped she would grasp her intentions. With this thought in mind, she quickly suggested, "Isn't Jiang Xiaojie still around? As far as I know, Wei Shifeng took her with him. You can have her calm him down." A primal roar erupted from Wei Shifeng's throat. each growl more filled with hatred and fury than the last, terrifying all present, except for Jiang Liwu. With unwavering determination, she embraced the dangerously frenzied Wei Shifeng. The air around them grew thick with tension, and the bodyguards fell silent. For 3 years, it had always been the steadfast Qiao Yiran and the transient calming presence of others, which is why the bodyguards urgently contacted her. But now, they realized that her assistance might not be necessary. Qiao Yiran, astonished, found the abrupt silence unsettling, though she had no intention of intervening. The lack of persuasion from her peers left her feeling uneasy. Outside, Uncle Wang's knocking had ceased, adding to the sudden tension that enveloped her. All right. Jiang Liwu soothed Wei Shifeng. Afraid that he might harm her in his madness, he struggled to restrain the raging turmoil within him, sweat beading at his brow, his muscles quivering with effort. It's all right. Let's focus on our breathing and slowly stabilize our emotions. I believe in you. You can do this, Jiang Liwu encouraged. As reason and madness battled within him, Wei Shifeng bit down hard on his lip, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Noticing this, Jiang Liwu grasped his face, urging him to release his grip. In a fleeting moment when he opened his mouth, Wei Shifeng emitted a mournful whimper reminiscent of a wild beast. Jiang Liwu sensed something amiss, her brow furrowing in concern. Why were symptoms of mania, depression, and schizophrenia manifesting in behaviors that mimicked those of animals? Teacher, you've made my Tonghulu dirty, Wei Shifeng lamented, resting his chin on Jiang Liwu's shoulder, tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Liwu gently patted his back, soothing him as one would a child. Don't worry, I'll buy you a new one. Every flavor, all right? In her eyes, Wei Shifeng remained a child, despite his age. To her, it was merely a matter of physical growth. Secretary Chun arrived with his entourage, but before he could assist, Wei Shifeng's condition had already stabilized. However, since he was there, it was only polite to acknowledge him, so he respectfully inclined his body, Master Wei. Upon seeing Secretary Chun, Wei Shifeng's nerves jolted, and he clutched Jiang Liwu tighter. The presence of Secretary Chun implied that Sima Qing was also nearby. 20 years prior, under the witness of their teacher, he had sworn brotherhood with Sima Qing, ranking fourth to Sima Qing's second, which meant he ought to address Sima Qing as second brother. There was no way to avert it. Yet Wei Shifeng wished this moment would not arrive so swiftly. Sensing Wei Shifeng's tension, Jiang Liwu curiously lifted her gaze to meet Secretary Chen's. In their exchanged glances, Secretary Chen's eyes sparkled with a profound astonishment. He disagreed with the notion that Song Jinwei was merely a substitute. Having encountered Xiao Ran, he felt the two bore little resemblance. Master Wei, President C. Secretary Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by Wei Shifeng's impatient inquiry. Is there something you need? Upon meeting Wei Shifeng's dark, irritable brows and his still crimson eyes, Secretary Chun hesitated, sensing that Master Wei wished him to leave. The air around Wei Shifeng crackled with frustration. If there is nothing, just go. Secretary Chun thought to himself. Well, this is clearly not a mere illusion. Adjusting his glasses awkwardly, he pondered why he had become so detestable in Wei Shifeng's eyes. He had never before experienced such disdain from him. Xiaofeng, you mustn't be so rude to others. Jiang Liwu noticed Secretary Chun had brought bodyguards, likely intending to offer assistance. Wei Shifeng let out a low, guttural sound, his disheveled black hair resembling spiky bristles. At that moment, he slightly bowed his head, softening a fraction, yet his gaze towards Secretary Chun remained menacing. Secretary Chun hurriedly waved his hands. It's fine, I'll take my leave. What? Is he waiting for Master Wei to apologize? The thought sent shivers down his spine, as if being scrutinized by a feral beast. Jiang Liwu followed the direction of Secretary Chen's departure, sensing that he seemed to be acting under orders. Whose command was he following? Chapter 11 Teacher. My head hurts so much, I feel terrible. Wei Shifeng furrowed his dark brows, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his expression betraying vulnerability and pain. Do not rush. Take your time. Jiang Liwu understood that Wei Shifeng would be exceedingly weak and in need of rest following an episode. She gently combed through his hair, styling it back to reveal his forehead completely, her palm resting against it, discovering it was burning hot. She placed both hands on his temples and began to massage. The tension in Wei Shifeng's expression eased momentarily, a look of satisfaction washing over him. Is it feeling any better? Jiang Liwu asked. Wei Shifeng's strikingly handsome face, adorned with long, dark eyelashes, looked up at her with a soft, gazing at the person he had yearned for over the past 2 decades. An intense possessiveness sparkling in his eyes. The mere thought that this treatment was exclusively his filled him with a secret delight, especially knowing that Sima Qing remained oblivious just a short distance away. Wei Shifeng cast a provocative yet vigilant glance towards Sima Qing in the distance. As Sima Qing lowered his window and looked over, he found Wei Shifeng's demeanor akin to a fierce dragon guarding its treasure, both boastful yet anxious about potential rivals. It struck him as amusing. Wei Shifeng had truly lost his mind, bearing hostility towards everyone, as if he believed they would contend for a mere substitute. Nevertheless, the ability to soothe the frenzied Wei Shifeng in such a brief time was indeed a skill in itself. Secretary Chun marveled internally, noting how docile Wei Shifeng was with Jiang Liwu, resembling a child. He had witnessed Wei Shifeng's firm attitude towards Qiaoran, where he exhibited the dominant possessiveness of a master over his belongings. Secretary Chen also found it peculiar that Wei Shifeng referred to Jiang Liwu as teacher. He thought of reporting this curiosity to Sima Qing, but reconsidered, concluding that it was merely a term of endearment. Sima Qing's gaze fell upon Jiang Liwu's silhouette. His attention abruptly captivated. This figure resembled a motherly figure. President Si, noticing Sima Qing's distraction, Secretary Chun cautiously inquired if there were any issues. His voice jolted Sima Qing back to reality. He averted his gaze and rolled up the car window, choosing not to observe Wei Shifeng and Jiang Liwu any longer. Within the confines of the vehicle, fatigue swiftly enveloped him. Sima Qing removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. How could a mere substitute resemble a mother? There could only ever be one such mother in this world. His perception of similarity was merely a manifestation of longing. Suddenly, discomfort surged through his abdomen, followed by a sharp, cramping pain that spread throughout his body. Sima Qing hunched over, trembling, eyes shut tight, his long, pale fingers gripping the leather seat beneath him. Veins bulging. Secretary Chun, observing Sima Qing's pale complexion and labored breathing, quickly recognized that his gastric condition was flaring up. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he swiftly poured a cup of hot water. The vehicle was stocked with hot water due to the frequency of Sima Qing's gastric ailments. Sima Qing grasped the cup, his fingers tightening around it, still trembling as he attempted to sip, the liquid trickling down his chin and soaking into his shirt. The hot water provided minimal relief. It proved more beneficial than medication. Currently, gastric medications held no efficacy for Sima Qing. In fact, they were now repulsive to him. As Secretary Chen knew, Sima Qing had suffered from gastric issues since childhood. His physical condition was not as dire as it appeared. With careful management, complete recovery was possible. However, the psychological scars remained unhealed, as Sima Qing existed in a constant state of post-traumatic stress. Secretary Chun was unaware of the traumas Sima Qing had endured in his youth that led to such afflictions. President, I will contact Miss Lin to prepare some nourishing kanji for your stomach. Lin Qingwan's kanji had some positive effect on Sima Qing. During his episodes, he could hardly eat anything without vomiting, except for a few spoonfuls of Lin Qingwan's kanji. After ensuring Wei Shifeng's condition had stabilized, Jiang Liwu sought out Song Jinwei, but discovered he had vanished with Fu Qinian. Thus, inquiries regarding Fu Siyue would have to be postponed. The present circumstances did not permit further wandering, and they had nearly completed their purchases. While in the vehicle, Jiang Liwu offered Wei Shifeng a skewer of strawberry tonghalu, believing that a bit of sweetness might alleviate his discomfort. Wei Shifeng accepted it with reverence, his eyes instinctively reddening. He bit into a whole, ripe strawberry, his cheeks puffing out. Sweet, so sweet, delicious. Before he had even finished the first one, he eagerly reached for the second and third, stuffing his mouth to the brim. Yet the overwhelming melancholy in his heart remained unquenched. The night before he lost Jiang Liwu 20 years ago, she had uttered those same words and gifted him tonghalu. This time, it was different. He would protect Jiang Liwu and would never lose her again. It could be said that Jiang Liwu's presence was the only sweetness in Wei Shifeng's life. Wei Shifeng possessed a visage both profound and rebellious, imbued with an air of mystery that rendered him rather formidable. Who would have imagined that beneath such a facade lay a penchant for endearing gestures? Jiang Liwu could not resist the urge to poke his plump cheeks, chuckling, "Take your time eating. No one is competing with you, and there is plenty more." She found herself silently marveling at the fact that he was still, after all, a child. However, it was wise not to indulge excessively at once. With an array of flavors purchased, it was impractical to consume them all in one sitting. Though his words were muffled, Wei Shifeng nodded obediently. The admonishment against overindulgence instantly reminded him of a conversation he had overheard between a small boy and his mother, who cautioned against eating too much lest it lead to digestive troubles. Such sentiments had also been imparted by his teachers, and the sweetness of his candy-filled mouth was echoed by a corresponding sweetness in his heart. He savored the taste of happiness. Yet, the notion of no one competing with him made him squint at the other 5 individuals present, leading him to take larger bites, his sharp canine teeth giving him an air of possessiveness and dominance. Xiao Ran was well aware that Wei Shifeng had accompanied Jiang Liwu on a shopping excursion, and she anticipated that he would indulge her with gifts. However, when a throng of bodyguards emerged, each laden with shopping bags, she was taken aback. The sheer volume of purchases suggested they had virtually emptied an entire store. Even more astonishing was the fact that none of these items were intended for her. Chapter 12. She cannot live without me. Although she recognized that Wei Shifeng's actions were intended to provoke her jealousy, a wave of discomfort surged within Xiao Ran. She bit her lip resolutely. Yet even if he had procured something for her, she would hardly have cherished it. These material possessions had long since lost their allure for her. It was only Jiang Liwu's lack of experience that drove such fervor. Even more surprisingly, Jiang Liwu appeared unharmed, vibrant and full of life, standing there as a picturesque sight. Yet, what had transpired after Wei Shifeng's episode? He instructed the bodyguards to deliver Jiang Liwu's belongings to the nearest master bedroom, to his own. Jiang Liwu felt indifferent about the room change. She had been temporarily assigned to a guest room and had never actually slept there, so she did not feel any attachment. However, Xiao Ran was astonished. The villa contained only 2 master bedrooms, and the other one had been so readily given to Jiang Liwu. She had lived there for 3 years, always occupying the secondary bedroom. As Jiang Liwu arrived, Wei Shifeng required rest following his episode. When he approached Xiao Ran, she stepped forward, determined to take Wei Shifeng from Jiang Liwu's hands. Jiang Liwu, acquiescing, prepared to relinquish Wei Shifeng. The dynamic between Wei Shifeng and Xiao Ran reminded Jiang Liwu of Wei's parents, leading her to subconsciously categorize Xiao Ran as Wei Shifeng's partner, even if not presently. Certainly in the future. She was taken aback by how easily Jiang Liwu relinquished her place beside Wei Shifeng. She had expected Jiang Liwu to seize the opportunity to cling closer to him. In the next moment, her hand was sharply swatted away, a crisp smack leaving her skin stinging. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as Wei Shifeng maintained his dismissive posture, his handsome face contorted with annoyance. "I don't need your help," he declared. In the past, it was always Wei Shifeng commanding her, insisting on her support. This time, however, her initiative had earned him disdain. A torrent of emotions, embarrassment, confusion, shame, overwhelmed Xiao Ran as she averted her gaze from those around her, feeling their astonished stares and muffled derision. With tears in her eyes, she swiftly retreated to her room, clutching her hand. Jiang Liwu attempted to call out to her, but Xiao Ran had already fled. Jiang Liwu regarded Wei Shifeng disapprovingly. Such treatment of someone he cared for would only serve to push her further away. "Someone you care for? Who do you mean?" Xiao Ran. Wei Shifeng sensed a misunderstanding brewing. Before he could clarify, Jiang Liwu continued, "You should exhibit gentleness, soft tones, tender gestures, warm expressions. A smile will be most fitting. Let us practice a smile together." Instinctively, Wei Shifeng complied, producing a smile that appeared oddly menacing, akin to a beast baring its fangs. That was quite good. With a bit more practice, it could improve," Jiang Liwu affirmed, nodding earnestly, her conviction unwavering. Observing her insincere praise, Wei Shifeng recognized his failed attempt at a smile. He composed himself, stating, "Xiao Ran will not leave." Jiang Liwu raised an eyebrow in surprise, her expression a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. However, what made Wei Shifeng so certain that Xiao Ran could not part from him? Her thoughts flickered to the lengths Wei's father had gone to keep Wei's mother captive. Could it be that Wei Shifeng intended to emulate his father? His upbringing had undoubtedly been shaped by his father's influence, with no one teaching him the nuances of affection or how to nurture it. He only comprehended that what he possessed was inherently his, be it a person or an object. Jiang Liwu patiently instructed him, acknowledging that while she was indeed present, her heart might have already departed. Even if he secured her presence, winning her heart would prove elusive. Much like Wei's father, who never truly possessed Wei's mother's affection, their bond had devolved into a distorted entanglement, culminating in tragedy. Why did he seek Qiao Yiran's heart? Wei Shifeng found his thoughts muddled, responding, "Things are not as you perceive, teacher." He wished to divert the conversation away from Qiao Yiran. Yet Jiang Liwu's earnest demeanor indicated her desire to delve deeper. With his hands pressed against his forehead and 2 strands of hair falling loosely, he grimaced, "Teacher, my head feels dizzy." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liwu immediately shifted her focus to Wei Shifeng's well-being. She assisted him into the bedroom, recognizing that he was not in a condition to absorb any advice. It would be best to take things slowly. Should any issues arise, she could address them later, secure in the knowledge that she was present. Song Jinwei, having regained her composure, spoke with a hoarse voice, lamenting, "Iran, my date has been ruined. I had finally secured an opportunity for a date, and it has all been destroyed. It is all that substitute's fault, along with Wei Shifeng, who conspired against me. You cannot imagine how Wei Shifeng lost his mind and attacked me over that substitute. I merely spoke a few words about her. I did nothing." "Did Wei Shifeng actually strike you?" Qiao Yiran was taken aback. She had assumed that he would at least exercise some restraint, considering Song Jinwei was from the Fu family. "He truly disregarded everything and assaulted you?" Song Jinwei clutched her neck tightly. "Am I lying to you? Not only did he strike me, but he also injured Qin Yan. Look at him. His handsome face is marred, bloodied, unrecognizable. My heart aches for him." Her anger surged as she seethed. Wei Shifeng is nothing but a madman. Thus, it was evident that Wei Shifeng's episode had not gone without inflicting harm. Rather, his targets had shifted to Song Jinwei and Fu Qinyan, explaining Jiang Liwu's unscathed condition. Qiao Yiran clenched her fists, her thoughts racing. "Yiran, it is wise to distance yourself from Wei Shifeng. He is a monster, a devil, a violent man who strikes women. If he can strike me, he will surely turn on you as well. Leave him behind. He can keep that substitute." Chapter 13. Do not touch what should not be touched. Despite the substitute's current triumph, she would surely face repercussions in the future. The thought of abandoning Wei Shifeng filled Qiao Yiran with an inexplicable resistance, a wave of defiance rising within her. On the surface, Qiao Yiran appeared utterly despondent, a victim of circumstances beyond her control. It was evident that Wei Shifeng would never allow her to leave. Indeed, if Wei Shifeng had intended to set her free, he would have done so long ago instead of waiting 3 years. Song Jinwei, overwhelmed by today's events, found herself at a loss for words. As Qiao Yiran's close confidant, she could not disregard her distress and spent a considerable time offering comfort and reassurance before finally ending the call. After a prolonged silence, Qiao Yiran's heart grew heavier and her anxiety intensified. The servants, witnessing the woeful state of the two, were equally astonished. One was the adopted daughter of the Fu family, and the other, regardless of circumstances, bore the blood of the Fu family as a young master. Who could have reduced them to such a plight? Song Jinwei bore only minor injuries, primarily shock, which prevented her from reacting hastily. Conversely, Fu Qinian suffered severe injuries while protecting her from Wei Shifeng's brutal assault, prompting her to urgently command the family doctor to attend to his wounds. However, no one moved. In a fit of anger, Song Jinwei exclaimed, "What is the matter? Are you refusing to heed my words? Have I lost your respect?" The servants, reluctant to offend her, immediately turned their gaze to Fu Bo, the elderly steward of the Fu household. "Miss, please do not make things difficult for us. The young master does not permit the second young master to be here." Upon hearing Fu Bo refer to him as the second young master, Fu Qinyan's expression darkened. The title had haunted him for many years, and he had yet to come to terms with it. He was supposed to be the eldest son of the Fu family, older than Fu Siyue by a year. Moreover, Fu Bo added, "The young master will surely be angered by your clandestine visit to the second young master." Inwardly, she felt a sense of injustice for Fu Qinian. Why was it that Fu Siyue could reside here, while Fu Qinian, equally a young master of the Fu family, could not even cross the threshold? As long as they remained silent, Fu Siyue would remain oblivious to her actions. Evidently, all present found Song Jinwei's naivety amusing, for almost immediately, a cold and authoritative voice echoed through the room. "Just because they do not speak does not mean I am unaware. He was flanked by a group of subordinates, with his most trusted lieutenant, Lin Feng, at his side. Without the need for Fu Siyue's orders, Lin Feng swiftly advanced, kicking Fu Qingyan's leg, causing him to kneel. Fu Qingyan emitted a muffled groan, and in the following moment, several subordinates rushed forward, expertly pinning him to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Jinwei cried out, "Brother Qingyan!" Alarmed, she attempted to rush to his aid, but the maid beside her quickly restrained her, separating her from Fu Qingyan. The maids employed by the Fu family were all formidable, and given their numbers, Song Jinwei could do nothing but watch helplessly as the man she cared for was treated like a dog. Overcome by the horrific sight, she glared fiercely at Fu Siyue. "What are you doing? Let him go." Fu Qingyan struggled to breathe, looking up from the ground into Fu Siyue's condescending gaze, feeling even more humiliated and small. In a fit of rage, he wrestled against his captors, shouting, "Let me go." Fu Se nonchalantly removed his suit jacket, which Fu Bo took and draped over his arm, sighing as he gazed down at Fu Qingyan. With one hand thrust into his trouser pocket, Fu Siyue stepped on Fu Qingyan's fingers with his polished shoe. Fu Qingyan cried out in torment, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Did I not tell you not to touch those you should not?" Fu Siyue's icy stare bore down on him, pressing his foot down harder. Fu Qingyan was the illegitimate son-born of his father Heir, and the irony was that this illegitimate child was a year older than him. While Fu Mu devoted her love entirely to Fu Ba, she could hardly fathom that he had long since betrayed her. "Stop stepping on him. Fu Siyue, do you hear me?" Song Jinwei's voice quivered with urgency, her eyes glistening with tears. Fu Qingyan's hands were precious. With those slender, elegant fingers, he had played the most romantic melodies for her. If they were to be harmed, he would never again be able to play the piano. "He did not touch me. It was I who sought him out. It was I who liked him. If you have the courage, come to me instead." Upon hearing her last declaration, Fu Siyue paused, his gaze piercing through her, momentarily vacant, as if her words had struck a chord within his heart. Song Jinwei was not truly a member of the Fu family. Both her parents had passed away, and due to the close ties between their families, she had been sheltered under their wing during her most vulnerable moments, protecting her inheritance from greedy relatives. Having been brought into the Fu family for over a decade, she had undoubtedly become their adopted daughter. Thus, she was regarded as Miss Fu, and her association with the family commanded respect from others, who would address her as Miss Fu with deference. "Dare you repeat what you just said?" The redness in Fu Siyue's eyes deepened, revealing a menacing glare as he seized a metal rod from one of his subordinates. Anticipating his intentions, Song Jinwei's eyes widened in horror. "I warned you that if you dared to sneak out to see him again, I would break his legs." Without hesitation, the iron rod swung down, accompanied by Fu Qingyan's anguished cry, while Song Jinwei's terrified scream rang out no. Desperate, Song Jinwei clutched her head, her fingers entangled in her hair. Fu Siyue remained unyielding, continuing to direct the rod towards Fu Qingyan's legs, questioning, "Whom do you love?" Chapter 14. Do not forget, it was you who first provoked me. Song Jinwei shook her head vigorously, unable to articulate her thoughts under the pressure. Just as Fu Siyue was about to strike again, her voice broke free from her throat, pleading, "Stop. Do not hit him anymore. I was wrong. I do not like him. I do not like him anymore. I will never sneak out to meet him again. Fu Siyue, please stop." However, Fu Siyue had no intention of letting Fu Qingyan off so easily. Sensing his resolve, Song Jinwei collapsed to her knees, her eyes filled with desperation. "I beg you. Fu Siyue, you madman, I detest you." Fu Bo, taking a risk, intercepted a blow meant for Fu Qingyan, his palm turning red and swollen. Had Fu Siyue not acted quickly to lessen the force, the old man would have faced a catastrophic injury. Fu Siyue cast a lingering glance at the pleading Fu Bo and uttered a single word, "Doctor." The family doctor arrived promptly, quickly escorting Fu Bo away to examine his injuries. Fu Bo moved slowly, keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding events, until he saw Fu Siyue discard the iron rod, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Throw him out." "Yes, sir." Lin Feng dragged Fu Qingyan away, treating him like a lifeless dog. Fu Qingyan's attempts to resist were feeble, his expression twisted in humiliation and fury, his head bowed in disgrace. Fu Siyue strode confidently towards Song Jinwei, crouching down to grip her chin. He gazed at her disheveled, rebellious face, devoid of any disdain. "You detest me?" Song Jinwei defiantly met his gaze. her eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly conveying her disdain. Fu Xiyue narrowed his cold, arrogant eyes, tightening his grip on her chin. Do not forget, it was you who first provoked me. I regret it. Is that not enough? Fu Xiyue's gaze darkened, oppressive and heavy. It is too late. I had offered you an opportunity. In his youth, Fu Xiyue had been profoundly introverted and recluse, rejecting all forms of social interaction, leading to a life devoid of friendships. Initially, he had despised Song Jinwei for her relentless attempts to draw near to him. He repeatedly uttered words of disdain, urging her to leave him alone. Yet he never anticipated that the young Song Jinwei would possess such unwavering determination and resilience. In the face of his disdain and rejection, she only grew bolder, maintaining an insatiable curiosity about him, her sunny smile illuminating the days. Eventually, whether out of loneliness or some other reason, Fu Xiyue's heart softened. When Song Jinwei professed her eternal affection for him, he cracked open a small fissure in his heart, allowing her to slip through. You vowed to love me forever. You can only love me, and in this lifetime, you will remain by my side. Fu Xiyue leaned closer to Song Jinwei's ear, each word dripping with a dark, obsessive intensity, binding her like an incantation. Tears streamed down Song Jinwei's cheeks, her body trembling uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a profound fear that intertwined with her fervent obsession for Fu Xiyue. Had she known that provoking Fu Xiyue in her childhood would lead to such turmoil, she would have kept her distance, ensuring that her shadow never crossed paths with him. At that tender age, how could she comprehend the concept of everlasting love and companionship? Her words were merely the whimsical musings of a child. Her true affection lay with Fu Qinian. He was her genuine love. Yet, standing in the way of her union with her true love was Fu Xiyue, whom she could only regard with deep loathing and regret. But now that she had believed it, it had become a reality. Fu Xiyue resembled a cold-blooded specter, determined to entangle her for eternity. Clenching her teeth until her gums nearly bled, she spat. Fu Xiyue, I despise you. Fu Xiyue paused momentarily before regaining his composure. Hate me? Many have done so. You are but one among them. Even at his birth, he had been met with hatred, notably from his biological father and mother. His fingers glided over the bruises on Song Jinwei's neck, the coldness of his touch akin to ice. She shivered, but soon felt a strange relief, as her injuries indeed required ice treatment. However, before Fu Xiyue, she could not allow herself to appear as if she were enjoying it, which effectively barred her from visiting Fu Qinian. How could she rest easy knowing he was so severely injured? With wide eyes, she suddenly protested, Fu Xiyue, you cannot confine me. I am an adult. I have the freedom to go wherever I please. The family doctor followed closely behind Fu Xiyue's command. Fu Xiyue took out his phone to contact Wei Shifeng. Just as Wei Shifeng was on the verge of sleep, Fu Xiyue's call interrupted him, causing a prominent vein to throb on his temple. Before Jiang Liwu, he indeed feigned weakness, yet he was genuinely fatigued after his episode. The phone continued to ring incessantly, and with growing irritation, Wei Shifeng opened his eyes, his expression fraught with annoyance. What is it? He snapped. Fu Xiyue cut straight to the chase. Did you harm Song Jinwei today? So what? She asked for it. I had warned her on your behalf, Wei Shifeng retorted. Among their group of sworn brothers, Wei Shifeng was obligated to address Fu Xiyue as big brother. However, when it came to Jiang Liwu, even the big brother status held no weight. All because of some Tangholu? When Fu Xiyue received this information, he could scarcely believe it. They were not particularly fond of sweets. Rather, the Tangholu held a special significance for them. Yes, precisely because of the Tangholu. To you, Song Jinwei may be a treasure, but to me, she is nothing. Her life is worth less than my Tangholu. Fu Xiyue furrowed his brow, knowing that Song Jinwei had provoked Wei Shifeng, triggering his episode. Nonetheless, he could not tolerate Wei Shifeng's dismissive attitude towards Song Jinwei's life. And his tone grew somber. Wei Shifeng. Can't stand it, but that is the truth. Chapter 15. You will regret it. What truth? The Tangholu is merely your excuse. You are here for that impostor who appeared from nowhere. Song Jinwei is mine. She is not someone to be bullied. Fu Xiyue directed his ire towards the notion of the impostor. The term impostor struck a nerve with Wei Shifeng. Who are you calling an impostor? She is not an impostor. Wei Shifeng, like a beast stripped of its fur, revealed his fangs, his protectiveness of an impostor taking Fu Siyue by surprise. Still, it was the impostor of Qiao Iran. Did Wei Shifeng truly hold Qiao Iran in such high regard? Regardless of whether she was an impostor, he had better take care of her. Fu Siyue's frown deepened. Had Wei Shifeng truly lost his mind over an impostor, disregarding their brotherly bond? Who was truly the one biting? Wei Shifeng now resembled a fiercely protective beast, ready to bite anyone who approached. Should anything happen to Song Jinwei, I will hold your impostor accountable. You dare. Fu Siyue seemed intent on targeting the teacher. Have you lost your mind? You will regret this. Absolutely, Wei Shifeng declared emphatically. Fu Siyue's words stemmed from ignorance. Once he learned that the object of his malice was indeed the teacher, he would likely wish to strike himself. However, Wei Shifeng had no intention of revealing the teacher's identity. He was not keen on anyone contesting him for the teacher's favor. Once again, a fierce possessiveness surged in Wei Shifeng. And I will say this once more, she is not an impostor. You will regret using that term to insult her. With that, Wei Shifeng ended the call, even contemplating blocking and deleting Fu Siyue and others from his contacts. Staring at the black screen of his phone, Fu Siyue found it peculiar. It seemed there was a deeper meaning in Wei Shifeng's words. What gave him the conviction that Fu Siyue would regret it? Could it be that the so-called impostor was someone of great significance, not only to Wei Shifeng, but to him as well? Fu Siyue felt a strange amusement. Nevertheless, Wei Shifeng's behavior was indeed suspect, prompting Fu Siyue to delve deeper. However, before he could investigate further, a loud commotion erupted from Song Jinwei's room. Instinctively, Fu Siyue hurried over. It was Song Jinwei throwing a tantrum, having expelled all the servants and the family doctor. Fu Siyue refrained from entering, while Song Jinwei, upon seeing him at the door, slammed it shut with all her might, expressing her discontent. After slamming the door, she locked it again. You want to confine me? Then I shall comply. The deafening noise echoed like thunder, striking Fu Siyue's brain as if it had been assaulted. His head throbbed painfully. Master, should I open the door? Lin Feng inquired. No, let her be, Fu Siyue replied. No sooner had he finished speaking than Song Jinwei's frenzied banging and piercing screams filled the room. In a moment, Fu Siyue's complexion drained of color, his towering and seemingly indomitable form wavering. Lin Feng's eyelids flickered with alarm. Rushing to support Fu Siyue, Master, are you all right? The pain in Fu Siyue's head felt akin to being pierced by steel needles, with Song Jinwei's shrill voice threatening to slice his brain into fragments. Fu Siyue pressed his hand against his head, a splitting headache consuming him. Witnessing Fu Siyue's uncontrollable suffering and perspiration, Lin Feng immediately realized that his condition had flared up. He refrained from calling the family doctor, hastily helping Fu Siyue to leave, for both medicinal and physical treatments were futile for him, only serving to strengthen his resistance. The only remedy was to distance him from the source of stimulation. According to Lin Feng's knowledge, Fu Siyue had suffered from this affliction since childhood, enduring excruciating pain and sleepless nights during episodes. Yet, Song Jinwei, fully aware of Fu Siyue's condition, still chose to provoke him intentionally. She comprehended Fu Siyue, which enabled her to inflict pain upon him with such ease. Lin Feng turned sharply, casting a vicious glare at Song Jinwei's door, wishing that her gaze could penetrate the barrier and deliver a tangible blow to Song Jinwei. She would not hesitate to provoke, irritate, or cause Fu Siyue anguish in any manner possible. Tattoos, vibrant dyed hair, smoky eye makeup reminiscent of ghostly symbols, eccentric and non-mainstream attire, as well as piercings in the lips, tongue, eyebrows, and navel. All these were merely instruments of her defiance against Fu Siyue. Keeping a distance from Song Jinwei's vicinity, Lin Feng helped Fu Siyue settle onto the sofa, then swiftly poured a cup of calming tea, placing it on the table beside him. Fu Siyue sat there with closed eyes, his brows deeply furrowed, enduring the relentless throbbing pain in his head, his resolute features contorted in agony, beads of sweat forming at the tip of his nose. In truth, Fu Siyue's malady was not entirely beyond remedy. 20 years prior, his stepmother had cradled him in her arms, singing a unique melody to heal him. However, her departure, a result of his own feebleness, left him forever bereft. She perished before his very eyes, and his affliction recurred. Later, Song Jinwei, disregarding his disdain, intruded into his world, volunteering to be his remedy. singing songs to soothe his ailment. Although her efforts could not compare to his mother's, they did alleviate some of his suffering. Yet, many years hence, the remedy she once provided transformed into a poison. Nevertheless, even this poison was something he was reluctant to relinquish. Through the gaps between his fingers, Fu Siue opened his bloodshot eyes, filled with an unsettling obsession. In the early morning, Jiang Liwu engaged in exercise. Dressed in a sporty ensemble of a sports bra and shorts, her rounded head tied into a high ponytail, radiating youth and vitality. Her long limbs and defined muscles showcased a perfect physique, and her skin glowed brilliantly in the morning light. The Wei family's estate was enveloped by an endless expanse of private forest, lush and verdant, the air sweet and refreshing beyond measure. Jiang Liwu inhaled greedily, each view invigorating her spirit, her face aglow with exuberance. Suddenly, an unforeseen incident occurred. A tall, robust shadow surged forth from the towering, dense thicket, overwhelming her in an instant. The shadow pounced upon her with the ferocity of a predator, leaving her no time to utter a final scream. After a brief moment, Xiao Ran could no longer contain herself and rushed over. Chapter 16. The uniquely hers taken away. The creature that had knocked Jiang Liwu down was a rare, mutated adult black tiger, its appearance both wicked and imposing. Due to its substantial size, Xiao Ran was unaware of Jiang Liwu's current state beneath it. Was she unconscious from fright or rendered speechless by terror? "Miss Jiang, are you all right? Are you unhurt?" Xiao Ran hurriedly approached, anxiously assessing Jiang Liwu's condition. However, when she beheld Jiang Liwu affectionately kneading the tiger's plush face, devoid of any fear, she was momentarily stunned. Not only that, but Jiang Liwu seemed to revel in the joy of petting the tiger. The tiger, in turn, appeared to be quite fond of her, eagerly licking her with restraint, its thick tail wagging joyfully behind it. Unable to contain her astonishment, Xiao Ran exclaimed, "Ball!" Yet Ball merely turned its head to glance at her before ignoring her entirely, rubbing its large head against Jiang Liwu's face. Xiao Ran's eyes widened in shock. The scene before her was entirely unlike what she had envisioned. "Ball?" Upon hearing the name, Jiang Liwu called to the imposing tiger before her. "Haha, don't lick." Jiang Liwu raised her hands to shield herself, but soon surrendered to the playful affection, for she had no resistance to fluffiness, especially of such a grand size. "Why is your name Ball? Does it imply a destructive beast? Are you a little rascal who enjoys demolishing things?" Jiang Liwu gently tapped Ball's dark nose, seemingly bashful at her words. Ball emitted a series of contented purrs and playful growls, its ears flopping as it continued to nuzzle against Jiang Liwu's face and mouth. A few stray hairs fell from Ball, prompting Jiang Liwu to wipe her face. Observing the endearing camaraderie between the girl and the beast, Xiao Ran felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. She quickly interjected, "Miss Jiang, you aren't injured, are you? Ball is quite heavy, and it startled me with its reckless behavior just now. Let me help you up." As she extended her hand, Jiang Liwu smiled. "It's fine." Ball, no longer pressing down on Jiang Liwu, instinctively leapt to her side, lowering its head, seeking her support to rise. Jiang Liwu nimbly stood up, brushing off some grass and leaving no one to assist her. Ball was a pet raised by Wei Shifeng. Though as a pet, it roamed freely in the forest, hunting for itself, retaining its wild nature and fierce instincts. Typically, it was only close to Wei Shifeng and Jiang Liwu, displaying its ferocity towards others, who had to approach it with utmost caution and full armor. Earlier, Jiang Liwu had been strolling with Ball when it suddenly dashed away, likely drawn by an unfamiliar scent. After all, she had only recently arrived and had not yet met Ball, which is why Ball did not recognize her. It was intentional. It simply could not suppress its instincts, and I hope you won't hold it against Ball, Miss Jiang. With that, Xiao Ran cast a reproachful yet helpless glance at Ball, apologizing to Jiang Liwu. Jiang Liwu brushed it off. "It's nothing. It was just playing with me, pretending to be stealthy. It's quite adorable." "Adorable?" Xiao Ran's lips twitched in disbelief. No one here found Ball adorable. Jiang Liwu was the first. In that moment, even Xiao Ran could clearly sense Jiang Liwu's uniqueness. Receiving Jiang Liwu's praise, Ball circled around her, playfully entwining with her, its tail curling into a heart shape. Witnessing this, Xiao Ran pressed her lips together, a downward curve forming. She had always believed that aside from Wei Shifeng, she held a special place in Ball's affections, akin to that of a mistress. A wave of sour anxiety washed over her, as if something uniquely her own had been snatched away. Previously, there had been soothing companions who managed to endure the trials of Wei Shifeng, remaining even after witnessing his episodes. Yet, after encountering Ball, they had fled in terror. Little did Xiao Yiran know that Jiang Liwu, due to familial circumstances, had been exposed to beasts of Ball's caliber from a young age. Her love for animals prompting her parents to gift her a zoo, filled with rescued creatures, predominantly from the wild. Jiang Liwu had a natural affinity with animals, effortlessly communicating with them as she grew older. Thus, when Xiao Yiran questioned Jiang Liwu's fear, it seemed akin to asking if she feared the children in a kindergarten. "Can I feed it?" Xiao Yiran paused for a moment, then nodded, of course. She handed a bag of fresh meat to Jiang Liwu, curious to see her feed Ball. Cautiously, she added, "Miss Jiang, Ball is quite particular about its food. It will only eat what Wei Shifeng and I provide. I worry it might bite you, so please don't force it when feeding." Just as Xiao Yiran finished speaking, she watched in disbelief as Jiang Liwu swiftly reached for a piece of meat and offered it directly to Ball's mouth. She was left speechless, her expression darkening as she perceived a sense of betrayal in her gaze towards Ball. There has never been a moment quite like this with Jiang Liwu, the relaxed feeling akin to feeding a child. It appears that Bear truly adores you. You may be unaware that, aside from Bear, this place is also inhabited by wolves, bears, toads, mice, bats, spiders, and pythons. Xiao Yiran closely observed Jiang Liwu's reaction with each name she mentioned. However, to her disappointment, Jiang Liwu's expression remained unchanged, leaving her uncertain if her heart was equally composed. You can accept Bear, but can you accept the other creatures, those that instill fear and disgust within you? Would you be willing to coexist with them indefinitely? Chapter 17. He is loved by someone you can embrace Wei Shifeng's kindness towards you. But can you endure the harm he may inflict? Jiang Liwu felt a sense of confusion. So what do you mean? Xiao Yiran took a deep breath and solemnly stated, "I hope you can leave Wei Shifeng in this place. It is not that I fear you competing for Wei Shifeng, nor do I wish to deliberately exclude you. Please do not misunderstand me." Xiao Yiran hastily added, fervently denying any intent to claim Wei Shifeng for herself, expressing her strong desire to be the one to leave him behind. "Yet, I cannot escape, but you can while there is still time." Xiao Yiran gazed at Jiang Liwu with urgency, tightly grasping both of her hands. "Miss Jiang, please trust me. This is all for your own good. I would never harm you." Xiao Yiran's eyes brimmed with sincerity. Jiang Liwu's brows flickered as she silently regarded the agitated Xiao Yiran. Believing that Jiang Liwu's silence indicated hesitation, Xiao Yiran pressed on, "You have no idea what kind of hellish prison this is, nor do you understand the true nature of Wei Shifeng." Jiang Liwu replied, "So you claim to know Wei Shifeng well?" Xiao Yiran nodded. "I have been by his side for 3 years. No one understands him better than I do." Jiang Liwu smirked. "Then what kind of person is he in your eyes?" Xiao Yiran bit her lip. "He is not human. He is a monster. Not just in my eyes, but in everyone else. No one afflicted would transform into a beast, emitting sounds akin to that of a wild animal, with eyes as terrifying as a demon's. No one would love a monster, nor wish to remain with one. Miss Jiang, I do not want you to find yourself in a similar predicament as mine, trapped beside a monster." Tears welled in Xiao Yiran's eyes, her expression a mix of pain, resentment, and helplessness. "You may not realize that you are my substitute. I reveal this to you because I do not want you to be deceived." At that moment, Jiang Liwu's expression grew inscrutable, her long, thick eyelashes casting shadows over her dark, lake-like eyes. Xiao Yiran believed Jiang Liwu was too shocked to react and hurried to reassure her. "Do not be too saddened. Now that you know the truth, you can extricate yourself." Jiang Liwu withdrew her hands. Xiao Yiran was taken aback. "Who permitted you to speak nonsense here?" Wei Shifeng's cold, menacing voice echoed from behind. Xiao Yiran's body stiffened instantly, her eyes widening uncontrollably, pupils constricting in sheer panic. How could he be here? Did he hear everything she said? From this angle, Jiang Liwu could see Wei Shifeng behind her, yet she failed to issue a warning. Xiao Yiran bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at Jiang Liwu, realizing her cunning nature. "Who told you that she is a substitute?" Wei Shifeng seized Xiao Yiran's wrist, a tempest brewing in his eyes. Xiao Yiran winced in pain, yet her fear surpassed the hurt. I do not wear a crown on my head or gild my face. You should consider if you are worthy of such." Wei Shifeng scoffed disdainfully, his gaze mocking, as if surveying a clown. Xiao Yiran's face turned as pale as paper, trembling from humiliation. Listen closely. She is no one's substitute. Tears cascaded down her face, leaving her in a state of utter disgrace. Xiao Yiran was being judged by Wei Shifeng. Yet he too was under the scrutiny of Jiang Liwu. He could not bear to meet Jiang Liwu's gaze. Having overheard Xiao Yiran's plea for her to distance herself from him. In truth, Xiao Yiran's words held merit. He was indeed a monster, feared by all. No one would love him, nor would anyone willingly stay by his side. Love, too, seemed an unattainable luxury. If the teacher were to leave, could he truly hold on to her? Jiang Liwu placed her hand on Wei Shifeng's arm, signaling him to release his grip. Wei Shifeng faltered in his breath and loosened his hold on Xiao Yiran. He lowered his head, closing his eyes. Everyone, how many people? Regardless of a number, to me, Wei Shifeng has never been a monster. I do not wish to hear anyone label him as such. Wei Shifeng opened his eyes, light breaking through the darkness. Even if he were truly a monster, I would still love him. Jiang Liwu stood protectively before Wei Shifeng, articulating each word with conviction. Wei Shifeng abruptly lifted his head, eyes wide and trembling lashes quivering. Xiao Yiran halted her tears in astonishment. Wei Shifeng, shaken to his core, grasped Jiang Liwu's hand and ran, uncertain of where to take her, but yearning for a secluded space, just the two of them. Teacher, what you said. Wei Shifeng paused, his gaze intense and filled with hope. It is sincere. We are family, and of course I love you. No matter what others say or think, you must remember that you still have me. Wei Shifeng's eyes glistened with tears, his nose tinged with sadness. Jiang Liwu gazed at him with compassion, realizing that these words should have been spoken 20 years ago. Xiaofeng, you have endured much over these past 2 decades, haven't you? Wei Shifeng could not help but pout, tears spilling forth as he embraced Jiang Liwu, resting his head on her shoulder in a display of vulnerability. Teacher, little mother. Jiang Liwu gently patted his back, her mind racing with concern over Wei Shifeng's wild, beast-like affliction. Do not worry. I am here, and everything will be all right. Wei Shifeng nodded repeatedly, never having imagined that someone in this world would genuinely love him. He realized that, even 20 years ago, he was a child deserving of love. Wei Shifeng clung tightly to this affection, his eyes filled with obsession and possessiveness. Bear approached with a piece of meat in its mouth, the last morsel it had not yet consumed. Ignoring Wei Shifeng's presence, it nudged Jiang Liwu with its large, fuzzy head. Jiang Liwu found it difficult to divert her attention from it. What is it? Bear stretched its neck, golden eyes radiating warmth and sincerity, while a gurgling sound emanated from its throat, its tail wagging incessantly. Is this piece of meat saved for me? Jiang Liwu inquired eagerly. Bear nodded. Wei Shifeng was somewhat taken aback. He knew how possessive Bear was over its food, and that even he could not snatch it away. This was undoubtedly the first time Bear had willingly shared its food. What to do? It was raw. Chapter 18. The master has not smiled like this in ages. Bear tilted its head, gazing at Jiang Liwu, unaware that it was the first time it had shared its food. Though Jiang Liwu had eaten raw meat before, that was during the time when the apocalypse had not yet ended. Now the conditions had improved. She certainly preferred cooked meat. The thought of the various ways to prepare cooked meat made her mouth water. Meanwhile, Bear's saliva dripped down onto the meat, creating long strands of drool. It was evident how hard it was for it to resist its instincts. Jiang Liwu could not suppress her laughter. Bear, do not save it. Eat it yourself. In the next moment, Bear voraciously devoured the meat in one swift motion. After finishing the meal, it remained frozen, mouth agape, having eaten too hastily, yet still wishing to save some meat for Jiang. Starving, let us indulge in barbecued meat. Jiang licked her lips. Wixfing. I will have them prepared immediately. Br lunged forward, eyes gleaming with excitement, and roared. That bag of meat was merely a tantalizing tease for it. It was far from satiated. The barbecue spot was chosen in a green expanse, which had previously served as a golf course. All tools were at the ready, and the marinated meat, infused with unique spices, sizzled on the grill, releasing a soul-stirring sound upon contact with hot oil, while the aroma quickly wafted through the air, igniting anticipation. Simply consuming barbecued meat could become monotonous, so an array of vegetables, fruits, and beverages were also prepared. BR's sole focus was on the meat, eager and drooling. indifferent to whether it was cooked or not. It incessantly roared in impatience. Were it not for Jiang Liwu and Wix's presence, its destructive prowess would have already wreaked havoc in the area, trampling over the table to devour its feast with ferocity. To placate it, Jiang Liwu and Wix's first fed it some raw meat. During the feeding, it was unclear who initiated the playful toss of meat, as it was hurled through the air like a flying disc, either high or far. BR dashed out with remarkable speed, resembling a thick bolt of black lightning, its powerful limbs propelling it into a wild and fierce run. Jiang Liwu, filled with enthusiasm, shouted as she flung two large pieces of meat together. Bear leaped, opening its jaws to successfully catch the two pieces before devouring them, and under Jiang Liwu's praise and the cheers of the bodyguards, it proudly raised its head, exuding an air of arrogance, its tail held high. 2 pieces of meat were trivial. It could effortlessly consume an entire wild boar in one bite. Wix's turned to Jiang Liwu, unable to suppress a smile that danced on his lips. Uncle W, quick-witted, captured the moment on camera, feeling a wave of emotion as he noted how long it had been since the master had smiled like that. When the flash illuminated them, Wix's momentarily froze, then turned to see Uncle W filming. Jiang Liwu patted Wix's shoulder and said, "I asked Uncle W to take photos. I promised to take pictures with you, but we didn't manage to do so while out. The scenery at home is lovely too. It would be a pity not to capture some images." Wix's pressed his lips together, his heart stirred with emotion, visibly touched. Jiang Liwu, fully relaxed, flashed a peace sign at Uncle W's camera, who promptly snapped several shots. In truth, Jiang Liwu was somewhat unphotogenic. In pictures, she appeared delicate, while in reality, her beauty was strikingly exquisite. Without any makeup, she exuded charm. Her naturally shaped brows were already in their finest form, rugged yet graceful. With a delicate nose and a small beauty spot on her face, subtly alluring and almost divine, like a tear shed by a celestial being, becoming increasingly captivating upon closer inspection. Even if the photos could not fully encapsulate her beauty, they were still stunning, prompting Uncle W to exclaim that Miss Jiang looked wonderful in every shot. Jiang Liwu raised an eyebrow and humorously replied, "It's thanks to my mother." Wix's leaned a bit closer, while Jiang Liwu raised her arm overhead in a graceful arc. Wix's reaction was slightly delayed. He had never taken such photos before, but he could see that with his half included, they formed a large heart together. The pose resembled one from a framed photograph of Jiang Liwu with her parents. Uncle W remarked, "Master, my photography skills are lacking, but I will do my utmost." Wix's remained silent, mimicking Jiang Liwu's pose. His ears flushed red and a tingling sensation creeping up his cheeks, tilting his head towards Jiang Liwu, visibly affectionate, resembling a small child with bright, eager eyes reflecting his cheerful mood. Uncle W found a right angle, capturing only Wix's and Jiang Liwu in several shots. Just as he was about to suggest a new pose, BR abruptly bounded in, roaring in discontent for being excluded from the fun. BR stubbornly wedged itself between the two, barking at Uncle W, who immediately snapped a group photo. The smile on Wix's face froze, a vein bulging ominously on his forehead as he spoke through gritted teeth. "BR, who permitted you to intrude? Why must you steal my spot?" BR was unyielding, not only encroaching upon Wix's position, but also Jiang Liwu's. It could not compare hearts with Jiang Liwu using its head and limbs, but its tail could certainly do so. Wix's expression darkened, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated that the first to vie for Jiang Liwu's attention would be a chubby tiger rather than the other 5 individuals. Wix's reached out to disrupt BR's tail gesture of affection, while BR blocked Wix's camera with its head, amusing Jiang Liwu with the childish antics of both the man and the tiger. After all, how often do we say that masters and pets bear a striking resemblance? Strikingly similar? A sudden thought flashed in Jiang Liwu's mind, recalling Wix's wild behavior during his episodes. Before she could fully connect the dots, Wixf announced that the meat was ready. Thus, Jiang Liwu's desire for food surged to the forefront of her thoughts. Qiao, hiding behind a stone pillar, watched the heartwarming scene resembling a family of three, her fingers digging into her palms with anxiety. She felt an unsettling wave of jealousy rising within her. It should not be this way. Wixf wished to savor the meat grilled by Jiang Liwu, while BR demanded attention as well. Wixf remarked, "In truth, BR is not particularly accustomed to the taste of cooked meat. What humans find delicious does not appeal to it. After all, it had always consumed bloodied, raw flesh, and the scent of blood ignited its primal urge to tear. Yet, because it was Jiang Liwu feeding it, BR did not wish to miss out. Wixf took out his phone, stealthily capturing a photo of Jiang Liwu, who was focused on grilling meat for him. After a moment's thought, he cropped part of the image to update his long-dormant social media. The picture revealed only Jiang Liwu's hand, surrounded by an array of delectable food. Simultaneously, the 5 individuals engaged in different activities received a notification. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that were impossible to ignore. Pausing their tasks, they clicked to view. At first glance, there appeared to be nothing particularly special, yet they could all sense Wixf's unusual behavior. Though they did not fully comprehend it, they still liked Wixf's post. Seeing a flurry of likes, Wixf's smile returned. As he scrolled through the hundreds of photos Uncle Wing had taken, he noted that many were repetitive, with only slight variations in expressions and lighting. Yet he cherished each one, excluding those featuring BR. Uncle Wing, however, found them delightful and had just flipped to the part with BR, where one photo depicted BR and Wixf competing for affection, each disdainfully turning their heads away from the other, resembling 2 children quarreling after a disagreement. Uncle Wing felt that this side of Wixf exuded a lively charm. All of this was due to Jiang Liwu's presence. "Let us print all the photos. I want this one enlarged and framed." Wixf pointed to the heart-shaped picture. Uncle Wing responded, "All right, let me through." A commotion nearby caught Wixf and Uncle Wing's attention. Wixf frowned and approached, with Uncle Wing following closely behind. In the midst of an intense standoff, Qiao Yiran faced off against the bodyguards, her cheeks flushed with indignation, adding an alluring hue to her delicate and fragile visage. Wei Shifeng's gaze fell upon her face, momentarily pausing in its intensity. Out of the corner of her eye, Qiao Yiran caught a glimpse of the man's silhouette. The next moment, she charged towards several bodyguards, exclaiming, "Let me through." The bodyguards, taken aback, merely obstructed her path without any intention of pushing her away. As she stumbled, Wei Shifeng swiftly grasped her shoulder, stabilizing her assertively. In the next instant, he firmly seized her wrist, his elongated brows shadowed with darkness, his eyes as cold as distant stars. "What are you causing a ruckus about now?" Qiao Yiran bit down on her lip, raising her gaze to meet Wei Shifeng's eyes, her expression resolute. "I want to go out." "Out? Where do you intend to go? Do you have a destination? Is this a place you can enter and exit at will?" Wei Shifeng's icy stare bore down on her. "Going out? Don't even think about it." With that, he callously released her hand. Immediately, tears welled up in Qiao Yiran's eyes, her voice tinged with a whimper as she protested. "Why can't I go out? I'm not a prisoner." Internally, she felt a sense of relief at Wei Shifeng's usual domineering attitude, her panic and anxiety somewhat alleviated. "You have no right to say no." Just then, Jiang Liwu arrived, overhearing Wei Shifeng's words restricting Qiao Yiran's freedom. She felt a surge of frustration. Indeed, Wei Shifeng had followed in Wei's father's footsteps down the path of confinement. No wonder Qiao Yiran had come to her expressing those sentiments. Was she genuinely concerned that Wei Shifeng would eventually imprison her as well? "Xiaofeng, repeat what you just said." Jiang Liwu approached with a forced smile. Feeling the tension rise, Qiao Yiran instinctively glanced at Wei Shifeng, only to find his attention now solely on Jiang Liwu. A surge of discomfort filled her chest, and she clutched the fabric of her dress tightly. Wei Shifeng, instinctively compelled to comply, began to recapitulate his earlier statement, but sensing the dangerous aura emanating from Jiang Liwu, his intuition warned him to refrain. "I did not," he hastily replied. Jiang Liwu, momentarily taken aback by his unabashed demeanor, questioned, "Weren't you just preventing her from going out?" Wei Shifeng conceded yes. "This is precisely the issue," Jiang Liwu remarked. Wei Shifeng lowered his lashes, still failing to recognize that he was restricting Qiao Yiran's freedom. Jiang Liwu interpreted the underlying meaning of his expression, perplexed. Before she could ponder further, Qiao Yiran's raised voice interrupted, "I want to visit my mother in the hospital. The doctor called and said my mother's condition has worsened. I haven't seen her in a long time. Please let me go." Tears streamed down Qiao Yiran's face as she implored Wei Shifeng, her fragility and resolve intertwined with a plea that would evoke sympathy in anyone who witnessed it. Qiao Yiran knew that whenever she mentioned her mother, Wei Shifeng's demeanor softened. True to her expectations, upon hearing the word mother, a shadow of complexity crossed Wei Shifeng's eyes. Jiang Liwu, observing this, understood that he was reminded of his own mother. She reached out to cover the back of Wei Shifeng's hand, offering comfort. "Let her go." The warmth transmitted through her touch ignited a longing within Wei Shifeng, and he nodded obediently, "All right." Although Wei Shifeng had agreed to allow her to leave, Qiao Yiran felt no joy. She was reluctant to accept that her freedom was granted through Jiang Liwu's intervention. "Did you not hear? Wei Shifeng has permitted me to go." "Step aside." Qiao Yiran's tone was somewhat forceful. The bodyguards exchanged glances and promptly moved aside. However, Wei Shifeng's cold and unyielding voice echoed from behind, causing Qiao Yiran to halt in her tracks, her spine rigid. "Whether your mother lives or dies has nothing to do with me." A chill enveloped Qiao Yiran, as if she had fallen into an ice cavern. The truth remained that her mother's plight had no bearing on Wei Shifeng, were it not for him. She could never afford the exorbitant medical expenses, and her mother would undoubtedly have perished long ago. It could be said that her mother's life and time were purchased with wealth. Yet, she thought, "She is my mother. Shouldn't Wei Shifeng, who holds affection for her, also care for her mother?" Encountering Wei Shifeng's cruel and frigid gaze, Qiao Yiran suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 20. "I will accompany you as expected." Wei Shifeng would not allow her to leave, ruthlessly using her mother as a means to bind her. Observing Wei Shifeng's shift in demeanor, Jiang Liwu felt a headache coming on. "Uncle Wang, do you know why Xiao Feng behaves like a beast when he has an episode?" "I truly do not know." Uncle Wang shook his head. "However, as far as I know, the family head has always exhibited such behavior since childhood." Once again, childhood was referenced. The root cause was undoubtedly intertwined with the relationship between Wei's father and Wei's mother. Jiang Liwu furrowed her brows. "Has Xiao Feng always been treated at home? Has he never been to the hospital?" "No, he has always been treated by a family doctor." It was only after the family doctor was at a loss regarding the family head's condition that we began searching for a soother. A soother need not be a psychologist. They come from various professions: kindergarten teachers, dancers, guzheng players, singers, animal caretakers. Anyone with a strong affinity for compassion was sought by the Wei family. Surprisingly, it seemed that she genuinely had a calming effect on the family head's condition. However, even to this day, Uncle Wang remained perplexed as to what exactly attracted the family head to Qiao Yiran, allowing her presence to maintain a semblance of rationality during his episodes. The family head has always harbored an aversion to hospitals. Since childhood, if forcibly taken to one, he would have an episode, not in the form of emotional volatility, but at times, silence could be more severe and frightening than an outburst. Jiang Liwu's eyes grew heavy with contemplation, as she understood why Wei Shifeng despised and resisted hospitals. As a child, he had endured a high fever that necessitated hospitalization. Yet, during his stay, neither Wei's father nor Wei's mother came to visit him. In the vulnerable moments of childhood illness, little Wei Shifeng had received not even a single concerned glance from his parents. Alone, he lay in the hospital bed, enduring each day of sickness and solitude, surrounded solely by the scent of disinfectant and the cold, silent space. "Miss Jiang, do you wish for the family head to go to the hospital?" "Yes," Jiang Liwu affirmed, then sought out Wei Shifeng. As the head of the Wei family, Wei Shifeng oversaw an immense enterprise, making him quite occupied. When Jiang Liwu found him, he was engrossed in work. The bridge of his nose sported a pair of frameless glasses, lending him an air of maturity and composure. Jiang Liwu entered with a fruit platter, and the moment she stepped inside, he noticed her presence, immediately rising to his feet. Jiang Liwu smiled warmly. "Are you busy?" Wei Shifeng promptly shook his head. "Not busy." In truth, he was exceedingly busy. Numerous matters demanded his personal attention. The reason he worked from home was to carve out more time to spend with Jiang Liwu. Have a cherry, Jiang Liwu offered, holding out a plump fruit. Wei Shifeng opened his mouth to accept the offering, savoring the sweet flavor. Delicious. Now how about a grape? Wei Shifeng eagerly opened his mouth once more. Sweet, he declared. Jiang Liwu, somewhat skeptical, tried one herself, her face scrunching at the tartness. This particular variety was sour, yet it was delicious, cutting through the sweetness and whetting the appetite. Wei Shifeng, with a serious expression, insisted, "It's sweet." His eyes sparkled with happiness, radiating a warmth that enveloped him in tenderness. "I want to take you to the hospital. I've already made an appointment with the doctor." The transition from discussing food to hospital caught Wei Shifeng off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. Jiang Liwu placed the fruit platter on the table, locking her gaze onto Wei Shifeng's eyes. "I will accompany you." Her tranquil gaze exuded a sense of reassurance, and her voice carried a warm strength. Wei Shifeng's heart trembled slightly, and after a moment, he uttered a soft prepare the car. "Very well, I shall arrange it immediately." Uncle Wang lingered quietly at the door as Jiang Liwu entered, astonished that she had truly succeeded. His eyes regarded her with newfound respect, and in that moment, he comprehended the significant position this enigmatic Miss Jiang held in the master's heart. As Wei Shifeng entered the vehicle, Uncle Wang courteously opened the door for Jiang Liwu, saying, "Miss Jiang, please." His demeanor was both respectful and sincere. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wei Shifeng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He shook his head, striving to regain his composure, following closely behind Jiang Liwu. The hospital was bustling with people, and the bodyguards, unable to accompany them, stayed by the vehicle. The sound of polished shoes on the cold tiles was accompanied by the sharp scent of disinfectant, causing Wei Shifeng's complexion to pale, and soon he appeared quite wan. A ringing began to echo in his ears, and the world around him blurred into a series of overlapping images. He remained unresponsive as hurried individuals brushed past him. As Jiang Liwu vanished from his sight, his breathing quickened. He reached out to navigate through the crowd, attempting to call out to her, but his throat felt constricted, making it difficult to breathe. Struggling to loosen his tie and shirt, he stumbled, catching sight of a mother and child passing by. The child appeared to be unwell, and the mother, holding her child's hand, wore an expression of anxious tenderness. She offered the child their favorite milk, gently asking if they were afraid of the injection, soothingly encouraging them with promises of a reward for bravery. The child, unable to resist such sweet enticements, proudly declared their lack of fear. The mother, her face lighting up with joy, affectionately kissed the child's cheek. But Wei Shifeng's gaze was too intense. The mother turned to look at him, and in that instant, her expression transformed into one of wild hatred and repulsion. Startled, he glanced back at her, only to see her features morph into those of his own mother, who screamed at him in a frenzy, "You are not my child. Go away. You are a monster. I hate you." Chapter 21. Never touched her. In a state of bewilderment, Wei Shifeng shook his head and stepped back, only to be met by his father's icy, disdainful gaze, devoid of any emotion, filled with utter contempt. As he retreated further, darkness enveloped his surroundings, and the crowd's eyes bore down upon him, their faces shrouded in obscurity, leaving only cold, sinister eyes and gruesome mouths. Their laughter echoed, malevolent and terrifying. Sweat beaded on Wei Shifeng's forehead as he pressed his hands to his ears, trembling in despair. At that moment, a hand touched his head, gently ruffling his hair. Slowly, he looked up to see Jiang Liwu, and in an instant, the darkness dissipated, restoring the scene to normalcy. "Stay close, don't get lost," she instructed. Wei Shifeng's eyes reddened, his gaze quivered, and a sound akin to a frightened cub escaped his throat. Jiang Liwu ruffled his hair again, assuring him that all was well. This time, he clutched the hem of her clothing tightly, towering over her at 188 meters, yet feeling as fragile and dependent as a child clinging to their mother. "Iran, how are things with Wei Shifeng?" Iran sat beside her mother's hospital bed, feeding her with congee when she heard the unexpected question. For a moment, she was taken aback. What to be said? It was as it was. Lowering her head, she stirred the congee more vigorously, her voice betraying a heavy, dull tone. Noticing her daughter's demeanor, Xiao's mother immediately sensed something amiss. "Iran, have you encountered problems with Wei Shifeng?" With thoughts of the sudden appearance of Jiang Liwu and Wei Shifeng's peculiar fondness for her, Xiao Yiran felt a wave of agitation wash over her. She continued to chop at the already mushy congee. No, Mom, please don't ask. How can I not ask? You've been with Wei Shifeng for 3 years without any clear standing. Has he never mentioned marrying you? Xiao's mother pressed anxiously. Xiao Yiran's eyes widened as she abruptly stood up. What do you mean by no clear standing? Mom, things are not as you imagine. She stomped her foot, biting her lip, but the thought of Wei Shifeng marrying her lingered in her mind, causing her to blush deeply. Despite her outward resistance, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Not as you think. Have you and Wei Shifeng not engaged in any intimate relations? Xiao's mother pressed on, growing more agitated. Xiao Yiran turned an even deeper shade of red, exclaiming, Mom, what are you saying? Yet, it was true that Wei Shifeng had never touched her. He had always forced her into situations she disliked, compelled her to accompany him, imposing numerous restrictions on her freedom. His transformations into a monstrous form often frightened her to tears. Even if he did wish to be intimate, she would refuse. She was not the type to sell her body for the sake of others. Though no longer the Qiao family's eldest daughter, and indeed kept as a pet in Wei Shifeng's villa, she still held onto her pride and dignity. Oh, my foolish child! Xiao's mother lamented, exasperated. Yet, she soon reconsidered, reasoning that Wei Shifeng's restraint over 3 years without touching Qiao Yiran merely demonstrated his deep affection and respect for her. With great difficulty, Qiao's mother grasped her daughter's hand, urging, Yiran, you must seize Wei Shifeng and claim the position of mistress of the Wei family. Qiao Yiran pouted, I have no desire to be the mistress of the Wei family. Even if not for yourself. Think of your father, Qiao's mother implored. Are you suggesting I plead with Wei Shifeng? Qiao Yiran's brow furrowed as resistance welled within her. She did not wish to appear so abject before Wei Shifeng. Yet, her father had committed a crime. Even if he has erred, he is still your father, Qiao's mother interrupted. He only lost his way for a moment, striving to provide you with a more prosperous life. Yiran, can you bear to let him suffer in prison for the rest of his days? Tears welled in Qiao's mother's eyes. I may not have long to live, and my only wish is to see your father one last time, for our family to reunite. At that moment, a knock echoed on the hospital room door. Both mother and daughter paused, instinctively composing themselves. As the third knock sounded, someone entered. Yiran, she called out, her voice filled with trust and reliance. Xiao Xian, you've arrived, Xiao's mother greeted warmly, her expression brightening. Min Baixian nodded politely, his gaze first resting on Xiao Yiran, causing his heart to flutter at the sight of her after such a long time. He then redirected his focus to Xiao's mother, saying, Annie, I'm here to check on your health. Is it truly just for a health check? Haven't you already done that today? Xiao's mother teased, her tone suggestive. Min Baishuan's earlobes flushed crimson. Yes, but I want to do another check to ensure everything is all right. After all, I am your attending physician, and I must take responsibility. Auntie, you look quite well today. That's only because I was worried earlier, she replied. That is all due to your good care. Xiao Xian, you are still so young, yet you have already become an attending physician. Tall, handsome, gentle, and patient. Any daughter would be fortunate to marry you. Xiao's mother beamed at Min Baixian, her satisfaction evident as she regarded him like a prospective son-in-law. Min Baixian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he exchanged glances with Xiao Mu, who seemed to acknowledge him. He became even more devoted to caring for her. Annie, I am not as good as you say. You flatter me, and I feel embarrassed. At my age, approaching 30, I can only hope that the girl I marry in the future won't find me lacking. Who would find you lacking? That would be a sign of poor judgment on their part. I truly believe you are wonderful, Xiao Xian. You are genuine. Xiao Mu's words greatly encouraged Min Baixian, prompting him to impulsively say, Annie, actually, I. However, Xiao Mu interrupted him, feeling drowsy and wishing to rest. Min Baixian paused, then quickly assisted her in lying down, with Xiao Yiran coming to the other side to help. Together, they carefully supported Xiao Mu, their hands inadvertently brushing against one another. Chapter 22. Who gave you the audacity to touch my belongings? Min Baixian felt a jolt of electricity course through him, a tingling sensation spreading from his fingertips to his heart as Xiao Mu sighed softly upon settling into her pillow. To avoid disturbing her rest, the two soon exited the room. The corridor was quiet, clean, and well lit, with few people around. Thank you, Brother Min, for always taking care of my mother. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Yiran expressed gratefully, her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate face exuding an aura reminiscent of first love. "Please don't cry," Min Baixian said, feeling a surge of affection as he gently wiped her tears away. His handsome face flushed as he reassured her. "Leave it to me. Your mother is like my own. I will take good care of Annie." Xiao Yiran nodded, her tears flowing again from the depth of her gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Min. You make me feel like family." The term family held a special significance, encompassing both kinship and love, for after all, spouses are also family. Min Baixian instinctively categorized himself as the latter, causing his hand to tremble as he wiped her tears. Noticing his quivering hand, Xiao Yiran called out softly, "Brother Min?" Her voice was gentle, her innocent eyes blinking at him. Min Baixian's heart raced, the atmosphere between them turning sweet and slightly ambiguous until the sound of approaching footsteps shattered the moment. Startled, Xiao Yiran felt as though thunder had struck her heart. In a panic, she abruptly withdrew her hand from Min Baixian's grasp, creating distance between them. Min Baixian, taken aback, felt a pang of hurt at her sudden rejection. "Is this how you come to visit your mother?" Wei Shifeng's dark gaze bore into them, more terrifying than a predator stalking its prey. It was indeed Wei Shifeng. Xiao Yiran had never anticipated encountering him in the hospital. Having spent 3 years by his side, she knew well his aversion to hospitals. Despite his assistance to her mother, he had never once shown willingness to accompany her to see Xiao Mu. Xiao Yiran shrank back, visibly shaken. Wei Shifeng's gaze fell upon Min Baixian's hand, igniting a cruel hostility within him. His words dripped with malice. "Who gave you the audacity to touch my belongings?" Those hands, realizing Wei Shifeng's intent, Xiao Yiran instinctively stepped in front of Min Baixian, crying out, "No, you can't. Brother Min's hands are meant for surgery and saving lives. I will not allow you to destroy them. Brother Min and I have nothing between us. I'm simply grateful for his care of my mother. We are merely friends. Not what you think." Deep inside, Xiao Yiran felt vulnerable, uncertain of how much Wei Shifeng had witnessed. Had he seen every intimate moment? Yet, she truly regarded Min Baixian as an elder brother, as family. Fuming, Xiao Yiran's voice grew louder. "The truly filthy person here is you, Wei Shifeng. You agreed to let me come to the hospital, but secretly stalked me. You are a delusional, obsessive madman." Enraged, she felt suffocated, as if stripped of all her rights and freedom. Was she destined to live like a caged bird for the rest of her life? Tears welled in her eyes as she mourned her fate and suffering. Before Wei Shifeng could respond, Jiang Liwu stepped out from behind him, clarifying, "This is a misunderstanding. There was no stalking or surveillance. I brought Xiao Feng to the hospital for a doctor's appointment." Only then did Xiao Yiran notice Jiang Liwu, and upon hearing her words, she was stunned and shocked. Wei Shifeng was indeed willing to come to the hospital for treatment. Realizing her previous misconceptions, her anger intensified. Her collarbone flushed, crimson spreading to her entire face. Clenching her fists tightly, the misunderstanding no longer mattered. She would not permit Wei Shifeng to ruin Min Baixian's hands. With unwavering resolve, Xiao Yiran fixed her gaze on Wei Shifeng. "Rest assured, with me here, that will never happen. Right, Xiao Feng?" Jiang Liwu turned her head to look at Wei Shifeng. Under Jiang Liwu's scrutiny, Wei Shifeng pressed his lips into a thin line, suppressing the turmoil within. The clash between Jiang Liwu's persuasion and his own possessive nature causing his nerves to twitch. Yes, Wei Shifeng chose to align himself with Jiang Liwu's reasoning. Xiao Yiran stood there, her mouth agape in disbelief. Was this matter resolved so easily? Wei Shifeng truly listened to Jiang Liwu, yet he had never heeded her words. What she said was inconsequential. He had always commanded her to obey without question or dissent, treating her as if she were a pet. In that moment, Xiao Yiran realized the disparity in their statuses. Wei Shifeng regarded her as an inferior, but placed Jiang Liwu on equal footing. Biting her lip until she tasted blood, she refused to relent. "It's getting late. Our appointment with the doctor is approaching. We should be going," Jiang Liwu noted, glancing at her phone before ushering Wei Shifeng to continue on their way. Obediently, Wei Shifeng followed Jiang Liwu, but as he passed Xiao Yiran, he cast a formidable look. Unyieldingly commanding, "Wait outside." Xiao Yiran lowered her head, her lashes trembling violently, feeling humiliated and powerless. She stood stubbornly for a moment before lifting her head. "Brother Min, I will leave first." "Don't go." Min Baixian grasped her hand tightly. After the earlier incident, Qiao Yiran instinctively felt resistant to physical contact with Min Baixian, fearing that Wei Shifeng might appear again, or perhaps one of the Wei family's bodyguards. Brother Min, please let go of me. I won't. Yiran, don't fear him. Why should you abide by his whims? Has he always bullied you like this? Min Baixian gazed at her with deep concern and compassion. Qiao Yiran remained silent, but her tears flowed more freely. Yiran, leave him to me. I will help you. Chapter 23. He is beyond redemption. And you are my only salvation, Qiao. Yiran looked up in astonishment, then hurriedly shook her head. Brother Min, thank you, but you cannot help me. You may not realize how much I owe. My mother's medical expenses are also covered by Wei Shifeng. I can leave him. I can defy him. But what about my mother? I cannot be so selfish. I cannot do it. I will pay for your mother's medical expenses. I will repay your debts. I have saved some money from my years of work, Min Baixian declared resolutely, looking firmly into Qiao Yiran's eyes. Qiao Yiran's eyes widened in astonishment, rendering her speechless with emotion. However, she soon shook her head, expressing her reluctance. You have already helped me so much. I do not know how I can repay you. How can I possibly ask for more of your money? Min Baixian replied, It is my own volition. Qiao Yiran continued to shake her head. No, I cannot. I already owe Wei Shifeng money. How can I shamelessly continue to owe you? My debts are not merely for my mother's medical expenses. They are far more burdensome than you can imagine. Regardless of how much you owe, we can face it together. I do not wish to see you in such pain and exhaustion. Yiran, allow me to care for you. Let me be your pillar of support. Min Baixian tenderly caressed Qiao Yiran's face, professing his feelings with deep affection. Qiao Yiran's heart raced, caught between the fear of being seen and the stirring of emotions for the sincere Min Baixian. I am sorry, Brother Min, but I cannot accept your feelings. You are a wonderful person, truly exceptional. However, you do not know Wei Shifeng. That madman, that demon, is capable of anything. Just now, he truly intended to cripple you. And I cannot let you become his target because of me. I would feel guilty for a lifetime. Min Baixian's slender fingers twitched, an inexplicable pain coursing through his joints. He may not fully understand Wei Shifeng, but he was well aware of his immense power. Should he confront Wei Shifeng, it would be akin to digging his own grave. A deep sense of trepidation flickered in Min Baixian's eyes. Before arriving, Jiang Liwu had briefly informed the doctor about Wei Shifeng's condition over the phone. Upon arrival, the doctor examined him for just a few minutes before requesting a private conversation. After urging Wei Shifeng to heed the doctor's advice, Jiang Liwu stepped outside. Approximately half an hour later, a loud crash echoed from within, followed by the doctor hurriedly exiting. Miss Jiang. Jiang Liwu's heart raced as she steadied the doctor, who was nearly stumbling. What happened? The doctor pointed towards the room, but before he could say anything further, Jiang Liwu anxiously released him and rushed inside. She found the room in disarray, with Wei Shifeng firmly restrained on a recliner. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth bared, emitting guttural growls and roars akin to a wild beast. He struggled fiercely, the metal restraints showing signs of loosening. There was no doubt Wei Shifeng was having an episode. Shifeng. Jiang Liwu quickly approached him. Frowning at the doctor's actions of restraining Wei Shifeng, she scrutinized him sharply. What have you done? Just a glance revealed to Jiang Liwu the peculiar nature of Wei Shifeng's episode. The doctor hurriedly explained, Miss Jiang, you previously mentioned that Mr. Wei exhibits abnormal, beast-like behavior during his episodes. Therefore, with Mr. Wei's consent, I restrained him to conduct a hypnosis-induced test of his condition. When he began to exhibit symptoms, I could not calm him and thought of you. As the doctor wiped sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, Jiang Liwu commanded, Release him. The doctor hesitated, pointing to a concealed button on the chair. If you press that button, it will suffice. He retreated to a safe distance, nervously swallowing. Without hesitation, Jiang Liwu pressed the button. The moment Wei Shifeng was freed, he lunged towards her, roaring. The doctor, frightened, considered pressing the security alarm, but soon saw Wei Shifeng freeze, his sharp canines mere centimeters from Jiang Liwu's neck. Jiang Liwu remained calm, gently stroking Wei Shifeng's back, soothingly saying, It is all right. She smiled softly. Yes, I know. Our Shifeng is wonderful. With the crisis averted, the doctor exhaled with relief. Miss Jiang, I need to speak with you privately. Jiang Liwu nodded in agreement. This time, it was Wei Shifeng who exited. The door featured a glass window with a switchable panel. As the panel lowered, the transparent glass allowed a glimpse of the interior. Wei Shifeng waited eagerly outside, and Jiang Liwu offered him a smile. Mr. Wei's condition is beyond typical medical intervention, the doctor stated bluntly. At this, Jiang Liwu felt a heaviness in her heart. The doctor continued, however, you are an exception. Miss Jiang, I see a turning point in you. You are undoubtedly an essential part of Mr. Wei's life, someone he relies on and trusts completely. This allows you to awaken his rationality and soothe his condition. Each time you comfort him, his symptoms improve to some extent. In time, perhaps he could be completely cured. Jiang Liwu listened intently as the doctor elaborated. As for Mr. Wei's beast-like behavior during episodes, it stems from his childhood, where he suffered prolonged violence or witnessed brutality. Being so small, he was left with deep scars, nurturing a desire to become powerful. He constantly reinforces the psychological notion that he is a formidable beast, possessing the strength of one, so that others cannot harm him. Jiang Liwu clenched her teeth, her jaw tightening, her breath trembling as the realization dawned on her. She recalled the scenes she had witnessed from 20 years ago. Wei's father, a madman with violent tendencies, showed no mercy to Wei's mother, who sought to escape him. He was obsessively attached to the battered form of Wei's mother, and even when she complied, he would still resort to violence. Wei's mother, in her suffering, could not resist her husband and ultimately became a reflection of him, turning against the young Wei Shifeng. She deemed him a born villain, a demon, destined to become like his father, and sought to destroy him while he was still young. Jiang Liwu closed her eyes, feeling deep sympathy for Wei's mother. She did not believe she was at fault, but she also recognized that she was not entirely innocent. Miss Jiang, Mr. Wei has severe schizophrenia, which leads me to conclude that during his episodes, he splits into various powerful, bloodthirsty beasts such as tigers, lions, leopards, pythons, wolves, and bears. Chapter 24. The man who dies again and again for her. Jiang Liwu nodded solemnly. All right, I have noted that. Thank you, doctor. Also, Miss Jiang, you must remember that fantasizing about being loved is the most serious psychological illness, the doctor said, gripping her arm with gravity. Jiang Liwu's heart jolted, her throat tightening. I understand. The floor was sparsely populated, but to leave the hospital, they had to navigate through crowded areas. Jiang Liwu walked alongside Wei Shifeng, brushing past the crowd when suddenly she halted, her eyes widening, her pupils dilating in shock. Noticing her distress, Wei Shifeng was about to inquire when Jiang Liwu swiftly maneuvered around the pedestrians, hurrying towards the front. As a few meters separated them, Wei Shifeng immediately pursued her. Jiang Liwu's breath quickened as she faced numerous obstacles, desperately pushing through the crowd and repeatedly apologizing. Upon reaching her intended destination, she found it utterly empty. Her gaze darted around, scanning the surroundings, but she saw nothing but unfamiliar faces. Teacher, what is wrong? Are you looking for someone? I can help you find them. Wei Shifeng offered with concern. In his eyes, Jiang Liwu was calm, resilient, a sanctuary from the storm, a mother's embrace, synonymous with gentleness, strength, and reliability. It was rare to see her so frantic and disoriented. Furrowing her brows, Jiang Liwu struggled to calm her racing thoughts. She had not found the person she sought, and her expression reflected a hint of melancholy. Perhaps I misjudged. Is this person very important? Wei Shifeng asked, growing apprehensive. Could be Lao Wu. This is indeed his territory. Very important. She had traversed back in time multiple times to save the world, and each time, a man perished before her eyes. Upon her arrival in the past, she would be transported to the side of different antagonists. Teacher, I am experiencing discomfort with chest tightness, shortness of breath, and a racing heartbeat. Wei Shifeng, in a state of anxiety, deliberately obscured Jiang Liwu's gaze as it fell upon the crowd. Upon boarding the vehicle, I noticed Xiao Yiran seated in the front passenger seat, awaiting our arrival, while Jiang Liwu and Wei Shifeng occupied the back seat. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yiran remained silent, intentionally diminishing her presence, gazing out at the passing scenery with a heart full of melancholy, lamenting her fate, akin to a tragic heroine ensnared in a sorrowful narrative. Jiang Liwu, too, remained taciturn, her mind occupied by the image of a certain man. Wei Shifeng, on the other hand, closed his eyes to rest, unreservedly admitting that the hospital's atmosphere made him quite uncomfortable. Yet, the presence of Jiang Liwu afforded him a semblance of endurance. Moreover, he was experiencing a bout of illness. Although it was triggered by external factors, It rendered him mentally and physically exhausted. Leaning his head against Jiang Liwu's shoulder, Wei Shifeng found solace in her support, prompting her to gently adjust his position to ensure his comfort. This tender scene was painfully striking to Qiao Ran, who observed the pair through the rearview mirror. Although she professed a desire for Wei Shifeng to find solace in the company of others, enabling her departure from the Wei family, she could not help but feel discontent when she witnessed him drawing near to someone else, his gaze filled with affection for another. Once the photo frame was completed, Uncle Wang promptly presented it to Wei Shifeng for his approval, which he received with satisfaction and eagerly shared with Jiang Liwu. He animatedly discussed whether the frame should be displayed on a shelf or hung up, contemplating the most flattering angle for either arrangement. Jiang Liwu, however, was not as troubled by the decision, expressing her indifference. By the way, Xiaofeng, I previously heard Song Jinwei mention that she is a young lady of the Fu family. Could you enlighten me about her and Fu Siyue? Wei Shifeng's expression momentarily froze, his heart tightening at the mention of Jiang Liwu's inquiry. Yet, having anticipated this question, he swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, Song Jinwei is a young lady of the Fu family, but she shares no blood relation with Fu Siyue. Due to her lack of household registration, she cannot officially be regarded as Fu Siyue's sister. Song Jinwei was not originally a member of the Fu family. After losing her parents, she was raised by the Fu family due to their prior connection, essentially becoming their adopted daughter. There exists another interpretation that she is a child bride, especially since Fu Siyue holds a fondness for her. However, despite his affections, he cannot overlook the chaos she creates, especially as she has fallen for Fu Qinian, the illegitimate son of the Fu family. As she approached, she observed the two standing together, initially intending to discuss matters concerning her father with Wei Shifeng. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, she instinctively hesitated, perhaps unwilling to let her plea be witnessed by anyone other than Wei Shifeng. Thus, she subconsciously chose to retreat. Upon hearing Song Jinwei's name, Qiao Yiran felt a pang of confusion. Were they discussing Song Jinwei due to her troubles with Jiang Liwu? Her heart constricted with anxiety, but she quickly reassured herself. She was not the one who instigated Song Jinwei's troubles with Jiang Liwu, not to mention that this incident had occurred several days prior. Wei Shifeng continued, undoubtedly, Fu Siyue is the current head of the Fu family. His daily agenda is exceedingly tight. One moment he may be at his company or home, and the next he could be abroad. I have not seen him in quite some time. Jiang Liwu nodded in acknowledgement, inquiring about his health. After all that had transpired with Wei Shifeng, she was most concerned about the well-being of those around him. He is in good health, standing at 188 centimeters. Robust and energetic, capable of eating, drinking, running, and jumping, Wei Shifeng replied earnestly, without a hint of falsehood. Jiang Liwu remarked, "Is this how one describes a young man?" She smiled gently, expressing her relief, pondering whether he still remembered her and what he might look like now. 20 years had passed, and the once small child had matured into adulthood, undoubtedly undergoing a remarkable transformation. He will certainly remember. Even if 50 years elapse and he becomes a gray-haired old man, he will still recall me. If he forgets, I shall remind him with my fist, Wei Shifeng retorted, raising his large fist, muscles rippling with strength. What could he possibly look like? His expressionless face could never compare to my charm. Wei Shifeng spoke with a hint of jealousy, determined to assert his superiority over Fu Siyue. Teacher, do you not agree that I am more handsome? Jiang Liwu couldn't help but chuckle. Fu Siyue had indeed always possessed a stoic demeanor, his serious disposition reminiscent of a little adult, which was endearingly incongruous. Noticing Wei Shifeng's persistent nature, Jiang Liwu quickly replied, Yes, you are more handsome. Her gaze towards him filled with affectionate indulgence. Wei Shifeng perceived the wistfulness in Jiang Liwu's eyes when she mentioned Fu Siyue. Teacher, do you miss him? He inquired. A bit, she confessed. Wei Shifeng silently translated this sentiment into something more profound. After a brief pause, he seemingly recalled something. In a few days, there will be an auction in the underground city. An invitation has been sent to Fu Siyue, and he is sure to attend. I will take you with me. Although some of Qiao Yiran's understanding of the conversation was obscured, she grasped the crucial detail that Jiang Liwu wished to meet Fu Siyue, and that Wei Shifeng was willingly accommodating her desire by inviting her to the auction. Why did Jiang Liwu want to see Fu Siyue? Did she not love Wei Shifeng? It was astonishing how Wei Shifeng did not seem to mind Jiang Liwu's inclination to seek the company of another man. Had it been her, Wei Shifeng would likely devise some form of punishment. Yet, did this not suggest that while Wei Shifeng outwardly valued Jiang Liwu, he did not harbor profound feelings for her? Otherwise, how could he exhibit such a lack of possessiveness? Wei Shifeng's possessiveness was intense. To him, she belonged entirely to him. Her breath, her heartbeat, her thoughts, all were his. He forbade her from this and that, behaving in a manner that was utterly unreasonable. Had Wei Shifeng not been so domineering, granting her the freedom she desired, perhaps she would not feel an overwhelming urge to escape from him, Xiao Iran mused. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air, followed by the shattering of glass and a cacophony of noise. As Jiang Liwu rushed over, she found Wei Shifeng and Xiao Iran amidst the debris. Wei Shifeng's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped Xiao Iran's slender arm with such force that it seemed he might break it. "You shattered the photo frame," he seethed, his anger palpable. Xiao Iran's eyes glistened with tears, her delicate face streaked with emotion as she frantically shook her head. "I did not mean to." Jiang Liwu approached, observing the remnants of the family photo scattered across the floor, footprints marring the image. "Did you not mean to?" With a swift motion, Wei Shifeng flung Xiao Iran towards the ground. "Xiaofeng, she has already stated it was unintentional. Please do not overreact," Jiang Liwu urged, concerned that his escalating emotions might exacerbate his condition. As Wei Shifeng noticed Jiang Liwu's presence, he struggled to rein in his temper, yet his expression remained grave. "Why must my hard-earned happiness be so easily shattered?" he questioned, his gaze fixated on Xiao Iran with a predatory intensity. "Why were you in my room?" Wei Shifeng demanded, his demeanor feral and aggressive. Steadying herself under his penetrating gaze, Xiao Iran stammered, "I came to find you, but when you were not in a room. I was about to leave when I accidentally tripped and knocked over the frame. I truly did not mean to." Her initiative to seek him out was indeed unusual. Typically, it was Wei Shifeng who commanded her presence. Yet, Wei Shifeng's expression remained unchanged. "Stay out of trouble and refrain from wandering around. Remain in your room." Xiao Iran lowered her head, her hands tightly grasping her white dress, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed softly. It would be best to let her tend to her wound first. Jiang Liwu observed the cut on Xiao Iran's calf, which was currently oozing blood. Uncle Wang nodded to a nearby servant, who promptly took Xiao Iran to find the family doctor. Xiao Iran was taken aback. She hadn't realized she was injured until she looked down and saw the blood, and only then did the sting register. As she left, she cast a glance at Wei Shifeng, her gait becoming a painful limp, appearing pitifully frail. Wei Shifeng crouched down to retrieve a photograph from a heap of glass shards, but Jiang Liwu grasped his hand to stop him. Uncle Wang immediately instructed the servant to clean up the mess. "Do we have spare photos and frames?" he inquired. "Yes, we have plenty of photos, and several frames have been custom-made," Uncle Wang replied quickly. Jiang Liwu smiled reassuringly at Wei Shifeng. "Xiaofeng, we will set up a new one." Wei Shifeng's eyes flickered, his mood improving slightly as he replied hoarsely, "All right." Uncle Wang swiftly brought over a new frame, which contained a familiar heart-shaped photo. Fearing it might be knocked over and shattered again, Wei Shifeng decided to hang the frame on the wall, ensuring it was placed high enough. Jiang Liwu, arms crossed, watched him, insisting that no one else assist with the hanging. When he descended from the ladder, Jiang Liwu flashed him another warm smile. The sight of her gentle smile completely soothed Wei Shifeng, quelling the restlessness within him. When Jiang Liwu found Xiao Iran, the family doctor had just finished treating her wound and was leaving. Xiao Iran tightened her lips at Jiang Liwu's approach, asserting, "I've already said it was not intentional." Her hand rested on the bandaged injury, resembling a stubborn yet fragile fawn. Growing impatient, she resolved that regardless of whether Jiang Liwu believed her, she would stand firm. "You need not harbor animosity towards me." Jiang Liwu leaned against the sofa, arms still crossed, her slender waist and long legs exuding a languid and composed aura. Xiao Iran paused, her expression shifting slightly before forcing a stiff smile. "Miss Jiang, you misunderstand. How could I possibly harbor any enmity towards you? I would wish to assist you, but it seems you have already made a choice and do not intend to leave the Wei family, so my help is unnecessary." Jiang Liwu replied, "I'm staying to help Xiaofeng with his illness. My relationship with him is not as you perceive it." Xiao Yiran retorted. You need not inform me of your relationship with Wei Shifeng, as I am not concerned. I am neither his wife nor his girlfriend. Chapter 26. Information on other offspring. I am merely a bird deprived of freedom, Xiao Yiran said wistfully, hugging her knees with her chin resting atop them, her eyes reflecting a yearning for the outside world. Jiang Liwu was momentarily stunned, and in a daze, she saw the shadow of Wei Mu in Xiao Yiran. The last time she saw Wei Mu, she had transformed into a free bird, but tragically, this bird's wings were already bloodied and broken. Thus, when she longed to soar, her fate was destined to plummet into the abyss. The image of Wei Mu's fall flashed before her, and Jiang Liwu furrowed her brows. I will ensure Xiaofeng lets you go. Xiao Yiran widened her eyes, her reaction somewhat intense. Wei Shifeng will not let me go. He will never listen to you regarding this matter. Her emphasis seemed to be a reminder to herself. Although Xiaofeng's personality is somewhat obsessive and irritable, he is not entirely unreasonable. With that, Jiang Liwu departed. Watching Jiang Liwu's retreating figure, Xiao Yiran clenched her teeth, feeling a surge of anxiety and irritation. She had already stated that Wei Shifeng would not allow her to leave. Why did Jiang Liwu persist in this futile endeavor? Was it truly the case that Wei Shifeng would not heed Jiang Liwu's words? After witnessing Wei Shifeng's attitude towards Jiang Liwu time and again, Xiao Yiran could not be entirely certain. Aside from learning about the eldest, Fu Siyue, Jiang Liwu also obtained information about the other offspring. The second child, Stepmom, inherited the family business and is the true decision-maker of the C Group, with its headquarters located in the bustling city center. The third child, Yin Wenyu, has become an unparalleled superstar, renowned worldwide as an international film emperor, frequently jet-setting across the globe. The fifth child, Yu Ziyan, is the heir of a leading pharmaceutical company. A prodigy since childhood, he has tackled numerous century-old challenges in the medical field, earning the title of the man closest to God, with countless magnates eager to enlist his expertise. The sixth child, Cui Yunya, has had the most difficult life, having lived with his grandmother, who scavenged for scrap, until she passed away, leaving him utterly orphaned. Fortunately, he has been doing well lately, successfully establishing a gaming company. However, all the offspring share one common trait. They are exceptionally busy, rarely seen, and seldom in contact with each other, let alone gathering together. Thus, Jiang Liwu could only meet them one by one. Upon realizing that Jiang Liwu was aware of other family members, Wei Shifeng felt his attention and focus shift away from him, causing an intense surge of jealousy. He desperately sought to capture Jiang Liwu's attention, insisting that she accompany him in everything. Whether for work or leisure, he wanted Jiang Liwu by his side, yet some work collaborations inevitably involved sea-watching. While watching television or movies, he sought Jiang Liwu's company, only to find that the shows featured Yin Wenyu in leading roles or were advertisements promoting his high-end endorsements. He was forced to listen to Jiang Liwu praise Yin Wenyu's looks and acting skills, reminiscing about how the once innocent boy had transformed into a stoic, extraordinary gentleman, and taking pride in Yin Wenyu's ascent on the world stage, becoming such a dazzling presence. Finally, as mealtime approached, Wei Shifeng eagerly proposed dining out. Jiang Liwu quickly rose, putting aside the drama featuring Yin Wenyu, as she had no resistance to the allure of delectable cuisine. Due to her penchant for bold flavors, particularly spicy and sweet dishes, coupled with a somewhat vengeful appetite, she wished to sample everything, which led to Wei Shifeng experiencing some discomfort. Jiang Liwu advised him against overindulging and urged him to avoid catering to her whims, yet he stubbornly refused to listen, ultimately resorting to anti-inflammatory medication, which resulted in a red pimple forming on his forehead, fortunately concealed by his hair, thus not detracting from his appearance. However, the medication and acne cream he used were both Yu Ziyan's specialty. Wei Shifeng muttered, "Damn it, it seems I've been entangled with something unpleasant." Taking advantage of Jiang Liwu's momentary distraction, he discreetly discarded the medication and cream, only to be caught red-handed by her. Jiang Liwu, with her arms crossed, regarded him as one would a mischievous child. "Xiaofeng, do you dislike taking medicine or the taste of the cream?" Wei Shifeng admitted yes, though he wished he could express his greater disdain for Yu Ziyan. Jiang Liwu responded, "But this will help you recover faster, you know? You must not be so willful next time." Wei Shifeng lowered his head, becoming obedient. Jiang Liwu ruffled his hair, smiling at him. Feeling vexed, Wei Shifeng opted to play games with Jiang Liwu to unwind, but each game was produced by Cui Yunya's company. The worst part was that Jiang Liwu became enamored with the currently trending game by Cui Yunya's company, Dawn's Pact. Wei Shifeng felt as if he were being robbed in his own home, his expression dark and brooding, veins pulsing at his temples. However, when he turned to glance at Jiang Liwu, who was engrossed in the game with her headphones on, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. The experience of having Jiang Liwu by his side felt wonderful, and the companionship of family was particularly precious. Every moment spent together became less burdensome and lonely. Time held warmth. In the past, it was always Xiao Yiran who accompanied him in various activities, often under his unyielding insistence, forcing a smile while remaining by his side. For 3 years, Wei Shifeng had grown accustomed to having Xiao Yiran by his side, to her presence within his territory in line of sight. However, in recent days, he had nearly forgotten about her existence. It was not until one evening, when Xiao Yiran appeared in his room clad in a delicate white spaghetti strap dress, that he was jolted back to reality. He had just emerged from the bath, a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water cascading down his dark, tousled hair, tracing the contours of his well-defined physique. At that moment, Xiao Yiran felt a rush of heat envelop her, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Her breath caught her throat. She had always known that Wei Shifeng possessed an enviable physique, standing at 188 meters with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and sculpted abs, but every time she beheld him, shyness overtook her, especially when paired with his strikingly handsome face, rendering him the object of desire for countless young women. Xiao Yiran bit her lip, momentarily entranced. Wei Shifeng's cold, piercing gaze swept over her, and he impatiently furrowed his brow, inquiring if she had a matter to discuss. The words "I beg you" seemed to stick in her throat as she clenched her lips, her fingers gripping the hem of her dress until they turned white. Chapter 27. Fleeing one moment, surrendering the next. Wei Shifeng remained silent, observing her from his elevated stance, while Xiao Yiran felt an overwhelming weight of pressure that rendered her speechless. I understand my father has erred, and his imprisonment serves as penance. However, it has been 3 years, and he recognizes his mistakes. He has suffered greatly in there, and, as his daughter, how can I bear to see him spend his life behind bars? Please, for my sake, she implored, her gaze filled with fragile hope. Her hair cascading softly over her shoulders, her slender arms reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp Wei Shifeng's hand. He evaded her touch, rejecting her without remorse, commanding her to leave. Xiao Yiran's heart raced with anxiety, her composure unraveling. If you do not assist me, I will never be able to reunite with my father. He will die in prison. Wei Shifeng, with a chilling indifference, replied, then let him die. Xiao Yiran stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend why Wei Shifeng had extended aid to her mother in her time of need, yet remained unwilling to assist her father. No, she needed Wei Shifeng's help, even if it meant sacrificing everything. With resolute determination, she tore off the straps of her dress, her eyes brimming with tears of injustice. Her mouth set in a stubborn line, embodying the essence of a desperate sacrifice. Throughout the past 3 years, no matter the pressure Wei Shifeng exerted, she had never compromised her body. Once the esteemed daughter of the Qiao family, she held on to her pride, distinguishing herself from those who willingly offered themselves. However, now all that remained of her dignity and self-respect was about to be surrendered. The straps were the sole support of her garment, and once they fell away, she resembled a butterfly with broken wings, descending in a pure yet tragic manner. It was not long before the villa echoed with her piercing screams and cries of anguish. The sudden illumination of lights drew the attention of the servants and bodyguards, who rushed to the scene, fearing something dreadful had occurred. Upon their arrival, they found Xiao Yiran in a disheveled state, clad only in her undergarments, desperately clutching the fabric of her dress for modesty. The sight was shocking, and they gaped in disbelief as they took in the scene. Then they caught sight of Wei Shifeng, his expression dark and inscrutable, and immediately understood that this was a private matter between the two. Realizing they had witnessed something they should not have, they quickly averted their eyes or turned their backs. Except for Shui Ling, who stared at Xiao Yiran in disbelief, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Feeling the presence of so many witnesses, Xiao Yiran broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, "Leave me alone. All of you just go." When Jiang Liwu arrived and saw the scene, He swiftly removed his long coat and draped it over Qiao Yiran's trembling form. The moment the fabric touched her skin, she clung to it as if it were a lifeline, covering herself completely. The space around them quickly felt vacant, and Qiao Yiran's breakdown gradually transformed into muffled sobs of humiliation. Confusion clouded her thoughts regarding Jiang Liwu. Was his relationship with Wei Shifeng truly as she had imagined? Did Jiang Liwu harbor no romantic feelings for Wei Shifeng, merely acting as a caregiver? Previously, Jiang Liwu had taken Wei Shifeng to the hospital as part of his professional duties. Yet, Jiang Liwu had explicitly stated his love for Wei Shifeng. What else could love signify, if not romantic affection? Qiao Yiran felt that Jiang Liwu had come to gloat over her misfortune, feigning kindness in front of Wei Shifeng. Just moments before she had confided in Jiang Liwu her desire to escape Wei Shifeng, and now she was running to offer herself to him. She could only imagine how Jiang Liwu would mock her for it. As her thoughts spiraled, her eyes reddened, overwhelmed by feelings of humiliation, resentment, and anger. When Jiang Liwu attempted to assist her, she forcefully shoved him away, only to find that despite his slender appearance, he possessed considerable strength and remained upright. Gritting her teeth, she spat, "I don't need your false kindness," before fleeing in disgrace. Qiao ran. Wei Shifeng did not miss her shove, and his voice took on a tone of agitation and fury, prompting him to pursue her. Jiang Liwu intercepted him, firmly commanding, "Stand still, Xiao Feng." Wei Shifeng promptly complied, standing at attention as though in military formation. "Why do you insist on this behavior?" Jiang Liwu asked, exasperation evident in his tone as he regarded Wei Shifeng like a troublesome student. Jiang Liwu was taken aback. This was not the response he had expected. "Really?" Wei Shifeng nodded, explaining, "I threw her out because she refused to leave." Jiang Liwu sighed in relief, thankful it was not a matter of humiliation. Remembering the various tests Wei Fu had subjected Wei Mu to, Jiang Liwu furrowed his brow, resolute that Wei Shifeng must not emulate his father. "You cannot simply discard a girl like that. It's unacceptable," he asserted, hands on his hips, breathing heavily. "Forgive me, teacher. Please do not be angry," Wei Shifeng stammered, reaching out to smooth Jiang Liwu's furrowed brow. However, Jiang Liwu pushed his hand away, continuing his lecture. "Moreover, this girl is someone you care about. Is this how you treat someone you like?" Wei Shifeng pressed his lips into a thin line, insisting, "I do not like her." Jiang Liwu hesitated, struggling to find the right words, gesturing at Wei Shifeng as if he were a difficult child. "You say you don't like her, but if I were to ask you to let her go, what would you say?" Wei Shifeng fell silent, his brow furrowed in thought, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight frown. He could not comprehend why he should let Qiao Yiran leave. She was, after all, his possession. Jiang Liwu noticed his reluctance and quickly added, "Look, this indicates that you care about her presence, does it not? Only someone who has feelings for another would want to keep them close. If you wish to retain her, then you must treat her well. Do you understand?" Jiang Liwu asked, crossing his arms and tilting his head to observe him. Chapter 28. Attending the auction, Wei Shifeng was uncertain, unable to counter Jiang Liwu's reasoning. If he were to consider Jiang Liwu's perspective, perhaps he did hold a modicum of affection for Qiao Yiran. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Wei Shifeng nodded obediently, yes. Seeing that he was receptive to his words, Jiang Liwu's demeanor softened. "Learning how to love someone is essential. There's no rush. We can take our time." Wei Shifeng's brow furrowed as curiosity peaked within him. "Teacher, how do you know what it is like to love someone? Do you have someone you care for?" Jiang Liwu froze, images of a strikingly handsome man flashing through her mind, causing her to cough awkwardly. "We were discussing your issues. How did I become involved in this?" Jiang Liwu's ears were slightly tinged with a suspicious shade of red. "All right, it's getting late. You should rest early," she advised as she gently patted Wei Shifeng's shoulder. "You should also refrain from binge-watching shows too late." Wei Shifeng gazed at Jiang Liwu's weary eyes, feeling a mix of sympathy and concern. Ever since he had informed her that Yin Wenyu was an internationally acclaimed movie star, Jiang Liwu seemed to have discovered a new realm of the internet, tirelessly searching for information about him and indulging in his films and dramas. However, it wasn't long before she reopened her eyes, unable to find a comfortable position to sleep, her restlessness mounting. Ultimately, she picked up her tablet to continue watching her series, pulling the blanket over her head to muffle the sound, cocooning herself within its warmth. The next morning, as Jiang Liwu had breakfast, she yawned repeatedly. Wei Shifeng offered her a piece of stuffed toast and inquired with concern, "Teacher, did you stay up late last night?" Jiang Liwu took a big bite. Her cheeks puffed as she spoke somewhat indistinctly. "Not at all. I lay down early." Yet, Wei Shifeng hesitated to voice his thoughts, merely gesturing cautiously towards his own under-eye bags. A servant promptly brought a mirror, and Jiang Liwu turned to glance at her reflection, exclaiming softly as she raised her arm to touch her dark circles. "This is the smoky makeup I applied this morning. Perhaps it's a bit heavy. I'll go wash it off." "Oh, I see, it's today," Jiang Liwu realized, still a bit dazed. Upon realizing that Wei Shifeng had skillfully drawn her out, she looked at him in surprise and offered him a piece of toast. "Wei Shifeng, do eat quickly." Wei Shifeng smiled, folding the toast and taking a big bite, effectively silencing himself. In the afternoon, Jiang Liwu and Wei Shifeng set off in a car. Xiao Yiran stood by the window on the upper floor, watching helplessly as the black sedan drove away from the forest villa. She knew Wei Shifeng was taking Jiang Liwu to the auction, but was taken aback by his blatant disregard for her. Previously, Wei Shifeng had always brought her along to such events. Although she now preferred solitude and avoided going out, the difference between being asked and not asked was monumental. She felt acutely that she was being supplanted by Jiang Liwu. A wave of immense panic washed over her, rendering Xiao Yiran extremely anxious. She crouched down, biting her fingernails so hard that blood seeped from her cuticles, yet she felt no pain. Suddenly, she grabbed her phone and opened the chat with Song Jinwei. "Is Fu Siyue attending the auction in the underground city today?" Song Jinwei quickly received the message, primarily due to her boredom from being confined and having nothing to do but play on her phone. Fortunately, the other items had been destroyed, and she was relieved that Fu Siyue hadn't been so unreasonable as to take her phone as well. However, having the phone did not help her contact Fu Qinian, leaving her to resort to extreme measures whenever she wished to see him. Song Jinwei was unaware of Fu Siyue's situation and schedule. Her aversion to him prevented her from caring about his whereabouts. Nevertheless, when Xiao Yiran inquired, she immediately asked Butler Fu for clarification and, upon receiving a definitive answer, began typing. "He has indeed been invited to the auction. Why would Fu Siyue personally attend the auction instead of assigning a representative? Perhaps he wished to personally secure an item to impress her." Song Jinwei scoffed, dismissing the notion. She had no interest in whatever Fu Siyue purchased. She would shatter everything he bought in front of him. Xiao Yiran continued, "I heard Jiang Liwu is attending the auction to see Fu Siyue, so I was curious. Do Jiang Liwu and Fu Siyue know each other?" Song Jinwei had already recognized Jiang Liwu as the woman who had spilled her milk tea. She frowned deeply, just a shallow gold digger. How could she possibly know Fu Siyue? I'm well aware of the women around him. She was the only woman by Fu Siyue's side. He was notorious for his aversion to women, allowing no one to approach him. Seeing Song Jinwei still refer to Jiang Liwu as a mere substitute, Xiao Yiran chose not to correct her, even though she knew Jiang Liwu was neither a substitute nor her own. Song Jinwei remarked, "This promiscuous substitute must have her eyes on Fu Siyue. And it's not enough that she s with Wei Shifeng. She s also eyeing Fu Siyue. How shameless. She should be wary of overreaching." Although she despised Fu Siyue, the thought of someone attempting to pursue him infuriated Song Jinwei, making her exceedingly displeased. "Rest assured, Iran, she won't be able to see Fu Siyue. By the way, Iran, aren't you attending the auction?" Xiao Iran's expression darkened. "No, I'm not feeling well, so I didn't go." Song Jinwei completely disregarded this statement. Wei Shifeng actually took that substitute to such a high-profile auction. He giving her too much credit. What kind of enchantment has she cast on Wei Shifeng? Xiao Yiran bit her lip tightly, gripping her phone. Indeed, what sort of spell had Jiang Liwu cast on Wei Shifeng? From the moment Jiang Liwu appeared, Wei Shifeng had changed. The underground city was a place where the elite gathered. In Chapter 29, you deserve to possess all the finest things in this world. Luxurious cars and BMWs were ubiquitous. Here, BMW referred not just to the vehicle, but also to the literal meaning of horse. These horses were meticulously cared for, purebred, and possessed racing capabilities, rendering them far more valuable than typical luxury cars. The artificial sky perpetually presented a picturesque blue with white clouds, a dreamlike spectacle that dazzled and mesmerized, allowing one to forget all troubles, day or night. Thus, the underground city was often referred to as the Sky City, a true kingdom of entertainment and a genuine den of excess. Jiang Liwu was captivated by a massive yellow diamond in the exhibition case. Its golden brilliance refracting countless dazzling rays, reminiscent of light piercing through fog at dawn, with the exquisite diamond embodying the radiant sun rising in the morning. Jiang Liwu's eyes sparkled with awe, prompting Wei Shifeng to immediately ask, "Do you like it? I'll have it made into a necklace. It would look stunning on you, teacher." Huh? Jiang Liwu had not overlooked the warning sign beside the display case that read "Not for sale." At some point, a senior executive from the underground level, accompanied by a group of managers, approached Wei Shifeng respectfully, bowing and addressing him as master. Jiang Liwu raised an eyebrow, realizing that the underground level was Wei Shifeng's domain, and he was its true master. Wei Shifeng instructed, "This yellow diamond already has an owner. It will no longer be displayed. Have it crafted into a necklace by the finest designer and delivered to Wei Mansion." The executive promptly responded, "Understood." His gaze inadvertently fell on Jiang Liwu, captivated by her beauty and intrigued by her identity. Previously, the companion beside the master had always been Xiao Iran. Yet even she had never been granted access to the treasures of the underground level. Soon, the exhibition case containing the yellow diamond was removed. Escorted by the senior management and security personnel, Jiang Liwu interjected, "I was just looking." Wei Shifeng replied nonchalantly, "It is an honor for it to captivate you. Your appreciation proves it is not without value. It rightfully belongs to you." Jiang Liwu playfully pinched Wei Shifeng's cheek, exclaiming, "Oh, our little Feng is quite the charmer. Isn't how sweet your words are. Have you been indulging in too much candy?" S. handsome face was drawn into a charming curve as he gazed at the cheerful Jiang Liwu, his ears flushing as he continued. "Indeed, teachers deserve to possess the finest things this world has to offer." The corners of Jiang Liwu's mouth could not help but rise, her fondness for Wei Shifeng deepening, as she playfully ruffled his hair, calling him a rascal. Upon entering the auction house, masks were mandatory, and each person was referred to by their assigned number. Inside, sommeliers navigated through a pyramid of champagne bottles, while tables overflowed with a dazzling array of delicacies. The atmosphere was thick with the presence of enigmatic magnates, clad in tailored suits, mingling in clusters, clinking glasses, and exchanging laughter. Rather than an auction, it resembled a masquerade ball. However, Jiang Liwu was not there solely for the auction. She led Wei Shifeng to the buffet, indulging in succulent cubes of beef, tender and savory, spherical clay pot rice with its fragrant grains, and soft slices of bread. Each layer of carefully arranged dishes presented an exquisite and delightful experience. The cubed mapo tofu was soft and springy, melting in the mouth, while the boneless chicken wings were spicy and juicy, and the cold seaweed salad was smooth and refreshing, cleansing the palate. In addition to the various dishes, there were vibrant pastries. Jiang Liwu eagerly scooped a piece of beautifully plated mango pudding in her mouth, and playfully bit off the head of a rabbit-shaped pudding that hopped adorably. The strawberry chocolate cake, intricately sculpted into a rose, was so finely detailed it could easily be mistaken for the real thing. Jiang Liwu did not forget to savor a scoop of ice cream, feeling invigorated by its delightful taste, as every morsel of food here was tantalizingly memorable. She decided to share any remarkable flavor she encountered with Wei Shifeng. The two kept an eye out for Fu Siue, who, unexpectedly, was the first to notice them. Upon entering with Lin Feng, Fu Siue's gaze immediately landed on Wei Shifeng, drawn by the striking contrast of a tall, imposing figure holding an assortment of delicate desserts. Although everyone wore masks, their familiarity as brothers made recognition easy, and Fu Siue was certain it was Wei Shifeng. When had he developed such a sweet tooth? It seemed that ever since the incident with the candied hawthorn, he had changed. Was it because of that substitute? Fu Siue's sharp, cold gaze then fixed upon Jiang Liwu. Sensing the chilling scrutiny, Jiang Liwu looked up, still stuffing a crab meat potato puff into her mouth. She beheld a tall, formidable figure, his deep-set eyes and the sharp jawline visible beneath the mask, exuding an air of icy authority. The moment Jiang Liwu met his gaze, Fu Siue felt a jolt, his hand withdrawing from his pocket where it had rested. As he strode towards her, feeling an uncanny familiarity, as if she were a figure buried deep within his memories. Before he could reach Jiang Liwu, Lin Feng handed him his phone and quietly stated, "It's Miss Song Jinwei." Instantly, Fu Siue halted, awakening from his reverie, and stilled the tumultuous emotions within him. His expression growing stern. It could not be the person from his memories. A substitute was merely a substitute. How could it compare to his stepmother, who had died before his eyes 20 years ago? Fu Siue answered Song Jinwei's call, placing the phone to his ear, where her sharp and willful voice pierced through, causing a dull ache in his head. Is this Xiaoyu? Jiang Liwu was half certain, as Fu Siue had changed drastically, appearing exceptionally unapproachable and cold. The Fu Siue of their childhood, though seemingly aloof, had been quite endearing. Wei Shifeng pulled a dissatisfied grimace at Fu Siue, confirming, indeed, that as him. As Jiang Liwu noticed Fu Siue departing, she took a few steps in his direction, abandoning her food. Good riddance, she thought, acknowledging that Fu Siue's opportunity was squandered by his own shortcomings. Wei Shifeng playfully pressed his tongue against his cheek, smirking as he observed Jiang Liwu's concerned yet somewhat disappointed expression, quickly reassuring her, he probably has something important to attend to, don't dwell on it. Jiang Liwu nodded in agreement, though her brow still furrowed. Xia Lan's how bit her lip, lowering her gaze filled with resentment. When asked about it, she spoke candidly. Long Yunma did not consider a name, but his expression was one of joy. Su Chenxi could not possibly leave. After all, Kai Muya had orchestrated such an elaborate scheme for her, and she could not let it go to waste. Furthermore, Mu Qiqi and Su Zipping were mutually dependent, with Su Zipping relying on Mu Qiqi's collaboration. Tang Minmin seemed a bit dazed, realizing that Kai Maxian was not intentionally scheming against her, but rather helping her. Hence her misinterpretation. The phone she held was a new gift from Kai Maxian. Overindulgence in contraceptives could be detrimental to her health, and Jin Zhachuan disregarded her. But she still needed to consider her well-being. Initially calling her Chu Lang, upon noticing Zhuo Yilan's attention, everyone began referring to her as Young Master Chu, without needing any directive from above. The glance felt eerily reminiscent of the one Gu Yi cast when she suggested he see a doctor, sending chills down her spine. Although old Master Lin could be quite unpleasant, as long as Lin Muen's will was resolute, no one could sway him. Setting down his cup, he stepped out to check on teacher Wan Do, intending to inquire about the source of life when he had the opportunity. A young man promptly approached, the same attendant who had warmly welcomed her during her first visit to Xiangji. However, subsequent events led her to believe she might never see him again, and she had set aside that thought, focusing solely on Jiao. At that moment, Wang Haodong was flipping a pan with one hand while stirring with a spoon in the pot, turning off the liquefied gas stove. This time, the masked assassin distinctly sensed multiple presences lurking around the corner of the maze, observing stealthily, and he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. To avoid alarming them, he slowly turned his body and swiftly tossed several blades towards the corner. Last year, under Chun Jinsan's leadership at the Changzhou Municipal Bureau, a significant crackdown on organized crime occurred, resulting in many being incarcerated. This year's World Games spanned only a year, and with the need to traverse the globe, time was exceedingly tight. Lin Wei, possessing the experience of concealment from the world of sorcerers, remained well hidden, and the others failed to detect his presence as a being of 7-star mortal blood, since this was originally someone else's estate. How could he bear to drive Pan Duo away? Every casual gesture of his could unleash an extremely lethal threat, instilling fear in others. The words of the old class monitor before leaving, though somewhat cryptic, serve as a reminder to Li Ziyuan. Yet, he was puzzled as to why the old monitor would choose this moment to remind him. Had something happened, or was there a stir from above? Meanwhile, Fu Can's condition finally improved slightly, the cold poison on his face having been dispelled, revealing his pale skin. Conversely, Tang Xian had approached Yang Ji, her uncle, several times to facilitate his promotion, but Yang Ji had blocked her attempts. At this moment, Huang Fu Fei's body radiated a golden glow, and the sword energy in the vicinity shattered violently within several meters of her, merely from the pressure she emitted, repelling Li Tianyou's sword energy. As for Chapter 31, we shall not meet again. Gu Yuchuan immediately discerned his irritation, pondering why accompanying his grandmother for a meal would bring him discontent. Surely, there was another reason. Was it a banquet of intrigue? Gu Yuchuan raised an eyebrow, and Shang Tingyan acquiesced. Shang Tingyan frowned, his long brows tinged with a deepening gloom. All the Chu soldiers atop the city walls witnessed this terrifying scene as they grasped wooden logs and stones, rushing towards the city gates. The archers of the Qin, concealed behind the well railings, unleashed a volley of arrows, instantly decimating the Chu forces on the walls. Nothing seemed to work. It was as if he were the sun, with the earth revolving around him. However, upon hearing that a great celebrity had arrived at Jiang Liwu's residence, perceptions swiftly changed. You are to venture forth within the Xianfu. There are a total of 33 exquisite immortal artifacts and 2 divine weapons. I require you to seize both divine weapons, and each of you must acquire at least 1 Ling Tian Dao as a final trial. If the soldiers of the Qin could form such a battle formation, the 6 kingdoms of Shandong would hardly stand as rivals to the formidable Qin. Chasing the matter, one cannot fathom why Kaisa posed such a question. When it comes to warfare, Kaisa is a king without a crown. Currently, Ling Tian lacked the luxury of time to seek out. Thus, he could only rely on the system's lottery and exchange features for acquisition. As Su Bai contemplated this, he prepared to attend the banquet and reveal his intentions. Just as he pushed open the door, a voice echoed in his mind. In his hand, a sword of gathered spiritual energy suddenly transformed into a colossal sword wheel, exuding the might to shake the heavens and the earth. The boys were equally astonished. After all, they had just exerted themselves for so long with no results. After leaving Long Kuen's company, Zhang Keating found herself under scrutiny, yet she feigned ignorance, hailing a taxi and randomly checking into a hotel. Meanwhile, Su Xing was struggling to contain himself, his delicate body trembling with restraint, revealing the hardships he had endured before this group. Upon entering, he paid a deposit, collected a set of keys from the staff, and followed them to his temporary locker. This scene evoked an illusion, making him feel as though he were in a bathing center rather than a gym. Here, Zhang San provided cover, resisting the intruders from Jiang Liwu, while Li Si led a group forward, shouting fiercely as they charged ahead. However, they did not advance far before the enemy's overwhelming firepower felled many members of the Sana society, forcing a halt to their assault. The ancient 9 clans gathered, with Yang Jian, Ji Han, and Yi Tian naturally reuniting. Even Jin Lei, Ming Yuan, Ling Ling, and Kuga joined under the leadership of Yu Xietianzun. Judging by the exquisite nature of the box and the strange markings upon it, it was certain that it contained significant items. How could Han Yang be taken by surprise? Watching as the Tian Yun sword embedded in Kailase's clothing without advancing an inch, in that moment of distraction, Kailase's left palm struck Han Yang's chest with force. At that instant, she truly forgot everything, choosing temporary escape and willingly succumbing to his overwhelming conquest. In Chapter 32, shall we attempt to run again? Xiao Yiran paused, instinctively glancing at the room's contents. Clothes, shoes, and jewelry, all expensive and fashionable, enough to fill dozens of suitcases, not to mention the paints and brushes she needed. Yet she had no intention of packing. Thus she shook her head, declining the offer. Xueling was greatly astonished. He had not expected Xiao Yiran to abandon everything just to accompany him. Indeed, previously, Xiao Yiran had been unwilling to leave way. He gulped down several mouthfuls of liquor until his stomach protested vehemently. Only then did he manage to stop, his face now a terrifying shade of red. Upon realizing that they needed to find the spatial vortex to traverse to the demonic realm of Gu Du Mo Yuan, a Huang summoned everyone from the cave, including Lao Xie, who was somewhat surprised to hear they would be heading to the demonic realm next. Lin Yu bowed respectfully, intending to depart, but was suddenly called back by Qiong, looking at him with confusion. Observing Lao Mai nod in agreement, Liu Bai harnessed his powers, unleashing a substantial spiritual pressure that resonated throughout the area, causing Lao Mai, at the mid-golden core stage, to feel his bones creak under the immense pressure, his head spinning. Yao Dongzi was deep in slumber, seated on the floor with Zhou Gong, just as the wine was served, when the sweet voice of his tablemate, Tang Jiro, startled him awake. Nan Feng gestured for him to touch each of the 3 magical artifacts, and Wen Zhao complied. The 3 souls of spiritual light ignited, unleashing a riot of colorful spiritual energy, prompting exclamations from the onlookers. Repeated attacks would merely inflict superficial wounds on the trees. Harming their roots was utterly impossible. Given that the Xing Yao clan had spoken thus, the gathering at the door naturally warranted respect. They were not the kind of reckless drifters who would create chaos. Each individual behind them was a notable figure capable of commanding respect across the continent. Thus they would naturally adhere to some fundamental rules. It appeared that Alice was genuinely frightened. She would have to make do outside for the night. This was the preparation of the water bandits. As Zhang Mao and Yin Yufeng were deceived by familiar acquaintances, knowing Lu Ji all too well, akin to the anti-bandit troops who failed to comprehend Lu Ji's reckless actions. Just as Leng Jiang could not believe he had been betrayed by his sworn brother. It seems this is a common trait of humanity, easily deceived by those they trust most. Yet, as for Ling Yin's sect, why had he found no mention of Yu Yin's sect's circumstances in the ancient texts of the Demon Suppression King's palace? Could it be the legendary hidden sect? Upon uttering those words, Tu Xuanzhong felt somewhat rash and quickly corrected himself, laughing. Indeed, I misspoke. In any case, this time has been quite the experience. Come, let me share the details with you. This time, it was the head of the Jinlong escort agency, personally escorting the 9th princess from Haikao by waterway to Jiangkou town, where Zheng Baifa personally welcomed them as they passed through. Wu Lanhua hastily dismounted, clasping her fists. Father, my siblings and I have fulfilled our mission, having entirely annihilated the water bandits to the wild grassland. Yet regrettably, we lost the remnants of the water bandits and failed to capture their families. The bloodthirsty sword and bloodthirsty blade also eluded us. These individuals did not appear to be of the divine race. Qinlai focused his gaze, noting the different sect emblems on their attire, which were quite diverse, making it impossible for him to fully discern their identities. In Chapter 33, the fated couple, Jiang Liwu, intended to confront Wei Shifeng, but, recalling that Wei Shifeng had become this way due to childhood violence, she took deep breaths, mentally repeating, I cannot hit a child. I cannot hit a child. Throughout her upbringing, Zhang's parents had never resorted to physical punishment. Do you remember what I said to you when I was teaching you marksmanship? Jiang Liwu's expression turned serious. Wei Shifeng paused, lowering his head to meet Jiang Liwu's gaze, stating, Gao Xiuji and Zhao Weigua, one gentle as spring rain, the other fierce as thunder, elicited continuous laughter from both inside and outside the courtyard. With such convenient circumstances, it was no wonder Bai Didi achieved nothing, as the path he chose was laughably reliant on familial connections. Although this introduction was not particularly flattering, anyone could see the warmth and smile on Lin Mo's face, making it clear that this plump individual was of great significance to him. The jealous cat master was unreasonably domineering, yet now seemed amicable. Could it be that all was well? For years, the serpent grandmother had claimed countless lives, even within the capital of the myriad demons in the Blood River realm. Many powerful figures were well aware of her reputation. Wei Qing had initially been in the specially cared-for room of Jianglan, but when she noticed something amiss, all the officers had vanished. Additionally, Bai Didi had not anticipated that the bald man had come from the upper realm. No wonder she had never encountered any texts regarding him. Thus, one could also surmise why the bald man valued the foolish bird's egg so highly. Presumably in the Yaoqi domain, apart from the foolish bird being able to conceive with him, it was not from the Yaoqi domain, but had followed Rong Shi from the upper realm. He was undoubtedly infuriated by the incompetence of Xianyuan San Shao. Had it not been for this, dealing with Ling Hantian would have been a mere trifle. Xiao Jian allowed the 6 luminous wings behind him to fully unfurl, transforming into absorbing antennas that began to gather the sun's immense energy. Is this truly the case? Lord Cecilia seems rather too lenient. Were I in her position, I would undoubtedly sentence you to death without hesitation, Passel mockingly remarked, disregarding Elatania's feelings. Jiesia approached Xiao Jian directly, kneeling before him on one knee, just like Mosvar. Qinggu was taken aback to learn that matters in Qinghai had unfolded this way. He never expected that the Russians had infiltrated Qinghai. However, what exactly moved those bandits to rally together? This left Qinggu in a state of perplexity. Emotions, after all, are elements that cannot be controlled by reason. Presently, with Wang Yuqin's not particularly high emotional intelligence, she too found it difficult to comprehend. All she could manage was to maintain her current relationship with Fang Yichen. No names needed. Winning is all that matters. A.O. Bai declared, advancing toward Arisi lawn, his right hand launching a thrusting punch. He decided to confront the 3 ladies directly. Su Ming'er and Liang Bin were already aware of his intentions. Concealing the truth from his family felt increasingly ambiguous. Once they learned of Zhang Shi's standing in Wang Jia town, it would rival the power once held by the 7 core figures in the capital, naturally leading to a surge in arrogance. With such an imposing bridal party, it would be utterly unreasonable if the groomsmen failed to measure up. Thus, Upon Moon Shadow Maple's initiative, the 6 members of the mythical group agreed to her request, along with Chi Xuan and others. The man who appeared at the end of the video, though facing away from the camera, bore a silhouette that Yi Ziffin found all too familiar. "What flavor is this?" Ruo murmured, her gaze finally shifting downward, having previously been so captivated by the candy's shape that she neglected to consider its taste. In the 3rd minute, Beckham's free kick curled into the penalty area, and Gerard surged forward to take a shot, nearly breaching the goal once more. Logically speaking, the chess pieces should not have been able to escape the relentless pursuit of their dark serpentine assailants repeatedly. However, it seemed this was already the 4th failure. "You may go ahead." Ling Jun slightly averted his gaze to speak to Enruo, while Xiaoqi easily discerned the meaning of surprise. If she continued to watch, it would only worsen the situation. Existing without any means of escape was a laborious endeavor. So this is the place where no one can hinder them? Ranchun relinquished his struggle. Perhaps this was for the best, for no one would disturb him again. Now, in the main world, Xiaohe left behind a tome of magic, instructing all his disciples to observe, sensing the looming crisis, urging them to advance further. Yet, whether Wang Jian's training guidance had any real effect remained uncertain. How could he dare apply it to athletes with championship potential? Upon arriving at the training base, Lu Xiang began training alongside familiar teammates, awaiting the arrival of the Olympic coaching team. "Although my realm may not match yours, my bloodline is unique, should I lose. You may deal with me as you wish," Xiang Hao asserted, his blood surging slightly. "Must I also bow?" Tian had long understood what Lin Basan was doing, but out of curiosity, he inquired further. The giant gasped in surprise, hastily halting his magical assault, staring blankly at the half of the magic wand in his hand. In that fleeting moment, the Lord of the Wilderness, Long Outyen, advanced without mercy. Chapter 34. 3 years ago, it was you who knelt before me pleading to leave. Xiao Yiran called out to him in despair, Shueling. Her gaze shifted to Wei Shifeng, filled with anger and frustration, almost resigned to her fate. "Wei Shifeng, you already have Jiang Liwu by your side. Why can't you let us go?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Liwu interrupted. "I remember telling you that our relationship is not as you perceive. There is no romantic connection between Xiao Feng and me." Xiao Yiran gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening with resentment as she turned away. The elder of the judicial court was renowned for his strict adherence to discipline. All disciples entering the court would undergo scrutiny and receive punitive judgments, executed with remarkable decisiveness. He would not hesitate to confine you to a dark room for 10 years, nor would he leave a trace of magic in your meridians if he deemed it necessary. As the words left his lips, the Beast King's eyes turned a frosty gray, and his entire form crumbled into a lifeless husk, collapsing to the ground. Sun Ijo followed suit, and Chun Chaoen glanced at him, biting her lip, and, with gritted teeth, she stepped into the water behind him. Having agreed to the 5th Magus' request, Ling Fengyu first needed to observe Tsangqi Qingzi. After all, he knew that the ultimate victor would be Tsangqi Qingzi, so early contact would be beneficial. And even without direct interaction, careful observation was necessary. Could it be that heaven had heard his voice? Had it sent him a magnificent gift? Wu Tiantian's subordinates felt that perhaps the term ghost better described the ninja before them, but upon reflection, monster seemed more fitting. Indeed, lacking any training experience, had transitioned directly from an ordinary person to an idol. Now, less than a year into her activities, despite her relentless efforts to manage her physique, she still lagged behind her fellow members. This year's rice harvest marked a pivotal moment for Huanggang City, solidifying its stable state. This time, the large truck lost all control and crashed directly into the van where Qin Tianlong was situated. However, if no prohibitions were imposed, the inevitable outcome would be an ever-widening gap between the rich and the poor, further destabilizing the foundation of the dynasty's rule. Although Xiao Fan felt that signing this agreement might not yield significant benefits, the prospect of tenfold profits compelled them to tread cautiously. Tang Muqing was not a person prone to indecision. She was well aware of Mi Jia's implications. With tears welling in her eyes, Tang Muqing nodded, embracing the elderly gentleman and weeping like a child lacking understanding. Having endured numerous instances of online vilification, she was, when compared to Feng Fei, relatively experienced in facing such matters. The parties involved remained unfazed, yet Feng Fei's smile faltered, feeling a sense of injustice for Tang Muqing. Inviting a renowned wordsmith to vouch for him seemed futile. After all, who was this esteemed figure? How could he heed his request? Chapter 35. To think it shares a name with my stepmother. It turned out she had never truly contemplated leaving Wei Shifeng. When that moment arrived, Xiao Yiran could no longer evade the profound truths of her heart. She had to admit she had no desire to depart. Xue Ling closed his eyes, wishing fervently that he had perished in the forest, for at least in those final moments, he believed Xiao Yiran would willingly accompany him. What have you done to me? The white saintess spoke coldly, harboring a growing hatred for Lin Hao. Upon entering the presidential suite, Mu Chun discovered the vast room crowded with a diverse array of personnel, some clad in civilian attire and others in uniforms, with no one attending to his arrival. However, when the intense heat of the spirit fire, the purple flame, reached the sword's blade, Shen Tuyin Tian found himself unable to withstand more than 10 exchanges. The weapon that had replaced the cold-boned 7-star sword was rendered unusable, softened by the overwhelming temperature of the purple flame. What are you humming? I believe I've heard my mother hum that before. Wang Jiawei remained still. While Xiang Yu was startled, it was the first time Wang Jiawei had initiated conversation with her. A gentle utterance escaped, as Fang Heng clenched his fist and struck fiercely at Xiong Kuang's body. Instantly, the dragon's roar ceased, and Xiong Kuang's body crashed to the ground once more. This time, his skin had split open, with blood pouring uncontrollably from his wounds. After entering the realm of deities, those who find themselves in the pseudo-divine state often face immense challenges when attempting to ascend to the true divine realm. The guidance from my master indicated that during the previous competition for the gourd, I bestowed upon you my own colorful essence and gourd vine. Many have also condensed this divine body, and previously they had not anticipated their potential to become deities, instead choosing to marry and procreate, thereby disrupting their innate yin-yang vitality. In light of the current situation, Feng Ran, in his despair, paid no heed to Meng Lang's pleas for mercy, shaking his neck vigorously. Indeed, when the floating cloud sect rose to confront the marauders of the western regions, the Black Tiger Band began to abandon their previous ruthless practice of annihilating merchant caravans without leaving survivors. The Heavenly Emperor's seal, the seal of heaven, the 9 slashes to seal demons, the diagram of immortals, the divine skill of Qingmu, and the 1,000 mechanisms technique. Yi Cheng had mastered all these offensive techniques for his past life, executing them with extraordinary finesse and unparalleled skill. The Golden Fairy, with an air of haughtiness, gently lifted the hem of her golden glass skirt, speaking with an arrogance that seemed to transcend the mundane world. During this process, Hatsune Miku felt the piercing gaze of a pair of eyes upon her, making her somewhat uneasy. Now that the fans had dispersed, the principal had also expelled the fervent admirers. On the Dark Continent, it was nearly impossible for an emperor exuding such an aura of imperial authority to arise. And the emperor's presence even overwhelmed his own innate Confucian righteousness, stirring within him a sense of submission. Confucius was quite curious about Lu Mufeng's origins. Just as she sought to find words to justify herself, another formidable adversary, wearing a disgruntled expression, strode in with dominating presence. These two individuals bore a striking resemblance. Who would believe that Emperor Yonda was not the biological son of the late emperor? Chapter 36. The Revelation of Identity upon receiving the phone. Song Jinwei shook it with a hint of pride. Noticing that Fu Siyue was not angry, she felt a pang of disappointment and let out a cold snort. Earlier, she had assumed Fu Siyue was preoccupied with something of great importance on his phone, but her intention was to disrupt everything he cherished, to inflict pain upon him, driven by her frustration over being kept from seeing Fu Qinian. Casually glancing at the phone, when she saw the content within, Li Chong's gaze shifted to Xiao Yunjie, who was far more adept than Yan Poyu. Without a second word, he shouldered his backpack and sprinted after Yan Poyu. Bo Gang ignored the furious shouts from Pei Guofeng, clenching his knife tightly as he strode toward Xiao Yunjie. With the instinct of a seasoned soldier, he merely glanced and confirmed that the killer of his nephew was none other than Xiao Yunjie, who lay motionless in the grass, covered in wounds. Young Master Zhang Yue pushed her hand away, and before Chen Baichi could react, he opened his arms and embraced her tightly in a manner that conveyed a lack of security. The young man before her, no older than 20, had well-defined features, yet his eyes sparkled with a lascivious gleam. Zhao Mingyue cast him a fleeting glance, dismissing the thought of inquiry, and with a flick of her eyelids, she muttered an apology for the disturbance, promptly preparing to exit. The students of Class 5, Grade 1, jolted in surprise upon witnessing their instructor's expletive-laden outburst. Indeed, without Commander Fu's presence, the tension had escalated, and they stood at attention like obedient children. In the prime of their youth, one would wonder why they all believed they had already entered middle age. Such a sentiment was disheartening. With no other option, I found myself bearing her weight, struggling to move forward. Yet, this sluggish pace could hardly compare to the speed of the wet nurse, and before long, the retreating figures of the wet nurses were upon us, a dark mass. What struck me as dreamlike was the oasis sky, which was not the clear blue of the outside world, but rather a swirling blend of crimson and yellow. The sky flowed like quicksand, and as far as the eye could see, the oasis was adorned with cascading yellow waterfalls, truly enchanting. Heaven knows how many 3-centimeter long, impossibly slender steel arrows soared through the air, creating a fan-shaped cover over 50 meters in length, raining down from above like a torrential downpour. The sound of them piercing the canopy of leaves resembling the onset of a storm. With the addition of the nightingale, Lin Ling was overjoyed. Having a family member involved was a source of comfort. Thus, the nightingale shed her military garb and joined Lin Ling in learning to brew milk tea. Even though I could not resolve my feelings towards King Sheng, Yuan Shao resolved to pay a visit to the Sheng royal palace. Hoping to avoid an encounter with King Sheng, ideally, she would meet with Jiang Liwu or Zhao Shengji outside the palace gates to discuss her findings and present her evidence. Ling Qiuyun made a jest, yet Yifeng did not take it lightly. He gently grasped Ling Qiuyun's hand, remaining silent. "Hello, everyone. Although I'm unfamiliar with tea, Tianjin rice, and dumplings, Wu Fan politely greeted them, sensing that they were all once good friends of his father. You can fly. You are an alien? Don't come any closer. If you do, I will shoot." The shepherd stepped back in fear, drawing the hunting rifle from his back and pointing it at the approaching rabbits. Li never considered himself a paragon of virtue. As an ordinary person, he believed one would inevitably experience emotions and make mistakes. It was not the act of making mistakes that frightened him, but rather the refusal to amend them, opting instead to conceal them and create even greater errors. Chapter 37. Amnesia. When Uncle Wang hurried to find Jiang Liwu, he sprained his ankle and nearly fell, yet he paid no mind to his own discomfort. "It's bad. Miss Jiang, the head of the family has fallen ill, but this time is different. You must come see." As the soldiers of the Divine Weeping Camp lined up in 3 rows before El Hualong, an air of solemnity pervaded the atmosphere. The soldiers, including Pei Zonghao, wore dark beast masks, their bodies clad in black armor, revealing only their dark pupils. A thick blanket of black clouds floated over the western mountains, and the sky rumbled as dense raindrops fell to the ground, creating dark puddles. Xi wiped the water from her long, dark hair with a towel, a posture that struck one Tianyu as particularly alluring. A man emerged, and his attendant promptly draped a robe over him. The bloodstains on his body gradually absorbed into his skin, and when he opened his eyes, they glowed a vivid red before fading. "Come, open your mouth," Jin Xin urged, holding a piece of orange to Wu Xiang's lips. Wu Xiang instinctively raised his hand to block it, maintaining his otherworldly demeanor. Had Chen Xiao still resided in his hometown, Wu Hongyu would have invited him over for a visit. At that moment, the battlefield of cultivation was not only seen as a crucible for weakening national strength, but also as a slaughterhouse for producing skilled fighters. Playing the desperate gambit, truly ignorant of one's limitations, Cao Cao remarked with a slight shake of his head, a mocking expression gracing his face. Finally, in close proximity, he discovered a jade pendant, which surely served as a token of the person's identity. Why, when the eldest son's family was so wealthy, did they still feel the need to drain the resources of the second son's family? 3 days later, the inoculated princes were all safe and sound, prompting Sanda to finally decide to have his own prince vaccinated. Shen Yichuan was taken aback by this news, feeling a sudden panic. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his anxiety. After surveying the 2 individuals, Pei Yurong's gaze settled upon An Yozhin's face. As the Empress of Chu arrived, palace attendants were already cleaning the bloodstains. Water poured onto the ground, carrying the blood to the feet of the Empress. "Now I understand why you did not go." Daphne sighed, recalling how she once idolized Lord, feeling an equal measure of disdain for him now. Upon hearing this, the crowd scoffed. and Li Bai contemplated delivering a slap to test the thickness of his own skin. Nonetheless, the Lord of Tiandu City still exhibits a degree of humanity. As long as one engages in labor, rewards are granted. However, the currency of exchange is flesh rather than coin, yet the reality remains unchanged. Work ensures survival. My lord, do not be too sorrowful. Wei Foreign firmly supported him, unable to bear even a glance at the lifeless form before them. The abilities of underwater breathing, agile flight, and the deep-sea shield were swiftly dismissed, for the final cataclysmic battle would unfold upon the land. These three passive class skills did not necessitate cultivation into Horus. Suddenly, the silver-white angelic crown atop King Charles's head radiated a brilliant light, manifesting two archangelic apparitions clad in silver armor, brandishing crystalline longswords. Chapter 38. Only you can truly step out. This was the childhood visage of Wei Shifeng, a wild cub trapped in the past. In comparison to the unmatched strength of his adult self, the young Wei Shifeng was undeniably frail and vulnerable, scarred and solitary, sensitive to the world around him. Contemplating this, Jiang Liwu spoke to Wei Shifeng. Do not fear. No one will harm you again. I shall protect you. Come with me. Jiang Liwu refrained from touching Wei Shifeng, merely extending a hand towards him. At this moment, Manager Su also circled around his desk to sit beside Wu Di, offering him a cigarette and igniting it with a lighter. Although he did not vocalize his inquiries, his attentive demeanor spoke volumes. Xingyue shook her head slightly, indicating her uncertainty. She did not absorb much of Angel's discourse, merely hesitating on how to extricate herself from the situation. Indeed, but Jingmo does not seem to have said that. He quite enjoys my current state. A smile graced her face, revealing a charming dimple. Yu Sheng took another sip and turned to the balcony, continuing to admire the breathtaking scenery, indifferent to Shun Zhao's astonished and incredulous expression behind her. Are you referring to the engagement with Zihao? That is a matter of your own indiscretion. You should comprehend this, Mu Tian remarked with a nonchalant tone, feeling no remorse for his words. The bearded man, named Jamol Yuo, hailed from the Magadha kingdom in northwestern Tianzhu, having brought with him considerable Yuzi steel and slaves, asserting that he would not sell to anyone but the general, with the added condition of wishing to behold the beauty of Princess Su Zizi. Despite this, under the searing flames of the fire dragon, the black demonic clouds emitted crackling sounds, transforming into wisps of vapor that ascended to the heavens. Had Jingmo not appeared in time, he truly did not know what decision he might have made. Bokhara lay at the lowest reaches of the Nami River. West or south led only to deserts, while north, approximately 30 miles from the riverbank, still resulted in vast stretches of barren red sands. Yet, like a narrative wherein hero and demon meet their demise together, the moment Zhang Mu Yi fell, Yang Jiandong also collapsed heavily to the ground. Upon its mirrored surface, a crystalline glimmer appeared, ethereal and hazy, reflecting the boundless cosmos above, seemingly intent on encompassing all celestial phenomena within. Without needing to inquire further, Shu He recognized that the 3-foot-6-inch-long sword upon the rack was indeed the one belonging to Li Naixin. Sword cultivators and practitioners of the Tao were somewhat akin, loosely categorized into life cultivators and nature cultivators, or wisdom cultivators and fortune cultivators. However, they refer to them as Renjian and Xianjian. The former emphasizes the unity of person and sword, while the latter suggests that the sword is born of the heart. If one possesses a sword in their heart, then all things may become the sword. What? I recall having wronged none of you. Tian Hui furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Of course, an elder brother who does not understand his younger sibling is not a worthy brother. Tandabe proclaimed proudly. Within the Tao Palace, the 5 divine organs resonated in unison. The great sound of the Tao reverberating, whether it was I, Passorai, and the Tao, reciting grand principles that stirred the essence of existence, rendering this life eternal. With his keen perception, he could discern the authenticity of these illusions. However, upon hearing Han Liang's words, Qin Hao became exceedingly curious and quietly activated the Eye of Heaven's Path. Due to the knowledge among the locals of Heishan Town regarding their relation to Ma Yong, they sometimes assisted him in bullying others, inadvertently condoning Ma Long's behavior. Chapter 39. Though he is not her biological son, he ought to call her Mother Mist. Jiang Liwu's fingertips traced the surface of the wooden table, inscribing letters with precision. Although Wei Shifeng was older than Jiang Liwu in actual years, Being addressed in such a manner by him evoked a sense of role reversal. At that moment, the formidable warriors of Amei had already arrived around the Shunwei ship, beseeching the Amei masters and high-ranking officials within the transparent barrier. Jianzun gazed upon the multitude of Amei warriors, his fists clenching tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. As the song commenced, accompanied by the melody of the zither, 7 swords emerged, each radiating a distinct hue from the treasured instrument, swiftly transforming into the forms of 7 spiritual beasts. Pausing briefly, Lu Peng continued, I have another suggestion for you. You could also engage in forestry development. The costs are not exorbitant, and in 3 to 5 years, you will have more resources for growth. Wouldn't you agree, if you consider this aspect? Accompanied by cries, a series of explosive sounds erupted as dozens of clay pots filled with oil were shattered by unsuspecting vanguard soldiers wielding shields. The intoxicating aroma of oil immediately permeating the hillside. The apocalyptic cannon wielded terrifying power. As indicated by its very name, it surpassed the might of the divine cannons by over 10-fold. More importantly, unlike the divine cannons or ordinary swallowing cannons that fired single shots, this apocalyptic cannon unleashed a continuous barrage of destructive beams. Assistance was still to be rendered, but Yang Hongsan was reluctant to offer help at that moment. He did not wish to confront Yuan Shikai, at least not in such a manner. Lu Peng walked steadily towards the village, faintly hearing Li Datsai's loud calls behind him. The rotund man had likewise forcibly ascended to the realm of saints, the 5 innate elemental sword energies within him merging under the pressure of the intertwining elemental forces, coalescing into a singular sword, now elevated to the level of a chaotic supreme treasure. Han Lingling shifted her body, and her delicate, porcelain-like hands began to inappropriately reach toward Su Lin. Indeed, it is the effect of the broken jade. Lan Ran smiled faintly, his demeanor growing increasingly serene, for he believed he had unraveled the mystery of Ruian's hypnotic abilities, thus relinquishing his inner anxieties. Given the circumstances, Dantai Li could not publicly disclose the events, lest it incite panic among the populace. Thus, he discreetly concealed the bones in a secret location, even from Dantai Ming. Luo Yu's expression remained unchanged as her hand tightened into a fist, the intangible whip rapidly forming within her grasp. She twirled in midair, akin to a dancer, each rotation of the whip skillfully striking towards the vortex beside her. Guan Shuyan was momentarily taken aback, quickly nodding in agreement. The emperor's knowledge was indeed profound, sending beads of cold sweat cascading down his back. No sooner had the words left his lips than Qianqian's delicate hand reached for Chun Kuang's shoulder, her palm emanating a deep green aura with an eerie allure. He could have lived a life of happiness, yet he ultimately chose the most arduous path. It was not their flight, but rather their attraction to the power of that beam, slowly drawing them towards the spatial rift. In that instant, whether among the distant 7th-tier demon lords or in front of Huang Zheng, all demon-level experts turned pale. It is not I who kills them, but those behind you. Shen Kuang gently shook his head, speaking with calm detachment. Shen Shiqi immediately galloped from the palace towards Hangu Pass, halting abruptly after a few miles as he spotted several prisoner carts approaching through the snow. The garments of the supervising officials were unmistakably those of Chang'an officials. Delusional. How could I allow the denizens of this fallen continent to be so easily trampled upon? Emotian's tone was resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Lu Zong was determined to re-enter the illusion gem to see if the global fantasy power could extricate him from its depths. Zi's lips curled into a resolute smile, her pair of violet eyes sparkling brilliantly, captivating the hearts of those who beheld them. Boom! The blade's aura erupted upon the ground, unscientifically culminating in a grand explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a haze that momentarily blurred Ned's vision. At that moment, the agent Carter recalled the one who had just made a move, though no one had taken note of the assailant amidst the chaos, as their attention was diverted elsewhere. Simultaneously, the water-shaped bird in Benjamin's hand twisted and transformed into an anti-magic bubble, wholly encasing the heart of Soul. After diagnosing Qin Miao, Qin Chongning tossed aside the handkerchief, disinfected his hands with strong liquor, and then retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve to ingest its contents. He ground another pill into powder with his inner strength and administered it to Qin Miao before making his way to the entrance of the tent. Witnessing this, Duke Colin felt an involuntary shiver of trepidation. He had heard numerous tales of Benjamin's exploits and had personally witnessed the terrifying spectacle of the great water sphere in the royal capital. This young man before him was audacious to the point of fear, operating outside the bounds of convention, rendering his plans utterly unpredictable. Upon hearing the account, the elderly man picked up the draft paper inscribed with the formula and began to ponder deeply with a bittersweet smile. Seeing this, Benjamin understood that the other party required more time to contemplate, and thus he quietly departed, ensuring the alchemy room door was securely closed. Chapter 40. Let him come find me. Wei Shifeng mistakenly believed she intended to strike him, immediately unleashing a fit of excited whimpers and howls. Song Jinwei was startled by his animalistic cries, but she soon realized that the current Wei Shifeng was but a shadow of the fierce beast he had once been, merely a cat clad in a tiger's skin. Had the blood sword chosen its master? Did this imply that only one person could wield it? Was this the secret of the blood sword? After slaying thousands of soldier bees, a heavy pressure weighed upon everyone, for these were merely the weakest batch within the hive. Her purpose was straightforward. She did not wish to become a mere pawn of Jiang Liwu, jeopardizing the foundation she had built during her long-term infiltration in the church. The endless expanse of clouds, pure as the human heart, made Fu Sheng feel remarkably light, as if he had arrived in a realm inhabited by immortals. Just as he had described, a world of deities. As the last remnants of flesh were refined within Yang Fan's body, he transformed into a true half-dragon. He needed only to convert his bloodline into dragon blood beneath the Dragon Gate to become a genuine dragon. The group finally relaxed. Although they had not sustained injuries after the intense skirmish, their bodies ached from exertion. In the capital star of the Federation, there existed 2 large space cemeteries dedicated to interring the deceased, alongside several expansive burial grounds, or planets repurposed as grave sites. Upon breaking through to the Saint Realm, Xiao Mu felt that the great freedom incarnation technique could ascend to new heights. The flying eagle felt elated within. Though he would not display his joy before the palace of Baidai, the azure wolf remained fiercely aggressive, even after being struck by Yang Fan. Its assault relentless as a tempest. In a state of stupor, she felt an inexplicable heat surging within her, wildly coursing through her limbs and bones, akin to flames that grew ever more intense. The unbearable heat caused low moans to escape her lips. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, within the guest accommodations of the Shun Brewery in Fangzhou District, room 501 was alive with commotion. In an instant, the tree's body emitted a piercing howl, threatening to pierce the heavens. Its verdant crown trembled violently as a viscous green liquid began to seep from its humanoid face. Trapped within a high-level magic array, it could only passively endure the onslaught, utterly helpless. At dawn, the harvest ship turned sharply, only for a fishing vessel to occupy the space it had occupied overnight, as fishermen tossed their shrimp nets into the waters. As a powerful shaman, Sal possessed an extraordinary ability to communicate with the elements and sense the 4 elemental deities. However, this connection had suddenly faltered. Qi Dong did not relax. His gaze remained fixed on the Qi Long. 2 possibilities loomed. Either Long Yi had successfully usurped the Qi Long, seizing control of the divine beast body, or the remnants of the Qi Long soul had consumed Long Yi, forming a complete consciousness and awakening. Not long after he departed, he heard a series of roars emanating from the area where he had landed, unsure of the fearsome creature responsible. The space had expanded hundreds of times, and a multitude of items he had originally stored in his spatial ring lay quietly in a corner, rendered inconspicuous by the vastness. In Meng Fei's view, Yuan Jun's stronghold resembled a mere Der Trooster's abode, easily conquerable. A charge from his elephant legion would suffice to breach the gates and launch an assault on their main camp. Chapter 41. A Visit. A song. Jiang Liwu gazed intently at the ailing Wei Shifeng. What do you want? Please don't hit me. It hurts. Oh, it hurts, mommy. Don't hit me. Jiang Liwu's eyes widened, breath catching in her throat, her gaze filled with complexity and compassion. As it seemed, Song Jinwei's actions had stirred memories of past wounds inflicted by Wei's mother. It's all right. It's all right, Jiang Liwu gently soothed, patting Wei Shifeng through the quilt. In the next moment, his hand grasped hers. The 4 powerful figures were acutely aware of their purpose for being there. Behind them stood a throng of frightened merchants and mercenaries. If they failed to demonstrate their formidable prowess, they would squander their strength in vain. Ling Yu nodded non-committally, recalling the school situated 2 miles away in Wulin Bay, his expression tinged with melancholy. Several bodyguards turned in unison, drawing dark, glistening handguns, followed by a barrage of gunfire that continued until Zhao Gan vanished amidst the hail of bullets, allowing Eve to finally relax her taut nerves. The call came from an unfamiliar number. Zhao Gan felt puzzled. His phone had soaked in the river the previous night, rendering his card unusable, and the device he now held had just been replaced that morning. Nonetheless, after several rings, he answered. Meng Zhu's heart raced, as if a rabbit were about to leap from within her chest. She took a deep breath as the door was gently pushed open, revealing a familiar silhouette standing by the window, back turned to the entrance, clearly having seen her through the glass. At that moment, Li Siqin could finally confirm she was not hallucinating. Though faint, the 2 words had indeed escaped Yi Qingshuan's lips. Over the past half-month, she had been diligently following the reports in the newspaper, keeping a close watch on any developments regarding Sidu Shao. After all this time, Isaac and Guden had yet to distribute the rewards to the Xinghui mercenary corps, leaving Li Yin and his companions growing increasingly impatient. Mistakenly, they assumed they knew her desires, unaware that she might be contemplating other matters, perhaps even fretting that he disdained her for having been divorced. It must be noted that Lu Ming's insights had indeed tapped into Yan Zhi's true thoughts, a series of coincidences compounded by the Thai soldiers' self-induced panic, ultimately resulted in the current situation, a frantic flight ahead and leisurely pursuit behind. The taxpayers' money had all been consumed as fuel for the soldiers' retreat. As the 4 pairs of newlyweds exchanged vows, their friends and family erupted in cheers, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled jubilation. Meng Yang peeked through a slightly parted curtain, catching sight of Su Junying adorned in a black, gold-embroidered cloak, accompanying a young man draped in a bright yellow cape, engaged in conversation with Zhang Jingyan. Cui Si agreed and went with Cui Lian to prepare, while Cui Shi and Mama Wang attended to Meng Yang, helping her lie down and covering her with a blanket. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. At this moment, the previously arrogant demeanor of the black-wind young master had dissipated, replaced instead by a flicker of panic and gravity. Meanwhile, Yu Wuing, who was spectating from the sidelines, gazed incredulously at Wu Yan's figure, clearly having realized Wu Yan's true identity upon the emergence of the Windfire Dragon. The 2, Feng Sangzi and Xianling Daoren, simultaneously shook their heads. Such climactic battles among formidable warriors were highly confidential, typically shielded from the eyes of outsiders. The hotel appeared quite commendable, at least in Lin Feng's eyes, as he assessed it to be of 5-star caliber. After all, judging by the demeanor of the doorman at the entrance, the level of professionalism was comparable to the hotels he had visited abroad with Su Yan's father, Su Tiannan. Chapter 42. It must be my stepmother. Lin Feng was puzzled, utterly confused by the source of the melodious singing he heard, as he had only perceived the roars of beasts and the calls of birds in the forest. A familiar yet distant song, which had traversed 2 decades, echoed softly in his ears. With a gentle and soothing tone, it sang of flowers in spring, winds in summer, moons in autumn, and snow in winter. It celebrated the tender buds on branches, the croaking of frogs, and the chirping of cicadas, the lotus pods in the pond, the golden waves of rice fields, and the smoke rising from the hearth. His infatuation with Ran Shiyue was fundamentally rooted in her identity as a city dweller. Among the remaining 6 law enforcement disciples, there were no concealed experts left, as they suffered injuries and cries in battles that pitted 1 against 2. He observed with utmost caution, his sharp gaze scanning for any signs of pursuit, completely shedding the drunken appearance he had previously exhibited. Currently, the blazing spear was predominantly fire, while the Yinsha knife was mainly imbued with dark, sinister energy. In a nation as significant as Zhonghua, any major decision taken could potentially impact billions of lives, affecting at least 1 billion citizens domestically and countless others globally. For instance, a chubby girl from school, who was often seen playing with her own snot, had somehow transformed into a figure of remarkable allure. He radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature around him to spike, his eyebrows turning a fiery red, akin to a burning torch. For instance, Zhou Yu anticipated an impending power outage, yet considering humanity's current lifestyle, living without electricity was utterly inconceivable. Thus, He was keen on acquiring a gasoline generator as a precaution. In stark contrast to the absurdity outside, this place exuded an unparalleled tranquility, reminiscent of a pure white lotus emerging untainted from muddy waters, embodying the essence of a sanctuary amid the worldly chaos. Shen Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, turning to see a familiar figure before her, eliciting a mix of surprise and joy. As the discussion among the surrounding young aristocrats suggested that Lin Xian had struck luck this time, effortlessly navigating this round of challenges, He Ji observed a rather indescribable smile on the face of the old Taoist Lin Chen. "Please, guide me, grandfather. How can I save the Han family?" Han Xiao had completely succumbed to his grandfather's wisdom, which far exceeded his own imagination. The figure of Long Xiao Tian seemed to vanish with the lash of a whip, only to reappear nearby, coalescing once more. "I believe I have discerned the opponent's tactical intentions, which diverge from our expectations," Chun seemed to suddenly understand. Gazing at the arena where Atkinson stood, such a towering peach tree bears only 2 peaches? Hansen looked around, astonished that the majestic and enigmatic tree indeed produced merely 2 fruits. Shortly thereafter, the exploration team, following the guidance of Shilin Feyer, arrived near the entrance of the maze. Compared to their journey, this place appeared even more desolate and silent, with no sounds to be heard. The gnarled, blackened trunks had vanished from sight, leaving only an expanse of barren, chalky soil. Chapter 43. Encountering with Dao Song Jinwei stubbornly pouted, refusing to speak. Fu Xiu's icy gaze bore down on her, his heavy voice carrying an undeniable weight. "I will repeat myself. Apologize." Tears sprang to Song Jinwei's eyes as she choked out an apology to Fu Xiu. "I'm sorry." Fu Xiu's gaze deepened. "Not to me." Song Jinwei felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. In her distress, she shouted at Wei Shifeng, "I'm sorry, is that enough?" Meanwhile, over at the Dingxing Grand Hotel, Chun Yuanyuan had just hung up the phone when a sudden smile broke across her face, radiant and joyous. The initial tier, 2nd-grade battle knife, while commendable in rank, lacked an aesthetically pleasing form. Its wide and thick blade was rather heavy, perhaps suitable for strength-based warriors, but ill-suited for a master like Sun Chung, whose profound finesse with the blade made it challenging to wield effectively. As the door opened, the owner brought over a cup of tea. However, the owner's attire left much to be desired. Although possessing a degree of beauty, she wore tattered garments, a style that seemed outdated. In the city center, the plaza area, amusement zone, pedestrian shopping district, and office spaces, both indoor and outdoor speakers simultaneously blared to life. At this moment, Qin Mubai shouted sharply, causing the man's body to tremble as if struck by a powerful force, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Since the inception of the imperial examination system during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the examination protocol had ingrained itself into the very essence of every citizen in the Celestial Empire. The Gaokao, akin to ancient palace tests, commanded immense attention, as it determined the fate of examinees. With numerous concerns weighing on him, including his parents, Wu Shuang, and sisters Shui'er and Yuan Yuan, along with Wu Lingbo, he hadn't made proper arrangements for them. Thus, the idea of ascending felt premature. Moreover, under the enhancement of the 9 dragons locking spirit formation, the devouring energy of the void moth was amplified hundreds of thousands of times, transforming the entire courtyard into a forbidden zone. Any fluctuation of energy, whether spiritual or genuine, would be instantaneously consumed by the black hole formed by the void moth. Although Mo Yao Yao occasionally irritated him, the more time he spent with her, the more he found himself relying on her. Now realizing that she might not be able to enter the master's domain, he felt a surge of panic and sorrow, empathizing with her plight. In contrast, Tong Shuang's confusion and sorrow led old lady Yi to promptly summon Yi San upon entering the house. Despite Lin Mei's wealth exceeding $1 million, living off her resources provided little security. Now that she had secured employment, she felt considerably reassured. Chapter 270. The super lollipop. This world is rather pragmatic. Few are inclined to uncover your inner beauty through the lens of an unkempt exterior, which explains why few take the time to ascertain whether Lu Jingjing could be deemed a beauty. He himself was a proud individual, finding it challenging to utter soft words. Yet at this moment, fear gripped him. Mo Fan's seemingly effortless grasp had seized his life's essence, rendering him immobile. regardless of the medicinal properties contained within duck eggs. They were merely treated as ingredients, never as herbal remedies. Viewed from this perspective, the swallowing heaven gourd resembled a magical portal for Dongfang Yiping within this realm of cultivation, proving to be exceedingly practical. He named this replicated mirror the Y11 NGJing. On the other hand, Han Bing was also ruminating, etching this scene into her memory, quietly transmitting an order to Han Gong to seek out classified information and secrets. Chapter 44. The snatched Fu Siyu yearned to pursue, yet he recalled Jiang Liwu's instruction to remain seated, compelling him to suppress his impulse. He sat upright, hands resting on his knees, resembling an obedient child. However, mere seconds passed before restlessness enveloped him, his anxiety reaching its zenith. His gaze fell upon Wei Shifeng's plate of egg fried rice, and in a moment of inspiration, he extended his arm. Wei Shifeng, having anticipated his move, deftly evaded. Fu Siyu's expression darkened, demanding the food. For the natives of Zhao Hua Xianjing, time for cultivation and opportunities for ascension were abundant. To seize an ordinary chance for climbing, one might be willing to expend life force and sacrifice longevity, even risking a decline in cultivation and potential loss of life, rendering such actions a folly. Ah, esteemed father-in-law, should you oppose, I shall have no choice but to elope with Yen heir, Lin Dong remarked with a hint of mischief. Within a swirling vortex of distorted power, the sun on the long rainbow remained visible, seemingly at the vortex's core, spinning rapidly. However, Luo Chun sensed that the red current emerging from the lava was not overwhelmingly potent. Yet, he noted the 5 individuals before him struggling against this seemingly feeble energy, prompting a shift in his perspective moments later. Luo Chun, surprised, recognized that he occupied this very tier, endowing him with profound comprehension of the formidable nature of the elusive sword intent. As the crowd grappled with confusion over this sudden appearance, an enigmatic figure swiftly burst forth from the roiling clouds, descending unnoticed by many. Qin Chuan, you cannot escape my grasp, Mo Yin muttered coldly to himself, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, killing intent. Yet, upon closer inspection, a subtle greed flickered within, barely perceptible. It seemed the situation had escalated. Monkey, noting the 3 zhang distance to the rock face and its numerous cracks, couldn't help but smirk. He gestured dismissively, a faint smile adorning his face as he finally steadied himself. His consciousness stirred, connecting with a soul flower seed within the Baohan realm. Lin Jie nodded with a smile, poised to rise, yet was halted by Sun Si-ming, whose overly delicate smile induced an inexplicable discomfort. Present your matters. If none, you may withdraw, Wang Ying proclaimed from before the imperial throne, reciting the customary formalities. Sea urchins and scallops were indeed inedible raw, prompting Lin Jie to have prepared both thoroughly before his arrival. The so-called cold dishes were not raw, but rather delightful delicacies with a refreshing taste. A cacophony of sounds gradually approached, startling Si Feng and interrupting his reverie. Du Bian lightly flicked his hand and floated into the heart of the undead dragon. As violent tremors echoed in his ears and icy droplets splashed upon his face, Liang Chan abruptly opened his eyes, struggling momentarily before realizing he lay by the riverbank of an underground stream, half submerged in water. Furrowing his brow, Liang Chan uttered a word, only to witness the previously collapsed floating stone slowly returning to its original position, while the surrounding hidden arrows seemed to cease their fire. Observing this, Liang Chan extended his hand to retrieve the spotlight from Hua de Shuai, bending down to gently place it upon the floating stone. Chapter 45. The contest for favor. I erred and should be punished, yet I did not wish to cause you sorrow, Fu Siyu admitted sincerely. His head bowed as he cautiously regarded Jiang Liwu. Noticing the concern and pain in her eyes, he felt a surge of yearning within his heart. Song Jin was utterly astonished, convinced that Fu Siyu would never allow her to endure such grievances, certain he would stand up for her, compelling Jiang Liwu to bow and apologize. Unexpectedly, she awaited a different outcome. This gruesome scar, a remnant from the eve of her entry into the palace, was a result of her sister's insistence on having her pick the most radiant apricot blossom from the garden. When she climbed the towering, century-old apricot tree, her sister's startled exclamation caused her to tumble down. After a moment of waiting without incident, Yuan Tian exhaled softly, realizing that should the Huang Tianding unleash its full power, he could subdue it. But it would undoubtedly require considerable time and likely result in injury, a precarious circumstance in the battlefield. The stir caused by the manifestation of the divine elixir prompted Yang Shi and the true immortal of longevity to simultaneously cease their actions, exchanging glances before transforming into streaks of light racing away. The crowd followed suit, retreating in unison. Subsequently, Qian Yi sheathed his Tian Kuang sword, his hands weaving intricate seals. Instantly, a series of imprints emerged, intertwining around him, pulsating in harmony with his breath. Yi Feng stepped forth, shattering the firmament, unyielding and fearless, compelling the entire demonic army to retreat a step. Were it not for the Xianling Qi, Kai Yigunyang might have taken a long time to recover. Physical injuries were manageable, yet cultivation was an insurmountable hurdle, Qian Yi mused. At last, achieving a tranquil state of mind, he produced a gold medal from his robe, its face adorned with a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon, each detail vividly etched, while the reverse bore the character for dragon, accompanied by the name Ao Fan. In this era of human prosperity, with celestial beings and cultivators proliferating and disciples of the four teachings traversing the mortal realm, even a nine-tailed fox, despite possessing golden immortal cultivation, dared not roam freely. Thus, upon hearing of Hua Rong's invitation to join Ling Hua Island, she mustered her courage to inquire. Meng Qi's silk threads posed no challenge for the colossal spider. After all, it was a spider, and these threads were merely a delectable condiment, having no impact on its feeding. Following the successful completion of Chen Zhuan's media conference, Qin Heng and the group's dual leaders, the vice president and general manager Chen Xuan, signed the agreement to effectuate their partnership. Chapter 46. Reluctance to share with others. Upon hearing this, Fu Siyu fell silent. In that moment, he realized he was as selfish and domineering as Wei Shifeng. After all, one Wei Shifeng was sufficient to unsettle him. Fu Siyu furrowed his deep brows, casting a cold glare at Wei Shifeng. Stepmother must reside with me. You have monopolized her long enough. The madman's landing was perilously vicious, compelling Zoe to abandon her offensive and swing her left fist towards Jillard's chin. Jillard, quick to respond, crouched down and attempted to bite Zoe's right hand. Surprised, Zoe found herself caught and cried out in pain. Many players had seen Yang Yi's post, and numerous individuals sought to trade with her. However, most offers were far from satisfactory. For instance, a decade's worth of spiritual medicine was unnecessary for her, as she had accumulated ample spoils from exterminating bandits. Nevertheless, Lei Yu had indeed acquired this magical artifact with a sharpness imprint of level 3, transforming it into a genuine magical tool. Surrounding the transport vehicle, the crowd urged Fatty, "We must retreat. The conditions here are not in our favor." Ma Rue, lacking Xiao Chang's heightened senses, relied on her remarkable intuition to fire a few shots into the dense dust, occasionally hitting a stray target. Within the gathering, many homeless individuals instinctively tightened their tattered clothing, hoping to glean a moment of warmth, yet their ragged garments offered little solace. In the face of hunger and cold, they could only shiver in the enveloping darkness. Excluding YMR, there were a total of 10 individuals present. The JD and HI Giants faction refrained from participating in the discussions. At this moment, the mages of ice and fire, along with elves and gnomes, found themselves in opposition, resulting in a tied vote of 2 against 2. The ensuing arguments transformed the originally solemn and dignified conference room into a cacophony of voices. As he spoke, Ch.N. Elling waved his hand, conjuring a box before W.N.L.O.B.N. filled to the brim with gleaming platinum. It was utterly astonishing that his husband had managed to deflect an attack from a deity-level powerhouse. Yet, one could hardly blame her. The profound connection fostered by the DJ-ing was far more addictive than any drug. After over 2 months, Suyu found herself unable to resist, having long forgotten her identity as a Lala. With a single strike, DSHTN parried Ying Y's sword with one hand. A resounding crash echoed as he felt an immense force surge through Ying Y's blade, impacting his vital energy. I do not harbor anger. Although I have taken countless lives, I remained unrepentant before the upheaval of the demon suppression. I firmly believe that all those I had slain deserve their fate. Yet, I never anticipated that within the confines of the demon suppression temple, I would make a grave error due to the uncontrollable allure of the demonic heart. This hairpin is a treasured heirloom of the Bat clan. When his father entrusted it to him, he instructed that it be passed to the girl who would one day nurture him. Beneath the shadowy gorge, the maze that was devoured brought forth numerous ice spells. If employed judiciously in combat, ice magic could significantly hinder the enemy's mobility. HNF Ing approached, standing before one of the braziers, extending his hand as a wisp of sacred flame danced in his palm. At this moment, ZHNL Ing had fallen into a tight encirclement. Any attempt to break through would be immediately thwarted by his adversaries. As a defensive player stretched out his foot to intercept the ball, Zhun Long astonishingly did not even lift his head, preemptively nudging the ball away with a swift kick. Yiling Wei possesses remarkable beauty, and the enchanting individual beside her is equally exceptional, exuding an extraordinary aura. Delving deeper into the cavern reveals that the rocky walls transition from rugged unevenness to a remarkable smoothness, bearing signs of human excavation. This character holds significant importance. Indeed, as the village chief approaches Kai Dai, Uncle Xiong also makes his way over. There are also a few unfamiliar villagers that Zui Yu Qian has encountered once or twice. Chapter 47. Forbidden area. In this slumber, Fu Siue experienced an unparalleled rest, the finest he had enjoyed in 20 years. To the extent that he did not awaken until noon. His demeanor displayed a noticeable transformation, no longer so cold, oppressive, or grim, resembling a ray of light piercing through a dim, foreboding corner. Initially, Fu Siue intended to escort Jiang Liwu away at dawn, but circumstances delayed him until now. After having lunch, he grew anxious, fearing any unforeseen events, and hastily summoned Shi Yuntong. Shui Kuang and the two stood shoulder to shoulder before the fire. Wang narrated, "In my youth, I delighted in observing the intricate artistry of string puppetry, captivated by the skillful manipulation of the marionettes. As I matured, my resolve only strengthened, leading me to pursue this as my vocation, finding joy in embodying human figures through inanimate objects." With a wide-open mouth, he not only consumed the ice shield, but also devoured the ice elemental adept. Beneath the starlight, a massive stone slab lay at a height of roughly 10 feet to their upper left, while on the right, rocks piled like eggs, with only a small foothold available 3 feet away. Both locations were occupied by figures clad in black, nearly blending into the night. Qing Yu grew up in the palace. Although their encounters were few and their interactions scant, he had heard that she relentlessly pursued Fei Yu. "It was not me, is truly not my Li," and who desperately shakes her head, tears cascading down her pale cheeks. Suddenly, Yu Siding closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, his clenched fists betraying the suppressed fury within him. Some common folk have collected an abundance of gold, their bodies unable to conceal it all, with their pockets bulging and taking on a golden hue. Others, who have never laid eyes on gold, overwhelmed with excitement, kneel on the ground, shouting and exclaiming in fervor. The crowd drawn by the commotion grows increasingly larger, their murmurs and discussions becoming ever more pronounced. Furthermore, the background narrative and title, Yanhua Yiling, unmistakably suggests that this is a song steeped in Chinese cultural essence. Most importantly, the wisdom articulated by Zhuge Liang is born of careful deliberation. Strategizing for the campaign against Jiangdong, with the support of figures such as Yang Zhou, Gan Ning, and Jiling. BC is calm. "Have you lingered in Japan for too long to name your child thus?" Lin Mei expressed her dissatisfaction. Lin Yumeng ceased her cultivation and exited the room, determined to practice martial arts at the training ground. Merely meditating was insufficient. She needed to integrate her martial skills to ensure victory against adversaries. Technology, space elevator. A spiral dual-tube capsule space elevator, directly connecting Earth and the Moon. Chang Rong, for reasons unknown, found herself infatuated with the colorless, iridescent orb in her hand, reluctant to return it to Mo Fan. Yet, being a refined young lady, she hesitated, parting her crimson lips to speak softly. Just as Lin Yumeng anticipated, the snow lion was entirely snow white, devoid of even the slightest blemish. Most notably, the snow lion stood 9 meters tall and measured 6 meters in length, several times larger than Lin Yumeng. Its sheer size posed a lethal threat to her, and upon seeing the creature, she instinctively recognized its formidable nature and could only flee. This unforeseen occurrence took Tang Feng by surprise. yet he grasped Lin Xingfeng's true intentions. Mu Yin Yuan shook his head and remarked, "I was careless. I never anticipated that the behemoth possessed such power. This flaw of mine is one I can never seem to rectify. By the way, where's my short sword?" Upon finishing his words, he began to search around. In truth, it was a facade, and it was unclear when the opportunities for Ruishi and Li Zhu to meet privately had dwindled. At times, they scarcely exchanged a few words for weeks on end. Though she was anxious, she dared not reveal the truth at that moment. Historically, this phenomenon was referred to as a prominent family, yet alas, such families ceased to exist after the Song dynasty. History is a fascinating entity. When one surveys it, one uncovers that many aspects are merely part of a grand cycle. Chapter 48. The Astonishing Frozen Mountain. He chuckled, and as she opened the cabinet, a wave of musty decay assaulted her senses, causing Jiang Liwu to cough lightly. Unsurprisingly, the contents were a collection of old items, untouched for at least 2 decades. Within, Jiang Liwu discovered an abundance of children's belongings and a photograph from Fu Mu's wedding, which bore signs of being cut, leaving only half of Fu Mu visible. It soon dawned on her that these items were relics of Fu Mu. After merely sipping a few spoonfuls of kanji, she shook her head, seeing her lack of appetite. Lu Mu did not press her further and permitted her to lie down. "Stop! Do not touch!" The voice of Irfan suddenly resonated, crisp and magnetic. Initially, Qingfa did not recognize it as belonging to Irfan. "Assist me in acquiring the treasures left by Qin Shi Wang, and you shall be able to relish the joys of familial companionship." Wiping away the blood from his face, the old man spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. He seemed utterly indifferent to the forceful blows delivered by son Qian to his visage. At such a close range, apart from the 3 prominent figures from Li He's core circle, it was nearly impossible for individuals from the secondary tier, such as Sun Minghua, to evade the confrontation. "You have beaten my classmate to the point of vomiting blood, and yet you dare to threaten me? Is this truly acceptable?" With a disdainful snicker, I delivered a forceful kick towards Shi Yeling, sending him crashing onto the bed, blood spilling from his lips. To my astonishment, I possessed such formidable strength in that moment. LNM donned a striking dark green military uniform, his handsome features betraying no emotion. With the flicker of a heart lamp extinguished, QNFN focused his gaze on the silver needle he had thrust into the kitchen door, perfectly aimed. Noticing that the clothes of the 3 were completely soaked, I furrowed my brow and hurried to the kitchen to retrieve some dry kindling, intending to provide them warmth and dry their garments. This act of kindness elicited both gratitude and respect from Mayor Ying towards SHOL, who stated that should SHOL encounter any difficulties in the future, he would wholeheartedly assist him. Upon finishing, DMT arose to his feet, and his heartfelt words prompted Princess GLN to glance at him with gratitude, her heart swelling with a newfound trust. These are the reasons why I assert that this film is merely a manifestation of deceit, touching upon the allocation of educational resources, the impartiality of educational systems, and the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished. While these occurrences unfold abroad within the narrative, one must ponder, is it truly confined to foreign lands? Deng Ning, of course, had no alternative remarks, merely offering encouragement to Harry, and then there was silence. Some speculated about her origins, while others wore expressions of anticipation, evidently predicting their imminent abandonment by Huo Lingfeng. With their leadership, the remaining 68 demon kings fell silent, each immediately pledging that they would never engage in any actions detrimental to Huawu Mountain, thus sparing their lives and allowing them to remain there for the time being. Since I have already visited today, whether you, Jiashan, partake or not is no concern of mine. It would be prudent to delegate this mess to the Ministry of Rights and extricate myself from responsibility. The black-clad figures bore a striking resemblance to the assassins that pursued them in the Chunlan continent, garbed in identical dark robes, with long swords glinting menacingly in the sunlight. The Black Mountain Old Demon rallied for Sun Wukong, curious about the identity of the stone statue that had withstood the test of millennia. The distance achievable by the teleportation flags is limited. For such long-distance transnational conflicts, a series of teleportation stations must be established, continuously replenishing the teleportation energy, namely spirit stones. What could Zhou Yan possibly find? There must be some connection, Hua Lingfeng remarked, then closed his eyes and let out a gentle sigh. In Chapter 49, the warmth of a mother's concern is undeniably delightful. Song Jinwei stood by, rendered speechless in astonishment. Fu Siyue not only refrained from expelling Jiang Liwu, but also intended to renovate the house according to her preferences. She truly suspected that Fu Siyue had been bewitched. What, then, did her previous punishments signify? The housekeeper and attendants overheard this, and their gazes toward Jiang Liwu shifted instantly. They understood what this implied. Jiang Liwu was favored by Fu. Fortunately, it was now early autumn, and Malin Dell, situated in the north, was not yet sweltering. Otherwise, the heat averse Kordak would likely reconsider his position. During this journey, Regner had heard Hans recount tales of Thorntown. It lies at the northernmost tip of the Simrila province. Not far from the border, yet due to its distance from the heart of the empire, it can be considered a remote region. Within the Lingfeng Martial Arts Academy, Lin Baobao's room housed Lin Baobao, Li Yuding, and Ninger, who sat together at the table, their curiosity directed toward Lin Baobao, clearly anticipating an earnest discussion. At that moment, a tall figure approached from outside, the head of the Yuling martial house, Yu Qingshan. After Qin Shi delivered a lengthy monologue, he sighed, his tone tinged with bitterness. Approximately 3 minutes later, Kana slowly raised her head, her gaze becoming clear and resolute. The inn's room, though not spacious or luxurious, was clean and comfortable. For a weary traveler, such accommodations are indeed a tremendous blessing. The business here naturally thrived, though it was rare to witness such crowds as in recent days. With both the first and second floors filled to capacity, the majority of patrons being individuals from the martial world. A sudden loud crash erupted as a massive column of water surged forth from the spring, akin to a dragon ascending to the heavens. The water soaring to heights of 10 zhong, exuding pure vitality that dispelled the surrounding oppressive atmosphere. If the other party could indeed behave obediently, he would certainly be inclined to ease his burdens. There was one. A Serbian responded, dragging over 2 or 3 disposable items from short distance away. Waves of ethereal laws spread forth, and the illusion of the setting sun appeared in the sky, magnificent and imposing, imbued with strange powers. Thundering over the world of Shuiyan Luo. The fact that he could hear the other party's response indicated that the pit had not been thoroughly buried. Tampering with finances? How despicable. Before Thompson's mocking words could fade, his copper coin bounced in the black sand and flew out, embedding itself into the invisible defensive barrier of his sworn enemy. Subsequently, 2 shells landed before and after the cliff's edge. These were mortars, and they were adjusting their trajectory, with 1 or 2 more rounds expected soon. Meanwhile, in Odatus, Carmen leisurely flew away, as if the fierce conflict occurring behind him had no bearing on his existence. Prior to the onset of the national war, only 3 guilds remained within the borders of Huaxia, and Ruofeng's Tianyu Guild had amassed the blood of all sacred beasts to unleash the formidable Zhu sword, which could not be resisted by any player of the Tianyu Guild. Upon hearing Tasia's words, Lu Qiyan remained unflinching, her polite smile unwavering. As she cast a sidelong glance at Yeguang, after much contemplation, Yeguang decided to merge the 2 poems into one, confident that his original creation in this world would not provoke the ire of the great poet. In Chapter 50, the grand birthday banquet of the merchants matriarch marked the first time encountering a group red envelope with such a substantial amount to snatch. 1666, simply astounding. I am 1999. Wujia, I adore you 99. Today, in a celebratory mood, I plan to share my prize collection. With that, he produced an entire set of Yan Wenyu's personal photo album, showcasing him in minimal attire, his pale skin and azure veins distinctly visible. The images of chiseled abs captivating the eye. Around them, several sprayers dispensed a faint incense, keeping the mosquitoes at bay and rendering the surroundings of the pavilion serene. Panin found himself increasingly bewildered. Kai Zhenghua extracted his phone only to discover it was still non-functional, hastily inquiring about Panin's phone, which yielded the same result. The two could only venture to a nearby mobile store to purchase a new device. After inserting the SIM card, Kai Zhenghua found communication restored. Feng Xiao took over 10 minutes to muster the mental fortitude to face old Master Yi, only to find upon descending that he was nowhere to be seen. The relentless Yume lingered just 10 steps from the alley, while the waterway lay at the alley's end, 5 steps away. By the way, Musk, aren't you a linguistic prodigy and a savant in mathematics and physics? How do you possess such familiarity with other disciplines? Li Qingfeng inquired curiously. This is a Nandu. I have no ties here. The so-called strong dragon does not contend with the local serpent. I feel somewhat uneasy, yet before Chao Mushu, I cannot show weakness. He recalled having candles in his bag, retrieving one and attempting to light it with a fire starter. After several futile attempts, he shielded it with his hand to finally coax the flame into existence. If one were to claim that Yi Qingtang harbored any peculiar inclinations, Liu Yangxiang would find it hard to believe. Since Yi Qingtang had instructed them thus, there must be some underlying rationale. Though their ignorance of the demons left Liu Yangxiang uncertain of what that rationale could be. Both were thrilled as they turned their attention toward the child, particularly delighted, for it was the first time the child had expressed concern for them since arriving. Manager Qian waved his hand dismissively, indicating that there was no issue, signaling the bearers to continue, and the sedan chair began to move slowly. Before long, Manager Qian noticed that the sedan had come to a halt once more. Without waiting for him to inquire, the bearer's respectful yet troubled voice rang out from outside. As the ship docked, he spotted his elder brother and sister laughing together on the pier, with his brother-in-law, Xia Yingwu, standing nearby. Many powerful beings in the Yinfeng realm sought to comprehend the transformative powers of death, resulting in their emergence from other clans. The cautious footsteps approached from all directions, prompting Fu Leia to lift her heavy eyelids. Her consciousness was hazy, and the flames of war and enemies swirling in her vision became increasingly indistinct. Just as she was collecting relief supplies, she noticed the lush dandelions flourishing by the thicket. A chill pervaded the room in the cold light of dawn, filling the air with a sense of emptiness, a void stemming from the disappearance of Fu Ci's belongings, and more profoundly, from Fu Ci herself. Xian, what has transpired? He hurried forward, urgency lacing his tone. His reputation had been tarnished, leading to a lack of leadership opportunities, and he had subsequently faded into obscurity. Xiao Yunqi let out a cold smile. He had been the subject of disparaging remarks and unjust accusations, leaving little room for conversation. A month had passed since arriving in this world, and Lin Zhou found himself increasingly acclimated to this existence. Upon uttering these words, the auspicious date, which could have been determined in mere moments, extended into an entire night under the diligent calculations of Elder Bu. As for how sure she was concealed, he could not recall, yet the beating he received was vividly etched in his memory. Chapter 51. Xiao Wu, be my grandmother's daughter-in-law. Fu Ciyu harbored no objections, for in his eyes, nothing compared to Jiang Liwu. Jiang Liwu smiled at Madame Shang, expressing gratitude for her compliments. Oh, just call me Grandma. The elder playfully pouted. Jiang Liwu paused momentarily before obediently addressing her as Grandma. Ah, Madame Shang responded eagerly, her eyes brimming with delight and satisfaction as she gazed upon Jiang Liwu, watching Heir Nyang knead the dough. Elsiang Heir was reminded of the mooncakes from her past life. Though the mooncakes had lost their original flavor, Elsiang Heir would purchase a few every mid-autumn festival, savoring them with floral tea while gazing at the moon and reminiscing about her parents whose faces had become blurred in her memory. Tian Sheng discerned that what he witnessed was not a flash of lightning, but rather a spear engulfed in flames. The abrupt stop caused the spear's tip to tremble violently in the air, creating numerous fine ripples as it shook. Rest assured, I care not for the Kuang Yao pearl. What concerns me is the fall of Qing Si, Tian Sheng stated simply, aiming to reassure Bien Kong Kong. Recognizing the identity of the figure before him, the rough man felt a surge of panic and fled without a hint of battle zeal. I've forgotten something crucial, he realized suddenly as he witnessed the unfolding scene. Within 3 years, Yu Shun dutifully mourned for Emperor Yao, leading to a nationwide cessation of entertainment. The populace fondly remembered Emperor Yao's monumental contributions, expressing their heartfelt sentiments towards him. Han Lan Das had also been restless, his recent experiences lending him a sense of caution. Despite taking extensive precautions, he remained on high alert, for his opponent was formidable, and Han Lan Das found it increasingly challenging to find peace. Lin Qinghai seemed indifferent to Tan Ing Xian's demeanor. He understood that her marriage to him was merely a result of her parents' influence and the relentless march of time. Therefore, he did not pressure Tan Ing Xian to smile during their wedding. He only desired to wed her. Forget it. I shan't remain in this city for long. I will depart in a month, so there's no need to linger. This number was merely temporary, as he had yet to clarify his own feelings. And Lei Jun resolved not to entangle himself further. Naturally, The desert held little colonial or trade value, much like the Khoisan people, who did not genuinely reside in the desert. Observing Mo Song's current state, Yang Jinbin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head before resuming his seat. However, he was not one to be trifled with. In the daylight, he confidently mused to himself, as he was well-versed in the legacy of the Qin Yang sword sect, finding it fitting to borrow from it at this moment. Although voices such as Luo Ting and Yi Hao Jun praised Mo Song's prowess, their words were drowned in the sea of sound. He must not be allowed to enter the town. We must protect our fellow villagers. Upon witnessing Bai Lang's sudden aggression, someone shouted this, igniting the fighting spirit of the guards, who brandished their long spears and charged at Bai Lang. Do you realize that cultivating multiple attributes can lead to internal chaos and result in explosive demise? This is true death, where the soul is scattered. Lao Zong inquired with increasing severity. The cavalry's strength lay in the impact of the steeds and their agile maneuverability. At this moment, Guhan Hai's forces had lost both advantages, while Ning Qing's troops maximized these strengths. The southern Ning cavalry surged through the chaotic Wushi ranks, causing utter disarray. Chapter 52. Once again caught in the struggle for favor. Wei Shifeng nodded vigorously, remarking that the teacher was so stunning that he had failed to notice anything else. This necklace paled in comparison to the teacher's brilliance. Jiang Liwu was charmed by Wei Shifeng's sweet words, her smile radiant. At that moment, the orchestra began to play a melodious and lively piece, prompting many elegantly clad figures to dance. The gentlemen exhibited gentlemanly grace, while the ladies radiated beauty. Observing this, Wei Shifeng and Fu Siyu immediately extended their hands towards Jiang Liwu. Jiang Liwu held a plate of food, and in the eyes of the black-tailed Aries, she appeared more divine than the king of the werewolf clan. Cut off your tongue, and you could still speak. How disgusting. Wang Jin remarked, disdainful. If this fellow lost his tongue, I would be quite pleased, as his speech is truly repugnant. Everyone, please board the ship, you heir invited, revealing that they were but a few steps away from Jing Hu, thus escaping the wilderness. The first matter was that Hugo himself had not expended much energy on the team, being the leader with many responsibilities. Furthermore, power struggles and intrigue were matters he left to others. Inthonidas could say no more and rushed forward to embrace him. She had never dared to hug him before, as he always seemed intimidating. Yet now, Inthonidas perceived an air of weariness about him. With a resounding thud, Feng Yu struck the table, causing the teacup to jump and startling Zhao Pe, who instinctively lowered her sword. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, Wang Haonan became more convinced that Lin Chen was indeed intimidated by his reputation. And you could not hear the sound from outside, as the top floors were constructed from transparent glass, allowing those outside to see within. However, the interior rooms remained concealed. Let's all sit and wait. Zhe waved his hand, and Subuda lifted the Wu Yun Zhu to stand aside. This individual had only arrived in the capital for less than a year before being targeted for retaliation by criminals, suffering 17 gunshot wounds in a gruesome demise. Shi Yi, get to work. Why not sleep your life away? Debay nudged the person who had been soundly sleeping since boarding the vehicle. This individual was indeed peculiar, having slept soundly from the moment they boarded, oblivious to the thunder and downpour outside unless awakened. His heart grew heavier. This was merely the beginning, and the path ahead would only grow more arduous, with increasingly terrifying phenomena. While the words were courteous and the attitude appropriately respectful, the ranks of officers following indicated a formidable backing. The blood he expelled contained a string of pearls that ascended into the sky, vibrating with a thunderous resonance. Each star-like pearl magnifying, resembling celestial bodies suspended in the firmament. If Zhu Yunting refrained from contention, many would overlook this transparency. However, should he choose to compete, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate heirs would inevitably be brought forth. Whenever he beheld his other children, he could not help but recall this matter, feeling it was his greatest debt to Feng Shiyu, a debt he feared he could never repay in a lifetime. Chapter 53. Investigating the stand-in, reuniting with the man. What secrets does this stand-in possess that he is unaware of? His heart was heavy with doubt, and a glimmer of inquiry flickered in his eyes. He had no desire to argue with them, as he had other matters to attend to, and thus decided to take his leave. He raised his hand to glance at his watch. He had an appointment to discuss a collaboration, having merely stopped by to congratulate the elderly merchant lady on her birthday. Upon hearing his intention to depart, Fu Siue and Wei Shifeng's expressions subtly softened, their urgency masked beneath a calm facade. Bai Huayan, upon listening to Xiao Caney's words, slightly furrowed her brow. Having previously worked summer jobs and often taken on part-time work during her studies, she was well aware of the deception that lurked in the world outside. The current situation with the nun left her heart pounding with anxiety. Yun Xiangxiang observed the finally slumbering Zhu Yuan, her fists involuntarily clenching, a surge of pent-up anger coursing through her. Originally determined to earn money relentlessly, she now found herself facing significant losses due to illness. Even in her eagerness to earn, she knew she must first restore her health. He bustled in and out of the kitchen multiple times, emerging with an array of exquisitely presented dishes: stir-fried pork intestines, deep-fried prawns, quick-fried phoenix tails, couple S-lung slices, and pickled fish. Yifeng Tian stood proudly in the courtyard, his foot springing forth as he dashed into the main hall of Nanzhu, shortly returning with a piece of jade in hand. Acknowledging that he was indeed a living being in this moment, he pondered what those 11 years had truly meant. Was it all just a dream? Over the years, the Yu family and the Chun family had maintained a cordial relationship, and during a joint venture to find delivery channels, they inadvertently stumbled upon a rare mine. Ning Chuan's expression grew serious as azure spiritual energy erupted, manifesting the power of rules to shield himself. Lu Laoda slammed the courtyard gate shut, dragging Lu Dama into the house for a severe reprimand, questioning her about her relationship with Lu Hui. Do not speak further. Just come. Perfect. You shall die together today, which saves me the trouble, Master Lao Ma declared, as dark clouds suddenly gathered, swollen like a pufferfish. As the saying goes, the way of nature dictates that young beasts in the wild are not subjected to life and death trials by their elders from the outset. The second round of assessments would take place at Yijian Peak's Yinyang Pool. Only those who successfully navigated the Yinyang Pool would be permitted to enter the third round of evaluations, Yang Wuqi continued. He then turned to the kitchen, serving Lu Dama a cup of hot tea, saying, "Mother, have some tea to calm your temper. I shall prepare the New Year's feast. Ever since I married into the Lu family, I have always been the one to cook for the new year." Suddenly, someone drew close to Wei Qingqing, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Han Xinyu's expression hardened, and she swiftly unleashed her right fist, the force radiating with immense power, both domineering and heavy with strength. "I wonder if we should have something to exchange?" The fortune teller chuckled, her toothless grin unsettling. "Hey, you finished speaking. Shouldn't you hurry and leave? Don't disturb the world of me and Luo heir," Lucifer ordered, shooing them away. The dishes on the table emitted steam and delightful aromas. Yet everyone's attention was entirely elsewhere. Chapter 54. I did not make you cry. Why are you crying at me? His massive Adam's apple bobbed as he extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am Shang Tingyan." The scene froze, capturing the image of the man, bloodied and collapsed before her. As she embraced him tightly one last time, painfully calling out his name, everyone believed Yun Ruoyan would be unable to evade that punch. Pei Xiong was a renowned weaponsmith, and with his prowess, he could easily kill Yun Ruoyan with a single blow. 3 days later, Liu Bei received a letter from Sun Quan announcing Zhou Yu's passing. Liu Bei dispatched Zhuge Liang as an envoy to Jiangdong to express condolences, and Zhuge Liang arrived at Ba Qiu 7 days later. Zhou Yu smiled, stating that he genuinely wished to understand the common people's sentiments, for after all, the court's power stems from the populace. Today, he employed various methods, yet had not achieved significant breakthroughs. Many around him had suffered losses, and he himself had been injured. The might of the Five Spirits Palace surpassed the comprehension of all cultivators, rendering any thought of resistance inconceivable. Fourthly, having a multitude of soldiers does not guarantee victory. History is replete with instances of the few overcoming the many. Cao Cao frequently faced defeats, thus losing was commonplace. As soon as he faltered, Liu Bei could swiftly pacify several counties under Lu Qi's name. In the past, Zhao Ji would have been immensely pleased, yet at this moment, he merely forced a smile and waved his hand dismissively, signaling the officials to proceed with their congratulations. That distant royal scion, holding Zhao Ji's imperial jade whisk, witnessed the emperor himself delivering it to the entrance. For such love, Ning Suier resolutely charged towards Yun Lu's body. Thereafter, she sought to merge with Yun Yan's soul. However, at that moment, Ning Suier discovered she was unable to integrate. This naturally incited a stir. The impulsive actions of this holy emperor not only elicited cries from the harem, but also opposition from ministers of the previous dynasty, who had no direct stake in the matter. "It's all right. Perhaps the heater needs new charcoal," I remarked, instructing Ming Heir to add more coal to the fire. Unable to refuse, I reluctantly lifted the osmanthus wine before my lips, only for Bao Yuan to snatch it away, smiling as he said to Rin Chao, "Rui Heir cannot drink. I shall drink this cup on her behalf." He then tilted his head back and downed the drink. To calculate so accurately, there must be significant matters at hand. Tanju remarked, his brows twitching, seeing the severed leg of Bai Hu Jun lying a short distance from him, while the rest of the body was absent. Gu Shixing was not so naive as to believe that the other parts had been consumed by Bai Hu Jun. Chapter 55. Do as you please. Just admit it. You are jealous of me. Wei Shifeng's brow twitched, emotions swirling his eyes as he pondered. Could it be that Shang Tingyan was the person the teacher sought? A strong sense of crisis surged within Wei Shifeng, though he could not articulate its nature, for nothing had yet transpired. Upon arriving at the villa, Wei Shifeng was intercepted by Qiao Iran, who at that moment was still clad in an apron, her appearance a charmingly disheveled mess. She carried a platter of food, the contents still warm. Here, perhaps this truly embodies Tang Xian's dreams. The naive, foolish dream that elicits both laughter and tears. Absolutely agreed. Waldus, the chief strategist of the Strategic Operations Department, echoed the sentiment. Indeed, Tang Xian was self-aware. He lived a life of indulgence, and to avoid emotional turmoil. The key was not the often-heard notion of balance, but rather minimizing harm to the lowest degree. Young people are always brimming with vitality, gazing eagerly toward the future. Undeterred by the perils of the previous night, after launching the flying dagger, Fang Yichuan did not retreat, but instead forged ahead, clearing a path with the dagger, his figure racing towards the East Song. It was one thing for France and the Ottoman Empire to collaborate, but as a representative of Christ on earth, Innocent's alliance with heretics was incomprehensible. What did his yellow beard mean in the face of life and death in Eastern Europe? Even for his beliefs, fighting alone required at least some moral support and inspiration. After 7 days of arduous travel, the army finally crossed the Zagros Mountains, continuing their westward advance. With Damascus as their next target, the new capital of the Arab Empire, the elder hastily pressed a button, causing the car window to lower automatically. Confused, he wondered what Jiang Hao was up to and what his intentions were. There was no need for a fight. Shoshan knew he was bound to lose. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. His men were not even fully equipped with firearms, while the opponent had artillery prepared. Shoshan could hardly fathom how the opposing side could deploy such heavy firepower so swiftly. Within the confines of Lingyun Shungong, apart from you and me, there are no more personnel from Songyin Liu. The mission to rescue the young master is exceedingly confidential and carries immense repercussions. Fortunately, the mine owned by the Zhu Erlong family is not far away. After a bumpy ride lasting a full 2 hours, we arrived at the mine just as noon approached. Thus, Tang Shuyun remains oblivious to the fact that his father has taken to working at sea in service of Wei Qingfan, even if he fortuitously triumphed over Go Chun. How many of the 16 elite disciples can truly survive such a confrontation? Slice the lime into wedges and place it into the highball cup to extract its juice. Then take 3 to 4 sprigs of mint, applying them to the rim of the cup before placing them inside, adding 2 spoons of syrup, approximately 15 milliliters, and 45 milliliters of rum, stirring it all together until well blended. The day's Fengshan Lao Zhu had not even considered putting up a defense. Suddenly, the lightning flashed, enveloping him in a dazzling storm of electric light. Indeed, Zhang Yuanping's once sharp disposition had softened considerably. However, the time constraints and heavy responsibilities surrounding the development of Taibai Semiconductor demanded his undivided attention, leaving little room for thoughts of Wei Qingfan. No, this is not the crux of the matter. The essential question remains, why is it that, even without resorting to that power, I am still unable to eliminate you? Bai Wuchang found himself in a state of utter despair. Every 700 meters or so, one could discern the remains of a colossal sea creature, gently drifting with the waves. Not only did this resolve the underlying tensions with Lin Wei, but also successfully forge a friendship, much to Sainier's satisfaction. Chapter 56. the majestic guardian of offspring, fearful of thunderstorms. Uncle Fu harbors resentment towards you. It is you who caused him to lose his wife, his beloved, which is why he wishes to avoid your presence. Fu Siue, a fated solitary star, is destined for a life of loneliness. Song Jinwei understands Fu Siue well enough to know how to inflict the deepest wounds upon him. Fu Siue's complexion turned ashen, his body rigid as though frozen, his suppressed emotions surging forth in a chaotic display, veins bulging on his forehead. Bei, filled with loathing, vocally condemned Zhang Dong's actions, berating him for selfishly evading the calamity of bloodshed, thus forcing Zhang Liwu to pay the ultimate price. The fury escalated to the point where he nearly struck this portly figure. Bored, wandering the streets and observing his surroundings, Zhao Zi was unperturbed by the prospect of being recognized. After all, he had studied stealth, making disguise an effortless endeavor. Had he not wished for his identity to be discovered, it would have proven quite challenging. This was the second time he had been glared at. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. He had initially intended to invite Zhao Zi to join him for breakfast, but considering they might still be waking up, he opted for a gentler approach. That gaze, Yi Qianqian understood it well. Upon witnessing Chunji turn away, a faint smile of relief graced her lips. This outcome was undoubtedly the best. What would recognition bring? Could she still accept Chunji? Did Chunji genuinely harbor feelings for Yi Qianqian? Sometimes, forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes seemed preferable to mutual suffering. As long as you do your utmost, do not place excessive pressure upon yourself, lest we grow worried for you, Yuzhen advised with concern. As he walked to his seat, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Dong Ruyu, their eyes meeting, causing him to feel a sudden tension and hastily move a few steps to settle into his seat. Young Master Liu, I found your melody captivating and quite novel. Might you be willing to teach me? Yang Liu appeared genuinely enamored with music, as her every word revolved around the subject. Acquiring a temporary career trait can lead to significant changes, both enhancements and diminutions. Generally, a balance is maintained, avoiding extremes of strength or weakness, akin to transitioning into a new profession. At times, I ponder whether if Lu Xing were a tad more capricious or unkind to me, perhaps the knots within my heart would lessen. Yet, upon entertaining such thoughts, I find myself feeling utterly shameless. Therefore, the number of men she has encountered is inconsequential. One is no different from 100, for they are all merely her life experiences. What kind of elixir is so valuable that you ruffians would fight over it? Show me. Gu est casually remarqued. Many have concealed their feelings deep within, resigning themselves to fate. As long as my son remains the crown prince, he can ascend to the throne. Jiuqian, what do you think? Or are you waiting at home right now? I sincerely apologize. Although Chongqing felt anxious, he did not neglect to care for Jiuqian. To outsiders, Chu Feng appeared to be a fool, opening his pockets wide, inviting all adversaries to come forth. The Holy Mother of Pure Land laughed, her arms outstretched, summoning a terrifying tempest of celestial power as she gracefully approached Zhou and allowing flying swords to strike her without penetrating the protective storm that enveloped her. Chapter 57. This love, sealed for 28 years, finally received. Fu Siue, in a state of fear and sorrow, shook his head vehemently, suddenly pushing Jiang Liwu away. No. He clutched his head tightly, sinking into despair, trapped in hell. Believing he was the one who caused his mother's demise, she must hate him. Jiang Liwu hurriedly approached, firmly covering his ears, her voice filled with urgency. Do not listen to those words. They are not true. Fu Siue, Xiaoyu, please calm down. This outcome was beyond anyone's control. Clearly, his grandfather is the master of Tianpin Fufang. In truth, he is the young master of Tianpin Fufang. Yet the world only recognizes Tanzong Yuan, oblivious to the existence of another named Mufeng. Zhuo Xiao, considering my connection to Aunt Yezi, I implore you not to kill me. Gao Gui trembled, his body shaking uncontrollably. Even Zhou Zuanhong's expression soured slightly. After all, he was unfamiliar with Sui Xiaotian. However, he knew Gong Suncheng well, and someone he recommended should pose no issues. Yet, seeing Sui Xiaotian appear so youthful inevitably raised concerns regarding his capabilities. He focused his spiritual energy, channeling it into his hands, conjuring a spell. His fists crackled with electricity, a thunderous orb forming ominously. Li Ke lunged forward, weeping uncontrollably, cradling his son's head. desperately trying to comfort him, though where could solace be found? Yet, her situation within the Rong family was no better than her previous circumstances in the Liu family. Rather, it had become more constraining. It was hoped that she could transition to Class 1, not only attaining a superior learning environment, but also alleviating the rumors surrounding her. For Qian Jiao, even the old man believed that Class 1 would be her best choice, despite his reluctance to let go of a student he found worthy. However, Qian Jiao merely ignored him, spending her days soaking in hot springs to escape the torment inflicted by the uncontrollable poison within her. Wang Chun, left with no choice, produced a shimmering spirit crystal, and miraculously, the old man's neck ailment was cured. Indeed, I knew Li Siki even before arriving at the Holy Land. I believe everyone is familiar with Lingsheng, where I first met her, Lin Yunfei recounted. Xuaningji was left speechless, while Qi Jing held a cup of soy milk, forgetting to take even a single sip. Indeed, the two siblings, Gu Shunan, were not only seemingly composed, but also rather naive. What Huquan mentioned was clear to Sun Ji. After all, wandering around the U.S. Star for so many years was not without consequence. Once the Yuming sword consumed the soul of the space controller Han Xiong, Lu Ming distinctly sensed a subtle enhancement in the sword's quality, albeit the improvement was modest. It was nonetheless tangible. In the midst of battle, both individuals were startled, realizing that the other was aware they had not unleashed their ultimate moves. Just as they pondered this, Lu Fei's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. Mo Nian wore a stiff smile, which in Yi Huang's eyes seemed less a smile and more a mask of pretense. I ask you, why does the eldest of the Shujia clan, one of the 10 great families, persistently suppress you from the shadows? At the sixth move, Lei Sheng seized the fist launched by the head of the Guang family and inquired, Lu Ming, regardless of who you are, it is time for you to perish. With a face twisted in madness, he suddenly witnessed Ruka, her visage contorted with rage, accelerate once more toward Lu Ming. The atmosphere in Dafan Zhai was eerily silent, akin to a forsaken fortress. Lei Sheng stealthily approached a hidden elite martial artist, swiftly twisting the man's neck with a decisive grip. Beside him, Jin Feng emitted mournful cries, ultimately transforming into golden dust that settled upon the cloud-like garments, resting eternally with the Queen Mother of the West. Yu Zichen observed Qing Rang, then glanced at his soldiers, instructing them to prepare for rest. Supporting Qing Rang into the tent, he realized that not only was Nanxiang aware, but half of Tianzhou Kingdom now recognized Yu Zichen's young concubine as a benevolent soul with a bodhisattva's heart, treating the populace with kindness. Chapter 58. Never doubting true intentions. Yet true intentions are ever fluctuating, I assure you. For him, I would willingly do anything. I am aware that even a mere sprout could harbor concerns. What I wish to express is that, my dear, you are not an accident nor a consequence of obligation. I must emphatically declare that you were born of pure, unadulterated love. In anticipation of your arrival, I have awaited for 3 long years. My darling, thank you for choosing me to be your mother. Page 8. My personal physician, the journey was shrouded in silence. Seth had never been so taciturn. Yet before this man, he found himself at a loss for words. The supervisor lifted his gaze toward the already departing Maybach, then glanced once more at Zhu Zi, letting out a soft sigh. Poor Lin Peng did not even catch a final glimpse. Her memories halted at the moment she fastened her cloak before setting out. However, many privy to the truth began preparations following the demise of Shi Zhongjian, and they had long since organized everything. Li Hongdao recognized his wife as fierce, yet never anticipated she would publicly humiliate him in front of so many. Wei Yun produced a paper fan from her bosom, fanning herself vigorously, her loose strands of hair dancing in the wind. Even spending money to acquire real estate or antiques was a luxury they could only dream of. Such extravagant items, often costing millions, were simply beyond their reach. She had acquiesced for many years, but could no longer bear being discarded. Today, she would not endure any longer, for what could no longer be tolerated need not be endured. Jing Xiang was utterly taken aback by Ming Kai's words, leaving her devoid of any excuses. Since Mei Er's appearance, the viewership in the Tiger Wilderness livestream surged from over 20,000 to more than 200,000, with the screen inundated by a torrent of comments. Others excavated caves accommodating 50 individuals each, completely hollowing out the mountain, for which Wang Dong expended all his spiritual energy. Thus, the Uchiha clan's main forces set forth, following the direction indicated by the sensing ninjas. Lin Feng was stunned. Was it merely a kiss? How had he become responsible? If that were the case, countless foreign individuals would also bear responsibility. However, Chunming resolutely declined their offer, stating that bribing allied officials was a violation of regulations. In truth, Louis Chen had not actually fallen asleep. He remained vigilant, awaiting Cheng Zili's return, especially since it was quite late and the journey was perilous. After the altercation, he realized that Shi Mu Chen's account, aside from lacking in rank, was executed with exceptional skill. Zhang De and Su Wuyo knelt, weeping uncontrollably, trembling and unable to articulate their sorrow. Pang Gu, distressed behind them, stepped forward and kicked Su Wuyo in the chest, causing him to fall backward with an exclamation of pain. Cheng Zili's attitude greatly pleased the director, marking her as a promising newcomer. Yet he hoped her character would not hinder her development. It was said that the people of Ping Tai Kingdom possessed remarkable business acumen, often traveling abroad for trade, with most of the goods exchanged worldwide originating from Ping Tai, rendering their presence ubiquitous. Lung Boyo subtly shook his head. This individual was about to employ psychological tactics again. However, upon gazing at the disheveled Ji Min in the wind, he felt a pang of compassion. Chapter 59. Our love is genuine. The Peach Blossom Cemetery, knowing it was Jiang Liwu, he felt a profound trust in his mother. The family doctor regarded Jiang Liwu with eyes filled with respect and admiration. After the stormy rain, a bright sunny day dawned, and Fusue did not awaken until the afternoon. Observing the dark circles under Jiang Liwu's eyes, Fusue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. The Xiao family had been operating in the ancient realm for over a century. Many things could not be relinquished so easily. At such a time, if one attempted to escape from the front gate, they would likely miss the opportunity, inadvertently exposing their whereabouts. Jia Feifei resolutely decided to remain indoors, pushing Chen Yongbing's desk against the door, determined to wait until the police arrived before opening it. Lu Feishue stifled her laughter, feeling inexplicably cheerful in the company of this group, even setting aside her grievances with Sita Ming. If you believe my writing is satisfactory, please share. Until now, no one else has contributed. I can only rely on myself. That vehicle, a Chevrolet Captiva, immediately rolled down its window, revealing Wang Xiaoyan's figure. Today marked the release of his subordinate, Geng Shubiao, and he awaited here to personally welcome him. A wig? What is a wig? Uncle Hua looked utterly confused. He had never encountered such a thing. Yet, the current circumstances left them with no alternative but to make such concessions to mitigate the misunderstandings with Xiao Yunfei, ultimately achieving their true objectives. Long Luo Dao confirmed this notion, stating that this method is divided into 3 realms: spirit level, heavenly level, and divine level. I have only reached the heavenly level, but when I exert my full strength, no one beneath the divine emperor can match my speed. There is no need to mention Shi Yan. If your blood is insufficient, there remains no other means for me to transform. Your blood is my only hope, and I am certain it will lead to my success. In the Nine Nether Void, time stands almost still compared to the outside world. Even if we spend an eternity here, little changes in the outside realm. If we were not inside the Blackstone Tower, we might not even perceive the passage of time. The Void King's seal validated Mu Hao's conjecture. He was suddenly struck with alarm. Was it the fate of his family to meet an untimely end at 70 due to 2 blocked blood vessels? Instantly, his heart sank and his limbs grew icy. Brother, how might 10 encounters in one night be a challenge? The chubby one began to mumble incoherently. How could this be? Anya pressed her arm, feeling the thick layer of fat compress under her touch. It was still him. After all, he had collaborated with me extensively and frequently portrayed my father in television dramas. Establishing un bouquin rapport. For this reason, it was most fitting for him to take on the role. The person Shin Shaoqin selected was none other than Lu Zaishi. The mighty dragon leaped repeatedly, snapping at the sky, yet always evading by mere inches thanks to Xena's agility. The audacious wings, initially a formidable magical artifact, detached from Bailey's body, writhing in a swirl of dark light, eventually transforming into the shape of a crescent blade. Huangda nodded in agreement, turning to Mo Fan, who smiled and produced 3 keys, 2 red and 1 black, resembling ordinary keys, but considerably longer. Chapter 60. A global selection, renowned worldwide, the center of Yuzhou. I have received everything you sent me. I particularly adore the delicate pink flowers you embroidered. I shall cherish and protect them well. So there is no need for you to worry about me. I am currently thriving, capable of safeguarding myself and those I hold dear. No one can harm me, and there is no need for concern about my solitude. I am accompanied by 5 brothers and a stepmother, who are undoubtedly the finest family one could hope for. In Fu Siyue's eyes, a sheen of moisture glistened as he gazed at Jiang Liwu. Jiang Suyu, as an elder of the Haoyue sect, had the potential to surpass the Yuan gang realm, a fact that the allied Qianyang sect was pleased to acknowledge. As expected, upon hearing this, Li Xiaotian lowered her head, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Was she merely an object to be used and given to Tianjian? It is quite simple. I seek to purchase a set of intelligence regarding mutated beasts, as well as information on the mutated and high-level zombies, Shi Tian stated plainly. Once again exchanging a discreet glance with Mo Qingluo, His Majesty expressed deep feelings toward the demeanor of Ni Qingron. What was it actually me? Do you know me? A tremor ran through Gay Mian's heart, causing him to involuntarily step back. Han Dong recalled the words of Elder Meng Lin, and his pupils narrowed. It appeared this handsome young man was indeed one of the participants in the selection, though uncertain of the significance of her actions. Her innate curiosity compelled her to desperately seek the outcome. While he was in the shower, Xiao Xiao had already finished bathing and was leaning against the headboard, engrossed in her phone, either chatting or browsing the web. Upon hearing Lin Yu's suggestion, he deemed it an excellent idea and promptly took out his phone. Just then, a sudden knock at the door was followed by an angry voice. The 3 employees laughed upon hearing Lu Tao's words. It was evident they were expected to cater to his preferences, as the company would spare no effort in dealing with clients. Li Sun observed this with amusement, thinking how amusing it was that Yu Pingchuan, who was typically so arrogant, seemed to be humbled today, treating others with more respect than he usually afforded. Upon hearing news regarding Li Shimin's safety, Li Xiaoning dared not be negligent. In fact, the struggle between Li Shimin and Li Jiansheng placed Li Xiaoning in a most difficult position, as both were equally dear to her. After the meeting concluded, Xie Xuan left without greeting anyone, his countenance grim. Mr. Liu, once the installation and debugging are complete, let us find a place to dine and discuss further. Xie Gang said directly to Lu Tao after they exited the vehicle. In an instant, Cole's pupils contracted, his lips revealing sharp teeth. His deep blue hair transforming into a tawny hue, with similar colored hair sprouting on his cheeks and neck. However, now that he had established a company, it seemed well-funded, and he had invested $10 million into constructing a filming base for live broadcasts in the blood-soaked dual camps. The hellish environment of the Blood War was set against the Infernal Alliance and the warmongers drawn by the thrill, who would choose to join any camp for the sake of bloodshed. After supporting the human form, the height of the body remained largely unchanged. Thus, Xiao Fenglai designed a dual-person reclining chair, where one person equipped with an exoskeleton would carry 2 others, who would manage the equipment and supplies. The Young Qi Refining Master, referred to as the Young Master by Wanjing Mountain, possessed golden eyes and hair, with flickers of flame subtly evident within his pupils. His robust physique exuded a lively and dynamic aura, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 61. Interacting with the Triplets. Yin, when you leaned closer to the microphone, his soft pink lips moving, emitting a voice as elegant and melodious as a cello, captivating and magnetic. The lyrics conveyed a sense of longing and sorrow, confusion and helplessness, concealing endless pain and yearning. Time and again, he searched, soaring through the skies, as the number of the sky-watching Eagle Guards on their routine patrol tasks gradually increased. Originally, a single group of Eagle Guards was responsible for the daily surveillance of 3 to 5 neighborhoods, but now, 2 groups were needed for just one. Oh no! Yi Ruhong's heart sank. With great effort, he turned, using the force to redirect his long blade behind him. Atop the cliff, over 100 disciples sat cross-legged in meditation, their eyes shut, surrounding a pool of purple water. Initially, he and Xiao Gang had been attentive, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. Although they were both injured, they still had the strength to fight, and both could clearly sense that Lu Yinsha was indeed stronger than their master. Yet the seemingly powerful Lu Yinsha fell apart, like a paper tiger with just one poke. The Demon Lord unleashed the Soul Shadow overlay spell. Unlike Chu Yan, the power of this technique could flatten half of the Jiannan sect. Furthermore, It was rumored that during the upcoming auction, the Kingdom of Jindu would present several masterclass artworks for sale. Naturally, the Kingdom of Jindu would not be overly concerned about the money, as their intention in showcasing these artworks was merely to elevate the prestige of the auction. With the ruined monarch dealt with, Lin Fan decided not to retain him any longer. He then returned to the city of Sin, spending a day with Feng Ling before departing with Bai Hu. Before Feng Jiu lay an assortment of treasures, finally eliciting a broad smile from him, especially upon seeing a bottle that required twisting to open and a pair of lacquered red gloves, which made him beam with joy. Since Zhao Hong had stood up for Sister Yao last time at the club, leaving the Bao family in tatters, Bao Guda's attitude towards her had completely shifted. Once dismissive of Ding Lingling, he now treated her with utmost courtesy, pursuing her with genuine intentions. Reaching out, he grasped the scattered black hair, smiling as he revealed a glistening set of white teeth. Following this brief interlude, he continued to breathe in the pure, extreme, spiritual energy surrounding him, while his body's acupoints rapidly transformed the energy into refined corpse energy. Chun Tai Bai thrust his palms forward, channeling his energy into a hexagram that enveloped Li Qiren. Hearing a familiar voice calling from nearby, Tong Yin, still in a stupor, finally began to respond. He struggled to open his eyes, but they felt as though they were glued shut. A black vortex appeared beside Qian Kai, from which emerged mechanical creatures, approximately 150 of them, all classified as Tier 2025 mechanical beings. He had acted in numerous films and dramas, although his roles were not profound and lacked depth. As long as he appeared on screen with his name attached, it sufficed. The strenuous work was left to his doubles, as a popular star must focus on amassing wealth. Chapter 62. She is a mother fan. Yin Wenyi remained unaffected by the presence of others, fixated on Jiang Liwu's brows and eyes, clearly observing the elegant curve of her upturned lashes. He pursed his lips, his mind and breath becoming increasingly disordered, as he elegantly inscribed his name. Each second intensified his desire to unveil Jiang Liwu's mask. Restraining himself, he withdrew slightly, reminding himself that she was not his stepmother and to refrain from probing into her identity, lest he lose his composure. Jiang Liwu contemplated removing her mask. With a solid foundation and the backing of the Tunglong Consortium and Wa Family Group, even if she failed to secure the project, she could initiate it in Longxi province herself. This was the confidence that Nie Jinbong possessed. "Where's your second brother?" "In the car." Qin Feng skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, inquiring of Qin Monk in the back seat. At this moment, at the entrance of the family area, a spirited elder and the entire leadership of the Agricultural University awaited nearby. Meanwhile, Long Ling did not pause, summoning all the strong members of Longmen as they headed towards Laymen. When one is abruptly informed of their imminent demise, it is an undeniable truth that few can accept. Observing the fierce demeanor of the man before him, it seems he has become the target of ire. Nevertheless, the man remains unperturbed, swiftly commanding 12 spectral entities to encircle Su Yuanxing, effectively obstructing his advance. Ma Shiqing is genuinely furious. After all, his cousin has attained the rank of a commanding general with a multitude of troops under his command. How can he be so thoughtless at such a critical juncture, neglecting the welfare of his subordinates? If chaos ensues, the potential for devastation and loss of life looms ominously. Linda clings tightly to me, weeping profusely, her grip firm, overwhelmed with sorrow and grievance, her hair disheveled, and her body trembling. Zhu Yingyan is slightly taken aback. Zhu Yifan is not one to lack discernment, yet his utterance of such words surprises her nonetheless. Sikyu and others step forward, simultaneously channeling their strength. Instantly, the atmosphere within the Zhu family's chamber becomes saturated with murderous intent, while the members of the Zhu family wear expressions of utter despair. Throughout this ordeal, only the ghostly figure maintains an indifferent countenance. This matter has been decided. Su Lu grins widely, noting that domestic automobile production has the capability but lacks brand recognition, a realm in which he excels. With the reduction of tariffs, the cost advantage of domestic vehicles will further diminish, leading to a competition centered on marketing prowess. Gu Xiaoran's lips curl into a satisfied smile, while Su Xiaoqing gazes at Ing Han with a puzzled expression. Gu Zining sips his tea, and Meng Yanxin bites her lip, her fingertips gradually tightening in her palm, concealed by the coffee table. The students are now in disarray, Was this not an interview? How has the conversation shifted to poetry? At this moment, Jiang Yi, sustaining the spectral energy of Ganqing, is similarly subdued by the force of the ghostly array. Collapsing to one knee in a moment of weakness, several figures rush forward, Bai Su, Bai Tong, and Bai Jiu simultaneously placing their hands on Jiang Yi's arm. Having spoken, he pays no heed to the reactions of those below, striding directly out of the official hall, entrusting the matter to Officer Wang. What brings such a perception? To compare oneself to a turtle caught in a jar is quite audacious. Lu Ting, however, is too indifferent to engage in any dispute, curious instead about the origins of her unique perspective. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xiaoran removes his coat and lays on the ground, urging Su Xiaoqing to sit upon it. What are you thinking? Su Xiaoqing swallows nervously, noticing the hint of redness in Gu Xiaoran's eyes. The two adjoining rooms are nearly devoid of furnishings, with a few broken jars half buried in the soil. There are no coffins or corpses left behind. Yet the wall bears a mural that piques their curiosity. Chapter 63, Alzheimer's Disease, Compensation for Change. Grandma Shang suddenly beams with joy. Xiao Wu, granddaughter-in-law. Grandma, please tell me how you ended up here. Are you alone? Jiang Liwu scans the surroundings, failing to detect any trace of the Shang family. Not even a bodyguard in sight. Grandma Shang first wipes the sweat from Jiang Liwu's forehead, then produces a cap for her to shield against the sun, followed by a magical reveal of a light board that reads Yen 1. Everyone, please take a seat and enjoy your food and drink. Lin Tian smiles, gesturing to those around him. Bai Yueqing, as a member of the royal family, entered the ancestral temple 3 days in advance to fast. Jiang Wan, too, has not seen him for several days. Manyan, let us go downstairs for a bite. Lin Tian chuckles, gently caressing Chun Manyan's smooth skin. Mother has been in the palace for a long time, and now with her status as Grand Empress Dowager, there are many rules. Should she encounter you and cause you distress, please do not take offense on my account. Xin Xiangxi, having little interaction with his mother, finds himself unsure of how to navigate Jiang Wan's relationship with her. Boom! Thunderous roars erupt as dark clouds gather ominously in the sky. Bolts of lightning striking like colossal mountains, the essence of the heavens permeating the air for miles. In the blink of an eye, a tribulation pool forms, the storm clouds piling upon one another. It seems as if the heavenly tribulation above is poised to descend at any moment. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yi spews forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling and his breath becoming erratic. Even with his efforts to suppress it, he finds it increasingly unmanageable. However, Ergo is a true gourmand. While the double-cooked meat may appear richer in flavor to the average person, he believes that the freshness and tenderness of the lamb become indistinguishable. The man's face indeed changes color, the side struck by his wife, still red and swollen, now appearing a bizarre mix of white and red. Shinfan, what are you up to? You promised you only love me. Ling Xueshue cries out in heartbreak. Yet if one were to observe closely, they would catch a fleeting glimmer of cunning satisfaction at the corner of her mouth. Led by Zhang Li, Longmenxian village boasts 3 Yuan Shin masters and over 200 Jindan masters, along with numerous foundational and Qi refining practitioners. However, accumulating such points solely through the hunting of enemies would take countless millennia, all the while ensuring one's survival. Contemplating the extraordinary nature of His Royal Highness, and reflecting on his own son, who indulges in a life of hedonism amidst the pleasures of the world, the governor of Qizhou feels a profound sense of self-pity and indignation at his son's lack of ambition. Bang! The air before him seems to shatter suddenly, and Lu He, seated upon the azure dragon, quivers slightly. In his previously tranquil eyes, a flicker of astonishment emerges. The entire expanse of land displays a desolate hue, an aura of decay permeating the atmosphere, mingled with the weight of ancient history, imparting the understanding that this land has long been devoid of vitality. Chapter 64. Mistaken for a paparazzi's illegitimate child. Jiang Liwu furrows her brow, reluctantly releasing her grip on the bag. In that instant, as she loosens her hold, Tian Jixia transforms into a gust of wind, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Liwu barely manages to retrieve the towel before she can call out, her gaze following the direction of Tian Jixia's departure, sparking further suspicion. Stop! A stern voice from behind belongs to Xiang Rue. Jiang Liwu instinctively turns her head, her face exposed outside the screen, while Aquinas gazes at the recorded footage, lost in contemplation, utterly unaware of who Yi Qiong is or who the Demon King is. Mei Shizhou knows that while he may deceive others, it is unlikely he can deceive the emperor who has unexpectedly arrived at his door. He should have anticipated this. Should the Jiang Liwu leverage the matter of irrigation and road construction to extort 200,000 taels from the Bailey family, only to use it for other purposes? The Bailey family would find it impossible to clear their name. Brother Monkey must be wary of his back, unable to fight at full strength, instead resorting to constant roars, his body gradually showing signs of blood. Weston, of course, has no objections, clutching a basket as he flies down, following Avril to a wooden cabin. Since the leader is a specific individual, Robini is transliterated in the translated text. Nonetheless, it is still a remarkable achievement. Despite his disappointment, Mage happily hands over the report to Dumbledore. He had thought it would be quite desolate, especially since Xie Xuanfeng had taken everyone away when he left. In the following minutes, Nancian incessantly vents her grievances about her ex's various despicable actions. In the current starry expanse, the mysterious shop and the wondrous realm of the virtual gods are undoubtedly the hottest topics. Lu Fifan is surprised. What brings Lu Shaoqian here at such a late hour? A glance reveals Yang Fei, head bowed in silence, and he quickly grasps the situation. This minuscule blue flame swiftly engulfs the massive red dragon, the extraordinary fire dissipating, allowing the mysterious figure to seize the opportunity and stretch forth a hand towards the treasured sword of Ashan. Upon hearing Sanlong's words, Jiang Qiaoer felt somewhat lacking in confidence. Casting a furtive glance at the palace officials behind her and seeing no unusual reaction, she finally relaxed. She tossed one of the bells toward Chu Yu, who caught it as it landed upon the blade of his sword. However, the three of them had already vanished into the depths of the cave. Do you think you can make the decision? Whether or not to seal you depends on my mood. Chen Jin gazed at the familiar Shi Tian with contempt. The sealing had endured for far too long, rendering him somewhat foolish. Challenging him now, just after breaking free from the seal, would be an act of self-destruction. Thus, what began as a simple action gradually multiplied, spreading from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. The outcome was that many prominent artists and celebrities, unbeknownst to Lu Fifan, began to follow this obscure Weibo account. To Jiang Qiaoer's surprise, last night, Gong Yuqing had uncharacteristically held her quietly as they both drifted off to sleep. This led her to suspect he had ulterior motives, but lost in thought, she too succumbed to slumber. By dawn, Gong Yuqing remained still. Mo Lanjia, have you contracted a sheep? Jiang Jingxian observed the Xieji's appearance, cloaked in darkness, resembling a lamb, yet distinctly fierce in its gaze. Both Gong Yuqing and Ninggu understood that Tian Shao harbored feelings for Enjio, a fact known to all. Enjio's long-standing infatuation with Jiang Qiaoer was equally common knowledge. This elucidated the situation, revealing Tian Zhao's motives of jealousy and potential malice towards Jiang Qiaoer. Chapter 65. Why is she so eager to distance herself from him? What offense has she committed against you? Shang Tingyin, with one hand in his trousers pocket, stood tall and imposing, his tone calm, yet imbued with a palpable sense of pressure. Xiang Rui felt a tightening at his scalp, cold sweat forming involuntarily as he registered the shocking revelation that Jiang Liwu, a mere paparazzo, had connections with a figure of Shang Tingyian's caliber, who was evidently intent on supporting her. Xiang Rui could hardly believe it. He had never heard of such an ascetic demeanor. Lilia, having completed her preliminary preparations, overheard Zheng Yiqin's murmur and glanced at him. Zheng Yiqin remained silent, but slightly raised his chin. Let's not dwell on whether the evil emperor's martial arts can dominate the formidable 5 Thunder transformation technique. The very nature of the 5 Thunder transformation ensures that even if it were to be controlled, it would continuously refine Wang Zheng's other martial arts spirit and even his primal true energy. What a fortunate delight! Cheng Miling exerted every effort to suppress her emotions, attempting to express her usual sweet smile, yet her expression appeared somewhat distorted. In the Chui Ling courtyard, on the left slope of the back mountain, lay the residence specifically arranged for them by the sect leader, as oldly mentioned. When Chun Bujian failed to take action, the imprinted symbols lay dormant like hibernating creatures, occasionally emitting slight mental fluctuations, yet remaining largely still, as though time itself had ceased. Do not inquire why Chun Bujian possesses such clarity. as one endowed with dream-controlling abilities. He constantly practices the use of his mental powers, honing his skill in manipulating the threads of dreams. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Abel counted down, his gaze fixed intently on the puppet body of the Marlin Rules wizard, meticulously observing every change. Indeed, I have come to seek you, wishing for you to take the various sect leaders to Yumei Valley this evening, to hear him confess that he is the Black Heart Blood Demon, Mu Yuchen stated. The memory of her ever-smiling uncle and her gentle aunt seemed to have changed drastically. Meanwhile, Commander Li, still troubled by the searing heat of the Fire Phoenix, remained oblivious to the fact that Elder Wuxia had already soared onto his shoulder. Song Zheng maintained a stoic expression, though internally he cursed, wondering why the two were directing their quarrel towards him. Xia Linger rarely displayed such astonishment. At this moment, words could scarcely capture her shock, as the impact of Zi Yuting's presence rivaled that of Lin Xiao. Simultaneously, she could not help but admire the latter. Good. Unexpectedly, Murong Xuen nodded and, with Wang Feng's assistance, removed her nightgown. Captain Li, are you here for inspection again? Two attendants, having just finished scattering feed for the mountain chickens, looked up to see Li Gua entering and promptly approached. Given the change in plans, it was imperative to notify the Wutong faction, and just then, Kuan Jian emerged from seclusion. Lei Sheng understood what Monado anticipated, thus he preemptively blocked this path, ensuring Monado would not harbor any expectations of Lei Jun, allowing him to proceed according to his forthcoming strategy. After all, the fairies were Naneko's organization, and his actions could be seen as his utmost benevolence. Should everything require his assistance, what purpose would Naneko's organization serve? All this time, Murong Xue had refrained from questioning his nightly excursions, believing he ought not to overstep. Chapter 66. The Family Heirloom. Jiang Liwu kissed the man. Jiang Liwu shook her head, unbothered. Looking over, she saw Shang Tingyan meticulously removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie. The black shirt clung to his well-defined physique, accentuating the contours of his abdomen, and the masculine aura emanating from him intensified. Jiang Liwu's eyes sparkled, and this time she did not avert her gaze. Shang Tingyan continued his actions, unbuttoning the top two buttons of his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his physique. At that moment, the sun began its descent towards the horizon, around 5 o'clock. While it was nearing 11 at night domestically, most people had succumbed to slumber, yet the live stream remained bustling with over 1 million viewers. Ha ha! Has the grandson of the old demon who defeated the Qin dynasty been vanquished? Excellent. Truly splendid. Wang Chongyang erupted in laughter upon hearing the news, shedding any semblance of a senior's demeanor. I did not invite you to sit. His tone, though declarative, carried an unmistakable undertone of command. Su Chen's voice suddenly pierced through the air as he glanced at the nearby Yao Qing, then soared alongside Dao Kuan towards Zhang's location. While Qijie had grown accustomed to his gentle tones directed at her, she was taken aback to discover he could also be so frigid towards others. This was not to say that the two had not encountered grand spectacles. In terms of momentum, every peak of the Tianwu sect far surpassed this location. Yet, the Tianwu sect remained a sect, lacking the human warmth found in the exquisite and personable Mo residents. At that moment, Guoqin stood still, smiling at Murong Xian, a smile that hinted at a scheme brewing beneath the surface. Why have you only just arrived? Do you have any idea how long I have been waiting here? Su Fu did not mean to convey such a message. In truth, he had been concerned for Su Wanga's prolonged absence. However, seeing Su Wanga appear in good health, his words shifted in tone. The man donned a gray suit, exuding an extraordinary presence, radiating the air of an individual in a position of power. This is the system's space. Host, may I inquire what gift you desire? Came the system's cold voice. The man's gaze was inscrutable as he firmly pressed her down, thrusting his hips and raising his waist, causing Su Yunhe to gasp sharply. He beckoned to his bodyguard nearby and provided instructions before finally entering his private booth. Jiang Yiju then turned her attention to Lu Qingqing, her expression remaining unfazed, seemingly unconcerned. The man was middle-aged with a square face, a flat nose, dark circles under his eyes, and stood at approximately 1.60 meters. Watching helplessly as their companion was seized, the players erupted in impotent rage. Ji Yinzhou rubbed his chin thoughtfully, concluding that those who had taken Ning Ning were indeed the same black-clad figures. By the well, Chu Jianhua discreetly pushed the basin used for the chickens further away, ensuring to also move the fish urea bags to avoid potential crossfire. For skilled fighters, each at the third level of Qi, surrounded Beta with Karas, indicating that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Sergeant AI's journey was undertaken at the behest of General Mike Miller, to preemptively inform the malevolent spirits, lest they misunderstand the significance of the alarms within the base. Chapter 67. Do you despise me, Miss Sister? Jiang Liwu's obsidian-like eyes gradually cleared, a flicker of panic flashing beneath the surface as she suddenly shoved the person away. Shang Tingyan, caught off guard, stumbled back a few steps, shattering the previously ambiguous atmosphere between them. Upon disembarking, nothing was discovered. I had also examined the vicinity of the vehicle, finding no traces of blood whatsoever. I felt quite vexed. What was going on? I distinctly remembered colliding with someone, yet there was nothing to substantiate that memory. The man regarded me, then glanced at my Yuan Ling, still harboring disbelief. Him. The shopkeeper should have been an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. The tightly shut door effectively barred prying eyes from the outside, and the seemingly ordinary wooden house offered excellent sound insulation, rendering the inner sounds inaudible amidst the rustling leaves and whispers of the wind. She wept softly, lowering her head, skillfully concealing her hatred and murderous intent, not daring to meet the man's gaze, appearing frail as she half sat on the ground. Zhong Yan, in a fit of excitement, showered Zhang Yang with kisses, while Yin Jieja also joined in, planning a grand kiss on him. What was the meaning behind the latter part of her words? Inquiring about the mountain's path was tantamount to asking about the identities of one's parents. Questioning how many times one is bowed in the mortal realm was connected to the previous query, expressing his ignorance regarding his birth chart, thus seeking insight into his fate. I noticed a figure flickering ahead. I realized that the one who had attacked the nurse was likely Zhao Donglin, and I hastened my pursuit. As the three of them journeyed onward, Yi Tianfeng sought to gain a deeper understanding of the mission that Shan Hu and Ming Zai had previously described regarding their trip to South America. Zhongyan, please explain it to her. Her thick-headedness requires clarification. Although everyone seemed quite disheartened, Lin Wanner could not suppress her laughter, primarily due to Yin Judge's comical nature. Yifeng's phone buzzed with a message from Mike Wang. Brother Yi, the computer you used this time performed admirably. I have successfully accessed the security system of the Moonlight Hotel. If anyone attempts to breach it, I will be informed, ensuring a swift counteraction. Slowly, a black silhouette emerged from the darkness, revealing a magnified black-armored knight, distinguished by the unique steed they rode. All right, let's consider it a jest. Might you forgive me this once? Wang Ning's voice carried a hint of pleading. After walking for nearly an hour, they suddenly heard a series of rushing water sounds. A tumultuous cascade. At that moment, Qin Zheng stood at the entrance of the Eternal Night's Light, watching as Ma Qianqian's figure faded into the distant horizon. Really? The tall figure opposite brightened at the prospect, only to dim shortly after, shifting aside sullenly. Does this mean I won't be receiving chicken legs anymore? Like a petulant child. He turned away from Wang Ning. What? You and Mr. Zhongjing are actually brothers in arms? Zhao Feng was further astonished. It was unexpected that this Hua Tuo had studied under Zhang Bozu. Anger surged within him, ready to unleash a roar. Yet upon seeing the piercing gaze of the silver-spotted leopard, he froze, realizing it was another formidable entity, instinctively relaxing his body. Chapter 68. She cohabits with another man. Realizing her own thoughts, Xiang Rui felt an impulse to slap her face to regain clarity. It was irrational to assume innocence based solely on someone's appearance. One must remember that beauty often conceals deceit. He had apprehended the individual on the spot. Could he possibly have made a mistake or wronged her? Xiang Rui shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. Within the lively group chat, Yi Chun offered no respite, continuing to unleash a flurry of punches. Golden light radiating from his palms, as if a volcano erupting in a dazzling yet ferocious display. Should his alchemical endeavors succeed, he would not only pass the alchemist assessment, but also earn the esteemed title of alchemy master. A terrifying red sword aura descended from the heavens, cleaving space and dividing the earth. With a thunderous shout, divine power surged forth, shattering the sky, plunging the realm into chaos where nothing could be discerned. At that moment, a flicker of madness crossed Xu Feng's eyes as he erupted with an overwhelming aura of supremacy. In truth, among those present, only a select few possessed the financial means to bid on the North Sea heavy water. Yet their true intent lay not with the heavy water, but with the auction's piece de resistance, the foundation establishment pill. It was no wonder the cultivators did not ride their swords. It was not a matter of desire, but rather an inability to do so. Even Zhang Yuanhao, with his perfected qi training, could not soar beyond 20 meters, illustrating the chaotic nature of the elemental magnetic forces in this locale. The candidates must be individuals of trust and proponents of this plan, a selection that proved challenging. The 100 Flowers Fairy's origins were shrouded in mystery, her lineage unknown, and not a soul had ever beheld her visage, rendering her identity extraordinarily enigmatic. Yet the old man with the white beard, though also a false Dan realm cultivator, had lingered in this state for an indeterminate time, achieving mastery in 4 schools of technique. Although he had not attained true essence, his virtual Dan was terrifyingly full, boasting combat prowess far superior to those newly entering the core formation realm. Wang Hufeng was on the 3rd floor of the hotel, unwinding to soft music, as the Wang family's recent maneuvers drew considerable attention. Wu Wei, perplexed, believed the immediate priority should be to find a way to escape the Death Desert, and thus leaned back on the sofa, searching for relevant information on his phone. On the 16th, upon opening the insulated box, 2 orange-red pearls were revealed. The 1-star and 6-star pearls acquired by Dr. Hua. A surge of energy erupted from He Jinyu, only to extinguish the next moment as Jissy's detector emitted beeping sounds. Xiao Zhan, being an assassin, perceived a myriad of colors and lights when he entered his assassin state. Subsequently, all the demon clans in the heavenly realm performed the 3 kneels and 9 bows ceremony at the altar, demonstrating their determination. Classmates, does Zhang Yaomiao's death have any correlation with Shun Mo? Did Shun Mo commit murder to alleviate academic pressure? The leader suddenly exerted force, repelling the celestial sword, exploiting the opening to retreat, leaving the attacks of the 3 saints to miss their mark, thus commencing a truly brutal battle. Shortly thereafter, Gu Tong arrived, having flown in on a massive kite. Upon his arrival, he promptly input the island's coordinates into the system. The mechanical knight wasted no time, piloting the battleship towards an unnamed island at the center of the ocean. Such an act was tantamount to suicide. The current generation of youth was even more formidable than their predecessors, exemplified by this Augustus, whose prowess was exceptionally fierce. Shu Qingyu grew increasingly impatient, waving his right hand. The disciples of the Xingyuan sect instantly understood, rushing forward to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks, causing the Qingyun sect disciple to cry out in distress. Chapter 69. The boyfriend is not him, nor is he the one I wish to kiss. Fu Siyue regarded Shang Tingyan with a gaze brimming with provocation and warning, asserting his claim over his little mother. Jiang Liwu realized she had intended to explain herself to Shang Tingyan, but upon reflection, given their relationship, it seemed futile to provide an explanation, so she pursed her lips, tacitly accepting Fu Siyue's words, which were indeed truthful. Seeing Jiang Liwu remain silent, Shang Tingyan clenched his fists in quiet frustration, feeling a heaviness in his chest, a sense of suffocation washing over him. The crowd of pedestrians, led by Fu Siyue, rushed toward the 2nd floor, forced to jostle together, casting curious glances in that direction. They were aware that Lu Maosheng was a veteran from outside, assigned to the village committee upon his arrival in Saudian village, with his household registration transferred here. Taizi wore a smug expression, twisting his neck in a semblance of a smirk, eagerly awaiting Zhao Mu's response. On Saturday evening, Jiang Yin invited Han Su and Tang Chuyan to dine with Lin Ruzhu, Qi Lin, and Wang Qing. The owner nodded in acknowledgement. Having collaborated for so long, he held great trust in the quality of Chuanjing's products, not even bothering to inspect the quality control data compiled by Zhao Ruihe. Weren't you quite the retort master? Why so obedient just now? Hua Tsong chuckled in amusement. Upon arriving at the planning department, he noticed everyone clutching a cup of coffee, the makeshift beds from the previous night still scattered on the floor, and their faces reflecting a lack of vitality. David, not wishing to alert the beast, changed direction while the colossal creatures were still indulging in their feast, continuing onward. In the face of such circumstances, even Qi Huan could not pursue the matter further. Apprehending a few scapegoats was futile. For the most crucial aspect was that He Daong had been rescued. Zhe rasped, his throat parched, his face smeared with blood, his eyes brimming with the fervent desire for life. He did not wish to perish. He would grasp any opportunity to survive. Nevertheless, his second uncle still emanated an enigmatic aura, prompting him to lay bare the entire situation without reservation. Huang Xiner hung her bag on the painting, and in an instant, it tore a gash nearly half a meter long. Despite the cacophony in Heihe Valley, the dark veil showed no signs of rupture, revealing the formidable nature of the magical array within. Liu found himself perplexed by the extent of Zhang Kuang's resources, but refrained from inquiring further, bidding farewell to Zhang Kuang before departing with Master Chen. Just as the blade was about to descend, a plume of white smoke erupted before Biling Tian, obstructing the path between him and Jiao Shi. In this moment, Shi Yetian, who possessed considerable wealth, revealed himself to be such a shameless man, even coveting Su Li's dowry. If she were to successfully marry Shi Yetian, would she not follow in Su Li's footsteps? Aneng immediately recognized the identity of the blonde man before him as the fourth Hokage, Wolfing Shuimen. The elder intended to express anger, but upon seeing the young man wielding a knife, swiftly realized he was not to be trifled with. It was well known that young men were often in the military, and those wandering about with knives outside of it were certainly not ordinary individuals. With the help of various demons, the Tianzong sect was restored to its former glory in just 3 days. However, he could not repair the demon suppression tower, which housed the spiritual energy of past sect leaders and ancestors. These individuals were the strongest inheritors of the Time Temple across various eras, unmatched in talent and terrifying in strength. In the next moment, the sky erupted in a horrific explosion as 12 suns detonated simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic energy wave that flattened millions of miles of land and caused the earth to collapse. He struck the stars with a fist, driving a silver nail deep into them, followed by relentless blows to a single spot. In Chapter 70, when Song Jinwei encountered trouble, Fu Siyue could no longer remain composed. Just when everyone anticipated a fierce confrontation, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. It was unclear how Jiang Liwu managed to bring Wei Shifeng and Fu Siyue to a handshake agreement, allowing herself to retreat unscathed while earning Fu Siyue as protection. Prior to this, Jiang Liwu had no prior interactions with Wei Shifeng or Fu Siyue. Yet in such a brief period, she managed to win over both men, securing their unwavering support. Master Sister, I understand your intentions now, and your absence was not due to avoiding me, but to spare your master from pressure, not wanting to escalate my relationship with Lang Tianxing. Jiang Yun said with teary eyes. The coffin had no lid, revealing its internal adornments and items, including an elderly man wearing formal attire, curiously, with his left hand severed to the wrist. Once the rules were established, action would commence. Sui gently patted Rod's shoulder and spoke softly. Xia Xian's face was blood red. Her lips cracked, evidently having endured great suffering in prison. Upon seeing her master's dire state, Wan Xing's anger flared. She looked up at Lin Yuanping, her eyes ablaze with fury. The information was indeed, as the system had indicated, chaotic and fragmented, comprising only symbolic elements with entirely different phrasing. The child's words surprised Wang Zifeng. Honestly, although basic, it represented the average level of knowledge among most nobles today. This child, starting education at such a young age, would undoubtedly surpass the nobility in knowledge and power upon reaching adulthood. With a thunderous bang, 5 explosions converged into one, and in an instant, Su Yang's fist shattered 5 spiritual barriers, only halting when it struck the 6th, causing it to crack. Observing the object in Luo Hao's possession, murmurs erupted from the spectators, with some perceptive individuals analyzing the scene. Stop flattering yourself. Ho Wanfo isn't targeting you, but rather the supreme cultivators of the same realm. Yi Tianlong retorted with a cold, mocking laugh. Old demon, I pay my respects to you. The Huangquan old demon approached Xiao Tian, bowing slightly with a sycophantic smile. As for the red dot representing the competitors, there was only one that signified oneself, implying that within a radius of 10,000 meters, no other competitors existed. The hippo would indeed gather at the Empire's grand event today, as I had arranged through Liang Haoren. Thus I was well aware of its current location in that private room. Bai Sulian was no ordinary individual. She was the leader of the 1,000-year-old drifting sands and had recently received her inheritance. When it came to schemes and murder, she was akin to an ancestral figure, hardly one to be easily outmaneuvered. Witnessing Bu Qinyang unable to come to the rescue, Han Shuiro's face fell into despair, helplessly watching as she drew closer to the gaping maw of the blazing bloodbath, awaiting her demise. Please spare me. I shall never dare again. I grasped Wang Qing's leg, pleading desperately. At the moment Jenny kicked Lu Jia to the ground, she was momentarily taken aback, and seizing the opportunity, I slipped beneath her arm, landing directly on Lu Jia's waist, and began to strike her face. Chapter 71. Could she be the reincarnation of a stepmother? Then, she knocked on Jiang Liwu. The name Jiang Liwu undoubtedly struck a profound blow to Yan Wenyu, causing him to rise abruptly, every cell and nerve in his body reacting violently, leaving the makeup artist bewildered, fearing she had made an error. Even with the addition of the character Li, it failed to calm Yan Wenyu's trembling heart. His long fingers trembled slightly as he glanced at the screen. May I ask your age? Yet, after only a brief smile, the surrounding space began to warp once more. Seeing the distortion in space, Jian Tai's eyes widened, for it confirmed that he had not resolved the issue. The mass-produced magical puppets were too large to conceal within the Bo residence. The most likely scenario was that they were buried underground nearby. After notifying Paul, who remained at the inn to care for Alice, I donned the lightweight armor I had found in an unattended blacksmith shop along the way, rushing to the city wall's summit with the same fully armed, wasteful magic sword. Upon hearing my words, Paul clicked his tongue in disdain, but his expression shifted from its previous gloom. Observing the adventurers mingling at the bar, the werewolf lowly exhibited an envious expression, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at a pile of oddly shaped foods. If after 3 more hours, the 12 heavenly guardians still cannot subdue him, it will indeed become perilous. Should 3 more hours pass, the cultivation energy of all the practitioners stationed in the 12 heavenly guardians will be entirely depleted, leading to the inevitable collapse of their formation. As W&W pushed open the greenhouse door, a wave of warmth enveloped him, prompting him to enter, close the door, and remove his outer garment while surveying his surroundings. It is worth noting that W&W had indeed made an accurate guess. WNSH Gu had recently regained his composure, and his heart now felt a twinge of reluctance. Furthermore, even if everything proceeded smoothly to the point of idleness, it would not be difficult to incite chaos. Although HOT-NGT Ing had temporarily gained the trust of HNGZM Ing and HXN, it was unwise to underestimate them, for they were not merely naive fools. ZHOT-NGT Ing needed to remain vigilant. AMEA, ZNung. I knew it was that wretched girl again. It is due to her that this princess was chosen for marriage. Had she not escaped the palace, it would not have been this princess's turn. At this moment, GOY Ing's resentment towards HNGZM Ing deepened. GZHNB, I had not truly gone missing. She had left a designated contact point before her departure, and now it seemed that someone else would be the one to vanish. Dean HN rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The people of ZHNGT bore similar appearances, making identification quite inconvenient. Princess Y murmured to herself before continuing forward. Zhou ZLN, having defeated CHNWI with a single strike, could be said to have no rivals among the Qi practitioners present. The treasured sword seemed to have absorbed the spatial power from the surrounding guards, dissipating the force that propelled it forward, thereby halting its advance. Fitache Oygrigaine, blissfully unaware, did not realize that a mere glance from her could stir such profound ripples in the hearts of others. Thus, her conversation with ZH-NGCH ended abruptly. When he inquired about her troubles, she deftly shifted the topic. No, first of all, this screen is blocking the way, and secondly, we thought it was made of cloth. A calm voice emerged from the crack of the door, causing Elling Shioxi to feel conflicted. Perhaps he was the first man to look so impressive while wearing a dress. Chapter 72. Visiting the second child. Upon receiving this news, GLW could no longer wait patiently. She felt compelled to see the other children as soon as possible for reassurance. SMCHN. It turned out that this was not solely for him. FSU's initial delight faded slightly, replaced by a tinge of jealousy. However, upon realizing that GLW's visit to SMCHN was merely incidental and not intentional, he regained his composure. Upon arriving at the company building, GLW handed one of the thermal containers to FSU. Just then, cracks began to expand. The ancient golden bell bore countless spiderweb-like fissures, densely packed. WTNGH and observed this scene, his brow furrowed tightly. While it represented the most rudimentary of powers, even this low-grade combat strength could pose significant trouble for them. Among the Ming troops, a considerable portion consisted of newly conscripted soldiers who had never seen battle. No matter how rigorous their pre-war training, they remained novices. Could it be that WNL is openly assisting us, but secretly colluding with the dark forces, setting a trap to lure us into deception, aiming to defeat us one by one? Heir SH proposed another question. After calling out for a long time, the three disciples exchanged glances, hesitant to confront LMY for revenge. W and ZH, OG and GZ, having crawled ashore from the pond, were a sight to behold, covered in mud. Particularly for OG and GZ, having driven a convertible, was splattered with filthy water, spat vigorously to rid his mouth of the muck. Even Ing managed to maintain his composure despite witnessing the brutal murder of his junior disciple before his eyes, suppressing his inner terror as he shouted. Family disgrace must not be aired. Ing are, fully aware, concealed her animosity towards Ing in front of outsiders. Having witnessed everything, Y felt a wave of unspoken emotion rising in his eyes. He knew he needed to speak up, yet at that moment, after several attempts to articulate his thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Ing hurriedly finished a bowl of porridge, closely following SHNGF Ing as they boarded the off-road vehicle in the camp. However, at that time, he was confronting the demon lord in the side hall of the Bellflower, oblivious to the events transpiring outside, save for the overwhelming vines intruding through the windows. Upon hearing the news, YORO found herself unable to refute it, as she had already considered the pros and cons. Yet, with her son in danger, how could she remain indifferent? No mother would do such a thing. A child is a piece of flesh from a mother's body. Even at the cost of her own life, she would strive to ensure their safety. Even more surprisingly, despite he and ZHOY, as well as the ZHO clan and the Soul Demon Palace, preparing for a decisive battle, the adversaries still managed to showcase such formidable strength. In the past, whenever she was with HJFN, his phone would vibrate each time she swiped her card. Our young master has not permitted your departure. Can you leave? Someone addressed BIYD. WN Su-in, having fully assumed the air of a master, recognized that going too far would not be wise. So he reluctantly decided to remain. Occasionally, birds would fly low, stopping momentarily on nearby branches, seemingly puzzled as they observed her. A gust of wind brushed against her face, cooling her down, and upon raising her hand to wipe it, she realized her cheeks were streaked with tears. The two hastily gathered their belongings, led their steeds, and hurried in pursuit of CUXN. They pressed onward, yet still arrived a step too late, as CUXN had taken a different path. Chapter 73. Surprisingly similar to the meal made by the stepmother. LW nodded. All right, I shall return tomorrow. LNQNGW, nes expression momentarily faltered, her eyes widening slightly. However, words once spoken are difficult to retract, so she could only smile amiably and agree. LNQNGWN stood waiting at the exclusive elevator for the upper floors, from a vantage point unseen by GLW. She was about to discard the thermal container into the trash. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Secretary Sichin hurried out, spotting LNQNGWN's presence. The deeper she contemplated, the more possibilities arose, pushing her further into the abyss of fear. Throughout the journey, everyone had grown accustomed to the authoritative commands of the veteran YNZHN, although NL11ing and others felt that simply leaving two individuals to protect the convoy and clear the bodies might be insufficient. Considering the combat prowess displayed by CHYU and his group, no one dared to voice further objections. Oh my, SHOYTIN felt a chill. B&G, you are at least of a certain age, if not 2,000 years, at least 1,000, and yet you still act so childishly. Is this what people your age should be doing? Ying, you must save me. His cousin suddenly clutched SN Yang's clothing and began to weep, causing SN Yang to feel a pang of discomfort as he looked at his cousin's frail, age-spotted hands. Before they arrive, say Oha Uhain. Explain the system of the Gu Z11 O to me. CHNGZHN reclined in his chair, standing on the surface of the sea. CHYU awaited the commencement of the competition, his expression filled with conflict. Suddenly, a familiar and melodious voice called out from behind him. Upon grasping the content of the call, his expression shifted from troubled to nearly losing his balance and tumbling into the sea. The middle-aged attendant shouted loudly, immediately using a walkie-talkie to summon the bodyguards from the bathing center to prepare for a confrontation with QNTN and his companions. Protect the general. Upon seeing a dozen men in black rush forward, the two attendants flanking Li Hu shouted in unison, charging towards the black-clad figures. SL Ing and NLNY entered a modest inn, which, though small, appeared quite clean. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. First, order a retreat. Then you shall personally seek out Q Enliingi, Diodecima Ennemuzed. Fortunately, his original abilities and techniques remained intact. Yang Bian mistakenly believed that the black meteorite had confiscated his cold modulation abilities, leading him to enhance his heat modulation instead. This would indeed be akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul, a futile endeavor, as Yang Bian held a fondness for his cold modulation skills, particularly his pride in the ability to conjure ice. Meanwhile, an duosher sat in silent contemplation, his eyes gently closed, legs crossed, hands forming a circle at the chi high point, his entire being still, resembling a venerable monk in deep meditation. Thus, it seemed that Tai Bai had long since devised a plan, rendering the camaraderie among these old fellows irrelevant. I advise you to reflect carefully, dear brother, and not to act with stubbornness. The true Yuan Tianzuan continued to smile while urging him, though the underlying thread in his tone was unmistakable. After the two maidservants departed, Feng Yurong directly pulled Chu Feng into the room and securely closed the door. As the two doors shut tightly, he knocked on the door knocker, the sound echoing in the quiet town, adding an air of eeriness to the atmosphere. Feng Ming had not anticipated that under the arrangements of Gallica and the goods supervisor, he would spend 2 days merely transporting goods, successfully selling all the items they had brought over. Moreover, due to their low prices, they seemed to have garnered quite a few favorable reviews. Chapter 74 revealed the investigative data on Jiang Liwu, which spiraled out of control. Though the compliments directed at Lin Xinhuan were evident, the smile was strained, for she knew that the true recipient of praise was Jiang Liwu. Secretary Chen remarked, Miss Lin will have a more arduous time ahead. Lin Xinhuan shook her head, stating it was nothing, as this was indeed her responsibility. Upon returning, Lin Xinhuan diligently prepared 8 treasure porridge, time and again, yet despite the commendations from every servant and bodyguard of the Xi family, she remained unsatisfied. You have angered the second prince. He will surely say something before the emperor. Are you not concerned? Lian Ji inquired. Qiuqi discovered a towering tree, leaped to its apex, and again surveyed the surroundings. The dense forest was far more expansive than he had imagined, a sea of lush foliage as far as the eye could see. The duel was conducted in secrecy. Thus the two had merely sought an open space rather than a designated family arena. He will undoubtedly kill me, and Jimi said, propping herself on the floor, her face a mask of terror as she shook her head repeatedly. Similarly, the 3 bodyguards boarded another vehicle, closely tailing the Bugatti Veyron, leaving only old Wu in the vast corridor. Qin Yulu gasped in shock, watching the fissures in her ice wall grow larger until they ultimately shattered. She opened her phone, preparing to seek some amusement, but the image of Hua Xiu's disappointed expression flashed in her mind, causing her to instinctively click on his chat window. When she glanced back at Hua Xiun, he was already briskly on the phone with Zhang Zhu, his brow furrowed in concentration. Shanglu's eyes widened, as if they were as large as bronze bells, his gaze trembling like the rippling surface of the Pingjin River stirred by the wind. If Yin Sun had attained a 4th or 5th tier strength in a short time, it might have been attributed to some coveted opportunity. But now he exhibited prowess comparable to an 8th tier, an achievement only possible through years of rigorous training. At the bathing lake, Li Hanyuan did not summon anyone to serve him. He adeptly donned his inner garments and then took his time assisting Jingwan, the leisurely pace concealing any awkwardness from dressing with another for the first time, instead imparting a sense of charm. She pondered, feeling utterly isolated, realizing there was nothing that required his consent. Qianren patted her dazed face, anxiously inquiring, his stern expression clearly revealing his concern. No, Min scanned the surroundings, finding nothing else, reasoning that even if there were foul entities, they would only emerge at night, not during the day. Master, he is a demon. The serpent that slithered from Bai Yao's sleeve peeked its head out, occasionally flicking its red tongue at the man in green. Indeed, the number of those bold enough to approach the patriarch of the Pei clan, whether genuinely invested or simply seeking excitement, was rather limited. All right, time is of the essence, so I shall not linger. Are you all prepared? Lu Tianchao scanned them, his face flushed with apparent excitement. Song Xianxi wept as she consumed her porridge, suddenly putting down her spoon, standing abruptly, kicking her chair aside, and without a thought for her shoes, she flung open the door and dashed outside. Should I repeat what I just said? Lu Jinyan entered his WeChat password without sparing a glance at his assistant, lightly retorting. Disguised as Lu Ningyou, Qiaoqing nearly rolled her eyes at Ling Wuhan's arrogance, suppressing a laugh at his presumptuousness. Yet, reflecting on the bigger picture, she chose to remain composed. With a cold smirk, she hurled a prepared smoke bamboo tube at Ling Wuhan. As for the naval vessels of this era, they were relatively simpler to procure. Even an aircraft carrier's cost was merely a few $100 million, not much more than a few American F-22s of later generations. Chapter 75. She is not a stepmother. CMO Chung released Secretary Chun and staggered backward. If she were a stepmother, then Wei Shifeng indeed fondly calls her teacher. For the stepmother imparted to him a wealth of skills. Ha ha! CMO Chung laughed heartily, his eyes ablaze with wrath, extinguishing all in his path. But how could he address a mere impostor who was not a stepmother as teacher? Could he not discern the genuine from the false? After recovering from an illness, Zhou Qingling was evidently not the same as before. Yang Mo could not articulate why. She merely sensed that Zhou Qingling understood her better than before, his eyes seeming to grasp every nuance, even though she herself was unaware of. Whoosh! The burly man was yanked by a willow branch and soared outside the floating island, landing upon a meteorite. You once asked me if I truly loved you. To be honest, I feel that my feelings for you transcend mere love, for they burn with a fervor beyond what people typically describe as love and possess a strength far greater. It is a more profound emotion, capable of governing my actions, filling my spirit, and controlling my soul. In her moment of desperation, she overlooked a crucial detail. If she were indeed destined to perish today, then why would the crown princess consort relay her plea for help to the prince? After all, once she was dead, no one would inform him she had sought aid. Not long after, Yang Chun leaped into the nest of the fire crow, and as he entered, he immediately felt the temperature drop significantly. Zhang Yang, accompanied by the arm-hugging by Meng Meng and followed by Qin Huayu, arrived at the back garden, where they found their mother resting in the pavilion. Zhang Yang quickly approached with the others to pay their respects. Let us give a try. Let us see if you can kill me. A disagreement erupted into a fierce brawl as Gongsun Lan's hands sank, her sleeves flicking, revealing two short swords that flashed with cold light. At this moment, Xingqing Harbor was enveloped in endless ribbons and fireworks, the 21 cannon salutes welcoming them, representing the utmost respect and honor, signifying that the heretics and Xingqing were in the most blissful phase of their relationship. I apologize, but during the lockdown period, all students must finish their breakfast. It is a regulation. The person checking the pipes finally put on a serious expression and turned to speak coldly. In the next instant, the purple aura armor surrounding Lin Yang shattered into spiritual energy form. Yet even so, it failed to completely neutralize the force of the green light, which seeped through his skin, penetrating his body, as the sharp and unparalleled sword energy surged within his meridians, igniting a battlefield within him. Her voice was cold, yet surprisingly soothing. The previously anxious shop assistant felt their hearts steady as they began to organize their words. With a low shout, Jun Lin formed seals with both hands at his sides, the golden light blinding, a wave of scorching energy manifesting from thin air. Faced with the exuberant new deity, the divine emperor was exceedingly pleased with their expression. Unbeknownst to them, he bestowed a soul bond, ensuring that in the days to come, the newcomer would harbor no animosity towards him. Should any ill intent arise, he would be the first to make it known. This skill was effective solely on newly ascended non-dark deities. The meal consisted of traditional roasted meat from the Beast clan, and after finishing, Lei Qiu and he were promptly cast into the newcomer training class, akin to military drills on Earth, for a month of training. Unable to endure the bird's incessant flapping, Yi Ling waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to delve into the myriad of questions that filled his mind. Chapter 76. A Reunion. The second child protecting mother, the security guard, emerged from behind CMO Cheng. Liana, startled by CMO Cheng's sudden appearance, shifted her expression from shock to glee at Jiang Liwu's misfortune upon hearing his command. Lin Qingwan wore an expression of uncertainty, anxiously advising, Miss Jiang, you should leave at once. CMO Cheng was known for his mercilessness towards women who sought to cling to him. However, before Liana's haughty demeanor could fully dissipate, she inquired about the beastmen, questioning if they were half human, half beast. I've seen them before, but they haven't shown themselves recently, Shani remarked. Yet this wild werewolf had audaciously infiltrated while I was attending to nature's call, and to make matters worse, it had bellowed so loudly that I was left in distress. The guard's temper flared at the thought. Fong Yichun abruptly turned to the road, her keen eyes spotting Yu Hao Yang's black Passat. Hu Fong Quan delivered a powerful kick, sending Fong Deshan sprawling aside without resistance. What are you saying? Shu Fan suddenly panicked, questioning what authority he possessed to make decisions for Zhou Yunxi. Jiang Xi and Mu lost interest in Yi Qing Yu's explanation, drifting off after a few words. Since their freshman year, Yi Qing Yu had been quite proud of his relationship, as most of his friends had since parted ways, while he and Jiang Xi and Mu remained steadfast and were now contemplating marriage. The truth would ultimately prove that suspicions, once accompanied by even the slightest evidence, could manifest into reality. Mu Ji smiled and said, all right, that's good. She then stepped forward to brew tea for Yu Jia. Abominable. Zhou Yunxi loathed such distasteful conjectures and despised the peculiar gazes of those around her. The poisonous dragon ceased its movements, then opened its colossal maw once more, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that soared toward the stars. Despite being married and a parent, and having surpassed 30, Huang Rong's appearance remained unchanged, exuding a blend of youthful charm and mature grace. Her slender figure was accentuated by a flowing gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, tied back with a yellow ribbon. Individuals from the Six Gates must navigate the world. Thus Yuan Ro had undoubtedly encountered more demons than they had. Beneath the protective talismans, Bald A Fei successfully countered Lu Fan's onslaught of violent sword energy, though he still endured a significant backlash, blood spurting from his mouth as he retreated several paces. A single remark from Old Tang left Shan Yu momentarily stunned. Although his son Shinji had been officially recognized, few were aware of his deeds. Hearing his son's name once more from Old Tang's lips brought tears to Chen Yuda's eyes. The two had already attempted to leave this realm, only to discover that time seemed non-existent here, and the space was boundless. Suddenly, a blaze ignited, akin to serpents coiling around the sword, fiercely ablaze. To Chun Han Sheng's surprise, they did not encounter the Baron's guards, as the latter appeared indifferent to the rescue of the Tu Qin family. However, this outcome could trigger a cascade of repercussions, including pursuit from enemies, ultimately disrupting one's life and endangering the safety of one's parents. Chapter 77. Who permitted you to address me thus? Who are you to me? Jiang Liwu calmly exposed her, stating, you do not acknowledge your wrongs. You merely fear being caught. On the first day, you asked me to report you, yet I refrained. Today marks the second day. Upon hearing this, Li Na's composure shattered completely. She slumped to the ground, despondent and pale, before being forcibly removed by security. She realized her life had come to an end. She had initially aspired to work diligently and improve herself. It appears you two get along splendidly, Sunjwa remarked, handing each of them a bottle of Gatorade with a smile. She sensed a multitude of foreign stars flooding in, as if her territory were being invaded. A chill creeping over her skin, instilling fear within her. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qing Yu suddenly threw the bag of pearls he had given her, producing a resounding explosion around them. In that fleeting moment, she felt an intense sensation of being watched, yet confirmed there were no spirits present. Just as the sword was about to strike, Su Chu pivoted sharply, narrowly evading the blow. Zhao Hao and the 6 generals gazed down from the hilltop, observing a series of dark tents crouched below. What was not overly hopeful, merely trying his luck, yet sometimes fate unfolds in peculiar ways. Fervent prayers yield no results, while a mere gamble may bear fruit. Zhao Hao pretended to rummage through his clothing, producing 5 pale yellow pills. She did not recall ever having seen such radiance, yet it felt inexplicably familiar and repulsive. As the attendant departed, Huaizhan inquired whether the 6 University Alliance would persist in denying her entry into the venue. However, Qin Shang was left in a daze, gradually flushing with a suspicious hue. After lamenting about her misfortunes of the day, it was only natural for Lin Cha and her friends to assist her in skipping class. The sun had risen, and the winter sunlight made the lawn blinding. Central Park did not capture her attention much, as Shizhe had informed her that a friend awaited her here to meet Shize's acquaintance, which made her quite anxious. Caesar expressed astonishment at the true relationship between Wu Jinwei and the situation, but his attention quickly shifted back to the lobster. She could strive to earn more money to support him in pursuing any endeavor he wished, provided he was willing. It is important to note that Meihua Shun, a type of sea cucumber, has high water quality requirements. Poor water conditions can lead to severe changes, such as skin rot, significantly affecting the quality of the sea cucumber. Just as I would not become a vampire out of fear of garlic, I would fear garlic because I had become a vampire. The so-called special bait had been soaked in spiritual water prior to its crafting, making it unique. Upon receiving it, I felt elated, yet I was unaware that Chunshur had such thoughts. He contemplated the possibility that if we were unable to be together in the future, he believed it wise for me to have some money as a safeguard. Chapter 78. My desire is you. This ridiculous pair of parents shared an unspoken understanding of shifting responsibility onto the chauffeur and the housekeeper. They subsequently entrusted the matter entirely to the police, each choosing to disengage from the situation. It is unquestionable that had CMO Ching truly sacrificed his life in this kidnapping, they would only shed a few crocodile tears at the funeral for the sake of family, corporate image, and stock interests. In truth, they were capable of loving their child. Zhao Hao retained a look of disdain, his demeanor radiating contempt. Your hammers and whips are far too feeble. Is it a left-right attack, then? With his hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his face toward the sky, dismissively indifferent. The sound of experience prompts echoed frantically in Zhao Hao's mind. Although he received only 1/3 of the experience while in a team state, it was still a substantial amount for his current level. Now, Tai Yi deliberately summoned individuals to interrogate Sun Wukong in the Grand Hall, not to have Sun Wukong testify against Go Chun, but to instill a sense of impending crisis in Go Chun, making him realize that the path of Sun Wukong was a dead end, thus heightening his anxiety. Yi Shikai withdrew the safety and swung his arm, hurling it towards the large tree ahead. With a resounding boom, if one were to trace history, the closest warrior of the Three Souls lineage was the extraordinary and heartbreaking figure from 5,000 years ago, the Jueqing Gongzi, with even earlier figures possibly dating back tens of thousands of years. In mere moments, the spirit of the White Tiger arrived before the man from the Qin family, a terrifying aura emanating from the White Tiger's power, causing the very air to explode violently. Her once beautiful visage was no longer, replaced by a face marred by bloodied scars, rendering her particularly fearsome. The king of Wu was compelled to pay reparations to the victorious nation, enter into a marriage alliance, and humiliatingly withdraw from the state of Chu. Last year, the king of Wu again invaded the state of Chu, and due to my mother's influence, my father did not send troops to rescue Chu, but instead took advantage of the conflict between Wu and Chu, as well as the internal strife in Xia, to dispatch troops to annihilate the neighboring nation of Shihuang. Unfamiliar with the strength of Tung Tianwan, Zhang Haixing hesitated to employ powerful and sweeping moves, such as those that could decimate an army in a single strike. In the pavilion, a chessboard crafted from multicolored spirit stones lay elegantly, with a game set upon it. The situation calm and undisturbed. Before them stood a bizarre beast with 6 ears and golden fur, its crimson eyes fierce and its roar akin to thunder, startling all beasts and appearing far from ordinary. Qi Baijun had refrained from joining Du Lijie and Xiao Bing in basking in this glory, partly due to his injuries, and partly to avoid revealing too much of himself. Although the first chief did not attend, he surely dispatched numerous spies. He understood well the adage that a tall tree catches the wind. If that day were to come, would it be a blessing or a curse for players and humanity? No one knows. She was one who gazed from hell towards heaven. Though her hands could not reach the distant shore, she sowed hope within hell. A purely rational enforcer would not be what humanity requires. At that time, one could not solely relish the benefits of superintelligence while dismissing its pervasive surveillance. Even if one learned the methods, they would inevitably be seized by powerful monsters who would extract the secrets of crafting magical artifacts, thus impacting the business of Beijing Fang in the vicinity. Only at this moment did those who had expressed surprise realize that the other party in the duel had long since arrived. Feigning sleep, Yin ran patiently away to Danbai to come and explain where he had been, but ultimately received nothing. Chapter 79. Instinctively calling her little mother. All right. I'm not your little mother. I do not wish to usurp her place. Let us first tend to your wounds, Jiang Liwu said, smoothing his hair. However, this gesture backfired, and CMO Cheng's expression darkened further. He opened his mouth, a hint of accusation concealed in his eyes, yet remained silent. Before he could wallow in gloom, Jiang Liwu took his hand, leaving CMO Cheng momentarily stunned, as if he had not comprehended the situation, obediently following her lead. Just the thought that this garment was worn daily by Shuyang, and that she had just draped it over herself, made Yi Mingming unable to suppress her laughter, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. The misty mountain range spanned the southern and northern regions of Xianling continent, stretching for thousands of miles, protecting the capital of Beiqi within its embrace, with only a single official road leading outside. Her body shook violently as Mu Yuqing's back pressed against the icy wall. Was it that night? Could it truly have been that night? Who was Li Jie? At this moment, Tianmo seemed to have found an opportunity to escape the relentless questioning of Fenghan. The adult Baizhe was entirely snow-white, possessing a single horn on its head and wings upon its back, capable of covering the sky and traversing vast distances in mere days. Shenzhan obediently climbed down from Zhang Baiting's lap, seated herself at her place, and finished her breakfast before hopping over to join Zhang Baiting and Yi Mingming, happily taking her parents' hands as the family of three set out together. Have you not been talking with Lulu? Hiyumo shot him a glare, her tone lacking warmth. The vehicle awaiting them was a Porsche, and judging by the boy's polished attire, he appeared to be from a wealthy family. Xiao Ling gently plucked a flower, its red petals captivating her, as she quietly admired the beauty bestowed upon her by nature, unaware that a pair of eyes lurking in the shadows had taken notice, their gaze filled with malicious intent. Seeing this, Ling Han hurried over to assist Yumo in reclining on the sofa. She smiled at him. Though she herself was frightened, she did not wish for Ling Han to worry about her. Long Zixin was indeed a suspicious and sensitive individual. Initially, he had no doubts about her, but after several tests, it likely related to her rescue by Ouyang Shunga. After discussing economic matters, Yi Pingyu instructed Qi Yunzhou to present the personnel adjustments, detailing the specific list as dictated by Yi Pingyu. As Yi Tianmu departed, he glanced at Yi Tianxing, but merely nodded before exiting. Beneath the stone tower, the massive stone door stood wide open, surrounded by a throng of white-clad individuals eager to enroll in alchemy classes. It was unclear how much time had passed when the fingertip of Shun, Julie, finally slipped away from Lu Xin's brow. However, Wang Xiyu did not utilize this power to flee, but rather fought for his life, which was essentially a path to self-destruction. Yet, the majority of his time was spent in deep slumber. Even maintaining consciousness was becoming increasingly difficult, leaving him with no means to investigate. Weapons extended like the owner's arm, capable of manifesting the owner's Taoist abilities and proving indestructible. Sister Long, your health is just fine. Why not join us in the vehicle? Simon called out, gesturing for Long Yun to come inside. Nangong Ju observed his peculiar expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. Xiaoer was in dire need of him now. He could not afford to be absent. However, she threatened him with her calm words, and a chill arose in his heart, coursing from his feet to his head. It's nothing. Although I do not know why the Chongming Emperor has summoned her, it certainly will not be to make things difficult for her, regardless. You must consider Sima Jun Dad, Mom. How have you come here? Liao Qingmei's mood instantly brightened as she walked toward Liao Dad and Liao Mom. Chapter 80. This time, I will not be absent from your lives. CMO Cheng's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. He stubbornly denied. No, you heard wrong. I would never call you little mother. Don't get carried away. My little mother will always be one, and her name is Jiang Wu, not Jiang Liwu. After a moment of silence at the door, realizing something, CMO Cheng hurriedly strode toward the entrance in a panic. Yin Qiling held tightly, was slightly breathless, but did not struggle, obediently leaning against Mo Ran's chest. The southern and northern supervisors were not far apart, with Li Yunyao's body placed in the southern supervisor's mortuary, leading them to walk toward the southern supervisor's courtyard. At that moment, as if hearing Xiao Rian's prayers, a statue of the sea god before her emitted a blue light, and a man resembling the sea god appeared before her. He held 2 recently deceased hill rabbits in his mouth, and upon hearing Yin Qiling's voice, Lu Ming released the hill rabbits, which fell to the ground, slowly opening his eyes to speak. Having just been promoted for a day, he had yet to settle into his position. If he were to be demoted back to Jingzhou Prefecture, he would have no chance of rising again in his lifetime, even without a calculator. Each villager can mentally calculate their actual income based on the number of chickens they raise and the daily egg production. Under the moonlight, Sui Yuan sat cross-legged by the wooden window, silently reciting the calming incantation taught by the Qingyi Taoist, allowing his thoughts to settle into tranquility as he commenced his daily cultivation. If their relationship were one of lovers, the leak of that video would hardly be a significant matter. Lin Mu pondered, but could not recall the specifics of their situation. After all, he was not a professional in the film industry, being a mere novice who relied heavily on script copying and either luck or sheer effort in acting. "Old Jiang, was that injury on your face inflicted by Director Liu?" I suddenly inquired, observing old Jiang's condition. "Rest assured, once I am discharged from the hospital, I will compel her to marry me. Right now, we can threaten her with a halt in our collaboration, and she will obediently kick that scoundrel out. Who's to say that the wretched woman will refuse?" Mo Jun smirked, a gleam of pride in his expression. Su Wenwen had heard that drinking water could alleviate tension, and she genuinely feared that Han Xiaoxuan might collapse. Familiar voices and scenes unfolded before me, as the gates of the underworld opened once more. Yet this time, the dense black mist lay still, enveloped in serenity. If I could encounter such wealthy second-generation heirs, driving luxury cars and lacking sense on a daily basis, my future life would surely be delightful. A series of piercing sounds erupted as countless missiles launched from the car's hood, soaring 100 meters before striking the rooftops of towering buildings. Yuan Air had never heard of the Jinghong sword, yet she could sense that this blade far surpassed the one she wielded. The first sight of Li Tian's furious, profane outburst left Li Qiner momentarily stunned, unable to respond for quite some time. Chapter 81, Stealing confidential documents, fusiu e tentative di probid. Jiang Liwu shook her head, indicating that it would not happen for now, but she genuinely worried about Xiao Cheng's stomach ailment. Upon hearing the word not, Fu Siyue's taut nerves relaxed instantly, a smile betraying his delight. However, his joy was short-lived as he soon spotted Song Jinwei sneaking around, scattering documents in his study. She had opened the safe, seemingly too engrossed to notice. In an instant, Ning Shuang gripped the sword's tip with great force, her mystical energy surging, shattering the assailant's sword and sending the broken tip flying, piercing through the chest of the man beside her, knocking him to the ground. She effortlessly stowed the bleeding Qianhe into her ring for rest before standing tall. Though both were under Huang De Hu's command, the relationships among them varied in closeness. The position of Southern Inspector was crucial, and both naturally wished to cultivate friendships with those who could elevate them. In the deepest recesses of this sealed space, a vast expanse of sword energy lay quietly suspended in the void, radiating a bright brilliance akin to the flow of a starry river, illuminating and dispersing the chaos. After Yu Ling departed, the Ghost King clenched his fists, his anger unabated. Yi Tsang, observing the Ghost King's demeanor, offered words of comfort. "What did Old Wang tell you?" Lan Xian queried, puzzled, thinking Old Wang wouldn't be idly discussing my father's old building if he had nothing better to do. President, as far as I know, those 2 mice that infiltrated the Tianyan mountain range had previously entered the Yin family. Vice President of the Artifact Refining Guild, Chunhe, remarked with a venomous gaze at Yin Ding. Feng Zai's bloodied hand brushed against her forehead and hair, yet he ultimately remained silent, gazing deeply into her eyes and softly stating, "You have instilled in me a desire for life." After speaking, he seized the iron chain and leapt, propelling her across to the opposite shore. Wang Huaxing had merely uttered pleasantries, yet his underlying hope for Zhuke Group to invest in Jiangnan City was unmistakable. Her compliment eased the tension for Tong Dawei and Duwan, while Sun Li and Guan Yu sighed in relief, and Zheng Shi exchanged glances with Deng Zhao. Zhao Qinglong's immediate attention was drawn to the man lounging lazily behind a desk. Jiang Cheng drove for an entire day to reach the borders of Sudan, directly seeking the person in charge at the presidential palace to request an audience with President Bajir. Within the crystal ball, The scenery of Mog Mountain was splendid, yet the adult figure was abnormal. Unless they revealed themselves or interacted with the inner restrictions, they could not locate him. The once elusive prestige points could now be acquired in such a manner, igniting an overwhelming excitement within Li Su. I was just lost in thought and didn't hear clearly. Could Ling Hebo repeat that? I permit you to restate it. Zhu Yujian reclined in his chair, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. No. Jean Heir is still here. Xiaolon gritted her teeth, gazing at the conflict between Lu Yu and Xiao Jin. Chapter 82. The movie tickets arrived. Jiang Liwu calmly uttered words that sent chills down the spine, proving even more terrifying than Fu Siwe's ruthless demeanor. It was as if countless lives had once succumbed to her hands. Song Jinwei's heart raced, and she stumbled back a step, her teeth clenched and trembling. You mad woman. Lacking the courage to confront Jiang Liwu, as humans instinctively avoid danger, Song Jinwei realized Jiang Liwu was serious and could only flee in disarray. Since the emperor entrusted him with managing Princess Xingling's marriage, and so much time had passed, he should provide a satisfactory response. Yun Yin abruptly lifted her head. As Song Yinan noticed the bruise blossoming on her forehead, her already pale complexion now starkly highlighted. Cui Chong observed Zhang Hao cautiously eyeing his cuff, feeling disdainful. Did he truly require hidden weapons to deal with a mere martial artist? Upon hearing this, Shurna began to grasp the situation but refrained from interrupting Lu Qin's narrative, merely placing a reassuring hand on her slightly trembling shoulder. Lu Xiangxing ignored him, fully aware that these surrendering factions would babble before Emperor Chongzhen, softening the emperor's resolve. Suddenly tugged, Song Yinan opened her eyes to see Luo Nan's helpless smile as he attempted to wake her and Ziwan. The original owner's voice quivered at the thought of never seeing Song Yinan again, causing her heart to ache. He cast a probing glance at Song Yinan. This was the first instance of such a situation. Each time, his Nian detested taking medicine, avoiding it whenever possible, preferring to endure rather than consume it. The crowd below resumed their incessant chatter, their gazes flickering between Chen Wei and Song Yinan. With her shackles now in place, she was akin to a caged canary, forced to remain within the confines of the royal residence. The snake-witch Ghost King wielded her staff, summoning hundreds of green venomous snakes that encircled Yi Feng and his companion, regardless of whether the court or the Tianshan faction emerged victorious. Other martial arts sects would undoubtedly benefit. Their abilities could be deemed considerable, yet human capability is inherently limited. I believe that Governor Liu has likely engaged in many battles with Zhao Lichuan. With a swift motion, she soared into the air, casting a mid-tier wind magic spell. Wind Spike, towards the direction of Wan Tianla below. The creatures below had begun their pursuit, their massive forms spanning several meters. Their eyes glowing a fierce crimson amidst the darkness, roaring as they focused on the sky. They understood the emperor's good intentions and recognized that he was making an example of others. Despite his youth, he was far from soft-hearted. Qi Xuanbing's arm was successfully reattached when a knock on the window interrupted, revealing none other than Xiao Haohong, who peered into the car with a look of confusion. After the two exited, Lin Beiyao turned to Guan Hongfeng, posing question. I have some business secrets that they require. Zhang Shuxin could only explain as plainly as possible. Yu Zue Lu's reopening has garnered more attention than any of them anticipated. If Yu Zue Lu continues to develop at this pace, it is bound to impact their business, a fact they cannot possibly be oblivious to. The felled trees lie piled like mountains outside the Ming army's encampment, with the finest timber utilized for constructing trebuchets, while the slightly inferior wood is repurposed for building shield carts. As for the unqualified saplings, they will serve as fuel for the army's winter. The king of puppets appears dazed, exhibiting no reaction, merely awaiting the thrust of the spear. Chapter 83. The bone-corroding obsession that entangles one for a lifetime suddenly dissipated. Fu Siwe said nothing, merely gazing intently at Song Jinwei, his eyes deep and contemplative. He realized that when Song Jinwei mentioned her intention to meet Fu Qinian and accompany him to watch a movie, he did not feel anger as he had in the past. Why does he cherish Song Jinwei? Is it because her melodious singing heals him like a mother? Or because she claimed she would be his remedy? Or perhaps it is her nurturing presence during thunderstorms. Dear sir, do you have any further business? The towering LV Tong nearly hunched over in fright, looking as though he might wet himself. He shouting had spent a considerable time hidden in the room. only to discover that besides her inherited strength, the anticipated golden finger was nowhere to be found. Sister-in-law, there is no need for courtesy. We shall meet again at the Gunmin Grand Election. Qing Jing bowed slightly and departed, with 1,000 life-transcending bliss demons pills, in addition to the 12th rank Qing Lotus and the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Tower. Lu Changsheng felt a measure of reassurance. Is there a deficiency in the divine soul? He shouting was taken aback. Such words did not seem to come from a physician. Could it be that her elder brother moonlighted as a diviner? The specialty city has advertised on television and in newspapers, and with this successful investment promotion, it has already gained notoriety. Meanwhile, while the transportation was still unprepared, Jia Zheng and Jia Ku had received news and hurried to Ningxiu Palace. Although he could discern that if Jiang Chun truly became the destined one, his own status would inevitably diminish, he was also aware that with his utmost dedication, Jiang Chun would undoubtedly bestow a reward. The consequences of losing oneself are terrifying. The more powerful the practitioner, the more likely they are to fall into madness if they become lost in self. After speaking these words, he rose and departed, swaying as he walked, evidently impacted by an unspeakable blow. For gifted individuals, the general public typically has two responses: admiration and envy. Ding Zhenglin embodies the latter. A person who can hardly bear to see others surpass him. The final and most crucial question remains: what is Hui Ning's true intention? Gulu, Rex swallowed hard, staring in shock at Leda Nua, who had been cleaved into 4 pieces. Full speed ahead, Callian calmly issued the command, unleashing the magic cannon to obliterate the square pirate ship. 2 more commands followed. Xianhe rolled his hand, ensnaring Qin Yuhong, while the illusory will of the Yuan Emperor entangled the great sacred treasure pagoda, descending alongside Xianhe. He is my guest. There is no need for you to pay your respects. Kilo smiled gently, finally allowing his subordinates, the pirates who were at a standstill, to breathe easy. Lin Sheng glanced sideways and noticed Gu Zhan still beside him, feeling fortunate that he had been vigilant enough to grab Gu Zhan before leaving, ensuring they remained together. Otherwise, who knew if they would end up being transported elsewhere after exiting? Paul! Mundalas cried out in anguish from atop the charred back of the dragon, his voice piercing through the flames below. Unfortunately, Heir appeared to be merely in her 20s, her beauty utterly breathtaking. If she continued to cling to his arm, Zhu Qian would undoubtedly feel jealousy, something Lin Xiang wished to avoid. Chapter 84. The two are clearly on a date. Miss Jiang, these claw machines have had their grip adjusted. Mere accuracy is insufficient to capture a prize. One must also possess skill. If this continues, even filling the storage box will not guarantee success. Allow me to teach you. Fu Qinian approached Jiang Liwu from behind, leaning in suggestively, a posture akin to enveloping her entirely, reaching out to touch her hands. The war in the snow country had passed 2 days, yet the palace remained unoccupied. Moreover, the other 3 gates outside the royal city had not been breached. Beneath the city walls, corpses had piled high. A thunderous explosion resounded as the ice-wind thunder blade shattered completely, dispersing into a spectacle of wind, thunder, and frost, reminiscent of fireworks. Indeed, it seems that good deeds yield good rewards. These vengeful spirits, long deprived of offerings, may truly have been swayed by his benevolent thoughts, gradually dissipating the unsettling atmosphere within the tomb, leaving only the sound of footsteps echoing beneath. Just then, lightning erupted beneath Rainfile's feet, propelling him to leap sharply to the left, narrowly evading the extraordinary arrow's might. He had long anticipated that the opponent would launch a swift defensive, having already been prepared with the Thunder Phantom step. Su Yanran's expression shifted. This jewel exhibition was crucial for both the Sheng Tang Company and the Jin Yufang. If any mishap were to occur, all her efforts would be in vain, and she would have no explanation to offer to Qin Fan. Montag Fan exhaled deeply. Although he faced no significant issues, the Black Crow had encountered grave misfortune. Their Roman battle formation had been defeated, and he surmised that Kratos would soon make his entrance. Xiangyu remarked to Guijia beside him, "At that time, I will transform the entire Gulanda family." Nayland Zayashuz's gaze sharpened, as if a bolt of lightning had streaked across. You cannot fathom the heart-stopping spatial fluctuations between Earth and the Q planet. Qin Shia mused wistfully. Mo Ran attempted to manipulate the flames, transforming them into various shapes, creating a grand light and shadow art performance. After the competition concluded, Yang exhaled, his heart racing. With 16 points and 10 assists, although Yang's stats were not as glamorous as Paul's 26 points and 9 assists, at least he had successfully fulfilled his mission. Get lost, you beast! The dark entity roared in fury, suddenly unleashing the dark space. Just as the golden donkey prepared to launch the treading heaven star once more, the dark entity swiftly slipped inside. Soon after, the space closed, vanishing entirely. Ha ha! The broadcaster's exaggerated laughter immediately filled the air, though it subsided after a brief moment. Dream Xian considered her words and found them surprisingly reasonable. Bah, she muttered, nearly being swayed by her. The fortunate aspect was that she was a foreigner and could feign ignorance. The other party was reluctant to ask her teammates to translate their nonsensical chatter, thus had no choice but to take their leave. In reality, she was the leader of a gang, lurking in the school solely to protect the legend of her admired male figure. Afterwards, during covert investigations across various nations, they discovered that everything within the Shao Company had vanished, leaving only the building. Those who intended to seize confidential information had to depart in disappointment. Yin spirits are unsuitable for cultivation. Reaching such a level at the age of 17? What is your constitution? Jiang Dong inquired curiously, as even the formidable Shui family's Shui Mountain took nearly 30 years to achieve this. Despite understanding that her actions were driven by necessity, she still felt a pang of hurt. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. With Mu Ye's support, Lu Qi's heart seemed to swell with newfound strength. Shui Gui and his party had merely stepped outside the military camp when they heard the soldiers inside, roaring like wolves and tigers. As the host issued a command, the two swiftly entered a state of readiness, revealing 2 shades of deep purple energy in an instant. Alas, among the 5 elders, it is only us here. Why must we cloak our intentions? Li Yuyun sighed, expressing her disappointment. After the assistant departed, Tang Jian settled into his position and gestured invitingly ahead. At this moment, Lu Qi had already stepped into the center of the Sure Rome platform. When the teacher glanced at the screen again, it ceased to flicker, allowing his mood to finally ease. Ilu pointed towards the entrance of the rooftop and spoke to Ying Lily, who blushed and turned away. Meanwhile, Lu Qi felt a slight solace in his heart. The presence of someone indicated that there was still a glimmer of hope. Wang Bodong's eyes brightened once more. He had been struggling with Shui Gui and had not considered other possibilities, primarily due to his divided attention. However, after Li Shiqi's guidance, he suddenly experienced an epiphany. But I just fought him, and there was no discrepancy. Are you perhaps being overly sensitive? Lin Chen expressed his confusion. If one desires something, they should prove their worth. Yu Huan's fighting spirit surged, and a shimmering character representing demon unexpectedly manifested on his forehead, enhancing his aura considerably, though this amplification was far less than when Yu Huan was at a lower level. At that moment, within the hospital's surgical monitoring room, several old leaders with wheat stalks on their shoulders were observing the surgery on the monitor. Amit Ba, senior brother, if you were to confront Yunqing with all your might, what are your chances? The voice of Qiu Kong echoed in his heart. Qiu Kong glanced at his junior brother, remaining noncommittal. As she combed her hair, she recited peculiar phrases, her hands never pausing. Mo Ling Huan suddenly felt a chill as the cold wind swept in, causing her to shiver. Suddenly, she sensed warmth beneath her, looked down, and saw herself lying on a brown sofa, a flicker of confusion flashing in her eyes. Thank you. Zhang Cheng just took a sip of ginger tea, and a wave of warmth enveloped him, feeling a comforting flow throughout his body. Yet the black handprint did not dissipate. It merely paused for a moment before pressing down towards Meng, Changsheng, and Yan Qixia. Chapter 85. Is it not an ordinary fan-idol relationship? Song Jinwei's emotions surged, her voice sharp. If you have the ability, then kill us, but even in death, my love for Qin Yan will never be yours. Fu Siyue's head throbbed more intensely than before. Qin Yan, we must leave. Song Jinwei, in a fit of anger, pulled him away. As she departed, Fu Siyue's headache began to ease. He had heard Gu Yuchuan mention Fu Siyue's feelings for Song Jinwei, and now she had confirmed it herself. Min Giskiviko, please hand over the storage ring to me, Chunyan said, while secretly transmitting a message to Xiaomok. Huang Tianqin took the lead, riding a divine rainbow towards another collapsed ghostly temple, and the other cultivators did not linger, but followed suit. Aspiring for an upright and illustrious life is the innate nature of the sun spirits, and Tyrande was no exception. However, in pursuit of this goal, she had long forgotten the many sinister deeds she had committed. At times, she could not even recall her original self. I have long admired Brother Bai's capabilities. If I could receive his guidance 3 years from now, it would be a fortunate occurrence, Qinya said with a smile as he approached. On the third day, the large ship from the Sea sect arrived as promised. Chunyin stood atop a hill, witnessing this scene, but only 60 or 70 ordinary people had survived. However, when I opened it, I discovered that Lele's account had been stolen, and along with it, the memories of Lele vanished. My mind went blank, and I felt an overwhelming urge to curse the thief, yet I lacked the energy and simply felt exhausted. Chunyin opened his mouth and exhaled a cloud of black energy, countering the black-clad elder's magical attack, causing it to crumble and rendering the elder's face a deep shade of anger. A long sigh echoed from an unknown source, heard by both. This serves as a platform akin to an intermediary, merging the roles of a signing company. Butterfly Music provides opportunities, while Li Linlang offers creations, with the rewards subsequently shared. Lin In took a deep breath, realizing his approach was flawed, and immediately adopted a stern demeanor, speaking harshly. One side is solitary and lonely, standing upon a small boat, presenting an overwhelming contrast. However, it is said that the director of the Special Affairs Bureau was merely injured and not deceased. Similarly, the captain of the Special Operations Team faced the same fate, indicating that both missions were deemed unsuccessful. Yin Yin looked up, her eyes wide, obediently agreeing. Soon after, Li Linlang began to assist Chu Heir in preparing instant coffee. Yun Feng and the others certainly would not squander this opportunity to discuss knowledge. Yet the candidates who arrived before them lacked the mood for such discussions. One had yet to be saved when another collapsed, causing the onlookers' expressions to change dramatically as their gazes turned towards Li Hong at the entrance. Su Qian liberated himself from the realm of apathy and indifference, becoming driven and without sentiment. Oof. Feng Qing snorted, summoning 2 larger whirlwinds that continuously obstructed the advance of the Great Thunder Seal, with waves of resistance gradually slowing its assault until it finally halted a few feet away from Feng Qing and his companion. After completing her night shift, Li Rong stretched her stiff neck and exited the factory, changing into her clothes and preparing to head towards the dormitory. One could vaguely see strands of transparent, divine light flowing from beneath her flesh. Chapter 86. The heirloom of the stepmother was stolen. Song Jinwei was kissed once more, her mind unable to contemplate anything else. Lost in a haze, completely consumed by her thoughts of Fu Qinian. In the next moment, Fu Qinian tore off the tie around his neck and blindfolded Song Jinwei's eyes. In a moment of panic and confusion, her face flushed as she sweetly called out, "Brother Qinian." Little did she know, Fu Qinian's gaze towards her was one of unmasked cold disdain. Song Jinwei's lipstick smudged. Yuan Xian stared blankly for a moment, glancing at Si Han's mischievous expression, as though he had granted her permission to touch his head, and she felt as if she had gained a significant advantage. It was for a more beautiful dream. Yun Luofei smiled faintly, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Xiaofeng, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Ian and Yi Qing remained silent, yet their expressions bore no less hatred than Yifeng's. Since you have come to this realization, it would be wise to keep this child for potential future utility. Aunt Yen spoke in a deep tone. Mu Yen cast a penetrating look at the old man rolling on the ground, then turned to meet Chu Moli's gaze. To this day, within the realm of alchemy, no one in Longting could surpass Chu Tenyu, not even students, let alone mentors. There were those with good intentions and others seeking to draw closer to Feng Qiuqing, resulting in a chaotic scene. I merely voiced what you found inconvenient to express. Princess Jingmin felt no remorse for her words. Since Su Chun has seen through it, Ba Xiong refrained from further prodding, as the old leader had repeatedly reminded him that fostering a good relationship with Su Chun was of utmost importance. Thus, it appears that Lord Su is quite amiable and may not resort to punishment against the second brother. Shun Xiuyan patted Madame Shun's hand, offering comfort. The expression on Su Guifei's face darkened. Shouldn't His Majesty be dining? Emperor Zonda was accustomed to napping after lunch, but it was barely past noon, the time for meals. How could he retire so early? Initially, Zhang Yuan wished to open an inn here, but Dong Ming opposed it first, considering the distance from the city. However, after Zhang Yuan's insistence, he ultimately followed her here. Was it because his mother was ill that he parted ways with the Zhang family? Even in times of refuge, one would expect to bring along their servants, for a prominent family cannot lack attendants. However, as the scene shifted, he beheld many figures appearing along the Qinhuai River. While on the side of King Linjiu, numerous shadows emerged, their faces obscured from Jinmu's view. Lan Xingyin entered the bathhouse, where the atmosphere was less opulent than the Yujing garden. Thus her cleansing was rather simple. She did not wash her hair and concluded her bath in a mere 20 minutes. Li Yinma's voice grew increasingly wicked, and Su Muyao sensed a surge of power within him. As she picked up the awkwardly crafted pouch at his waist, her tone languid. Gripping the Wumu Qiao La aimed it at the positions of Jinmu and Yihiulu, throwing it with force. After this, Gu Jinning spent the remainder of his time at home, aside from attending lectures at the academy, idly passing the hours with novels. Presently, Chun Xinghong's proposal to acquire for 100,000 was nothing short of a pipe dream. Despite his wealth and influence, it was a blatant case of coercive buying. Zhao Xiaofan's family, while possessing some clout, paled in comparison to Chun Xinghong's might. Observing his elder brother's face clouded with guilt as he recalled past events, Qingyi continued, "Moreover, this disciple possesses an exceptionally rare spirit root of extreme yin and yang, unprecedented since the establishment of the Du sect. To let such an opportunity slip away is truly regrettable." As she spoke, a pained expression crossed Qingyi's face. In a moment of crisis, Xue Linglong appeared to make a decisive choice, tightening her jaw before releasing a fierce shout. Had intervention been avoided from the outset, or had one refrained from involvement altogether, Lu Chan felt no issue with either course of action, even favoring the latter. Money. This entity has the power to sway hearts even in remote, impoverished locales. In affluent cities, it captivates many. The carefree demeanor of the character known as MR, who typically gazed at the sky while ignoring the ground, awaited a playful glare from Xue Shan. Upon seeing this, Sun Dashing was filled with elation, rummaging from the arms of a martial artist to produce an antique scabbard, which he promptly inserted his blade into and tucked away before departing. The only discontented individual, ZMO, suddenly felt a hand pat his shoulder. Mistaking it for comfort from Lang Ben, he turned to offer a reluctant smile, only to find the typically proud Lang Ben's face as pale as a ghost, appearing more dejected than himself. The air rippled like water, sharply cleaved, as the three layers of lost their former strength and easily split asunder, while the surrounding arcs of electricity severed, akin to a venomous snake deprived of its vital essence, leaving only futile struggles behind. Particularly, it seemed that the owner of the claw bore great animosity towards me. Such a coincidence could not possibly lead to an attack immediately upon the opening of the spatial passage. The golden-eyed eagle bowed its head, observing the uneven ground illuminated by the flickering campfire, watching the shadows dance within the depressions. The ship of the shadows was incomparable to that of Blue's. Merely in terms of interior decoration, Blue's vessel rivaled a five-star hotel, luxurious and comfortable, while the shadowy craft resembled a slum. "Bring forth Lu Gonggong to meet the city lord," commanded the figure as he lifted the purple-gold, four-legged wine vessel, taking a sip before giving instructions. Although Lin Xiao maintained a composed exterior, his heart brimmed with astonishment. For his suspicions were confirmed. The innate charm physique, alluring by nature, belonged to the enigmatic Shangguan Maoan, possessing the rare nine spirits charm body, one of the three extraordinary variations known to enchant countless beings. The school's entrance was adorned with silver plating, prominently displaying the golden characters Sanxing. The walls were covered in crimson tiles, accompanied by a robotic guard station, exuding an air of opulence. In Chapter 87, upon seeing the face of his stepmother, he captured a paparazzi's secret affair. Such circumstances often lead to accidents, with the most vulnerable being children and the elderly. She removed her viewing glasses and dashed outside, her movements agile and explosive, her ink-black hair billowing. At the very last moment, as Yin Wenyu's gaze was obscured by the throng, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar visage from his memories, which swiftly vanished. Yin Wenyu's heart trembled, his eyes, red and fierce, filled with a painful moisture. "Stepmother," he murmured, "Brother Hua, you are truly admirable. You embody true masculinity." The beauty nestled against his chest, caressing his well-defined abdominal muscles. Liu Luosi had long plotted, and this exceedingly subtle move led Rem to fall into the trap without even realizing it. Liang Fei understood that Sun Rui must have consulted the two beforehand. Now, as the proprietor of this establishment, Liang Fei's consent was essential for the two's acknowledgement, just as a pair of wrinkled hands reached for Xiao Yushan's face. Another pair swiftly embraced her, and Lin Chen stepped back with her in his arms. Most importantly, with the touch of the Alia could now locate him without the need for sight. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated severing his own meridians, yet suddenly, a golden light pierced through his mind. Boss Shin kindly reminded Qin Fan that the odd pieces he had chosen were unlikely to yield any profit. Even a sow could climb a tree if they did. As Qin Fan had predicted, Wang Mengqi uncovered the green hue beneath the white mist after polishing it away with a grinding wheel. In military academies and the armed forces, regular soldiers or civilians lack any external communication devices, let alone anything that could broadcast. Chunshur possessed an admirable physique, with well-defined muscles that were not exaggerated. However, I had not noticed before. Now, upon closer inspection, I discovered two new scars etched upon his back. Strolling along the lengthy street, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, Xia Yi lightly lowered the blade, with a similar knife at his waist. The gentle breeze rustled his shirt as he slightly turned his face towards the armed personnel of the commuting bureau, his frigid voice resonating. Upon hearing that the Crown Prince had proactively requested the sage to grant the second-ranking Zhaorong honor for the burial of Shangguan Waner, who had stood alongside Wei Shuren until her death in ambiguity, the princess of the state surprisingly concurred with the Crown Prince. The Ministry of Works promptly accelerated the construction of the Zhaorong tomb, which had been delayed for months, and within half a month, it was completed. Feng Lei's face contorted with rage, knowing that once the wind howled, even 10 lives would not suffice for his demise. When Chunshur's call finally came the next evening, he had received an old mobile phone from Sania. The static during the call was particularly loud as I pressed one ear to the receiver. In truth, even if Chu Feng was unaware, he would still take measures within the dragon's nest, for this was undoubtedly an opportunity to eliminate Lin Tiandang. The chefs arrived for work at 5:30, while I started at 8. By the time I entered the kitchen, dozens of baking trays, steamers, spoons, and various cooking utensils were piled high. It was as if a certain volume of water had solidified into ice. Although the source was the same, the damage differed greatly. At that moment, a blast of ice-blue mental energy erupted, and a colossal skeletal ghost general materialized, blocking the path of the two black-clad figures. Losing my phone turned into a hassle for contacting him. Thus, I entered a phone booth, inserted a coin, and dialed his number from memory, only to find no one answered. In Chapter 88, listening to a man's heartbeat, Jiang Liwu's tone was indifferent as she asked, no longer pretending. Tianji Xia, stung by the sarcasm, retorted, "Even if you call the police, they cannot apprehend me. At most, they will give me a verbal warning. After all, the wooden carving is hardly worth anything and does not meet the criteria for a case. Moreover, the wooden carving was not stolen. I merely picked it up." "Huh." Li Xian laughed casually after thanking Gao Zong on behalf of everyone. "What urgent matter brings my mother to my palace at such a late hour? In truth, if my father is unwell, a simple summons from Gao Gong would suffice. I will naturally attend to my parents and fulfill my filial duty to the country." Finally, the path of the bandits has reached its end, with the formidable barrier of the Yellow River obstructing their escape route. Left with no other option, the bandits resorted to attacking the fortified city of Yuncheng. Zhao Wu was taken aback. Shunzi was indeed Zhao Wu's former name, and coincidentally, it was also the name of a favorable hand in cards, unlike Zhao Wu, which represented a less fortunate hand. "Master Bai, let us not interfere with the young ones. Come, let's savor some fine wine from my cellar." Old Qian also sensed something amiss with the two guests from Yanjing and promptly invited by Duan to the wine cellar, isolating him from Heisher. A short distance from the Shu Sea, there lies a wondrous place known as Xinglonggu, where the scenery is exquisite, adorned with mountains and rivers, surrounded by lush greenery, and the landscape is a riot of colors with flowers blooming in every season, creating a breathtaking vista of verdant peaks. In truth, these matters should have been discussed face-to-face by Yi Liangqian at the company, but due to his continuous work during his vacation, he had no time to spare. With the year-end approaching and only a few days left in 1998, Gao Kuei outlined the financial situation of the company since its opening over the phone. Upon their arrival, The group forgot their initial conflicts. They found themselves on a land formed by treetops, where gray and white branches intertwined to create a uniquely textured ground, mostly pockmarked and battered, with remnants of palaces occasionally visible. "All right, let us proceed." Ajiga's confidant quietly relayed the order of feigned surrender, instructing all soldiers to prepare for a retreat. Uncle Xia's emotions were inscrutable, yet one thing was evident. Wang Yu had completely lost his vitality. As Su Yuan pondered, she noticed Jun Yin in the distance, seemingly dialing a number. In the next moment, her phone rang. The banquet hall regained its liveliness with the arrival of the man. Su and Qin Yi approached the dessert table to grab some pastries, gossiping about the man who had captured everyone's attention. Since Bai Yan had initiated the invasion, Tianhua had fully concentrated on defense, neglecting other positions, which allowed Shiyu to exploit the opportunity, resulting in the loss of a significant portion of their territory. Powerful factions within the dynasty continuously placed bids, while those in the court and many wealthy merchants, though eager, held back and awaited better offers. He merely relinquished some flowers that were bound to wither, yet gained a considerable sum, which was quite amusing. As Shun Ling exited the company, she immediately spotted Zhou Bin anxiously pacing by the car, and she called out to him. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open, and Chu Jiuli, as usual, lifted his gaze towards the entrance, but the person who walked in was not Wu Ming. Matsuda Jinping raised an eyebrow, retrieving a transparent sealed bag from his pocket, containing a blue yarn. Chapter 89, I Am Her Witness. Secretly mocking Jiang Liwu for her gullibility, she had indeed been easily deceived. At that moment, she had regained some composure, but her movements were still somewhat laborious as she attempted to rise. Today had been arduous for her, truly unfortunate. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yet, upon turning, she noticed several police officers approaching briskly, her expression turning to one of shock and panic, unable to remain calm. Are you toying with me? There were many pregnant consorts who experienced unexpected twists, leading to mere false joy. Under the penetrating gaze of Lei San, the group of ruffians inexplicably felt a chill rise from their hearts. The atmosphere involuntarily began to cool. In the world of Dixing, equality was proclaimed, at least on the surface, where no privileged class was permitted to exist. I see, but where shall I place such a large cauldron? It cannot possibly be kept at home, Chun Fan remarked. Certainly, no problem. If you have time tomorrow, I shall teach you. But to replicate my culinary skill is no simple feat, Chun Fan added. Yin Jiping's countenance changed, gazing helplessly at the approaching Long Ying, whose imposing presence felt akin to a ferocious dragon charging towards him, which he could not withstand. Wang Feiyu and Chu Xiong considered Lu Rulong's suggestion to be a splendid idea. Thus, after dining, the three arranged for personnel to disseminate news of Lin Hang's arrival in the capital. Birds with broken wings may recover, and this woman has likely encountered many such birds. How could she not be astonished? What is there to fear? If it comes to it, I will have my father confront him, the chubby one declared, clenching his fists. Ling Yu closely followed Li Zixiao, occasionally stifling a laugh, perhaps due to not wanting to disturb the mood, or because Li Zixiao was still upset over earlier events. In any case, after 5 or 6 minutes, he had not uttered a single word. The surrounding cultivators were equally startled by this display. Yang Qin's ruthlessness in killing was alarming. Today, the city of Wuying was eerily deserted, the winds whispering of danger. Most warriors from the Shun Xing clan wore expressions of anger as they gathered at the ancestral temple, which honored the first patriarch of the Shun Xing clan, Shun Xing Wuying, the founder of the Shun Xing bloodline, one of the 10 golden bloodlines. The young man clad in navy blue was none other than Pu Nanhu, the prince, while the youth in a black trench coat was Yuan Qifeng. The world no longer had Bai Song. Bai Shi's longing for him was merely the myriad reflections of Buddha upon the tower. She took the floating divine tower, a single tear cascading onto it, leaving only the sound of clear droplets, nothing more. On another night, as Ruanjing Tian and his team of agents stealthily infiltrated Ingzueya in the depths of darkness, he remained unaware that 2 pairs of vigilant eyes had been fixated upon them. On the morning of the 2nd day of National Day, they visited Yunshan Restaurant around 9 o'clock, at which time the restaurant was nearly empty. Everyone immediately pursued, while Yang Chun intentionally slowed his pace, gradually creating distance. Seizing the moment while their attention was focused ahead, he swiftly darted into the dense forest. Bloodling Ji is a top-tier medicinal herb, a coveted treasure for alchemists. Whoever obtains it can concoct superior elixirs. Chapter 90. Do I love him so? Upon reviewing the cinema surveillance, she took a deep breath, stretching her limbs. The cool breeze filled her lungs, invigorating her weary spirit. The atmosphere was tranquil until Jiang Liwu halted and spoke first. Thank you for today. Intending to convey her departure, yet upon gazing at the man, she noticed that torches were lit all around, illuminated by the moonlight and the flames, casting light across the entire camp. Although the arrangements made could not resolve the current predicament of Jingzhou, abandoning the city was an unavoidable choice. At least as long as they remained, there was still a chance. Zhu Yanhuan bowed to Dao Yuanqing, protecting Shui Wuhen as he retreated. Observing this, Dao Yuanqing also stepped forward, conjuring a talisman in the air to cast towards the ominous door. Zhao Yun and Elbu joined forces, not pursuing too far, but rather clearing out the remaining coalition soldiers near Shiyu Fu, assisting the Wei forces in eliminating those who had scaled the city walls. However, just as the spaceship was about to burst, a figure suddenly surged forth from it. After stating we would cease all contact, you find yourself contradicting your own words. Shenhao cannot uphold this. Junyan suddenly recalled a term from the documents left behind by Zichong. What is the essence of a formation's backbone? This question delved into the foundational constructs of formations. Along with the swaying and vibrations, the re-emerging wind wielded its iron hammer, seemingly unscathed. Mizhu, still under suspicion, emerged to persuade, only serving to reinforce Liu Bei's convictions. Hehe, let me remind you, her surname appears to be Bai. Xiao Jingxian raised an eyebrow, realizing, how could Xiao Jingshan be so idle and foolish? Oh, heir, my love for you is entirely voluntary. Rather, I must thank you for being by my side, teaching me what a smile is, what love is. The older brother gazed at me with deep affection as he spoke. Stop pretending. Your demeanor is so obvious. If they were to refuse you again, I suspect you would explode on the spot. The gathered onlookers were momentarily struck dumb by the sudden transformation of Shi O Jingxin, having been startled by CH Luex for the first time, and now, once more, by the formidable Shi O Tianwing. At this moment, the opportunity that LNS had spoken of 4 years ago had finally materialized before her. Shi Yan took a deep breath, striving to quell her anxiety. Effing Yo, unable to squat due to her condition, disregarded her limitations and knelt on the ground. Li, witnessing F-ing Yo's distress, felt a pang of sorrow and quickly crouched down to embrace Liu Biying. Drawing closer to F-ing Yo, the reconnaissance platoon leader, caught in a struggle against the raging flood, was overwhelmed by a massive, uprooted tree. He gasped, unable to catch his breath, and slipped into unconsciousness beneath the tree's weight. Yet, a delicate arm reached out from behind, seizing his hair, and propelled him towards the rolling trunk. Very well, thank you, I said with a smile, then moved to the dining table. After sitting down, I nibbled at some food, lacking any real appetite. The territory of the Shu Ingje Hu Ngcho had now fallen under the dominion of the Tn Hu Ngcho, and it was from the lands of the Shu Ingje Hu Ngcho that the offensive had commenced, having already claimed 1/10 of the territory. Indeed, he still possessed a trump card, yet the moment to employ it had not yet arrived. It was reserved for the completion of his ultimate objective. At present, this was the only explanation that made sense. However, was it not too coincidental? Why did HHNSN and others hasten to share such gossip with him, rendering him omniscient and earning him the moniker of B.I. She OSH Ing? Chapter 91. The reincarnation without a stepmother, just you alone? Yet, just as the progress was about to revert to that scene, the screen suddenly went black. What happened? Y&W New York furrowed his brow. The monitor operator, somewhat apologetic, recalled that the surveillance storage automatically cleared every month, and midnight coincided with the last day of the month. Y&W New York's expression darkened as he inquired, when can the surveillance from the last day be restored? Under the strong insistence of GNGS NZN, Ly Ng's eyes lit up, as if he had conceived a matter that required GNGS NZN's assistance. He understood the formidable combat prowess of this unit, which was no less than that of the Y New York N Iron Cavalry. Had it not been for the advantage in armor and weaponry, the Y New York N Iron Cavalry would not have easily gained the upper hand. Doobie, where have you run off to? A voice echoed from the royal palace's main hall, leaving the herald momentarily stunned and with a bitter expression. The animal-type devil fruit, NL, held immense utility. Never too much of a good thing, but the creation-type devil fruits had only been gathered to a meager 13 over the years, fewer than the people present. In the forward village, others were inconsequential, but that one, a dragon, was a 4th-level warrior. The strongest of the 18 Arhats, Lunqing, was merely a 2nd-level warrior. Even her 3 disciples, GuZZH, GuZLN, and YOTNH, had only GuZZH breaking through to the 3rd level, while the others remained at the 2nd level. How could they possibly contend with a dragon? Just you? Though the Grand Elder was currently immobile, he refused to yield in spirit to this former subordinate he had once defeated, despite the coincidences involved. He had contemplated every possible way to instigate a comprehensive conflict among the 6 sects, yet he had never envisioned this particular scenario. The lights in front of the municipal government were dim, and no pedestrians were visible, resembling the desolation of a withered red furnace. "Sir, please proceed," Lyn offered with a respectful gesture. However, Win's demeanor was markedly uneasy. After a brief salute, he prepared to depart. With a woof, Ing seemed to assert that his sense of smell was far more acute, and the scent of the spiritual medicine could not evade his keen nose. Myn tightly gripped the YNTI and Shinjin, which had begun to emit a golden glow, and muttered to himself, "Oh dear, why must we resort to violence again? Sister-in-law, if he has erred in any way, I shall apologize on his behalf," he said, extending his arm to intercept YWI's fist. The SHNL Ingji knew was indeed formidable. Yet the SHNL Ingjin had yet to acknowledge Shi Owyme O as its master, without the invocation of new sword techniques. Shi Owyme O could only execute 2 moves at present. NZH Ingur received news of the silver payment and the announcement of HWIW becoming a concubine, learning of it promptly from our OMM, who rushed over from the shop. As she spoke, KWL and chose not to linger with him and hastily utilized the key she had just pilfered from a federal soldier to unlock the lieutenant's handcuffs. Then, she grasped his hand and urged him to escape. Staying in such a place bred an overwhelming sense of crisis. It was preferable to observe the cattle instead. Chapter 92. Perhaps there exists someone who can manage SMCHing. Secretary CHN, perplexed, nodded vacantly indeed. SMCHing's expression darkened, a chill enveloping him as he sat down. He had yet to eat, but an inexplicable pressure within him had already made him feel bloated. His gaze fell upon Secretary CHN, who was about to have his meal. "Have you managed your work matters today, yet you still find time to eat?" Secretary CHN's mouth fell agape, frozen in place, a mouthful of fragrant rice just out of reach. "Ah?" SM raised his head, surveying the pristine room. CHNUN involuntarily grimaced, but complied and stepped back a few paces. He summoned the technical lead from Alipay and convened a brief meeting with the ZLing studio to convey some key points before dispatching them to proceed. As the chief instructor, CUBN knew that once his military achievements were diminished, others would likely follow suit, employing the same tactics to undermine his contributions. Thus, CUBN had to fight back and motivate his subordinates to exert effort on his behalf. At the moment the 3rd palm struck, it was as if a fateful connection drew Shi NSH and the Guardian together, the threads of destiny abruptly reversing their course. As Shi NSH bellowed leave, the Guardian's body split apart with a sound akin to tearing silk, blood splattering as he was cleaved in two. CUBN shouted, the sword energy cascading down, the aura of divine slaying howling forth. Before CUBN, the divine slaying energy collided violently with Su's realm of tranquility. Although the realm had taken form, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of CUBN's divine slaying aura. Not only was there a lack of persuasiveness, but the media and certain players might misconstrue this as jealousy from the Aurora Games, let alone the inability to react in time. Even had CHNUN foreseen such an unexpected occurrence, he would have had no capacity to resist. The Huanjialing battleship was a vessel combining sails and oars. When wind was present, it could sail with the breeze, and in the absence of wind, it could still navigate through human effort. At this moment, a breeze stirred across the lake, unfurling the sails of the Hu NGL Ing number 3. With the aid of the wind, the Hu NGL Ing number 3 gradually glided into the bright lake. Moreover, within the space, it was merely a matter of playing coy. W&W was reluctant to become the unwitting fool, spending money on such exorbitantly priced truffles. No, I believe my parents are chatting with me. Would you like to meet them? Over a century ago, the royal treasure had remained a mere legend among the populace, known only to a select few elite individuals, while the common folk remained blissfully unaware of the details. Idling at home, it was highly likely that one had previously held a significant office and had simply retired. Thus, it was only natural for the inspector to hold Ming Su In high regard. However, this meant that Ming Su In could hardly be of much assistance to her. YNR, what troubles you? Why are you crying? YQNGL, and finally noticed Hu Q's unusual expression. Is it not a one-sided affection for LXNGZHN? Ding Xiaoxi O scratched his head, perplexed. Moments ago, it had been stated that Gu NX NG's affections did not lie with him, yet now it seemed to suggest otherwise. Furthermore, how could he know what she harbored in her heart? Rushing out of the room and onto the deck, Ji Ing realized the dire situation at hand. Brother D, thank you. After a prolonged period of tension, when no one had the leisure to converse, Hu Q finally stepped forward to express gratitude to DGN with a slight bow. After speaking with DNGF, Ing Y, and LC Ifing over the phone, a sense of foreboding settled in her heart, prompting her to search for Li YCHN for clarification. Therefore, AI Leah could only convey a sense of rejection. If she did nothing and faced this sorcerer from Egypt alone, she would be utterly terrified. The 5 great powers, along with countless elites from other mysterious forces, transformed into streams of crimson energy under the grand array of the divine and demonic feast, merging into the altar of the Great Formation. While Du Jian led the convoy to transport materials to Liangchuan Ko, he spotted her there. Although her clothes were more tattered and her face dirtier, Du Jian recognized her at a glance. Their thoughts were akin to those of the fat man. They did not want Bai Qianqian's future to be hindered by their mistakes. After much contemplation, Shun Shi made a momentous decision. No marriage, no loss of innocence. After all, she felt no particular affection for anyone. However, the situation seemed somewhat complicated at present. The archaeological team from Dongdu University discovered an ancient tomb at a reconstruction site in Dongdu yesterday. After a while, upon receiving a telepathic message from Wu Ling, the Gungjin sacred liquid was ready. Bei Fengyang immediately handed over the Duoyang Gui Jing vessel containing the Gungjin sacred liquid to the white-haired individual. However, Zhao Jing overlooked an important issue. His previous success in Yu-Gi-Oh had been achieved through financial investment. She contemplated that to confront her goals, she might need to invest more time and energy than others. Chen silently observed Zhao Jing's serious demeanor, lowering his head, his disappointment evident on his face. Zhao Jing, however, did not mind. He understood Chen's feelings at that moment, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before turning to leave with Zhao Yuan. The 2 young men across the dining table finished their meal first, and upon noticing that the patrons in the hall had ceased discussing the wonders of the martial world, they took their leave. At the moment the gunshots rang out, Yi Yuntian swiftly dodged the bullets with astonishing speed. Sierra nodded, continuing without pause, recounting how Qi Yuan had found her, how he had killed Zhou Xiaoping, and how he had dealt with Chen Haohui, as well as how she had been instructed to seek the governor to arrange everything that followed. Currently, the Sichuan region was embroiled in conflict, and traveling by water along the river would likely face severe supply shortages, leading to challenges in sustenance. The death of the emperor would undoubtedly alarm the 8 Banners cavalry sweeping the world, launching a frenzied pursuit of Huang Xixi. And remaining by his side would surely be a perilous situation. Settling into the driver's seat, Yi Yuntian took a deep breath, his fingers unconsciously stroking the Tianji jade pendant. They stealthily approached the vicinity, where they could have directly approached the painted boat, but its docking position was rather unique, with a protruding rock several feet away that prevented the sailboat from getting closer. Thus, they were compelled to use a grappling hook for assistance. Consequently, Chen Pufan and the others had to relent, as they did not wish to give Chen Yaotai and Guan Zirao the impression that they sought to liquidate assets. After all, if Chen Yaotai and Guan Zirao were to also liquidate, the stock price would plummet. Naturally, It was rare to find a master capable of such feats, and one could even say they were exceedingly scarce. Every individual possesses a sense of empathy, even when faced with danger. Even if the one they sympathize with is an enemy, a detestable person. When sending out the information regarding Qiyu, Yiwu's first notification was to his closest friend, Mu Qing. A scene not far away, devoid of any sense of incongruity, compelled her to rub her eyes thrice. Her expression was one of disbelief. Chapter 93. No one has cared for 20 years, yet I live well. Secretary Chun repeatedly waved his hands, stating he would not drink, for he had to drive and could not consume alcohol. He had to ensure the safety of General C. Upon hearing this, the group did not relent, dismissing the concern, claiming that a single cup of double strength would be inconsequential, as Secretary Chin's capacity for alcohol was remarkable. Furthermore, he was using a private passage and should trust his own skills. Secretary Chin insisted, "Truly, it is impossible. If it truly comes to that, I will call for a designated driver." "Exactly. Luo Chu, I will give you 3 days to reflect on whether you harbor feelings for me, and then provide me with an answer. Other reasons are mere excuses. You should trust me." Lu Zishi was at a loss for words. I know nothing. Absolutely nothing. I truly know nothing." Song Lei also promptly released his grip on Shui Heir's thigh, retreating while repeatedly asserting his ignorance. Why did he always harbor a subtle affection for this troublesome girl? Why did he always eagerly anticipate seeing her? Gradually, Ai Jia found herself encountering Shurgu less and less. Later, she learned that Shurgu had started working part-time to earn money for his mother's treatment, rushing to a restaurant after school to work. In no time, passers-by began to gossip, all discussing the matter of Qi. Through this incident, everyone became aware of Qi Ye's hidden prowess, which was undeniably formidable. Though it was painful, Ai Qi resolutely endured the suffering. If it meant saving Bing Shui, he would willingly sacrifice himself. "I'm not concerned," Gu Yangshan scoffed, observing An Luo Chu glaring at him, and quickly fell silent. At that moment, Guan Fei finally arrived, having missed the earlier events, and cheerfully greeted Lin Yu before sitting beside him. Mei Mei's inherent attribute was originally of the utmost quality, and after forming a contract with Lu Zhao, it evolved into an ultimate attribute. The elder was astonished beyond measure. A level 5 magical beast, the Fire Bull, which he had never seen in person, was now being sold for its tendons. Lin Xian remarked, "I appear to be at the future Zijin Mountain, where a wedding was taking place. I was the groom in the future, and my doppelganger even exchanged a few words with my future self." This statement incited a flurry of reactions, eliciting cheers, though many found it hard to believe. Meanwhile, the remnants of the battleship continued their slow descent into the sea, and they witnessed numerous naval soldiers jumping into the water like dumplings into a pot, bobbing up and down. In this way, everyone shared a knowing smile, as if witnessing their own children playing outside. After Gu Shixing concluded his statement, he concentrated all his energy, while Gu Yuran also regulated his breath, firmly locking onto Gu Shixing's position before effortlessly casting the purple light upwards. Following this was the amplified image of a letter. The sender was an inconsequential islander, and the content of the letter suggested that Bai's hardworking parents had actually been murdered by the island master. "You say the emperor carried me into the room, but why do I remember nothing?" I asked Ming Er, and I questioned myself. It was impossible for me to be in such a deep sleep. After Lu Qixin agreed to Dong Xueqing's words, she watched as Chao Jia was the first to turn and prepare to exit the front hall. Just as Chun Lin intended to check the phone for further information, a notification from Wei Xin suddenly echoed from within the device. Helplessly, in memory of the youth, the crowd could only request the government to erect a statue in his honor for the world to admire. Such a small child would cry when hungry and would also cry when cold. Thus, the demon child often heard the sound of crying, one after another. Chapter 94. Who the hell do you think you are? A beautiful disaster. Warm liquid trickled down from the head. Upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, the sommelier screamed, and the others were equally startled, their faces filled with terror. Secretary Chun was not particularly surprised. He had seen CMO Cheng in even more uncontrolled states. CMO Cheng's hand remained raised, his expression dark and menacing. With a swift kick, he sent a person sprawling, violently bringing down a shattered bottle, its jagged edges piercing through General Zhang's palm. General Zhang immediately erupted with rage. How extraordinary! This power utterly captivates me. Mason raised 2 iron hammers, charging forward like a madman. The 8 great kings turned in unison, their synchronized footsteps echoing on the green bricks of the Grand Hall. It is crucial to understand that regardless of how powerful a spellcaster may be, their abilities in running and agile maneuvers are typically their Achilles heel. Furthermore, these individuals are most adept at concealing their presence, employing various illusions and tricks, which are utterly meaningless before the divine eyes of Shi and the discerning gaze of the financially invested. On her forehead, there lies a mysterious phoenix-shaped divine pattern, emanating a faint azure glow, which stirred a sense of fateful unease within Jiang Tian upon first glance. He had already assessed Yun Fei's prowess to be quite formidable. After all, one who dares to provoke Shaolin, especially one who engages in a contest of skills such as the Dragon Claw technique, must surely harbor ill intentions. However, once the confrontation commenced, he realized that Yun Fei's abilities surpassed his estimations significantly. In the intricate realm detectable by his spiritual awareness, 2 concentrated and powerful energy points swiftly approached, pulsating and flickering. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyao felt a tumult of emotions, a blend of sorrow, admiration, and a tinge of anger. Meanwhile, on the side of the Blue Shark clan, the 18 ancestors bore grim expressions, their terrifying aura causing the entire army to tremble in fear. Naturally, Chun Fan intended to join them, but just as he prepared to flee, Master Bao Shan appeared before him. In the molten lava hell, the searing flames withdrew their defenses, as one hand pressed to the ground summoned a magical formation that enveloped the area. Cracks spread from the center outward, with scorching magma erupting intermittently. You need not rush your decision. I shall depart tomorrow morning. At that time, you may choose to accompany me or remain here, Yang Lin said, suppressing a smile as he addressed Chunda and the others. Hearing this, Chunda and the others exhaled in relief, realizing they still had a considerable amount of time to weigh their options. Gazing at the destructive whirlwind wrought by the silver wheel of reincarnation, the proud Otsutsuki Peach finally scrutinized the puppet controlled by you, noting its magnificent golden eyes, which immediately captured his attention. Among those he had encountered, the likes of Tam Lang and Wu Pan stood out for their overwhelming strength, exuding an unfathomable aura. His approach had always been to distrust those he did not employ, and to trust those he did. Without rectifying the internal affairs, he would not dare to embark on designing the new flower patterns. Chun had at stake too much. In this world, love and trust do not exist without reason. The fewer words Chun spoke, the more he felt compelled to exercise utmost caution, considering every aspect meticulously. What is the matter? Bai Yu inquired, perplexed, sensing an underlying implication in Bai Wei's words. However, her eyelids grew heavier, and her body felt devoid of strength, panic and despair swelling within her. Lei Mingxian had always been true to her word, yet now she regretted acquiescing to my request. Unable to turn a blind eye to my affairs, Lei Lei was already laughing uncontrollably at the table, while Ling Ling, drawn by the commotion in the conference room, approached to observe the scene, curiously scrutinizing the tall, lanky Gao Qi with disheveled hair. Chapter 95. Little trickster, how many boyfriends do you have? Let me hold you. CMO Cheng was about to bend down to enter the car when Secretary Chun noticed Jiang Liwu moving sideways like a crab, her expression one of shock and fear. Miss Jiang. Jiang Liwu did not fall. A long arm caught her just in time, and the next moment she found herself enveloped in a warm and sturdy embrace. Dizzy, Jiang Liwu lifted her head, her cherry-red eyes glancing at Mu Haotian and Fang Shuyao, and then at John, who lay quietly on the operating table. Her initial excitement gradually subsided, leaving her with a pale face drained of color. The bandits exchanged glances, initially believing they were doomed, only to be astonished when Zhao Qian unexpectedly intervened on their behalf at a critical moment, truly a stroke of fortune. Yet, when confronted by the one who swept through the chaos era and crushed the creator god, they surrendered without resentment, feeling a sense of honor instead. I wish to take bolder steps. Should I miss this opportunity, it may be difficult to find another. Chen Shu spoke earnestly, devoid of jest. A dozen burly men wielding curved blades split into several groups, entering the inn's rooms. Their intentions extended beyond merely incapacitating the unfortunate guests. They sought to offer their flesh and blood for their grand ambitions. However, Peng Hui attributed all of this to Lin Shan, claiming, if it weren't for Lin Shan, I would not be suffering this fate. Several workshop directors followed closely behind Chen Shu, advancing step by step alongside the steel ingot, setting aside Chen Shu's anxieties. It was likely Guo Huai who felt the most tension. The importance of the first piece of steel was negligible, and it mattered little whether it was truly qualified. Success would merely entail passing through the rollers and reaching the cooling bed without incident. Shanya noted the chilling aura emanating from Nangong Ling, along with her blood-red, somewhat bloodthirsty eyes. The atmosphere was as still as the calm before a storm. As they accompanied Lin Shan to their destination, Qian Huqi relayed the intelligence gathered by their family to Lin Shan, revealing that the Longyu Tower concealed the other half of the Beidou 7 stars step technique. Ing, the sparrow maiden giggled, covering her mouth, her voluptuous form trembling in unison, captivating all with her beauty. As dawn broke, Zhan Shuiying was awakened by an unusual sensation, as if something in the ether were beckoning her. Having profited handsomely from goji berries, Yang Sheng had previously considered the future marriage of Yumei, purposefully expanding their residence and refurbishing it, also planning to purchase more land after the new year. Tang Mohan surveyed her from a high vantage point, his glimmering with a haunting green light as he fixated on her delicate lips, his throat bobbing slightly. There is nothing peculiar about it, merely a birthmark. Yun Sanyi commented, the first to rise after examining it. Bai Zifen navigated several twists and turns, traversing numerous streets, yet instead of losing the black car, it only pursued more fervently. However, the soundproofing in the tea house's private room was quite effective. Even with both individuals pressed against the wall, they could only hear muffled sounds. Shang-Chi noticed her delicate features scrunching up in distress, inexplicably feeling a twinge of sympathy. He stood and approached her, intending to comfort her with a gentle pat on the head. However, Yun Jioji's bewildered gaze met his concerned eyes, resulting in an awkward silence between them. He followed closely behind Guan, maintaining a steady gaze on his silhouette until they reached the side hall, where he and Guan took their seats. It was then that the elderly matriarch Qian began to pose her inquiries. At this point, Luo Yuding appeared somewhat indignant, noting that despite Zhan Shuiying calling her sister, they were merely a year apart. Numerous esteemed generals from the Huan Tang Empire arrived, and the ruler of Huan Tang sent representatives with congratulatory letters and gifts. Chapter 96. A misunderstanding with him. Sitting up, Jiang Liwu felt worse, her headache urging her to sleep. Drink this hangover soup and then rest, otherwise, your head will ache even more tomorrow. CMO Chang coaxed, bringing the soup to her lips. Jiang Liwu kept her eyes tightly shut, instinctively resisting the drink, turning her head away. Yet, CMO Chung patiently guided her lips to meet the warm liquid. The hangover soup was surprisingly delightful, infused with the sweetness of various fruits. Even so, the fervor and passion of youth could not be stifled. All eyes were riveted on the two figures until the red figure soared away, pursued by the black silhouette. Jiang Xiu glanced up to see a resolute young man and a middle-aged man seated in the car. Brother Ling, could there be something beneath the water? Yi Qingsheng pondered, pointing towards the depths with some skepticism. Suddenly, black mist enveloped Bai Mu, rendering his form invisible. Where he once stood, only a swirling mass of darkness remained, emitting piercing shrieks. Qingsheng offered a few comforting words to Su Jin before rising. She refrained from addressing the Su family directly, opting instead to explain matters to the elderly Lady Mu. However, such days would soon come to an end, triggered by the man who abruptly invaded her room, intent on taking the jade away. What does he truly desire? What is this thing? Wu Xing exclaimed in anger, casting a glance at the nearby Mu Ming Yizhu, who was observing her expression intently. Chengzi's face was etched with reluctance, although he was loath to admit it. At this moment, Qingzi surpassed him significantly in both the speed of magic generation and the potency of spells. When the topic of Lu Su's demise arose, Yang Chan fell into a contemplative silence, a hint of sorrow shadowing his demeanor. Before him, the Taohua Xianzi was taken aback, for in Su Yang's eyes, she no longer saw confusion but clarity. It was widely known that the Taizong Emperor sought to inquire about significant matters concerning the Baogu Duke, likely pertaining to issues of succession. Thus the atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone held their breath, waiting in silence. Upon gazing at the mountaintop, one could see a smooth expanse. All the jagged edges of the frozen ice seemed to have been sliced through by a sharp blade, during the explosive surge of the energy shield, leaving the surface as polished as a mirror. This was a confrontation between two great emperors, a clash of the heir of the Chaos War Emperor against the descendant of the Time War Emperor. When Lin Yu and his 3 disciples entered the Sky City, they were struck by the sight before them. This ancient city, buried for over 1,000 years, although dilapidated, was still on a grand scale, rivaling the largest cities of the present day. The phrase "the longer the night, the more dreams arise" resonated deeply with Xiao and Mo. After a mere 600 miles in the span of 3 days, found himself unwilling to wait any longer. Ying Yuqing was completely disregarded by Jinong and others. Although she was a disciple of the god of life, her status did not overshadow theirs. With the recent death of the Taizong Emperor, the nation was left leaderless, and it was only fitting that the Dragon Seal be kept alongside the Imperial Jade Seal. It might be hard for others to believe, but this monkey was indeed formidable, dispatching tigers as easily as one would swat a fly. Chen Xuanzong, who harbored a deep-seated fear of tigers, felt an overwhelming sense of security with a monkey by his side. Through conversation, we learned that she had, in a moment of panic to escape, stumbled into a ravine, and the subsequent events had faded from her memory. I kept a wary eye on Huang Zhantian, anticipating a sneak attack. Huang Zhantian seemed to have foreseen a fierce battle between us, thus refraining from joining the fray immediately and instead keeping his distance. Chapter 97. You could spend 10 lifetimes and still not exhaust it, declaring sovereignty. Everything was utterly repulsive, stirring an overwhelming sense of nausea. Clenching his fists, CMO Cheng's face turned pale. Suddenly, a Shangjian Bao appeared before him, behind which was Jiang Li's radiant and caring visage. "Why aren't you eating? At your age, have you learned to be picky?" Thus, he need not worry about the Ming family rising through the combination of Dao Tai Shen tea and Tianyan tea. Should this matter reach Longya, the ensuing wrath would undoubtedly descend upon the Song family, and this was no trifling matter. Given its unexpected nature, it was clear that we would not easily conjecture its outcome. Even if we did, she would abandon this method in search of alternatives. He replied. Wu Xiao, however, poured a sweet soy sauce over the sizzling radish cake, then picked a piece with his chopsticks and took a bite. All along, Xiao Xiong believed Longya to be an organization that prioritized appearances, yet this time he realized that only the combat divisions required higher aesthetics. Other researchers were selected based on their capabilities alone. Within this ethereal shadow, all the skills once wielded by Chang Yang manifested. From consuming the heavens and earth to the essence of battle, none were omitted. As the words fell, the 7 celestial lords unhesitatingly began to form a formation, merging together seamlessly. They had witnessed how Gu Yun effortlessly annihilated a 16-winged deity, and with their cultivation levels, they knew they could not withstand Gu Yun alone. However, once they formed the array, the dynamics would shift entirely. Accompanied by a muffled sound, Heir Guzi let out a heart-wrenching howl before plummeting from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, while Ji Yaowei parked, Lin Jijia dashed towards the square, where Lu Pan awaited her, swiftly guiding her towards Lin Shuangxi without further ado. Raindrops fell like scattered beans, incessantly striking the tiles of the Eastern Palace, creating a relentless patter. Outside, the rain formed a thick curtain, enveloping the entire capital city. Does what he says matter? Xiaoxi raised a delicate brow, her smile instantly turning frosty. Fang Xinchuan's expression lost its earlier rigidity, now appearing somewhat deflated. Not long after, Ning Fuchan sensed the figures behind him drawing ever closer, and he realized it would not be long before he was captured. Yi Lishang's eyes flickered with displeasure upon seeing AI Xiao Qiao's hand held in the grasp of a rotund old man. Chen Feng nodded. It was evident that Lin Wei was no ordinary individual, as his perpetual smile alone was enough to instill fear. Yin Yao adeptly balanced her career and family, excelling in both realms. The company required little of her attention, as her focus rested on the examination questions provided by Professor Luo. Yet the sudden quietude raised suspicions in Luo Yushi. Are you not the one who has always held yourself in high regard, looking down upon us commoners? Yet here you are, solemnly flaunting your chaotic spirit root. Nonsense. You are no better than the average person. A Lingji realm cultivator who cannot even leap out of a pit. Who would believe that? Mu Tian Kuang's gaze sharpened as he looked towards Feng Ling. Initially, she reveled in capturing his attention, but soon she sensed something amiss. The way Tian Kuang regarded her was as if he were gazing upon a corpse. In contrast, Fu Xiu's approach was one of gradual accumulation, methodically laying a robust foundation, eventually erecting towering edifices. This time, Li Dingguo once again descended into the dungeon. The commotion rendered the indigenous prisoners within silent, each one eagerly observing the dungeon's entrance, speculating whether there would be food once more. The king of man, Jiang Tsang, solemnly declared, brandishing a black flag imbued with divine light and authority. It was the spoils from the slaying of the Black Wolf demon general, later refined into a divine artifact capable of housing lost souls. Mo Chun, after hearing the cheerful recounting of events, began to grasp the situation. She accepted the collaboration documents with Mr. Ma and offered a few comforting words before departing the office. Lacking love, Xiao Guogua could not comprehend Luo Yushi's concerns. She had once been lost and fantasized about winning Huiyin Chen's affection, only to discover later that he was a devil, a man beyond her reach. However, the blood and corpses along the road continuously assailed his confidence, causing him to doubt and lose faith in the very existence of Jilaw. Chapter 98. I am his distant relative. Miss Jiang must have noticed the exquisite bouquets we encountered along our journey, which were remarkably distinct from those visible outside. Do you know what kind of flower this is? Lin Qingwan gently caressed the petals, leaning in to inhale the unique fragrance. Jiang Li observed the resplendent, opulent, and intricately beautiful flower, its robust roots revealing a certain wildness. The vibrant red was both grand and alluring, with layers of petals resembling a thousand-fold bloom. Although the young man before her possessed merely a martial realm of Zhou Zhou Yin could distinctly sense that the other was but a step away from achieving the profound martial realm. In the three side rooms to the right of the main house, Gu Jianli's garments were stored, aside from the clothes initially stuffed there by Ji Wujing every 10 days. Several prestigious tailoring establishments from the capital would come to craft new garments for Gu Jianli. How dare you ask me? I am the second lady of the Mu family. And what are you? An unnamed and unacknowledged creature. You are not even human, yet you dare to seduce another's husband, she exclaimed, her anger flaring as her words evolved into a vehement tirade. Shenluan, help me. I cannot control myself. Su Qingyun furrowed her brow, her expression a mixture of lament and plea. She did not wish to act this way, yet her body betrayed her control. The fate of the Qin Wangfei remained shrouded in mystery even until the end of the San Chao, yet it is evident that aside from Wei Qi and his confidants, there are few who support her immediate execution. Gu Jianli, accompanied by the lively Li Zi, arrived at the lakeside, only to hear Ji Yuezheng weeping inconsolably. The second madam held her back, preventing her from leaping into the water, while Ji Xuanke stood nearby, surrounded by numerous others from the residence. Xiao Ruoguang nodded, then turned to observe Ji Yu's hand, contemplating lifting her long sleeves, just as Lin Shu also disembarked. She found herself immobile. Indeed, in those impending 5 minutes, Xiao Yu discovered she was utterly unable to move. A few security personnel hurried over, attempting to separate Yang Jiekai, only to be swiftly dispatched by him with a well-placed elbow, followed by a sequence of strikes that sent them all tumbling to the ground. Of course, complaints were to be expected. Every time I see you, I must express my grievances, otherwise, how would you comprehend my sufferings? Luo Yawa chuckled. Indeed, father. I invited Sato Koen to sit for a while. Before Xiao Fei could respond, Bai Mu Huizi interjected with an explanation. Clearly, this was not a reaction born of mere emotion. Even if Luo Wei mourned Hu Li's demise, such a display was unlikely. Mr. Li, somewhat incredulous, turned to his partner, questioning whether it was possible that your father cherished children, thus remaining close to us to watch over them. His partner, equally perplexed, replied, but if that were the case, why did nothing happen to the child in previous years, only this year? At this moment, there was no distinction between you and me. We must unite against the enemy. Zhou Yin positioned himself firmly beside her, despite his own peak mid-stage cultivation, knowing that if he exerted himself fully, his strength would rival that of a greater cultivator. I slowly savored an orange, pondering whether I too must bear children at such an early age. No, my health has always been robust. Such a constitution should not hinder my ability to conceive, right? After all, many individuals manage to bear children easily. Suddenly, he caught sight of the photograph's contents, his gaze pausing as his fingers moved faster than his vacant thoughts, enlarging the image. It depicted an artificial tropical rainforest landscape, a site typically reserved for specialized botanical gardens or museums, and the porcelain-red roses and orchids he had only encountered at Lingshui-wan. Lingshui-wan, Simo Qing, Wu, and Cmo Chung were acquainted, even residing in Lingshui-wan. Yin Wenyu furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation and inquiry. Li Lung gritted his teeth, enduring the immense pressure of the situation. Meanwhile, his two avatars seemed to be bottomless pits, voraciously absorbing the dragon energy from the six-layer Longmen grottos. Their once ethereal forms gradually sharpening into clarity. That attire was not inexpensive. Lin Shi had seen similar garments costing around 17 or 18,000, a luxury beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Are you implying that you possess the qualifications to preside over this matter as the leader? Before the burly man could finish speaking, someone countered him. The two stood several paces apart, despite Lei Xuanfei's lack of overt action. His bold words prompted Chu Jinghong to feel as if he were mired in mud, as if glued to the ground. Si Lin Che observed Yun Gunging engaging playfully with an 8-month-old child, the warmth and mirth in his eyes nearly overflowing, closely adhering to Yun Gunging. Of course, the company was not without cost. 70% of the profits garnered from all explorations were to be submitted to the company until the amount exceeded 60% of the fleet's construction costs. Even the members of the Tang Dynasty envoy were skeptical of Li Lung, deeming his actions overly perilous, risking his own life and tarnishing the reputation of the Tang. Old monk, you've been here for quite some time. It's merely that several esteemed patrons have been preoccupied with their affairs, surrounding the old monk with their attention. Is this not one of Zhang Bao's most capable aides? Shouldn't he be managing the camp now, rather than here? However, in comparison to these hellish spirits, the ordinary demonic entities of the underworld were utterly incomparable. They possessed little intelligence, living solely by instinct to engage in relentless slaughter against anyone they encountered. Yu Jianxiu led the elders into the skies, while Zhou Jia accompanied several divine kings, appearing above Mingyue City. Although Prince Robin wore a skeptical expression, the Earth Spirit said nothing further, merely watching as Prince Robin departed. Xianxiu, he did not genuinely require a wheelchair when she attacked. He merely clapped his hands and soared into the air, shattering the wheelchair in the process. The crowd experienced a moment of disorientation, transitioning from the eerie and suffocating blood-soaked forest to the splendid autumn scenery. Who altered the passage of time? Or was this its true form? The following day, Mo's pharmaceutical stock plummeted, unable to evade the ravages of the financial storm, leading to a significant depreciation of assets and a loss of its position as the leader in the pharmaceutical industry. Thus, the three individuals, equally matched and casting aside all reservations, formed a formidable alliance, yielding significant results. The initial confrontation between the underworld and hell abruptly ceased. While a million-strong army could easily gather from the underworld, assembling dozens of semi-divine cultivators was far more challenging. Observing the great eagle gluttonously devouring roasted snake meat, both Granny Zhu and Mr. Zhu remained transfixed for some time. In the subsequent days, Lin Cece remained largely bedridden, her considerable pregnancy rendering her unable to move. The bed became her sole realm of activity. Mr. Ren watched this scene, his eyes widening. At that moment, he unleashed a series of powerful strikes, creating colossal handprints aimed at attacking the Dark God. Chapter 100, Foolish Decision. A mother is one only. It was not the servants who intended to say that Lin Qingwan was the one burned, while Jiang Liwu was unharmed. However, CMO Chung paid no heed, questioning, "Is this how you care for her?" He then unleashed a barrage of scolding, reducing the servants to a trembling state. Some guests not only came to dine themselves, but also brought friends along, increasing the limited availability and intensifying competition, making it so that one could only wait 10 days to half a month for a chance. When he felt the need for calm, Zhu Hozhao arrived at the restaurant, casting a casual glance in the direction of Prince Ning. Pre-match media seemed to favor South Korea's entry into the semifinals. However, after a fierce offensive battle, Inlang emerged victorious. Kalimi scored a hat trick. Despite South Korea's efforts to equalize after falling behind thrice, they ultimately lost with a score of 34. Wulongxin wrapped up, while others tidied up. Guahao and Sun Jian led Wulong through the film city. "Father, it's getting late. You need to rest early and cannot stay up late." After bowing to Shunyan Hai, he prepared to leave. Mo Yao and Xiang Qingwei, hearing the commotion, approached. Exchanging puzzled glances, she raised an eyebrow, questioning, "What is going on, military training?" Her curiosity stemmed merely from wondering if there truly existed other realms of cultivation and their beasts in this ordinary continent. Although Millwall suffered the most significant defeat in the century-long history of the FA Cup, they did not leave empty-handed. At least they secured a spot in next season's UEFA Cup, allowing them to represent the English Second Division on the European stage, thus marking another historical milestone. Shun Jai was the first child born to him in Yuru, and he had once cherished her deeply. The referee Merck blew his whistle, issuing a yellow card to Nesta for tactical fouling, granting Manchester United a free kick opportunity in the attacking zone. Yanli displayed an incredulous expression as he was pulled to sit beside Li Yi, as if fearing Yanli would flee. "Do you realize your mistake?" The masked man's voice was as cold as ancient ice, making the already chilly weather feel even more frigid and sending a shiver down my spine. Zhao Guodong busied himself, contemplating the need to hasten the treatment for Mei Shaner. Otherwise, prolonging this would be detrimental to everyone involved. "Transmission? What transmission?" Fan Xiaodong grasped the essence of the matter and remarked that he had discovered Wang Ci was concealing much from her. Thus he seized every opportunity to inquire further. The spiritual energy within tens of thousands of meters surged violently, transforming into fierce, spiritual hurricanes that rushed towards the slender figure. One could observe this individual's lips subtly moving, as if murmuring to oneself. After a while, this person ceased all movement, remaining suspended in the air as though awaiting something. Every street and alley here was familiar to me. It seems that my past life has been stored in the river of memories like a dream. Now, witnessing every blade of grass and tree here evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. Outside, people came and went, yet within the palace, silence reigned. The only sounds were the gentle jingling of the beaded crown, swaying with the owner's breath. I inquired with the nurse, who informed me that you are not yet permitted to eat these, as there are specialized nutritional fluids prepared for you, Yifeng said to the chubby man. Yi Xian's thoughts whirled, and in an instant, he made a decision. With a flicker of thought, he released the power of space. And a silver light glimmered beside him as the holy sword transformed into a beam of silver lightning, shooting towards the void. It was unclear whether it was Wang Jin's resoluteness or his pessimism that had left an impression. For a moment, only the sounds emanating from the television filled the room. Chapter 101. Good. Call out little mother for me to hear. Everyone examined closely and indeed found faint footprints. Lin Qingwan had been doused in a large quantity of porridge. Yet she had not changed her clothes, resulting in Jiang Liwu leaving a mark when she kicked. Otherwise, how could the reflective floor of Lingshui Bay hold any dirt that could leave an imprint? A servant could not help but speak up for Lin Qingwan, stating that it was Miss Jiang who pushed Steward Lin down, which I witnessed firsthand. In the makeup room, her eyelids fluttered nervously, her heart quivering. Could it be that her fears stemmed from never having encountered such a grand scene? He did not intend to deceive Qiu Lijun. It was simply that one could not grasp the situation until faced with it. Only then could one sense the tenacity of this batch of Han troops. Subsequently, he slowly turned his gaze towards the document regarding the ghost captain on the table. If the emergence of such a mysterious force was coincidental, what of two? The intelligence provided by the second prince indeed mentioned that the rulers of this solar system were part of a mysterious organization known as WNWGU, seemingly linked to a certain prince within the empire and even the mechanical race, with considerable technological prowess. In those times, bandits primarily resorted to beheading or live burial for executions, with gunfire being a rare occurrence. The disparity in identity and status was completely reversed by Nie Yun's sorrowful demeanor, amidst protests filled with indignation. Even many from the sea races felt that their actions were unjust, harboring sympathy for the Ranger and its crew. Previously, the food factory had limited production due to scale issues and the necessity to maintain the local market. Thus, the quantity of food exported to America had never been significant. This matter could only be addressed after the industrial park was completed. Just as he narrowly evaded a strike from Jia, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his limbs, leaping high into the air, the dazzling tail of white light accompanying the moon elf's rotational maneuver struck Jia's back. Haha, we finally succeeded. Mu Yi felt the surge of his spiritual power and laughed heartily, collapsing to the ground and gently closing his eyes. The Ding MDD was indeed no mere jest. He truly possessed the capability to obstruct the Northern Yin Emperor. Xing Tian could not help but express his admiration. Damn it, we agreed on a one-on-one duel. You despicable Nadani, prepare to meet your end. The arrogant Andrus, now filled with rage, turned and shouted as he charged towards Nadani. Shiba offered no further instructions. Yet Shinji understood the tacit understanding he shared with Eberang had reached a profound level, rendering any additional words unnecessary. Even his spirit could comprehend this, which was precisely what Shinji sought. This individual, truly a burden. The one assisting Mu Yi, while supporting him, was panting with exhaustion. She turned to see Mu Yi comfortably resting on her shoulder, while she herself felt utterly fatigued, prompting an outburst of frustration. She remained preoccupied, contemplating Shuang's whereabouts. Early that morning, she had sent Gui Mama to search for her. If found, it would be best. If not, the puppeteer would continue to revel in their victory. Suddenly, Lu Weia heard strange sounds nearby and immediately slowed his pace. As a result, he witnessed two panicked mountain chickens sprinting from around the corner, brushing past him and vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, as Nangong Sheng took to the skies, the blazing dragon, under the control of the Zhou Tianhan seal, raised its head and pursued closely. 83,000, Situ Jian quoted. Although his primary aim remained the starfall fruit, this royal martial art was far too precious to ignore. As for the spiritual energy supply system, it had been installed by Wu Run on the ceiling of his room, perfectly aligned with the collector on the roof. It was unclear what principle was at play, but thereafter, Wu Run's home was infused with electricity. No spiritual energy. This time, Lao Jiao had genuinely provoked Qin Shi Huang's wrath. Following Lao Jiao's escape, a substantial military presence was redirected from the center to the periphery, and troops began to guard every entrance. Within a day, the entire northern region was completely sealed off by the Qin army. She was uncertain how the emperor would make this decision, but as he stated, she truly needed a good rest. Yi Yang carefully reigned in his power while secretly stirring his divine intuition, activating divine thought to be prepared for any eventuality. Wu Tong murmured to herself, closing her eyes, with the operation of the 8th grade divine ability. Her martial arts and cultivation techniques possessed the capacity to communicate with flora and fauna. In less than 2 breaths, she nodded, guiding Yi Fei from the right rear. It was neither mealtime nor time for writing, and Wu Run was not sleepy at the moment. So he casually shook the thick tail of the bucket while nonchalantly accessing his system. The several divine emperors, without uttering a word, swiftly unleashed strikes against those frenzied deities. Of course, these deities were merely incarnations here. Chapter 102, Heir to the Pharmaceutical Dragon, Yu Zion. After Jiang Liwu departed from the Wei family villa, Wei Shifeng truly had not fallen ill again, as if Jiang Liwu's departure had taken Wei Shifeng's madness with her. This left Xiao Iran with no opportunity to mend relations with Wei Shifeng. Wei Shifeng now regarded her as if she were invisible. Xiao Iran's eyes were bloodshot, dark circles beneath her eyes revealing exhaustion and distress. Her nerves were taut, clearly indicating she had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for many consecutive days. Chu Tianxiong did not dwell on his thoughts, flinging open the door leading to the terrace and leaping to the edge. This was his only means of escape. I'm quite clear on this. Chao Jie is now practically sidelined. She could once act as a link, but now even a plastic bag by the roadside holds more status than she does. First and foremost, he held the deepest grudge against Chu Tianxiong. If Chu Tianxiong had begun shifting funds early on in preparation for his escape, then the actions on that final day were purely to exact revenge on He Yugue, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Night battle in all directions. The Sanxiong knife whirled, swiftly enveloping Lin Tian, and all meteorites aimed at him were shattered by the blade's radiance. Even the divine fire above was cleaved away. Was there an earthquake? Amidst the tremors, everyone harbored this thought. At that moment, Mito suddenly received a system notification, closed his eyes, striving to disregard the peculiar old man. Being scrutinized so closely by a man was undeniably a profound humiliation for him. Unfortunately, he found himself utterly ensnared, with no means of resistance. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianxiong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, collapsing in place, hands clutching his head, rendered speechless for quite some time. A youth, clad in coarse garments. Though not tall, possessed remarkable strength. Under the golden sunlight, his well-defined muscles were evident as he effortlessly lifted a large stone from the playground and hurled it away. Months had passed, and Ma Zhongliang grew increasingly anxious, fearing they might cease to contact Han Qing, which would mean losing their objective entirely. "No problem, let us begin," Wu Nan said as he retrieved documents from the drawer and took a seat. Hu Yong leaped onto the window ledge, peering down to see an empty rope extending into the darkness. When Zhuge Yu noticed Wu Nan preparing to flee, she panicked, fearing her hard-earned results would be in vain. She rushed in front of Wu Nan, blocking his path. "Forgive." Qin Yi raised his hand, thrusting his sword forward, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that followed the golden sword, striking the bronze-armored corpse before him. Wang Minglang gritted his teeth, his gaze icy. He waved his hand, and among the many students, the strongest surged forth, bypassing Wu Xiuxi and the chubby boy, aiming directly for Qi Xuani's forehead, intent on a lethal blow. The urgency of the situation necessitated your presence. Director Yang observed Yi Bin's calm demeanor with increasing admiration. Just as Wu Zhao and Wang Yuyan wore solemn expressions, a figure suddenly emerged not far from Shi Feishuan and Wan Wan. Chu Xiaofu's heart raced. Who could it be? The eunuch chuckled. "It is His Highness, the Liang Wang." Chu Xiaofu exhaled in relief, glad it was not Chancellor Zhang or Empress Zhang. Yu Zixin, adorned in an exquisitely beautiful garment, approached Gu Zhen, showcasing her attire, which exuded a faint aura, captivating and refreshing in a manner never seen before. Chapter 103. A graceful figure on the path, a young master in white. Unmatched in the world, many protect him, and those who wish to seize him are numerous, even those who desire his ruin. Thus, he remains shrouded in mystery, so much so that one might doubt his existence. This was indeed Yu Zion. Min Baixian nodded. It was he. His appearance here today was quite unexpected, likely for an inspection. Strangely, Yu Zion was alone, without even a bodyguard. Had the dean known, he would have been horrified. "You often say you wish to taste my flesh? Here." Yin Xiaojun presented his roasted left arm to Lu Xia. Although he was joking, attempting to comfort, his expression remained impassive, his tone indifferent, devoid of any playful essence, creating an oddly comedic effect. But from this change in address, it seems the principle that a strong dragon cannot overcome the local snake is well understood by De and Shaorin. "We must quickly inform everyone to harvest the wheat crops." Lu Tianhao spoke with urgency, already sprinting towards the Cheetah horse. "What happened?" Su Yifei beside him asked curiously, unable to comprehend her mutterings. "Incredible." Isaac gazed at Luo Tianhuan on the command platform. Having witnessed the entirety of Luo Tianhuan's fleet conquering Budasi in under 20 minutes, the bread had been consumed, and the only thing left to do was patiently await that infuriating voice. Yu Wei had initially planned to remain in the shadows, but if this matter escalated, how would she navigate the entertainment industry in the future? As Yi Feng and Wang Yuyan whispered to each other, the topic of conversation unwittingly turned towards him. Each step brought them closer, diminishing the distance. They were merely 20 meters, then 10, then 5 meters away from the Huang Biao horse. Finally, they rode side by side. It seemed as though Yu Fan was about to embrace her, causing Huang Fu Ronruo's jade-like hand in Yu Fan's grasp to stiffen, instinctively pulling away. Yin Yu was taken aback. All along, he had believed Wanlihong Mountain Manor simply relied on its vast influence and wealth to engage in illicit trades, such as selling private salt. Zhu Huang finally exhaled. He discerned that Empress Wu primarily wished for him to refrain from further expeditions, differing from what Wang Yangming and others had conveyed, suggesting she had not persuaded him to act as a mediator. The people of the Frolangji naturally did not fully trust the Yunhua fleet. Thus, although the Frolangji ships led the way, not all of their vessels were at the forefront. Behind the Frolangji warships trailed the Yunhua fleet. Lung Qing pointed towards the nearly 1,000 horsemen in the distance. With her voice, over 30 riders prepared to launch an attack. Although Lei Xiao and the others hurriedly attempted to stop her, at that moment, the main door closed once more, and the lights in the entire room flickered back to life. He Jialu could not comprehend why a temple like Kaishanxi needed such extravagance. Shouldn't monks focus solely on cultivation? What purpose did gilded statues serve? At that moment, he had gathered enough critical intelligence from Mate Soft's lips. He then instructed, "You go next door and keep watch. Let mans come over." Lin En recalled that among the Imperial intelligence personnel who fought alongside him in Leningrad, some had transitioned from Ukraine to Russia. The reasons were not explicitly stated, but the loss of conditions to persevere must have been a significant factor. Chapter 104. Heartfelt Donations. Xiao Yiran readily agreed. Of course, just say what you need, and I will assist in any way I can. Yu Zion couldn't help but smile slightly. But I haven't yet revealed what the task is. Xiao Yiran was momentarily entranced by his smile, until Yu Zion expressed his request for her kindness in donating blood platelets for Xiao Exine. Xiao Yiran's expression stiffened slightly, yet she nodded in acquiescence. After all, her first impression of Yu Zion did not seem to involve their restaurant. A waiter, looking as if he had narrowly escaped disaster, remarked, "Yes, all right. Thank you, third sister." Wu Ruoqi, bearing a pained expression, slowly consumed her food, while Huawan had a rough idea that these were certainly not wholesome items. However, Wu Ruoqi's willingness to eat indicated that it wouldn't be life-threatening. In truth, Song Jiu was merely suffering from severe paternal bias. Chu Chan was not very tall, but over the past 2 months, she had been well cared for, her previously flat belly now sporting some flesh. Yet upon entering the private room, he fixated on Chu Chan, his gaze deep and penetrating, imbued with a wildness starkly contrasting with Su Qinghe's unspoken sorrow. Wu Ruoqi was momentarily stunned. Indeed, these dishes were prepared by her mother, albeit she had added a little something earlier. While not fatal, it was intended to intimidate Hua Wan with a slap in the face, yet consuming it would be unpleasant. However, had she not eaten, perhaps Hua Wan would have abstained as well. Find someone to carry them away, Tang Song instructed in a commanding tone to Su Xia, before taking in Jin's hand and departing. Nevertheless, after the test papers were distributed, the difficulty of the exercises exceeded Gu Ye's expectations. He couldn't help but glance at Tang Song, having not felt such pressing pressure from another for quite some time. Oga was content, curling up under the covers. The blankets still retained the scent of Mr. Bai, causing his ears to flush belatedly. Chi Rui was familiar with Tang Kursen, and he had a good relationship with Tang Yisan. Allowing Jingjing to take care of him temporarily should be fine. How much do you need? I must prepare the materials and manpower, Hu Fun inquired, evidently having agreed to take on this batch of orders. Hua Xian cast a glance at Ning Shi, who was busy with something, then stepped outside. Your Majesty, I have never made any requests of you until now. I have, but this one, will you grant it? Hua Xian raised her delicate brows, softening her voice. Zhuoyu was delighted to see Shui Ruyi, and he took out many celestial fruits and placed them on the table. It was Bai Shan Shan who indulged the most, while Shui Ruyi only sampled a few. The interior of the room was rather ordinary, devoid of anything peculiar, with the only remarkable features being the table and the painting adorning the wall. At the entrance of the cave, the head of the Tun High Palace, Qin Chao, observed Yi Zhe's arrival, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face. Although he had received the palace master's secret order to ensure the safety of Yi Zhe and Shan Huan, the fact that they were from the third island made their meeting somewhat awkward. Listening to Yi Xing Huan's words, Xia Yin Huan let out a cold laugh. Turning her head to glance at him, her gaze calm and composed, exuding an air of strategic foresight. What do you intend to do, you scoundrel? Ra stood on the ground, pointing an accusatory finger at the prince. The resplendent glow of the golden lotus instilled a sense of tranquility and determination within her, cultivating a fearless state of mind. Chapter 105. I should not desire to tempt you. Yu Zion furrowed his brow in mild distress. The sight of a beautiful woman frowning only served to amplify his worries. However, Xiao Yiran had lost all inclination to be enamored by his charm, realizing that he was a perilous individual. If she continued to allow the machine to extract from her, death would be inevitable. The thought of dying sent panic surging through Xiao Yiran, her face reflecting sheer terror. Yu Zion set down the disassembly diagram, his gaze serene yet smiling as it fixed upon her, though his eyes held no warmth. 5 minutes later, the Earth military's latest model of the cosmic fighter jet Type 1 Deep Sea arrived near Major Lu Shuran. Revived from a state of poisoning, Chun Yi was elated, his fervor pouring forth, while Ji Luo's concerns delivered a final blow. Both Shi and Chun Yi were rewarded with a substantial amount of experience. Xiao Chuqing and Jiu Xiao exchanged glances. Jiu Xiao finally recalled that night, when they had traversed into this realm, each consuming a solid spirit pill, and it seemed he had carelessly discarded the remaining vial during a moment of displeasure. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing abruptly turned around, declaring, "It is worth it." Her fiery lips once again pressed against Xiao Jian's. "No, the golden card cannot be given to you now. If I do, and you flee, who shall I turn to?" Ma Susu regarded Zhong Ho with a hint of wariness. Huang Jie ordered soldiers to guard along the fence, and then convened his trusted aides for a meeting in the tent. This year was unparalleled in the annals of the Tang dynasty, for 3 emperors had occupied the throne of the Taiji Palace. Among them, 2 became the late emperor. Speaking of ensembles, Chen Yi grew increasingly curious about when his Earth Purple artifact set would be completed, and he often daydreamed about what kind of combat prowess it would yield. He even specifically instructed Li Feng to awaken him upon rising the next morning. This was merely a matter of curiosity, but now that he could gather intelligence through the Luyu Tower, it had become an invaluable asset for him. From an observer's perspective, the melodramatic plot had devolved into a chaotic mess. The 2 half-soul figures had parted ways, leaving one to ponder how the story could possibly continue. Observers may see clearly, yet one could not anticipate what mischief the ink-stained pearl might harbor. Entering the lounge, Jun Maching's lips curled into a slight smile at the sight of the elderly lady and Lu Anjing embracing each other. "What is this situation? Is there a league of heroes in this world?" Li Feng exclaimed, astonished by the game screen before him, his heart racing. He became anxious and was about to casually grab a nurse or doctor to inquire when his phone suddenly rang. Ironically, he and his brother had been in this industry for quite some time, while others in the same field had already prospered. Gradually, several promotional boards were completed. Wu Lai discovered another issue. Many promotional boards were missing. Going through the school's approval process would take too long. Alternative solutions were needed to resolve this predicament. The development of the guild was particularly rapid, sometimes even swaying the decisions of the parliament. At this juncture, respect for the will of the common people had grown, and the class distinctions beneath the ridge were no longer so pronounced. Noble families had largely taken on the role of employers, and while occasional friction occurred, relations remained relatively harmonious. Chapter 106. The most intelligent and gifted 5th brother among them. He placed his phone before Xiao Iran, urging, "Let Wei Shifeng come to your rescue." It was Xiao Iran's first encounter with him, but for him, it was not his first time seeing Xiao Iran. Her resemblance to his stepmother had previously led him to seek trouble with Wei Shifeng. Trembling like a leaf, Xiao Iran gasped for breath, struggling to swallow. But the dryness in her mouth made the action only exacerbate the discomfort in her throat. In the Lakers' bench, silence reigned. No one dared to breathe, each absorbed in their own tasks. A chill ran through Yarlin's heart as a bloodied visage emerged, radiating a fierce, murderous intent. He lunged forward, seizing the opportunity to grasp Zoro's hand, wielding the blade. Among the princes, only the first 3 bore single-character names. The rest belonged to the Yu lineage, indicating the 9th princess held a critically significant place in Wei Wu Emperor's heart. I then inquired with her whether traditional Chinese medicine could cure your ailment. She affirmed it was possible, but cooperation was essential. This was not surprising. However, did the inducement plan also fail? The hooded figure murmured in a deep voice. Moreover, Guiyan did not overlook the intense desire in the large man's gaze when he looked at her and went on. "Mr. He, do not flee any longer. I will not kill you today. I still wish to discuss matters of cooperation," Bitter shouted. "No," Ba Xiong remained unyielding, continuing his tasks with an indifferent gaze that sent shivers down spines. Standing there, he resembled a deity of wrath, as all living beings around him regarded him with awe. What audacity! A servant so blinded by greed. Lord Ho exclaimed, casting a reproachful glare at the grand lady, his eyes glinting with cold fury, expressing his grievance that she had failed to secure the courtyard, leading to chaos. Afterward, Feng Yinshan issued another order to excavate new oil wells a few miles away, as the output of the current well was far too meager. The aura seemed to influence the very essence of heaven and earth, causing the surroundings of Xing Tai to appear distorted to Chu Feng and his companions, akin to a magical mirror filled with ghostly energy. The silent momentum surged abruptly, with black and white hair swirling gracefully, transforming into a wild dance. 2 gazes clashed like tangible forces, silently igniting dazzling sparks. Here, it was likely that Yun Rongbin possessed the weakest martial prowess, with Yun Xin pulling him along just enough to keep pace with the others ahead. Had she been alone, she would have long outrun them by several streets. Though intimidated by the toxic smoke, they dared not approach, lingering at a distance, unwilling to depart. Long Yuling's room was adorned in pristine white, the air imbued with an indescribable, comforting fragrance. Zihan approached the sleeping couch, and through the gauze, she beheld Long Yuling's familiar visage, yet she could not recall who he was. Under the glow of the campfire, Wang Hao observed as a centipede parted to reveal a path nearly a meter wide, from which a massive centipede, its head almost a meter wide, emerged from the darkness. Ma Chao's words held a tinge of schadenfreude. He harbored no sympathy for those unable to protect themselves. Regardless of their fate, they were hardly deserving of respect from others. Modular grenades had yet to fulfill their designated function. The sacred beetle was a sentient creature, not the harmless dung beetles of the African savanna. Chapter 107. He no longer needed Xiao Iran. He took her away. Yet, he understood clearly that Xiao Iran was neither a teacher nor a reincarnation of one. He never once confused the two, even in moments of madness and delirium. Xiao Iran was Xiao Iran, and the teacher was the teacher. His mind was lucid. Nevertheless, he gazed at Xiao Iran with a pang of compassion, allowing her to weave herself into the fabric of his life. He had intended to seize the opportunity while the head of the Mu family, Mu Chuan, was in seclusion, facilitating the marriage of the second son to a member of the Mu family, thereby infiltrating their inner circle. When the lid was lifted, a gust of cold wind, tainted with the scent of earth, surged forth, sending shivers down my spine and raising goosebumps on my skin. I recognized that remaining in these ancient castles was no longer an option. Having encountered danger in 2 consecutive ones, venturing into another might lead to even more bizarre occurrences. The great tree composed of silver seeds was, at that moment, exulting in happiness, an unprecedented phenomenon. This secret realm was astonishingly richer in spiritual energy than the Yuanxi I in Dongjun Juanwang's medicinal garden, or perhaps its clarity was even more miraculous, drawing closer to the essence of spiritual communication. After speaking, he cast a grave look towards Mu Lingwei and the others. The individual capable of injuring this fierce cloud tiger possessed unfathomable strength. In other words, the sensation of being a savior was exceedingly delightful, almost addictive for Lin Yuan. At this moment, Fang Jia's alchemical flames flickered erratically, evidently reflecting his unsettled state of mind. Otherwise, he would not have made such a rudimentary error. Upon spotting the opponent's figure, everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, rising to their feet like fans encountering their idols, barely able to contain their emotions. Samling clapped along with Qi Qingnua, although they could not possibly match the fervor of the audience. Bai Yin gazed at the corpses of the 3 fallen cultivators with a sigh. He had warned everyone in advance, yet 3 cultivators still took the risk, ultimately paying the price of their demise. Xie Minghua leaned weakly against the door, having firmly declined Yang Shui's farewell. She loathed partings, especially with Yang Shui. Thus, the crux of this battle was not Shazhou City, but rather Haifeng's Hai and Huiyang Pass. Huang Dongxiu pointed to a mountain in the center of the sand table. It was impossible to mobilize Xiang Chuan tonight, and it would even be challenging to do so in the near future. Zhang Yang was acutely aware of this, yet he felt an increasing urgency. Who knew when he would be able to escape this narrative world? Zhang Yang rubbed his nose, attempting to motivate himself, but upon recalling the complicated relationship between Zixuan and Su Chongqing, he felt like a deflated balloon, utterly devoid of desire. Lu Yun pondered Li Hedong's words. Could it truly be due to her inadequacies? Was there really no anomaly in this world? However, Huang Fu Bai was also a pivotal figure, and his time was running short. If he did not reincarnate soon, his Yuan Ling would dissipate. The expert team, eager to return home, was dispatched to Yanjing by 2 private jets, landing at 10 o'clock at night. The temperature plummeted from 27 or 28 degrees in Yunnan to 14 or 15 degrees, and a gust of autumn wind swept through, amplifying the desolation. Chapter 108. Was the fog a paparazzi secret? Perhaps for the few days she was absent, CMO Chung would not perceive anything amiss. Life would continue as usual, and he might even find joy in it. But what about after a prolonged absence? For instance, half a month, or even 2 months. The longer the duration, the more prominent the issues would become, and CMO Chung's needs would escalate, leading him to recognize her significance. He would feel as if the house had suddenly turned hollow, devoid of her presence. With the aid of the holy infant king, gratitude was expressed. The 100-eyed demon lord laughed heartily, seizing Lan Tsaiha's essence and pointing towards a pristine bottle, capturing Lan Caiha's essence within. Just as the hundred-eyed demon lord was about to escape, I interrupted angrily, gasping for breath as I averted my gaze from his piercing eyes, shutting my eyes in avoidance. The burly man, seeing this, exhaled sharply, and with a flash of golden light, the gray serpent in his hand transformed into a golden whip, which he wielded against Yuan Tao. Alas, it is not to say that toxic food does not lead to death. This time, the counterfeit goods have already caused the common people to suffer losses, resulting in them consuming pesticides. Its vile nature is evident. Let us proceed to the conference room. Gao Honglian took the lead in exiting. Upon seeing the Western Queen Mother manifesting the three lights atop the mountain, Yun Yao understood that she had not exerted her full strength. Otherwise, she feared she would not have been able to withstand even a single blow from her full power. That crimson light clearly belonged to one of her corpse gods, and if unleashed without restraint, it would have surely defeated her. The high-altitude descent was facilitated by a safety harness fashioned into a net-like apparatus, resembling a sturdy suit, with 4 holes accommodating the legs and arms, secured at the front with ropes and suspended from the cable above. A corner of the paper was heavily creased, and Jin Yeshuan unconsciously froze, unable to believe his eyes. Na Yanhua participated in the torch relay, running the final leg. Zhao Hui, Wang Lei, and Jiang Yin rode alongside the athletes, cheering for Na Yanhua, while her deskmate Wu Jin and several male classmates joined in the encouragement. Na Yanhua, holding the torch, was the first to reach the finish line, to the immense joy of her classmates. Faced with such circumstances, Chen Wanfeng found herself in a rather passive position. However, she quietly closed off her hearing, feeling, taste, sight, and all senses, entering a state of profound detachment. The layers had separated again, proving to be effective. Gu Sanqian felt a surge of excitement as he circled around the skeletal remains, absorbing the influence of the sound waves while awaiting the solidification of the third layer of bloodline. Chu Yaoyao curled up in a corner, retreating continuously. The heat intensified, causing her consciousness to blur gradually. Pu Ge felt a sweetness in his throat and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which stained the true qi barrier before him crimson. The true qi could only withstand the giant ape's roar for 3 to 4 seconds before shattering. Gukai's body was once again hurled away, akin to a rootless floating weed, bobbing with the sound waves. Ruan Chenggang, with a delicate gesture, was about to open the car door when he met Gu Jihuan's sharp gaze. Yi Bai naturally took the prime seat, with others seated in succession. Apart from Jiang Shayan and Jiang Kuei, only Yang Qinya was present. Without Yi Bai's permission, he dared not bring anyone else to drink. Fool! Credister, growing impatient, approached and struck Muan on the head. Mr. Lin, should you attain the rank of major, true safety would be within your grasp. This would ensure that both Yao Yao and Kersin, the 2 campus beauties, would have military protection, providing them with greater security, Wang Qianqian remarked. Yet, Li Shaozi disregarded this, breaking his right arm and directly seizing Lin Guoxiong's knife, executing a complete reversal before plunging the machete into Lin Guoxiong's heart. Chapter 109. Jiang Liwu embraced Yan Wenyu. This subtle moment was captured by Jiang Liwu, her eyes sharp and anxious as she called out to Yan Wenyu. Be careful. However, despite her warning, an accident occurred. Yan Wenyu was suddenly knocked down. Witnessing this shocking scene, many cried out in alarm, and the scene instantly devolved into chaos, resembling a pod of stirred-up ants. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Zhang Xiong recognized the heavy knocking as Ma Yijin's arrival, setting down the cocktail shaker to rise and open the door. Just then, the lights in the room flickered on, startling Sister Meng, who held her breath in tension, swiftly climbing into the driver's seat, prepared to flee. However, after waiting for a while, no sounds emerged, and she suddenly realized that Chao Feng, unable to resist the allure of Qin Yumei's beauty, must have succumbed to temptation. Sunlight streamed through the doorway of the living room, and the valiant slime took a glance around before eagerly bouncing over to bask in the sun. Thus, the greatest strength of the Hanzong family lies in their summoned beasts. Once unleashed, their might is astonishing. She suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, pondering whether this world was not solely crafted for her, but perhaps it was Jinghua's own dream. If the old economic system focused on manufacturing, it would follow the European and American model, resulting in exploitation. Only by adopting an Internet model or an Internet of Things approach which the West has yet to grasp. Could one truly break free from their grasp? A group traversed through bustling streets, where Liuxing recalled that the residents were prominent families of Sifong City. On the other side of the home, a rotund man awaited. Upon recognizing Chun Bing's appearance, he could not help but utter a curse. In such a narrow passage, being struck by two unknown projectiles left them with little more than a dead end. If not blown to bits, they would be buried alive. Zhou Yu remained alert, sensing no sound, yet feeling an unsettling heat at his back. Rin Fan must have been monitoring the rooftop situation through some means. The Labrador would likely remain quiet for now, to guard against the return of those in black. The Wei family confined the emperor to the cellar, assigning their son to watch over him day and night. Yet, last night, the emperor mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, the Wei family's young master was knocked unconscious in the cellar, unable to witness the identity of the intruders. Having overlooked it recently, upon closer inspection, Hu Baoi's lesions had healed, and he appeared less emaciated, though some areas of his body remained devoid of hair. With a single strike, I found myself reluctantly appearing in the air. The crowd hastily abandoned the beleaguered, ghostly warrior and pursued me with fervor. A few archers, however, remained stationary, ready to unleash their fiery arrows. Despite being an animation supervisor, his portfolio was limited, and he was primarily recognized for the 318 animations known as the Meijin Taichin trilogy. Before departing from Sihai country, this would be his final battle, Yanglong to defeat Puyang honorably, thus marking a perfect conclusion to the journey of Sihai country. Everyone rejoiced, as riding in ancient times evoked sentiments akin to purchasing a car today. They envied Yang Tai for acquiring a fine steed, yet his hard work was acknowledged, so no one found it unjust. The luminous white light emanating from Tianming's body paused, and his movements regained their agility as he soared toward the Kuan Tu Daoist, who was poised to place his hand upon the copper sword, delivering a fierce blow. With a sharp slice, Mo Yuding's neck was cut open by the blade in Hao Yu's hand, blood gushing forth. Chapter 110. Upon glimpsing the face beneath the mask, something felt amiss. Sensing his actions, Jiang Liwu lowered her gaze and reassured him, "We have arrived." Her gentle gestures further resonated with Yin Wenyu's sentiments, as she deftly hooked her fingers around the strap of her mask, subsequently removing the hanging earpiece, revealing her face bit by bit to Yin Wenyu's view, etching her features deeply into his memory. Staring at this unaltered visage, untouched by the passage of time over the past 20 years, a minister angrily retorted, "But how can we simply return what is rightfully ours? Our soldiers have suffered numerous casualties. You think this constitutes gratitude? Such matters of possession, in my understanding, typically involve a spirit occupying a living body akin to my own situation now. However, I had never heard of the living being possessed by a spirit." Dafa, taken aback, observed as the steam in Xianglong's hands transformed into sharp objects, piercing towards him. The tower, sensing danger, hastily cast a spell and evaded to the side. Those sharp objects struck the ground, leaving numerous craters in their wake. Presently, the right flank of the scattered individuals was entirely at a disadvantage, and the one who was suppressing their right flank was none other than the earlier adversary, who had been battling with the spirit. Placing a hairpin into her coiled hair, she appeared enchanting. I found myself at a loss for words, merely able to utter those two characters. The fury of the 10,000 evils had been utterly obliterated by Xion's formidable presence. The usually confident and reckless consciousness had, surprisingly, calmed. Seeing this, Shalina and the others wore expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that Xianglong would pursue them. Bah! These impoverished fools dare to kill and turn red without any decent equipment. With renewed excitement, Wang Wu began rummaging through the gear dropped by the red-named players after receiving Qian Cheng's approval. After a considerable time, Xianglong recounted the entire event to the group. They listened in astonishment, realizing that such extraordinary occurrences existed in the world. Even the intermediate mage Fan Sung had not heard of such phenomena. Meanwhile, the egg had been confined by the elders of the Qilei sect, making it immobile, as one elder retrieved a fire-red jade box to store the egg. Logically, Ning Hao's intrusion into the family association, having killed the Qin family's patriarch's grandson and eliminated a meticulously nurtured member of the Qin family, should have been a grave offense. This was a nationwide conflict. Should they fail, America would face a dire situation, and Roosevelt bore immense pressure. Ning Hao not only assisted him, but also lifted the control the elder had imposed, leading to the elder's defeat at Ning Hao's hands. Any perceptive individual would know how to choose. With a shadowy glance, the golden-level vampire gritted his teeth and unleashed a punch, forcing back the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect entangled before him, before unfurling his wings and decisively retreating. Nonetheless, she remained acutely aware of certain phrases, such as the discomfort of playing in the mid-lane for the first time, as Dolly slowly dissected the meaning of those words. Chapter 111. The pregnant wife runs away, and the husband chases in a fiery pursuit. Oh, my god of wealth! Jiang Liwu, initially weighed down by the fainting incident involving Yan Wenyu, felt her spirits lift after a Wan's departure. He calmly washed a large basin of water spinach, slicing its stems into 3-inch lengths before tossing them into a sealed jar to ferment in warm water. Since the moment a month ago when she spoke to her reflection in a copper mirror, she had realized that a soul had not vanished but resided deep within her heart. Whenever she gazed into a mirror or water surface, she could glimpse her past life. Thus, she and Bai Li Chanyang began to harbor suspicions regarding Chen Yanli, stirring jealousy within her, as Bai Li Chanyang had allowed her to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with her family. Awan had sensed something amiss in the man's previous words, yet she was unsure how to broach the topic, staring at the mischievous Fu Bao, who had committed wrongdoing and was now being carried away by Xuanzi. She was at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Sunlight danced upon her brow, radiating warmth, yet proximity revealed a bone-chilling cold. Moreover, the narrative of the first installment of Nier spanned 5,000 years, essentially presenting an entirely new story. I wish to inquire, why did Su Jia's third master seek out Tang Qi 20 years ago? Su Shufeng coldly awaited Lord Wang, vaguely recalling that the latter had previously visited Su's residence during that incident. After Jin Feng settled Gu Yu in the basement, he replaced many household staff, leaving only 2 or 3 servants and subordinates aware of Gu Yu's presence in the villa's basement. To elicit laughter from Zhao Kuangyin, to reject the court's employment, yet still receive his inscription, sufficiently illustrates Lu Sun's genuine talent and ability. Falling to the ground, Chen Deng's face collided directly with that of his younger brother, Chen Ning, whose expression was one of agonizing terror at the moment of death. The shock sent Chen Deng recoiling, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through his body. Master of the Gate, look, Bai Mengyuan does not truly intend to kill Bai Yuer, for she is beautiful and possesses the ice and snow physique. Gifted to the chieftain of the Honghai tribe, he could gain considerable benefits from her. Hence, he does not wish to part with such a delightful asset. A cacophony of sounds reverberated in the corridor as those rushing in resembled heavy sandbags, tossed back and forth by Wang Chun. Some crashed through the door into the room. Others fell directly from the handrails, while yet more toppled over the railing, plummeting from the corridor's edge. As they witnessed a man collapse, drenched in blood, Assistant Lu's expression remained impassive as he exited the vehicle, cautiously checking Fang Qi's breath. Confirming Fang Qi was indeed deceased, he retrieved items from Fang Qi's pocket that could verify his identity, although unsure of the veracity of his words. Wen Yaxin was nonetheless profoundly moved. Having secured this advantageous role, she understood the need to seize the opportunity. If she could achieve instant fame, it would undoubtedly lessen the obstacles on her future path. Clearly, it is his own people causing trouble, yet you doubt me. A virtuous youth? Is there no justice left? Observing this scene, everyone felt a surge of anxiety for Yi Chun as they noted the increasing number of terracotta warriors converging upon him. Chapter 112. An accident befalls Shang Tingyan. Informing Yan Wenyu of his biological father's esteemed lineage, immense wealth, and exceptional capabilities, she insisted that without her, he would toil his entire life without ever living a life of privilege, nor have the chance to become an heir to a powerful family. Yan Wenyu vowed to cherish her for life, promising never to abandon her. He was compelled to make ever-renewing pledges, believing only she had his best interests at heart. The small Yan Wenyu recalled how, while evading, several skeletal hands had suddenly emerged from within the wall, gripping him tightly as a dagger flew toward his wrist. A gentle cough from Li Yuanxiong suppressed his boiling rage and nearly uncontrollable emotions, cooling his heated mind. Low-tier cultivators endure their own struggles. Even on the resource-rich Haiwang Star, they remain the majority, while the higher-tier practitioners grow increasingly rare. The conflict between the Starry Sky warriors and the soul-devouring palace raged for over 3 centuries. And through the trials of battle, Sudan finally attained the true immortal realm. Mingyu's legs will be able to walk normally by tomorrow. An elderly man with a sharp nose remarked to Feng Mingyu. Feng Mozi closed his eyes, furrowing his brow, his face contorted in pain as he bore through his anguish. 3 days later, on a clear morning, Sudan opened his eyes once more, his gaze electric and vibrant, having regained his strength, with even the wounds on his back fully healed. This was the wondrous aspect of cultivation. The body's healing capabilities were truly unmatched by ordinary warriors. The heritage of alchemy on Earth had long been severed, rendering elixirs even more precious. With this thought, a faint smile graced Sudan's lips as he patted the herbs in his bag and made his way toward the apothecary guild in Lingwu City. Witnessing this scene, Dianxia's eyes brimmed with envy, her expression reflecting profound regret, as she lamented, "Had I known marrying this wooden fellow would be so rewarding, I should have acted sooner. Now, it seems I have allowed Diao Chui to benefit. One knows the risks of flying into the flame. This principle does not require my teaching," the elder observed, gazing at the contemplative Qiu Shaozi. Upon hearing Qiu Shaozi's words, Qiu Jingchen quickly positioned herself back-to-back with him. For anyone able to conceal themselves under Qiu Shaozi's watch was certainly no ordinary person. In an instant, the figure of Speed King Mino reappeared behind the Insect King. Before it could turn, Mino delivered a swift kick to its back, and before the Insect King could unleash its enraged roar, Mino vanished once more. "To the princess's chamber?" Xuefu murmured. "I fear Long Yu has not encountered much of the world and may lack the necessary decorum. If she fails to serve well, what then?" The stock price of the Zhong Corporation continued to plummet, and according to internal reports, the board decided to suspend Jiang Liwu from all company positions until the impact of this incident subsided. As several individuals conversed, 2 wolves appeared in the distance, one a deep purple, the other gray. She had merely commented on how lovely the necklace appeared, suggesting it would pair beautifully with an evening gown, never expecting he would actually purchase it. The silk of the mutated spider was undeniably resilient. Even the immense strength of a 6-tier bone-armored zombie could not break free. Soon, the mutated spider found itself increasingly ensnared, its remaining 6 long legs drawn together. Furthermore, the Verdun fortress served as a defensive stronghold. The German forces launched a full-scale assault here to catch the Anglo-French coalition off guard, as attacking a fortified stronghold was evidently rather foolish. During Kong Manjin's fitting, Kong Jixuan sat quietly beside Han Liani, gazing at her with a dazed expression. "Fool! Whoever dares to flee will face my wrath," Qi Zhen declared darkly, referring to none other than a disciple from his own sect who had attempted to escape. "Enough with the sentimentality. You must be quite hungry. Dinner is ready," Qin Mingyan said, pulling Lin Yu toward the exit. Indeed, the number of required rooms was increasing, with an additional separate mahjong room. Yet Yu Yang's reasoning seemed quite sound. Hearing Lu Minzhong mention that Li Min had not agreed to the negotiations, Fang Lian felt somewhat disappointed, but not overly disheartened. Consequently, Gong Sunsheng and Zhu Wu could only exchange wry smiles with Li Min, casting hopeful glances toward him, anticipating that the omnipotent and miraculous Li Min would once again unveil a wonder. "Very well, I shall summarize our discussion over the phone," Wang Xinyu replied, proceeding to recount his dinner with Lu Guangwei. Upon hearing this, Luota realized that the Lavender Transformation Unit had arrived, a special force modified with the power of the Heart of El. From Leopold's account, the Lizardmen's forces had been utterly routed, retreating in disarray. The combat prowess of troops, modified with El energy, was indeed formidable. Chapter 113. Shang Tingyan, the Wretched Creature. Observing Jiang Liwu, who was struggling to suppress her emotions, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender. "Miss Jiang, what are you doing? Surely you do not intend to strike him?" He merely spoke out of turn. This was also part of the estate's project plan, though it pertained to future developments. This challenge posed no difficulty for me. With a mere thought, her location materialized in my mind. She had ascended that mountain peak once more. No one resented Guo Su's actions, for his ingenuity truly benefited the blind, serving both as a charitable act and a means of publicity, far superior to those who contributed nothing at all. The sound of boats slicing through the waves echoed as several large vessels approached the river, soon anchoring beneath the Les Han giant Buddha. With a gentle wave of his hand, The master summoned a delicate teapot and 2 teacups to the table. The teapot levitated, pouring 2 cups of tea before softly descending back onto the table. She had ceased her frequent visits to the Mu family, wishing to remain glued to Mu Tong daily. Lu Ling's vehicle was one he had casually purchased on his way to the airport to pick up Lu Dan, even bearing a temporary license plate. The reason was simple. Lu Ling was not particularly fond of venturing out. When he did, his range of activities rarely extended beyond home or nearby pet shops within walking distance. In the eyes of many, although Jian Mao Chao is well suited for weaving grass sandals, the abundance of animal hides in the village renders the laborious cultivation of Jian Mao Chao unnecessary, as sturdier and more durable leather shoes can be readily utilized. For instance, the brawny man, Wang Shi, who is covered in blood, is an adept warrior with exceptional skills and strength that far surpass ordinary individuals. His ruthless demeanor and invincible courage prompted Chao Hong to promptly appoint him as a captain. Alas, Su He, this incident of yours is likely to have significant repercussions. The chairman is en route, and the media is already congregating outside, making resolution difficult, Wu Han remarked. Monsters, reveal yourselves at once. With a solitary sword in hand, Gu Du descended from a low altitude beside a true body, scanning the streets, now devoid of the ominous mist. Although he did not seem to lie, why did his junior sister appear as if she had encountered an old acquaintance? The venerable master Han Kuan mused. Within the city, some elderly and youthful beastmasters, under the guidance of soldiers, were anxiously retreating toward the underground tunnels. When the declaration was made, there were objections from family members, yet Feng Yueing, undeterred, continued her path. During that time, the dandy youths of the Tianjing circle flocked to challenge her one after another. In that moment, everyone ceased their attacks, hurriedly looking around for this legendary figure, one of the strongest in the world. The will contained within these characters swirled and coalesced, forming an ocean of symbols. As the great battle paused, silence enveloped everything. Even the heavens seemed unable to contain themselves as the dark clouds, which had lingered for days, finally released the season's first heavy snowfall, draping the world in a silver cloak and severing many connections between individuals. Following the sound, Yichen glanced back to see a young man clad in silver robes, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years of age, in earthly terms. Thank you, Zhou Donglin, he mused while sipping his drink. I wonder how Brother Liar and the others are faring. They should have gone out to cultivate by now. It has been 2 months, and they cannot still be at the camp. Chapter 114. Do not provoke me. I will take it seriously. Upon sensing his actions, Jiang Liwu began to cry uncontrollably. Her tears flowed silently, filled with restraint and silence, yet they poured forth like a torrential flood, threatening to engulf her. She could not comprehend why. Despite having never met Shang Tingyan in this life and deliberately maintaining distance, he still treated her with such tenderness. Her reaction was undoubtedly perplexing and unreasonable, yet he remained entirely devoted. You should rest. I will check on things and have someone bring food, Situ Chun said, adjusting his glasses without lifting his gaze. After all, on the day at the airport, the elderly lady donned a simple, casual outfit and wore a hat. Yuan Qin was notoriously absent-minded and had long since forgotten about the airport incident. I apologize. I know it is entirely my father's fault. He should have stopped long ago. This will absolutely be the last time. If I cannot extricate the company from its plight this time, I shall apply for bankruptcy. Will you trust that this is my final chance? Guan Shuyo grasped her hand, his expression grave and sorrowful. The names on the list were mostly familiar. However, when he reached the end, Zhang Qi furrowed his brow. Isn't it the fatty's fault we have come to this juncture? Had he not dismantled the Kuangmang Mercenary Corps and the EMO Corps, preventing them from capturing the elves? Would I have had to risk everything and fall to such depths? Due to an increased workload recently, she hesitated to eat much, preparing only a simple vegetable soup and steaming an egg for dinner. He merged with this nascent world, becoming one with it, inseparable. With a mere wave, realms were born and extinguished, as if a deity from legends were crafting the cosmos. Just when Song Jinyu felt utterly despondent, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the air. As she spoke, Yuan Qin deliberately caressed her bag, smiling, her peripheral vision inadvertently drifting far away. Stop overthinking. Tomorrow there is much to be done. He turned over and, seizing the few remaining hours, fell into a deep slumber. The disparity was clear to all foundational cultivators. And the gaze of the onlookers toward Shun's son turned to one of pity. The head of the Han family in this operation emerged slowly from the shadows, gazing at Han Feng on the arena with a somewhat sinister expression hidden beneath his mask. "Cut!" With a sharp command, the wildly swirling, invisible winds abruptly ceased, then exploded outward. As she watched the door below close, the breath she had yet to release was suddenly interrupted as Shun Haoshuan pulled her into the room. Just as she intended to send them away to inspect the old man and I, she noticed the gray blanket gradually turning crimson, blood slowly oozing outward, expanding in scope. Pure elemental force surged directly into Galen's body, while the remaining two streams entered Rue, Meng, and Hour's bodies. That day, Chu Aoyan did not inquire about Han Feng's whereabouts. Instead, he spread the news of their impending duel throughout the campus. Even Han Feng himself was unaware of when he had agreed, yet the news had spread like wildfire, making it challenging for him to evade the match. Lin Shila spoke lightly. "Of course, when you're planting, they foolishly try to steal from you. They will only act once you have harvested. Whenever there are valuable goods, someone will surely set their sights on them. All right, you and Li Kuei take the men and escort the cart to retreat immediately. Niu Gao, stay with me," Chao Gai commanded. Chapter 115. I sent my stepmother to the station. A plain girlfriend? When Xiang Rue noticed Yan Wenyu had ceased drinking, he retrieved the cup. Yan Wenyu reclined against the headboard, his eyelids heavy, exuding an aura of sickly beauty. An image of a face he had yearned for over the past 20 years flashed through his mind, his stepmother's face. It seemed he saw her. Yet in the hospital room, there were only him and Xiang Rue. Nevertheless, he dreamt of his stepmother appearing to save him, carrying him to the hospital. After speaking, he mounted his horse and galloped toward the fray. As he observed the battle above, he continued to advance, hoping to get closer and see more clearly. With Qi Yuan consciously following his lead, accompanied by his guards, far removed from the rear camp. "Can you not be so disrespectful in your old age?" Yuan Shui awkwardly remarked. Tu Yifan observed this with mixed emotions. Was this truly the outcome he had desired? How long? Did you not just say it would take a quarter of an hour? Why is it still a quarter now? It is driving me mad. Brotherly, it is not that I do not trust you. You know the value of this item. Qin, he spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. Yet the golden light surrounding him showed no signs of diminishing. "Yes, I know. My mother has said so. She mentioned that the net she laid was prepared for him. And thus, all of her network has been subtly revealed to him over time." A throng of servants gathered at the door, waiting for Qin Yuan to rise. Huan Yinfeng had instructed that should Qin Yuan remain unresponsive, no one was permitted to disturb him. Shun Hanyu immediately resembled a flustered child, releasing Su Yi and looking at her, anxiously rubbing his legs. With each beat of the gongs and drums, coordinated shouts echoed from the temple's edge. The onlooking students immediately protested, with someone shouting, "Teacher Yi, he took your phone," as well as countless others. "Fear not, we will call the security office for you." The crowd echoed in agreement, hastily retrieving their phones from their pockets. Ngu, the singer, held her phone, gazing at the photo on the screen. She had never perceived Shi Wei's silhouette to be so pleasing. It was simply marvelous. A stirring within her prompted her body to naturally crouch, muscles tightening as she engaged in controlled breathing, her tongue pressed against the roof of her mouth, while her feet gradually glided along the bridge's surface. Listening to his voice, Ngun nestled closer against his chest, her eyes, sharp in contrast of black and white, reflecting a profound sorrow. "How could this be possible? Su Wanyang, it appears I truly must procure a bronze mirror for you, so that you may behold your own unsightly visage each day." How utterly fanciful! Without a moment's hesitation, she responded. Gu Zong Ci chuckled softly, remaining silent as he led me outside. Once in the car, we departed from the Gu residence, and I turned my face toward the dimly blue evening beyond the window. After listening to Zhu Lao Dao's explanation, I genuinely felt that this demon spirit must possess a remarkably high intellect. Yi Nuo, while rubbing her forehead, rolled her eyes in exasperation, questioning why I was merely echoing her sentiments. Her face was once again splattered with blood, and her mouth, filled with sharp teeth, bore an exceedingly sinister expression. He embraced her as well, and together they swayed gently in the pouring rain, as though engaged in a delicate dance. The remaining two classmates received a reward of 4 points, as the rankings were determined across the entire school, and Class 1 was devoid of any encouragement awards. Paker Safe and Ni contemplated the 30-page report in her hands, replete with thousands of words, conveying the very essence of her thoughts. The elderly lady wielded her connections and had already learned that the new city master was indeed a gentleman. Chapter 116. The stray kitten finally has a mother and a home. At this moment, Yan Wenyu had regained his composure and emitted a sound of acknowledgement. Jiang Liwu, with her head bowed, meticulously peeled the fruit, utterly focused. The apples she sliced were exquisite. Yan Wenyu watched her with rapt attention, unable to tear his gaze away, even as his eyes grew sore and dry, filled with insatiable desire and admiration. When Jiang Liwu offered him a piece of apple, he swallowed hard, summoning the courage to accept it. Your sister has arrived, Xiang Xiao Mu communicated to Cheng Nu, who was engrossed in finalizing the inventory, unaware of any impending danger. Cheng, taking a moment to discern, pinched his face to prevent lingering on any peculiar sights. Step aside. Just as Cheng and the newcomer were at an impasse, the blade in the dormitory finally ceased, and Ling Ming entered the fray. Cheng directed his wings to concentrate forward, severing all ties with the newcomer, and leaped away. Xian Yuan Zhe struck the air with his palm, channeling spiritual energy into his legs, instantly enhancing his speed. The force of his body surged forth, more ferocious and wild than before. Gongzi's temper flared once more, ignited by Lin Chuan, who, despite knowing he was no match, remained unafraid. You haven't even finished your order at Yoshinoya, when suddenly, Zhou Kai kicked him sharply in the back of his knee. I still questioned whether I had consumed too much and was hallucinating. I struck myself hard, then looked up again, but the scene remained unchanged, my body trembling uncontrollably. The murderous intent shook its head gently, the sword in hand resembling a torrent cascading from the heavens, a myriad of sword lights sealing the void. Upon the arrival of the crowd, my position would inevitably be relinquished. Would the Ao tribe harbor jealousy and resentment? Then I shall take my leave. The other party, also single, immediately turned to leave. No, Ama nodded vigorously. Though she was angry, she understood that Yuan Zhan did not genuinely wish to harm her. He merely sought to confine her. Even when others attempted to approach her, he would intervene, leaving her feeling humiliated in front of her peers. I foolishly laughed maniacally, the sound piercingly sorrowful. Not even the super-robber or the lecherous rogue could withstand the dread that crept into their hearts from afar. The talented rogue instinctively checked his gear, only to be startled, not because of its quality but due to its utter lack of equipment. Really? The eyes of the Tian-Hu brightened, surprised that his intelligence had overlooked such a detail. The ice wolf, having remained within the spatial ring, was released by Jiang Feng. Upon emergence, it immediately noticed the ice lotus in Jiang Feng's hand, its gaze transforming as if it had discovered a treasure. However, just as Wang Kuo felt a surge of disdain, a hand rested upon his, transmitting an overwhelming force that coursed through his arm and into his mind. Otherwise, Lin Xiao would never have abruptly relinquished the prey that was nearly within reach. Jiang Feng and his companions convened in a conference room to discuss the current circumstances. For them, managing this city was a task fraught with inexperience. They were acutely aware of the immense challenges in transforming this place for the better. Although they had not performed before, it was highly probable that a wave of imperial troops would soon arrive, given that Second Brother had failed, and those criminals still lingered in the village. Yet, they failed to notice that if Ing Bao were that enigmatic brother with unusual eyes, how could he continuously hold her hand, granting her a sense of security? Then there is no issue. The candidate for team leader is decided. Heisha made the call without consulting others. Compared to them, figures like Xia Long Yuan, Wan, and Qi Wu Qian from the great Xia kingdom were akin to fireflies, utterly insignificant. However, to prevent the celestial corpse from wreaking further havoc in the universe, he strained his injured body, dispersing the remnants of the celestial corpse's original power to suppress it in various locations. Sao Beiyun, Kiao Wuyi, and Zhang Yongcheng promptly emerged from the office to usher Wu Yuan inside. Luo Ziheng pondered while gathering those adept at breaking seals, instructing them to investigate how to open the interdimensional passage. Previously, after the Jimmy Tianzun suffered a lethal strike from Himu, his primordial spirit, having regained some control, returned to normal but remained in a state of unconsciousness. confronted with the change in attitude from the old marquis and the glimmer of calculation in his eyes. Lin Mengju understo imli siti. Her gaze dulled and vacant, her face gaunt and waxy, etched with wrinkles. She appeared emaciated and haggard, her surroundings cluttered with disheveled, dark, and long hair. Yet here I was, laboring tirelessly without recompense, compelled to work whether I desired to or not. The chainsaw, revving at full throttle, barely grazed the surface of the man's skin, eliciting a trickle of blood, sparks flying as the alloy teeth dulled. The Sea Clan is one of the few races coexisting with humanity, though their relationship is far from amicable. At this moment, the sky had darkened, and beneath the night, only the rows of streetlights beside the garden emitted a feeble glow, illuminating the surroundings and exuding an air of eerie tranquility. Chapter 117. I waited for her for 20 years. She will come to fetch me. Simultaneously, Yu Ziyin, with his ethereal purple eyes, fell upon that smiling avatar, pondering what could evoke a sense of anticipation and a smile from the jaded and apathetic Yen Wenyu. 1 or 2. It truly is quite remarkable. Yet, should this paternity test not be conducted, Shen Nanfeng has grounds to suspect that with Shun Hao's character, he would never accept the reality that he is his biological son. As she spoke, her voice was soft and measured, her demeanor hesitant, as if contemplating something with Shunda he, which utterly repulsed Shun Shui Wan. This is a path to high office that can only be recommended by top officials, such as the Grand Minister and a provincial governor. Fu Chunmei, like many parents of this era, instinctively undermined and belittled her own child. Some officials had yet to grasp the situation, while the chief examiner had not yet made a decision. Yet Lorbai was already showering compliments. The tattered Taoist, embodying decay, slowly settled into a meditative posture upon the rugged ground, seemingly impervious to the discomfort that such a treacherous surface could inflict. Within the room gathered a cadre comprising municipal leaders, representatives from the Foreign Affairs Office, the Overseas Chinese Affairs Office, and officials accompanying the Education Bureau. However, despite their fervent dedication, individuals who ought to have shone brightly were instead relegated to the status of mere consorts, signifying a complete squandering of the resources they once commanded. Under the auspices of Su Zichuan, Shun Jihong presided over the municipal government's affairs in his capacity as the executive vice mayor. Yet, no matter how he struggled, Wang Yi clung tenaciously to the hand of the master of Kixinquan, enduring the pain in silence. Former high-ranking officials of the Ministry of Education, now reduced to the role of school principals, undoubtedly wished to showcase their accomplishments to the outside world. Li Bumi, having perused the Miao Jianju like a flipbook, swiftly grasped its intricacies, reaching a level of proficiency that bordered on the transcendental, even making improvements that surpassed the original author's execution of the technique. After observing the mural, Yang Shao fell into contemplation. The artwork, at first glance, appeared simplistic, depicting a realm reminiscent of a sky city, suggesting that its subjects were engaged in Taoist cultivation or alchemical pursuits. All of you behold clearly. A commanding shout brought the crowd to a halt, their fear palpable as they portrayed mortal terror in vivid detail. The soldiers fell silent, watching the two embracing figures without uttering a word, merely observing in quietude. The Hongji Sword Continent, at the heart of the central domain, was agitated by the blood-stained waters of the Tongtian Sea, while dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky, heralding a tempest as if the heavens themselves were incensed. Should the existence of vampires be revealed, it would undoubtedly trigger turmoil akin to the previous incident with the vengeful spirits. AIMO, scrutinizing the animal hide in his possession, could discern nothing amiss. The hide was of ancient origin, beyond the realm of forgery, and the scars were evidently inflicted in 2 separate instances, making it improbable for even the most familiar individual to replicate them identically. As the students departed one by one, a heavy burden lifted from Sumo's heart, allowing him to exhale slowly in relief. The middle-aged man trembled, attempting to issue further threats, yet found himself rendered speechless. Who is it? Who has wronged me? Have I offended anyone? Maple lamented, bereft of tears, with the body gone. How could the feng shui be restored? The instigator aimed to prevent the balance of the feng shui bureau. However, as Wu Zhuiming and Ma Nanzhuang departed from the demonic army, embarking on their solitary journey, they could no longer witness the chaos unfolding beyond the city walls. Tang Yongyi's door swung open, only to be met with a blockade of individuals, leaving just a narrow passage for the bearers of the bridal gifts. Ordinarily, had it been in the past, the unyielding Tang residents would not have shunned an alliance with the formidable demon sect. Upon Du Jiu releasing his grip, the bowstring tightened instantaneously, and with a resounding twang, the arrow was loosed, only to fall harmlessly before Du Jiu. Yu Yichen felt despondent. Currently, his expenses were being covered by Bill Duffy, and he could not afford the exorbitant training camp fees of Hakeem Olajuwon. Consequently, public transport in Los Angeles was nearly paralyzed outside the city center, due to the vastness of the metropolis. At that juncture, he found himself unable to provide satisfactory explanations to the ministers, nor dared to engage in discourse with the celestial beings, leading him to contemplate abdication as the sole recourse. Long Tianwei smiled, rising unabashedly from the wooden basin, prompting a piercing scream from heir as she covered her eyes. Fate often reveals its peculiarities. These past 2 months had afforded him an unparalleled military training experience. By the way, your sister got married, and you didn't even mention it to me. Yesterday was uneventful, so I thought I would come over and lighten your mood, Jiang Liwu remarked, patting the other's shoulder with a smile. Are you upset? Anger is futile. No matter the ferocity of your attacks, they will bear no fruit. For I am Lin Kuan, a core disciple of the Qi Ling sect. Lin Kuan's gaze flickered, his demeanor calm, as a sharp aura of sword energy sliced through the void with each breath he took. Zhaoxian Jinren dispersed his essence throughout Chun Jing's being, with the fragment of demonic soul ensnared by the god steel of Ciyu emanating the most potent aura. Thank you, Brother Xueling, he replied promptly, relaying the necessary herbs for the creation of the transformation elixir. He felt the lunar spirit power emanating from the Guanghan sword, an intangible force gradually encroaching upon his corporeal form as radiant light enveloped him, leaving traces of starlight wherever he pointed, akin to the celestial bodies above. As the Yang burning mountain sword descended upon him, Lin Lang abruptly formed a hand seal, issuing a sharp command as he pointed at the blood bead formed from his severed finger. Chapter 118. I did not come to destroy this family. I came to join it. When you become an elder brother, must you also wait? The children were taken aback by his obstinacy. He had steadfastly refused any other adoptions in anticipation of that one person. Cui Yunni declared, I will wait, even if it takes a lifetime. Yin Wenyu indeed recognized Jiang Liwu, observing him rush toward Ling Shui Bei, using his recovery as an excuse to extend his leave, disregarding all itineraries. Much to the understanding of his fans. In an ideal scenario, politics and the military would remain disjointed, eradicating any partisan consciousness from the minds of soldiers, transforming them into mere instruments. Though no longer in the era or world he once knew, it remained invaluable, and he could not bear to betray it. He recalled the words of Qianling Zun. If the laws were lacking, could he not create them through discourse? With 2 sets of clean shirts, a single pair of worn-out sneakers, and an abundance of mismatched socks, it was challenging to find a perfect pair. This situation mirrored a dialogue between a worldly emperor and a lost son of a previous emperor. Everyone would believe the emperor due to his substantial prestige, while the exiled prince, despite having rightful claims, lacked his own authority. Bailey Feishue, upon hearing this, paused momentarily, pondering why Yi Fan mentioned Bailey Changyue. After the leadership of Aishi changed, many speculated how Wang Bo would adjust the television station. Yet in truth, Wang Bo was indifferent to managing any such institution. After all, he was neither a sorcerer nor an original disciple, incapable of optimizing the giant bug technique himself or accessing the secrets within the primitive cult. When the other party, intoxicated, began hurling insults, the owner of the establishment, feeling wronged, retaliated with a few punches. In that instant, as Lin took control, Chun Kuei and others beheld the 2 elders as the very fabric of space distorted before them, manifesting 2 colossal black holes that emerged out of nowhere, consuming them before they could even utter a scream. Achieving the status of a top-tier powerhouse, Luo Yingzu no longer felt the need to accommodate the intricacies of human relations. Those whom he wished to see, he would, and those he wished to avoid, none dared to impose. Though the experience elixir elevated her by 3 levels, it remained a fact that a single misstep cost her a significant sum of money. Grandfather recognized that Lin Jiu was casting a spell, yet he was oblivious to the nature of that spell. He had previously witnessed a whip being used to set up the Kuwaitian formation, a rather simple array, unlike Linjiao, who required so many materials. Consequently, experts on Earth, such as the Five Emperors, had meticulously researched their techniques, invoking the power of heaven and earth through sword techniques to unleash formidable might. Mastering the Xianyuan sword technique, the assassins discerned the captain's intentions. They sought to provoke them into action. The disparity in levels between our side and theirs is 2 or 3 stages, with the opposing side outnumbering us and possessing superior equipment, while they only have a few meager whiteboard items. If a confrontation were to ensue, the disadvantage would undoubtedly lie with them, rendering it an unwise endeavor. The unique characteristics of the elevated bridge allow it to guide one in virtually any direction desired. However, the location of this truck is nearly identical to that of other exits. Thus, by observing the reactions of other employees, he could ascertain that this confidential information is undoubtedly among the company's most guarded secrets. Judging by Mr. Zhongli's extraordinary demeanor and his deep, resonant voice, it is evident that the former is the cause of such impressions. Chapter 119. Xiao Cheng, Happy Birthday. The largest piece on the third layer is a family portrait, depicting a scene from 20 years ago when Jiang Liwu and his 6 brothers were together. Every stroke is imbued with spirit, vividly alive, capturing even the curvature of each hair and the minutiae of their expressions. The cake is adorned with birthday wishes. A wave of intense poignancy surged through his nose and eyes, tears brimming in Mo Cheng's gaze. He turned his head aside, removed his golden-rimmed glasses, and pinched the dampness with his fingers. Apologies, I did not intend to misuse this. It is your opportunity. I simply despise the suffering of living beings. Ran Bing subsequently apologized to Li Qing. Luo Han, having been honed in the crucible of life and death, exuded an imposing aura, staring directly at Mr. Ma without a trace of fear. Brother Qin, I shall not report you to the sect. I hope you possess the skill to escape this predicament. If fate allows, we shall meet again in the martial world, Luo Zhaonan said with a smile and a slight bow before striding away. Simultaneously, an almost imperceptible yet vast pressure began to diffuse through the starry sky, enveloping all. Observing the puzzled expression in the violet light, Tai Hung continued. Although the celestial star formation has commenced its operation, the expanding scope of the formation increasingly intersects with the outer starry void, causing the formation's power to become more dispersed. As the 10th on the dragon list, known as Wind and Cloud's Blade, Dong had already opened the Run and Du meridians, yet he appeared to struggle against Qin Peng, who had yet to reach the first-class realm. After witnessing Luo Han's fluid maneuvers, a barrage of question marks flooded the screen as the audience was taken aback. With an open mind, this game proved unexpectedly simple, thus dispelling the rumors effortlessly. His words reached her ears and penetrated her heart, causing all her concerns to vanish in an instant. Perhaps the Taizu had emulated them to devise this move, but in doing so, where lay the true body of the Taizu? Fu Bo remarked, I fear no one knows. The matters of emperors are always so obscure. Tang Yi nodded in agreement, wishing you a triumphant return. This was the only sentiment she could express at that moment, a profound blessing for him and the thousands of soldiers, including Ying. In the stillness of the night, her voice resonated powerfully. Sun Fei knocked several times, and seeing no response from my room, hesitated for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh and turning to leave. If the De La Hoyo's kingdom had no noble families vying for the coveted immersion slots, it would be utterly inconceivable. The De La Hoyo's kingdom is adjacent to the Elven Forest, with its strength nearly on par with the Skansen kingdom. Their noble families surely could not lack the means to contribute even this much. Without overthinking, she first washed her clothes. The treatment was presidential, with even shower gel provided in large, new bottles of various brands. In Ling Yu's view, the optimal opportunity to establish dominance had arrived. Otherwise, he would find it challenging to remain in this Jiashan town. At this moment, any minor disturbance could provoke Du Zilong's impulsive nature, and Zhao Gan was too indifferent to concern himself with that inept individual. Chapter 120, Caught You. Upon tasting the delicacy, Jiang Liwu found it as exquisite and comforting as anticipated, her expression betraying a hint of intoxication as she sighed in delight. Fu Si Yue, Si Mo Qing. And Yan Wenyu's expressions shifted in unison, and the next moment, they each seized chopsticks to delve into the pot. Fu Si Yue remarked, try this beef tripe. It's delightfully spicy. CMO Chang added, This fish fillet is beautifully textured and boneless, with a tender, fresh taste. Yin, when you chimed in, the meat dishes are. However, Syria was acutely aware that there was no chance for reconciliation between herself and Xiao Yunfei. The latter would never spare her life. With all three being divine monarchs, nothing on this island could escape their scrutiny, yet they remained oblivious to intruders entering their cavern. As the three wore expressions of shock, Long Luo gradually emerged before them. Gu Yushangren paused momentarily, then comprehended the anomaly, letting out a long sigh as he retreated. Oh, a duck egg. I picked it up, still warm. Could the inkstone buried in the plum grove be a legendary mechanism? Would touching it lead to a time-traveling adventure? Yin Wanhua heard the faint sound of the dragon's dagger piercing flesh. Glancing at the gritting teeth of El Xian, her heart involuntarily trembled. Those delicately curled eyelashes, that rosy-cheeked visage, and those alluring red lips. Ouyang Luo could not resist gently capturing her lips. The beauty of Xia Yi belonged solely to Ouyang Luo. The third line of defense stood as their final bastion. Should they fail to withstand the onslaught of the Underground World Alliance, the Gambino family would inevitably face annihilation. What do you intend to do with this? Hurry and take it away. Lu Xinghao glared furiously at the coach, adamantly refusing to use such harmful substances extracted from poppies. Shang Xiaojing visited the shop selling sugar taro seedlings, favored by Hua Zhao, which was quite distant from #1 mansion. Jiang Che was astute. He had heard of organ transplants, and even the mental hospitals constantly educated them, proclaiming the merits of organ donation, with many signing voluntary transplant agreements posthumously, inundated with propaganda. Luo De repeatedly expressed his approval, promptly summoning the busy Augura to discuss the matter and instruct him to prepare a water diversion channel leading outward. Ding Huan, recalling something, returned to the spot where he had previously torn open with the starry knife, immersing his consciousness to examine it closely. There was also a type of conquest-themed dungeon, where one must eliminate all the malevolent spirits obstructing the path and escape through the exit for the dungeon to be deemed a success. Luo turned towards the source of the voice. Several hundred meters ahead, two factions were embroiled in combat. Pei Heian glanced through the documents at a rapid pace, remaining silent as he resumed his tasks. Upon arrival, the vicinity of home resembled a scene of devastation after a great fire. Merely a day had passed, and green shoots emerged from the scorched earth, though the air was thick with a sanguine dust, casting a veil of bloodshed over the landscape. Simu Yan resolutely declared these words, stepping back deliberately to distance herself from Ing Sihan. Your Majesty, my brothers and I from the Third Fleet are fully prepared. No matter how arduous the mission, we shall certainly accomplish it. Middle-aides proclaimed loudly. Leads had no objections to this. Cavalry were typically subordinate to infantry, rarely undertaking independent military actions. In the siege and assault of the Xilighting city, cavalry were of little use, and being able to deploy them for battle was already a source of joy for him. Chapter 121. I will ensure he signs. Due to her understanding of CMO Chang, she could acutely perceive the depth of his joy, which illuminated the atmosphere around them. It turned out he did not dislike celebrating birthdays or eating cake. Rather, he was averse to her celebrating for him and baking cakes. What, after all, did Jiang Liwu possess? It could not be. This was merely a fleeting novelty, a fresh experience after years without birthday celebrations. Lin Qingwan gritted her teeth, and this strike caused the other goblins to hesitate slightly, clearly astonished by the unfolding situation. According to later words of Jizi, she merely altered a segment of data concerning the operation of time and space, thus achieving a temporary curvature collapse, an occurrence that transpires every moment in the vast cosmos. Haha, Liu Kaizi uses his sister's New Year's money to woo girls. If this were to get out, his fans would surely erupt. Xiao Yumei chuckled. When Shun Mao observed the large mouse spirit injured, he pounced furiously, sinking his teeth into the leg of the large mouse spirit, which cried out in pain. The reason sunlight envelopes the world is that her heart is grand enough to embrace all, while darkness quietly descends due to his insecurities and fears. After rapid contemplation, with his gaze fixed steadily on the movements of the snow lion, Su Xing reached a judgment. Shen Hao, having emerged from the time-space wormhole, found his body stronger than in his previous life. After battling Zhang Zi twice, he felt he still had stamina left. Yet, even if he stood amidst thousands, one could distinctly identify him. That unique aura was beyond imitation. You wretched creature, I shall kill you. Elian stamped her foot, her delicate form trembling slightly as she spoke effortlessly. All right, my Chung, in these days we can first conceive a child, and soon we will behold our little one. Bai Ruoshu had declared, especially Chu Tianqua, who found it hard to believe that such a suggestion would come from Yin Xiang's lips. He never imagined she could be so uninhibited. Was it perhaps due to her past with Ji Zheng that she had become so open-minded? Xiao Ao naturally responded affirmatively and walked alongside Yin Yu towards the enormous light pillar, for indeed, their surroundings were rather unexpected. The enchanting forest was rich with the astonishingly abundant Zi Ling Yin. Not only that, it stirred the starry night sky, causing the heavens above the villa to swirl with massive wormholes, deep purple lightning crackling around them, akin to the end of the world, instilling terror in onlookers. The youth, as if granted a reprieve, covered his face and lowered his head, scurrying to his mat, obediently sitting down to grind and write. Fortunately, the water vein remained rational. Moments later, it released him. No matter how warm his embrace, it was not truly open for her. Had she known she possessed such a splendid voice, singing beautifully without accompaniment, would her mother not have made her a household name long ago? However, since Bei Ming Yuan had given his word, Mu Ling was naturally quite pleased and promptly agreed. After returning, Shui Irin had Mo Zhu deliver some food necessities, noticing the starkness of her home. It seemed little had been prepared for the new year. Upon finishing, Sylvia raised her hand, a burst of phosphorescence scattering outward, and in the next moment, their vision transformed entirely. Although the madman Di Gao's omniscient lamp required an extravagant 27,000 holy crystals to craft, his courtyard contained not a single servant. Instead, numerous magical golems tirelessly labored in the workshop, wielding hammers and chisels without pause. It was known that earlier, everyone had merely taken one chili pepper from that dish. While the governor of the gourmet, Star, devoured the rest, they felt quite discontent about it. Chapter 122, An Apology Letter, hoping you will follow through. Fu Qinian looked at Song Jinwei with genuine sentiment, speaking tenderly. We have wronged you, and Fu Siyue. Song Jinwei shook her head, leaning against Fu Qinian's chest. For the sake of her brother Qinian, this slight was hardly significant. You are truly wonderful. I shall never fail you in this lifetime. Let us write the apology letter first. It must be penned by your own hand, otherwise Fu Siyue will easily see through it. With a plan in mind, Fu Qinian. He was unaware of where the medicine was stored at home, so he went upstairs, took a hot shower, and laid down on the bed. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong, just a bit low on energy, so do not worry about me. Mu Xiang quietly observed Yiking, noticing how much she had lost weight in recent days, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Lu Shi's spiritual power, martial arts techniques, and sorcery were fearsome, yet unmatched by anyone else. He had once taught her how to do these things, but she was not a diligent student. Her efforts had been lacking, resulting in her clumsiness now, compelling him to repeatedly instruct her with growing impatience. Tian Jishangren exchanged glances with Qing Quandaoren, both shaking their heads. Realizing that capturing her would not be easy, they could only brace themselves to prevent her from leaving. Li Huai felt that Su Xiangxiang was acting quite strangely today, seemingly glancing at the man sitting opposite her with intent. He is speaking nonsense. Those things have no scientific basis. Do not believe his tall tales. He did not understand why he felt anger. Was it due to the old monk's words to go with the flow? He had drunkenly wallowed for several days. This foolish person was truly amusing. Did she not realize that she, Wei Ruyi, was also experiencing her first setbacks? It is known that even the world's leading internet giant, Microsoft, is valued at just over $400 billion. Based on their estimations, 4 of theirs would equal one Microsoft. The instant Zhang Lingquan landed, a swift arrow was released, yet the audience could not see its form. They merely observed a magnificent sword energy surging forth from the arena, where the water seemed to reveal the silhouette of a swimming dragon. Intense pain numbed everything, including fear, and simultaneously robbed me of control over my body. I could not raise my fist to strike that infuriating face. I could only grit my teeth and glare furiously. Get lost, what do you know? It is not your place to interfere with my affairs. Once I have had my fill with her, I shall naturally silence her. I relish her fiery temperament. What fun is there in her losing her memory? Yuho scolded. As long as Qing wakes up, be it 1 matter or 1,000. I am willing to serve you like a beast, Wu Bin declared resolutely. However, Guisu, being a seasoned officer and among the first to rally behind the prime minister, understood him better than his comrades Dong Zhi, Shi Wang, and others. Everyone knew that the true decisive battle was imminent, yet none could predict when that moment would arrive. I have reserved a director position for you at the company. You may assume it whenever you wish. However, I advise you to focus on your studies and not to drop out, but to graduate normally. Han Yun Faute d'Angeli, activating the blinding skill while simultaneously unleashing heavy strikes and consecutive hits. He aimed to use stunning blows and strikes, but the cooldown had yet to complete. Yet this was already sufficient. The cavalry of the Bingzhou army is indeed formidable. An elder casually praised. After experiencing 3 evolutions, the armor explosion bear reached the 9th tier, its combat power being extraordinary among its peers. In a duel between Wei In and Wei In, should one party manage to pin the other against the wall, victory would be nearly assured. Chapter 123. From now on, I shall neither obstruct nor concern myself with you. Are you certain you want to sign? The voice was calm, yet carried an unfathomable chill. Song Jinwei felt he must know something, but remained composed. The assassin laughed heartily, brimming with confidence, boldly declaring, "If you wish for my life, it is surely no easy task." His laughter rang clear, each word resonating, leaving listeners moved and startled. A throbbing headache threatened to split his skull. He clasped his head, curling into a ball. What was happening? He had always been unafraid of pain. Why did he still feel discomfort? By the way, is the stock market stable aside from the forex market? Zhu Siki inquired. No problem. I could deliver on everything you mentioned. The wicked priest rose from the ground, sporting an unusual bump on his forehead that was comical to behold. Once Meng Hu's mysterious iron spear clashed with the last soldier's lance in the front row, the ritual was finally complete. You are exceedingly confident. Is your beef truly that delectable? Although old Tom had tasted the crab roe burger and other delicacies sent by Gao Shi, however, I have yet to savor the beef that has undergone multiple enhancements by Gao Shi. The method devised by Wu Ji to showcase Jiang Lian's culinary prowess is remarkably straightforward. He sets up a stall at the entrance of the Rielu, allowing Jiang Lian to publicly exhibit her extraordinary cooking skills, distributing the dishes she prepares for free to the gathered onlookers. Jian Ao furrowed his brows. He possessed a deeper understanding of the sword formation. As for this so-called starry sky great formation, he was utterly at a loss. Who could fathom the intentions of the architect behind such a grand array? It is quite possible that the individual is mentally unstable. With a cry from the griffin, it whisked the cloaked figure away from its previous location. The soldiers stationed at the city gate remained blissfully unaware of the dark figure's departure. Given the numerous casualties, it was certain to attract the attention of the emperor of the Viking Empire. Qi Xian observed her writing, nodding in agreement. Not a single word criticized her parents, but rather, it expressed her own filial shortcomings. The conversation swiftly shifted to her sister as she revealed the true circumstances of her being framed. Upon entering my room, I discovered that the sliding door had vanished, and the doorframe had been completely dismantled, seemingly without any intention of repair. This is my second disciple, Jiang Yin, who also accompanies us to Yizhou, Huang Xianer gently introduced. My cheeks flushed, and I dared not speak as I felt the thin blanket being gently tugged. Tan Shun swallowed a mouthful of smoke, then summoned flowers to crown his head. The blossoms entwined with vines around the magical beast, binding it tightly. With a mournful cry, the beast was wholly consumed, its essence transformed into nourishment for the spell. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the red python, which suddenly exhaled a torrent of flames, illuminating the entire dark void with a searing heat. Tan Shun gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into the red python's flesh. This location is in close proximity to the East Suburb Dam. If we disregard the fact that the dam is set to officially reopen next month, I, the murderer, would undoubtedly choose the nearest location to dispose of the body. This way, even if the East Suburb Dam discovers the corpse, I would be the first to be informed, and the police would not suspect me right away. Feek's swollen eyes vaguely caught sight of a shadow flickering before him. His body wished to react, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Tai Su pointed a finger, merging the flickering point of mixed light into his palm, causing his jade-like fingers to emit a barely perceptible shimmer of black and white. Chapter 124. Falling into her embrace, claustrophobia. Fusi US Vishumblid. The darkness enveloping him entirely. He struggled to muster a glimmer of light through sheer will, but it was quickly swallowed by the void. The anxious voice of Lin Feng echoed in his ears as Fu Siyu fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Liwu soon received the news as Lin Feng had contacted her. She hurried towards the hospital. Upon entering the elevator, she encountered a tall, slender woman with the innate physique of a model. Though dressed modestly, it was still difficult to overlook her presence. Su Rue smiled. My brother and I are both willing participants. Scientific research requires some sacrifices and a spirit of adventure. Though Uncle has consistently maintained strict risk control. With a raised brow, Du Yuesheng gazed at the increasingly somber expression of Mu Gang, his smile taking on a more playful quality. All things are reborn and return to nature. Time seems to stretch across millennia, and in this bloodless world, the sounds of beastly roars and bird songs begin to emerge, along with the appearance of primitive humans who have discovered fire through friction. Furthermore, Chun Yuan instructed Wei Chun that upon descending the mountain, he should not join Wang Liyun and the others, but rather continue downward to meet the team dispatched by Wang Ruhuan to deliver supplies. The knife sister, Lan Bo, was considered an old rival in the early days. There should be no inherent counterbalance between the two heroes. Initially, the knife sister may be somewhat suppressed by Lan Bo, but as the battle progresses, her combat prowess will surpass that of Lan Bo. Depending on whether both top laners can skillfully navigate their strengths and weaknesses while analyzing their opponent's psychology. Ajio listened intently, the melody striking a familiar chord within her. Upon careful reflection, she recognized it as the song Peng Sha Luo Yin from her previous life. Her heart raced. Could it be that this realm also possessed melodies from her past? The crowd followed the signal flag soldier out of the former rising fortress. And as they passed the overturned off-road vehicles, Ziyang spotted the corpse of the second-in-command lying there, half of his face charred, one eye staring blankly ahead, with a hand severed by a subsonic bullet beside him. Indeed, that night, when Qian Meng made an unexpectedly cold confession, Yu Luo Sheng found it quite astonishing. Have you eaten yet? If you're hungry, I could take you to get something to eat, Caitlin inquired. Chen Yi poured out the final few dozen progression pills, counting that about 30 remained. If these pills had not yet advanced, it would simply be a matter of ill fortune. Before long, Qian Shan followed the salesperson to a row of vehicles, where the salesperson began to enthusiastically introduce the cars Qian Shan was examining, providing him with immediate access to essential information about the vehicles. That evening, Li Si once again delivered a meal, merely informing Zhang San that everything was well at home and urging him not to worry. Just as Bian Yuan Heng opened his front door, a chilling voice resonated in his ear. Wuma, please wait for me at the hotel. We will contact each other by phone, Qin Fanqing whispered. Additionally, the original author, Qin Han, who holds significant influence over the adaptation of the work, constituted one of the 3 judges at today's audition. Chapter 125, He Isn't As Popular As Me. Wearing a mask while breathing in stagnant water may impair breathability. Thus, it would be best to remove the mask. May I assist you in taking it off? Jiang Liwu asked, considering the matter of personal privacy. Yu Ziyan's eyes shimmered with a glistening light, his gaze reddening, as if imbued with a hint of blood, rendering those enigmatic purple eyes even more tender and captivating, heartbreakingly exquisite. He nodded and replied softly, Yes, please remove it. Jiang Liwu noted that this ancient language had long been lost, and presently, very few members of the undead clan could master it. Most of these individuals were those who had flocked to the stealth division a year ago, along with a few who had joined earlier. Their respective team leaders had no room for debate. Adrian from Team 1 and Luo Yin from Team 2, whose whereabouts were now unknown. This was also the outcome when Li Wei triggered the Undead Cataclysm quest, as the system showed no signs of concealment, unlike the Bald Man's Hell Descend epic quest, which did not disclose player information, leaving the identity of the quest completer shrouded in mystery. Nightshade held sway over Carl Town and was accompanied by a multitude of the Destroyer's Alliance, led by Damon, who summoned Hellfire Golems from the Abyss. Nightshade, along with several contractors, and an army of demons, advanced toward the left flank, breaching the second city of the Radiant faction. Your Majesty, this is the Jiuhua Hall. The Ling Yun Immortal Emperor hardly regards us. It seems he did not heed your previous comments. Can this Hall Master truly be so formidable? Yi Feng sensed the icy, murderous intent of the Ling Yun Immortal Emperor and scoffed, addressing the Emperor. Gasps of shock erupted, as the observers keenly observed the undead tyrant's dominion over the battlefield. The mages, who had previously underestimated their opponent, were now receiving a harsh lesson in reality. With a single strike, the great sword wielded by the absolute slayer was sent flying. Isu entered first and after a while emerged, signaling for Lana to follow her inside. Following the disheartening news, the group's spirits dampened, and not long after, they departed the restaurant, making their way towards the harbor. Although the location had been discovered, the formations were in constant flux. Perhaps as we attacked the formation gate, its position would shift, leaving us still trapped. Luo Xiao remarked with a shake of his head. If it truly came down to a choice between opposing the Piao Miao, Lao Zhu, and the Yu Pai, then Jiao Wei would undoubtedly choose the Yu Pai without hesitation, for the nature of opportunity is often ethereal. Xiao Yin gazed at the cracked throne, frowning as he silently cursed the throne for its hardness. His Zhanshan Quan had failed to shatter the wretched thing. Early in the morning, Tang Yang, meticulously dressed in a suit, holding a grand bouquet of roses, and strode towards the general manager's office, exuding flamboyance, as if proclaiming to all that he was to go on a date with Bai Yuhe, in a contest of equal strength. Exercising a measure of caution proved beneficial. Even if a few last hits were sacrificed, assisting teammates in acquiring positional information would ultimately yield substantial rewards. With a single command from the Tiger King, the entire army surged forward like boiling water, racing towards Lion King Ridge. At this moment, the Tiger King looked at the mere fraction of his forces remaining by his side, feeling a chill akin to the setting sun that heralded an impending conclusion. Chapter 126. Pregnancy. This lotus fragrance was something he had only ever caught whiffs of on Yu Zaiyan. It was subtle yet lingered longer than any strong scent, as if something had entwined with it, making it impossible to shake off. Thus, Jiang Liwu and Yu Zaiyan met, though it seemed they did not recognize one another, for otherwise Jiang Liwu would have brought him along or mentioned Yu Zaiyan in front of him. Even so, the mild ache in Fu Si Yu's head flared up again, and he tightened his embrace around Jiang Liwu. Senior brother Zhou, you have truly gained prestige this time. I hear you have accomplished a great feat, Wen Ning remarked, her large eyes fixed on Zhou Dao. Lei Dong chuckled at the sight of the golden mountain pointed out by Qin Yang, his face radiating joy. Following the fist propelled by Alan, the Yin Yin swiftly caught up with the Blood Domain spear, merging seamlessly without conflict, as the Blood Domain spearhead advanced. The overwhelming cold explosive force surged towards Jia Fei Heir's massive claws. With each drop of blood absorbed, the skeletal form of the blood demon shimmered as if restoring itself. Three swordsmen executed a trio of aerial slashes, inflicting over 30,000 damage. Alas, Shui Heir's attack surpassed his own, leaving him helpless, for her weapon was undeniably superior. Indeed, during the banquet, the more extravagant the attire of the various princesses, the greater the number of attendants, necessitating dedicated personnel to oversee the changing of garments and jewelry. Very well, let us proceed as such. In today's market, we must take the initiative, seize opportunities, and cannot afford to wait idly any longer. Senyanji affirmet Yang suggestion. Ever since a heavily injured Eagle Man had employed a secret technique to escape from Alan's servant, both Alan and Elysia harbored a sense of foreboding. It was likely that formidable foes would soon appear behind them, capable of dealing with several level 10 or 11 servants. Her words elicited initially a hush at the table, followed by a chorus of incredulous gasps. An aura of malevolence and a fearsome visage were the impressions Rot bestowed upon Alan, coupled with his disjointed speech. Alan naturally found it hard to believe he harbored any goodwill. Before dawn, the first wave of 2,000 individuals arrived, all possessing martial prowess above the martial sovereign level. Ing Hong Tang glanced at Tao Qing Bai's calm demeanor and suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Ing Ziqin. It seemed Tao Qing Bai did not pay him much mind. The clash of sword energy and demonic energy produced a terrifying force, each striving to overpower the other, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that forced both Sun Wukong and Depeng, the instigators, to stagger back several steps. It was those two unknown creatures. They had annihilated 3 monsters, including a 5th-generation beast, in less than 3 minutes. Commander, this is simply unbelievable, Tian Tong exclaimed in utter astonishment. Captain of the Gale team, you are a fine talent. Previously, you had no opportunity to showcase your abilities, but now, I would like you to serve as the commander of my special operations team. Zhang Xiaofei decided and instantly teleported to the Gale captain's aircraft, who was ensconced in a white cocoon. The bull demon king produced an ancient illustration depicting an immense formation, clearly marking the 4 celestial gates of the 9 heavens and several inner gates, even listing the guardians of each gate. The first was Qi Lian Shan's 9-fingered Tua, known for his formidable martial prowess and chivalrous nature. It was lamentable that such a heroic figure was captured by the Earth Traveler and subjected to 3 days and nights of torment with a sharp blade before succumbing to the agony and taking his own life. Long Muxing felt a jolt of alarm and hastily pulled away, but the thin thread remained unyielding, while the Mingling beast fixed its fierce gaze upon him. The first mercenary corps deployed 2 members, who stood precariously with their weapons, their eyes already closed. After a prolonged struggle, Fu can finally reach the shore, his foot firmly planted on the ground, a sense of solidity washing over him. Meanwhile, the master of Penglai Mountain sat high above, squinting his eyes as he surveyed Wu Kong and the others, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. Fortunately, Li Ziyuan emerged unscathed, aside from being covered in dirt, which allowed Zhang Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. However, compared to Zhang Yu's eagerness to check if Li Ziyuan was injured, He San Liang furrowed his brows at the sight of the 2 Japanese snipers. As the Great Circle and the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram merged, the apocalyptic pressure was instantly unleashed. Mind your own business, Gu Linggu remarked somewhat rudely, but she was currently exasperated by Gu Huai's presence, feeling a mix of impatience that mirrored her previous fear. His face was already vexatious, and his pretentious demeanor was utterly nauseating. Wu Ming furrowed her brows, lifting a hand to grasp the heart-devouring pill. To save him, enduring this suffering was a trivial matter. As long as Yi Hanxian could live, even if it meant exchanging her life for his, it would be worth it. Wu Ming wished to see surprise or delight in Yi Hanxian's eyes, but they remained devoid of expression, tranquil and undisturbed. Yin Heng, typically a cautious individual, suddenly slowed his pace, fully extending his consciousness to search for any lurking threats. The comings and goings within the Prime Minister's residence did not escape the notice of those casting furtive glances at Yi Hanxian, but due to their statuses, they could only speculate behind her back. This was the mask gifted to him by the mysterious powerhouse that appeared at He Lian Mo Shan. It was pure white, devoid of any carvings, soft and fitting. At that moment, Huang Zaichao only heard a loud crash, akin to steel colliding with something. Wang Feng, Han Jijun, Tian Jiong, and Chun Bo successfully passed the assessment, accompanied by 2 other sergeants. They need to be woken up. Even though it pains me, principles must be upheld. They needed to be roused to attend to their own affairs. Wang Feng gazed at Yao Liang's silhouette with sorrow, pondering how a former Special Forces soldier had fallen to such depths. He wished to assist Yao Liang, but was at a loss as to how. Chun Xinghai's expression darkened at once, his brows knitting together as he turned his gaze towards Di Long Jie and Lian Qi, eager to uncover the reasons behind the events, believing that they could discern the mastermind behind those tracking his cousin. Unavoidably, Hong Tian retrieved the key to the temporal rift from his spatial ring, channeling energy to activate the exit passage. As for Hong Mei, Long Kuan felt assured. Based on her diligence and affection for him, he believed she was a person of integrity who would not engage in any impropriety. Chapter 127. Civil Affairs Bureau. His current affliction, akin to wild grass growing uncontrollably, was a result of Song Jinwei's actions. Thus, upon encountering her, his condition would flare up, but distancing himself would restore him to normalcy. The 2 slaps inflicted upon Song Jinwei left her face feeling as if scalded by boiling water, causing her ears to ring and her head to spin. The giant crossbow crafted from the ancient spirit wood, with boulders weighing a ton each, the spiritual oil refined from beast oil, and the net adorned with spiritual thorns. Yang Yunxi could not help but ponder. Perhaps this is what ordinary people refer to as love? It is love that drives persistence, love that overlooks flaws, love that propels one forward, undeterred by the thorns that may lie ahead. Many among them doubted whether this strike could completely shatter when Ningduan breached the protective barrier, and then cleave through the walls of the central royal city. A middle-aged man commanded from atop a nearby roof, overseeing the unfolding events. Each carving depicted the majestic 9-tailed fire phoenix, embodying a spectrum of emotions: anger, pride, joy, exuding life. As if the proud and wild beast were flapping its massive wings right before their eyes, watching them step into the passageway. "Your Majesty," "Your Highness, we take our leave," said the father and son of the Xiaohou family, alongside 3 other princes, bowing simultaneously. As he spoke, his numerous wounds began to heal gradually, and his aura subtly transformed back to its former glory. Most of the eunuchs accompanying them lacked the prowess of the martial officials. When beasts charged at them, they had no opportunity to resist. The mountains echoed with cries of despair. "Your Majesty, if you are displeased with me or if I have erred in any way, please admonish me, but do not harm my body." At this point, Du Fei suddenly covered her face, a mournful sound escaping her palms, and she collapsed into the embrace of Lady Chao beside her. The following morning, the 2 requested breakfast to be served a quarter-hour earlier than usual, and after dining, they departed the city in a carriage. Jiang Liwu witnessed his spiritual weapon being clutched by the fire leopard, igniting a surge of anger within him. He shouted loudly and unleashed a burst of magical energy towards the front. Zhang Yang understood the words of the Lord of Haoyan after a moment of contemplation. Clearly, no news had emerged following his master's departure, especially concerning the Lord of Haoyan in the Taoning realm. In the darkness, Mu Wanqing also noticed the flames ahead. The sound of galloping hooves was deafening, shaking the very ground beneath her, constricting her chest as if suffocating her. "This is not anything precious. Once Su Hong arrives, I will request a few more from him, as I will surely need plenty of elixirs when my master disperses his energy to recultivate," Qin Mengling remarked nonchalantly. Now, she somewhat regretted not extracting more elixirs from Su Hong back then, leaving her feeling somewhat at a loss. However, this person's countenance was evidently far more imposing than that of the Taoist in white, his features sharp and authoritative, emanating an aura of innate superiority over the masses. Yet, I have yet to avenge the 3 sword strikes he inflicted upon me. Long Yang felt defiant, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts directly, instead communicating telepathically with Su Hong. "Dong Li, have you ever harbored feelings for Zhujian?" Just as Dong Li was silently reflecting, Ru Chu unexpectedly shifted the conversation to this topic. Chapter 128. Severing Ties. No longer Miss Fu, he sat with Jiang Liwu, resting his head on her lap, soothing his mind that felt on the verge of shattering. "What do you intend to do, Fu Siyue? If you wish to kill or torture me, please provide clarity." Song Jinwei could no longer endure the anxiety. "Marriage," Fu Siyue replied succinctly. Song Jinwei's eyes widened in shock as she turned to leap into Fu Qinyan's embrace, using all her strength, fearing that the bodyguards would cruelly separate them. "Fu Siyue," Xia Yingying was utterly terrified and exclaimed, "Biao Gu, please don't do this. Long Gu is supposed to find me tonight." Upon hearing this, Song Qingxi felt her blood run cold, her expression involuntarily twitching. Luo Qian called Old Ghost to inquire about the situation. After much contemplation, Old Ghost also felt utterly helpless. She had heard of formidable experts whose consciousness persisted even after their bodies were destroyed. The reason they were considered ugly when captured was due to a strange flower poison. Once the poison dissipated, their appearances gradually returned. Zhao Mu stood in silence, taking in the parched land before him. He realized that it was excessively arid here, yet many residents had lived in such conditions, some having gone years without bathing. The myriad of azure sword energies effortlessly pierced through the techniques of the 2 dragon clan prodigies, ultimately penetrating their bodies, leading them to wail in agony. However, Du Fei did not dwell on it too long. He found it unexpected that Tong Yao inexplicably harbored feelings for him. Likely even she herself was unaware whether it was genuine affection or gratitude. Yi Qingcheng actually rose early to prepare breakfast. Du Fei thought it peculiar, as though the sun had risen in the west that day. As an inner courtyard martial artist, with a cultivation level reaching the 4th or 5th tier of the celestial stage, his true battle prowess could very well match that of an ordinary 6th or 7th tier celestial stage practitioner. Moreover, having spent several years in the military, he wielded a soldier's aura to the fullest, creating an atmosphere so lively that it made Jian Mo, who was in confinement, feel happier than she had in a century. "Can you help me? I beg you." Zhang Qiao seemed to ignore Li Xueqing's words entirely. As a last staff member of the Civil Affairs Bureau finished work, the gatekeeper locked the doors, and Li Yunzi suddenly felt the urge to laugh. "Was it your master who instructed you to kidnap Lu Kai?" "Why?" Yi Hao turned to ask. The planners in the conference room were left dumbfounded by this revelation. Could the big shot refrain from playing such games? Could he not simply focus on his high-tech endeavors instead of disrupting my finals with this nonsense? Hadn't it been said that the child in Zhang Xiao's womb had nearly cost her life? Would they not question whether that child was truly of the Li family upon seeing this scene? Usually, newly posed as a background figure, faithfully fulfilling his role as an administrator, merely a passerby. What change had triggered his attention? Chapter 129, Shang Tingyan, the third, fourth, and fifth concubines. Severing ties with Song Jinwei left Fu Siue's mood in disarray. While his head no longer throbbed, his spirits remained low, his countenance colder than that of a corpse long deceased. Jiang Liwu resolved to take Fu Siue out for a breath of fresh air. Naturally, she could not neglect the others. The other good friends must not be overlooked. Upon learning of her decision, several close friends, Rui, Xian, listened intently. Mei Xia had not referred to Xiao Lin as uncle or elder, but had instead called him father, her heartfelt words clearly revealing her sentiments. The fire butterfly smirked coldly, gazing at Shui Yun with an air of menace, unwilling to relent until he eliminated the threat against him, to which Shui Yun could only express his grievance. Oh no! Could be a beast tide? The Beidou Institute, closest to the ancient heavenly forest, was most attuned to the stirrings of the spirit beasts within. A piercing screech of brakes echoed as Shui Yun executed a flawless drift, halting the Chevrolet at the roadside. Normally, there were numerous obstacles on this road, often necessitating a dismount to clear the vehicles obstructing the path. But this time, it was not mere debris to clear. They had truly arrived. Breaking news, breaking news. Lawyer Wang is about to announce the voting results. This statement sent the interview team of the third television station into a frenzy, as everyone buzzed with excitement over the impending news. As someone with the bloodline of Qilin, you cannot possibly be so weak as to succumb to this chill. Yi Changdao teased, as the Qilin bloodline was associated with fire, as his body hung in midair at the moment when his strength was nearly exhausted. A silvery blade of light sealed his face and cut off his breath, leaving him feeling an overwhelming cold, a chilling terror. Yuzhou, being a borderland, raises the question, why would the esteemed Jueqin Gongzi choose to seclude himself here? Despite his prolonged presence in Yuzhou, he remained oblivious, allowing Zhou Huang's mere stroll to unwittingly breach the sanctity of his hiding place. Ah, never mind, never mind. South Lu Mo soon reassured himself, having long realized that one could be as unyielding as wood. A voice devoid of warmth and imbued with chilling detachment resonated behind him, followed by a surge of silver light that cleaved through the night, striking a formidable crescent arc towards Luo Mo's front. A resounding crash was soon accompanied by a cry of pain, revealing a ghastly wound on the caterpillar, from which green blood gushed forth. Nonetheless, the caterpillar, having practiced for decades, was not easily vanquished. Despite the severity of the injury, the bleeding quickly subsided. It is anyone's guess how much time and effort it takes to progress from the fourth to the seventh layer of the Hu family sword technique. Indeed, if I can take down the international speculators this time, my contributions will be undeniable. ASU, do not take a life, Lin Shuihan murmured, his gaze fixed on Su Qing. He caught a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, causing his heart to tremble. Just as he moved to confront the enemy, he grasped Su Qing's wrist, speaking solemnly, which left Su Qing momentarily stunned as he turned to face him. Chongshu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He was unaware of this matter, yet to claim that the entire Wudong sect, comprising thousands, was oblivious would be sheer self-deception. When the entrance was sufficiently spacious for the demon-extinguishing cannon formation to pass through, the two cargo owners finally merged, and in an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. The two fire pillars, originally measuring a mere 1,000 meters in diameter, expanded dramatically upon merging, turning the sun in the sky to a deep azure. In Mu Li's hazy vision, he suddenly discerned that familiar silhouette. "You have awakened?" Luo Mu Li smiled gently, rising to help him up. "How long have I slept?" he asked, his voice tinged with fragility. If these two conditions could be met, Qianlong would willingly take an oath, immediately denouncing the Qing dynasty and simultaneously surrendering the distribution map of the capital's military camp along with a command token. Should he violate this oath, he would face the dire consequence of being exhumed and dismembered after death, leaving no trace of his remains. Chapter 130. Memories of past lives, even if they were truly married, divorce remains an option. Miss Jiang deserves someone far better, especially since she has never publicly acknowledged anyone as her boyfriend. Assistant Lin was quite certain. Miss Jiang must have feelings for you. Shang Tingyan shot him a sidelong glance before bending to enter the car, muttering, all right, stop crying. As long as we are united in purpose, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Meanwhile, Shan continued to comfort Yiling. He calculated that it was precisely 7 o'clock in Jiang City, prompting him to call Su Yutong. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, his expression was filled with tenderness. The centurion, seething with anger, gritted his teeth, declaring, you seek death, and I shall grant it to you. Do you think I am worthy? Fearing for Ta Shui's safety, he refrained from ordering an arrow strike. With a wave of his hand, 200 Liao soldiers surged forward. On the other side, Yun Ming charged ahead, wielding the Feng Yun Chunyang sword with precision, while Xiang Tian moved swiftly, delivering several strikes. Blood splattered onto the ground, resembling blooming plum blossoms. The two figures collided mid-air, their forms intertwining. Those present, aware of the significance of the jade pendant, would struggle to believe it unless they witnessed it firsthand. Even then, it felt surreal. At this moment, Cayman and Bakaloo had been captured alive by the insects and brought before the brain bug. This creature relished consuming human brains. Thus, the insect clan delivered captured humans as sustenance. Perhaps it was because people of this era were too lean, with few robust figures, that they preferred fatty meat. In truth, Lu Qingzhu was already capable of flying with a shield, but doing so appeared rather foolish, especially since he still required the shield in battle. Relying on it for flight would significantly hinder his agility. Hence, he requested Tony to devise a propulsion device that could allow him to soar. However, it was understandable that the veterans collectively underperformed, as news regarding the Spurs and Leonard emerged just after the competition concluded. Ingram believed he had a clear grasp of the situation on the field. Even Chu Yang, who was closest to him, had been effectively blocked by Lopez. Yin Zhao ran meticulously calculated, confident that Lu Zhan would obediently comply with his instructions, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. At that moment, Yang Fan had just awakened and was still dazed, unconsciously mistaking his sister for his elder sister. You two live not far apart. Should Pan Shi seek trouble again, inform me, the general instructed. Although the lengthy text of 500 words could theoretically count as a completion, he did not break it down. Thus it would not be considered an additional update. Once the three were seated, Qi Ying-sun obediently gazed at the world with wide eyes. Particularly, Zhang Peng, the commander of the 9th Company, observed the dense array of bullet holes on the target, all concentrated around the chest area. Earlier, in the reception hall, Old Tao had indeed seen Yang Chuanzhou slip in several times, but at the time, he was unaware of his intentions. Merely casually acquiring a grand mansion, hiring a cook, and employing a few maids, life was indeed quite comfortable. Over the years, many outsiders had gradually settled in the town. Some purchased houses, while others rented them, hiding in the corners of Kai Yin Street to conspire. He had encountered these outsiders multiple times this year, only to realize that they were all cultivators. The reason for arranging this meeting between himself and the second madam was to seek her approval of their relationship. Lien Mo paid no further heed, taking the ring from Shi Yi's hand and slipping it onto his own. This was not a chaotic being. However, the void behemoths were comparable in existence, residing within the realms of nothingness. Chapter 131. She had seen his love and indifference, and the breakups with your boyfriends, however. She did not catch sight of that individual. It was difficult to discern whether she felt more relieved or despondent. Are you looking for Yinga? Jiang Liwu instinctively denied it, saying no. Gu Yuchuan, however, was not convinced, recalling the last time Jiang Liwu had excitedly gripped his collar, tightening it around his neck as she pressed him for Shang Tingyan's whereabouts. Her gaze fell upon the vibrant red wine and cherries adorning Gu Yuchuan's glass. Jiang Liwu had merely covered a few significant locations, crafting a battle outfit that would evoke the deepest desires within anyone who glimpsed it. A flawless creation that any lustful man would surely fall for. Yet, as she gazed towards the Yuliang kingdom, her expression gradually darkened with a profound intensity. At this moment, the lake shimmered under the brilliant sun, teeming with boats, while various structures for the dragon boat race were evident in the distance. 7 days prior, he had received a covert order from the greatest dispatch of Yinyi, which bore a singular, simple directive to ensure the protection of Li Wuxin. Regardless of whether she would harbor hatred towards him or treat him with the same icy indifference as before, as long as she remained by his side, that was sufficient. The terrain was uneven, comprised of steel metal plate, likely equipped with a servo system. Despite its thickness, it was surprisingly lightweight, easily lifted by hand. Upon release, its tightly sealed structure was revealed. After breakfast, the antique shopkeeper sought an audience, announcing that the glass display case they had ordered was complete and presenting a sample for her inspection. The Yuaning, perhaps more aptly referred to as the original Yuan Shan, persisted as long as the Yuan Shan existed, even if the physical body perished. It could seek a new host or reconstruct its form to rise again. However, should the Yuan Shan be extinguished, even if the physical body remained intact, it would be as though the soul had departed, akin to a living corpse. Understanding the merits of the Wu family is undoubtedly a positive thing. However, I must ascertain whether you truly comprehend the environment you are presently in. Consider this. Without the protection of our Wu family and these brethren, what would become of you? Wu Gaofeng gazed intently at Qin Xiaomei. In this moment of realization, he felt no shame in being under Lu Jun's tutelage. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Lusa hate Philia, do you intend to forsake the title of the seven warlords and embrace the life of a sinner? The body of Qi Quan bubbled with molten lava, ready to unleash a torrent of flames. Ah, noble minister, how could you refer to yourself as a commoner when you are a disciple of the sage? As Emperor Xan spoke, his hands lifted slightly, an invisible force supporting the form of Pisli. The last time the narrative veered off course was traced back to his days as a cashier in an arcade. However, the current host merely possessed a standard level of intelligence, which starkly contrasted with the reckless audacity of Fiden's brilliance. As Mitsushima Ch-10 spoke, one of his aides, Jingting Xiaojing, charged directly at Lu Jun. The atmosphere grew chillier, and countless specters appeared in the sky, shrouding the area in darkness. Each ghost opened its mouth, howling towards Lu Jun. Just as Su Yun was about to depart, a soft voice halted his steps. He professed deep affection for Mo Ran, yet until the very end, no one could discern his true intentions, shrouded in mystery. Nie Tianxing, your fate is sealed. The Lingyu Xian emperor erupted in jubilant laughter, and with Nie Tianxing's strength waning, it signified their opportunity to redeem their past disgrace. Countless chains materialized beneath the feet of Yu Ying, not of iron, but of stone, unbreakable and expanding like a spider's web, ensnaring all 5 individuals before Elder Yu. Chapter 132. Yu Zian was ensnared by the medicine. I am unwell. I shall take my leave, Jiang Liwu declared before departing, avoiding the man's gaze, fearful of softening. Unbeknownst to Jiang Liwu, the man fixated on her retreating figure, contemplating her suggestion of enticing him. Jiang Liwu had a habit of gaining some understanding of the places she frequented. It should pertain to the trio of the Bingbing sisters and Ma Pingliang, who were casually chosen by her boss from the disco team. As everyone lay down asleep, fully clothed, they would awaken and rush out of the cave. The mere concept of absorbing public savings for investment triggered a highly sensitive nerve among all banks. Fang Zhe recognized the sudden shift in her voice, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall who it was. He looked up. Initially, he thought that upon witnessing the severe losses in the disaster-stricken areas, they would cease their exploitation, but upon further inspection, it was evident they showed no signs of repentance. Therefore, he declared, "Let us settle the accounts now, and I will instruct the warriors to raid the homes of all unscrupulous merchants within the 10 provinces." At that moment, the pikemen behind him thrust their spears sharply from above their shields as trained. Clearly, Lu Chuan's brow furrowed, for this world had been shattered by the users of biochemical factories, leaving Lu Chuan with the impression that it was a world more apocalyptic than an actual apocalypse. It is no wonder that the multiverse has birthed numerous legendary creatures, yet the existence of demigods remains exceedingly rare. This very threshold can deter 99 of legendary beings. Numerous media outlets provided justifications for the Nuggets, citing the absence of head coach George Karl, with Adrian Dantley at the helm. Even the honest Billups acknowledged the detrimental impact of lacking a head coach, considering Karl's record of over 900 victories compared to Dantley's mere 12. General Chun, I apologize, but this soldier has stolen my wife's belongings, and she has decreed that he must be executed. Yang Deng coldly addressed Jin Xuanli. 2 azure figures descended in succession, with Yu Wuhan casually seeking a chair to sit, and continue observing the spectacle. The middle-aged man in white remained silent, coldly scrutinizing Xiao Rang and Bing Gun's antics, eager to discern the true identity of Xiao Rang's master. Within the Lan Yu pavilion, Yu Wuhan crossed his palms, channeling his vital energy, causing the originally exquisite folding fan to fragment into several blades, radiating a gentle glow as they whirled around him. Recently injured, he deemed it unwise to practice. However, placing all hope on that young girl felt profoundly unsettling. At that moment, Yu Wuhan's face bore no trace of smile. "I have come to take your life," he declared, his demeanor betraying no hint of emotion, as if addressing a stranger. With that, the fan shot forth, transforming into 4 Shura blades aimed at Zhongqing. Only the provinces of Zhili, Hunan, Gansu, Shaanxi, and Shandong remained under Yuan Shirkai's control. Subsequently, parts of Shaanxi, Shandong, Gansu, Qinghai, Tibet, and Xinjiang declared independence. Though they were soon reined in, the divine selection served more as bait, enticing evolutionists and those with abilities to invade the vast prison of the wild realm with the lure of ascension. Yet, what could be the true purpose behind such actions? Nevertheless, astute observers could surmise that Wei Qi Wang's implication was, as a monarch, could one truly traverse to the celestial realm safely? Moreover, the second one revealed a series of conspiracies. If these plots held any truth, would the celestial realm accommodate a monarch? Raindrops cascaded from the heavens, landing upon my face, rendering my breaths labored, as if a colossal mountain were attempting to crush me beneath its weight. I could not help but ponder the sentiment of Sun Dasheng when he was trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Given the substantial proportion of travelers from Huaxia visiting Phuket, various airlines across the country conducted time investigations, which was a result all travel agencies were eager to see. Individuals of his ilk seldom engaged with others unless absolutely necessary. Thus his presence before Shi today was a remarkable act of goodwill. Her actions left Lin Nan feeling somewhat awkward. Yi Xiaorou's fiery words were directed at Li Chunxiao. Yet somehow, it was Lin Nan who bore the brunt of the blame, leaving him to silently endure the injustice. Until now, Xiaolei and Chen Yan had only learned from Zihua that there existed even more advanced treasures beyond the accompanying sacred artifacts. It was not solely they who possessed such divine weaponry. The Taishu divine artifact, revered even by Zihua, had long existed. I could only draw my blade, remaining vigilant of my surroundings, wary of being discovered by other spectral beings. Yang Ding emerged from his delightful reverie, feeling the brevity of time, as he withdrew his hands, sensing the lingering warmth in his palms. Why are beautiful moments always so fleeting? Why did Wang Zihan insist he remove his hands? What harm would it have been to linger a while longer? In a contest of equal strength, it would take an ordinary celestial being at most a single incense stick's duration to confine the opponent. Not to mention defeating Peng Yushi, even prolonged confinement would be impossible. Chapter 133. Do you think you can play the savior and redeem me? It is utterly nauseating. Then, he pressed his brother's palm. The sizzling sound accompanied by curling wisps of white smoke that carried a savory aroma, rousing his brother from unconsciousness, who took a moment to comprehend the situation. Who are you? What do you want? At this moment, Jiang Liwu appeared to the others as a beautiful demon, while they were akin to livestock awaiting slaughter. Jiang Wenwu bellowed, "Let us fight. Do you think I fear you?" He had arrived a tad late, having held little hope, yet upon hearing those words, he felt a flicker of opportunity and promptly drew his weapon, engaging in a chaotic battle with the two. Wu Yifan gently dried his damp hair with a towel, saying, "I saw M.O. Linghuan swim up by herself, so I took her hand and helped her out." Wu Yifan turned to look at M.O. Linghuan as he spoke. To eternally keep his first love in his heart and ignite the unwavering flame of loyalty with his beloved, the youthful heart had unconsciously forged a sturdy lock. Could leaving truly unlock this heart and allow him to forget her? Could it extinguish the flames of love he harbored for her? Hang Jing, his mother, surely understood his sentiments. "You, and by you have competed for years. It is time to let it go," she advised. Upon reaching this point, Fan Yinyan felt a chilling sense of dread. It appeared that the police were indeed targeting him. If their scrutiny was so stringent merely to gain access to the biological park, how could he possibly enter? The individuals clad in military attire were exceptionally skilled in their roles, uniformly embodying the character of the atmosphere. A child, though lost, could be replaced in time. Yet she would forever bear the weight of guilt in her heart for the loss incurred because of her. Such formidable prowess must surely be a shortcut. But would it come without repercussions? Lei Dachui expressed his astonishment. The mute servant, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly and in a state of alarm, performed a deep bow before instinctively joining the two maids in extinguishing the flames with soil. Meanwhile, at the gambling house, Bang sought out Zhang Yaoyang to inquire about the matter he mentioned days prior. Yi Meng realized that Qi Zong and Hongmeng Tianjiao had turned against one another, and Qi Zong's strength was vastly inferior to that of Hongmeng Tianjiao, forcing them into hiding from the latter's pursuit. Many faces flushed crimson, evidently enraged by the actions of the Gu family, yet they chose to endure in silence. Su Feng offered no further explanation, asserting that he lacked the desire to engage with applicants who were absent from the office during working hours. When the conflict erupted between the Dakin and the Vietnam gang in the abandoned building, the commotion was indeed considerable, marking one of the most brazen skirmishes in recent years. It cannot be said that the Northern Gathering Place, home to the Damo Financial Development Company, is the safest location in the city, but it is certainly close. Ilyong perceived the situation with clarity. Upon arriving in the Soviet Union, he felt invincible, believing he had the upper hand, but once faced with Dakin, all of his advantages crumbled in an instant. Hun Xian led Hun Feng into the realm of lost souls, leaving behind a multitude of corpses that reverberated through the hearts of onlookers, further solidifying the notorious reputation of the land of the lost souls. Shun Yinan experienced a pang of sorrow while simultaneously feeling fortunate that, prior to departure, he heeded Hun Feng's advice not to bring all of the elite from the Shin family. Zhao Lu, oblivious to the unfolding events, quickly switched to a tactical view and discovered that, including the evil seed fruits, all biological warships had ceased their movements. A stack of white paper was presented to Nanji Qiao, and Yi Jinjin leaned in to observe the content of one of the sheets. In Chapter 134, as he confronted the 5 cubs, he resembled the serpent from ancient Greek mythology that lured Adam and Eve into consuming the forbidden fruit, both beguiling and malicious. Panning Man regretted her decision to provoke this Medusa-like man, as she felt the passage of time weigh heavily upon her, filling her eyes with profound despair. To ensure that nothing went awry in capturing Uzion, she chose a location that was both secluded and cramped, devoid of surveillance. She wished for no interruptions, yet at that moment, she fervently prayed for someone to arrive. After retreating to her guest room, she finally exhaled in relief upon encountering her elder brother in the courtyard. As the conversation reached its climax, Shin Momo unexpectedly broke into tears, as if crying was the only means to release the sudden wave of oppressive emotion. Zhuo, observing her brother's worried demeanor and reproachful expression, felt a surge of joy within her. A series of green circles began to wash over a 30-mile radius, gradually normalizing the body temperatures of all within, ceasing their sneezing and alleviating their colds. With no grilled fish to eat, the animals gradually retreated, and even the diving whales vanished from sight. This incident reeked of conspiracy. Someone had undoubtedly orchestrated a scheme, and we must investigate thoroughly. Inside the cave, a haphazard pile of corpses lay strewn about, a sight that reassured Ron. Pangu unearthed the body of the Whisperer and counted over 30 corpses. The wiry man beside the burly figure remained silent, though a slight smile could be discerned at the corners of his mouth. The vehicle sped through the intersection. Fortunately, it was morning, and no other cars were present. Yet it had indeed run a red light. Jizé remained silent, lost in thought, staring blankly in the direction the other had vanished, his back turned to me, preventing a glimpse of his expression. After consuming the dragon's blood, which had stabilized his injuries, Yi Hongchun seized a towel to bind his injury, then sprang up, transforming a single finger into a sword and thrusting it toward Qi Jisen's heart. A sharp crack resonated as Han Meng's chest visibly caved in, propelling him backward. Outside, the sound of wooden clappers echoed 3 times. It was now the dead of night, yet I felt no inclination to sleep. Rising from my bed, I donned my clothing, preparing to take a stroll. The guild battle had yet to commence, but the atmosphere had already instilled a sense of morale among the players in the Huaxia Alliance, and the sheer number of participants was astonishing. Later, I found myself in a stalemate with Tasha, who commanded Su Murang to kill me, yet he refrained from doing so. Subsequently, he recounted events from our father's generation, revealing that he sought revenge because my father had killed his. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something suspicious surrounding his father's death. Was that individual truly so cold-hearted as to ignore the evils unfolding before his eyes? Heir, however, displayed a smile of excitement. If she could meet him in Huaxia, why wait any longer? For him, refining and incorporating it into his acupoints was not a daunting task, nor did it pose significant danger. The mechanic he had severely injured ultimately perished, not from untreated wounds, but by Rodney's order, citing the need for confidentiality regarding the Tianqi technology. Interestingly, while he had commanded the execution of the individual, it was Rodney himself who carried out the sentence. In a flash, he appeared before the eager, muscular man, delivering a kick that sent several robust figures tumbling through the air. Landing on the stage, 8 youths sprawled side by side, spilling blood and gasping for breath. In Chapter 135, as he recognized the 5 cubs, they understood the truth yet could not expose Yu Zion, for Jiang Liwu placed her trust in him. Should they emerge at this juncture to denounce Yu Zion, especially as his older brothers, what would that render them in Jiang Liwu's eyes? She would only feel more sympathy for Yu Zion. Jiang Liwu grasped Yu Zion's hand tightly, placing the back of her hand against his forehead, inquiring about his condition and whether he still felt unwell. In light of the earlier poisoning incident, they had been vigilant in the prison of the Northtown Pacification Office, only to find that their adversaries seemed to be aware of their plans, never sending any toxic meals. Individuals like them, upon realizing their status was no longer secure, would strike quickly. This had been the case for many years. Otherwise, how could they maintain their stronghold in the capital and become a formidable force? All occurrences transpired amidst the night, resulting in casualties on both sides during the confrontation with the Time military, ultimately leading to the complete annihilation of the enemy forces utilizing the boulders preemptively prepared by Xiaozhun. A chill ran through me, for I understood what compromise entailed in such circumstances. As the journey continued, the guide strode forward, the mercenaries maintaining their distance, weapons drawn and ready for combat. In response to the skepticism of the gathered cultivators, Lu Daming exhibited no shame, instead wearing a smug expression. Moreover, with Zhao Jinjia deceased, relocating her grave would earn son Qinxiang and son, the monk, 3 million, which could be considered a stroke of fortune. Bianliang City was truly the domain of the 9 dragons controlling the waters, a testament to the prosperity of the Northern Song dynasty, unmatched throughout the history of Huaxia. Fusu understood their intent in calling out and quickly nodded, humbly assisting General Wang Ben to his feet. His clothing spontaneously ignited, and in an instant, he was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes. "Father, what are you doing?" "I have money, though uncertain of how much savings my father-in-law possessed." Such generosity was beyond comprehension. "Since the Daqin has stripped various tribes of their right to maintain private armies, we have resorted to recruiting guests and gathering household servants. If one falls ill, they may seek medical attention. Remember to take your medicine, and should you lack the funds to purchase it, I shall provide for you." Chao Ji's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. The Yin family is not exceedingly wealthy, yet they are certainly not of such humble means that they need to fret over finances. Beneath her vibrant exterior lay an explosive physique, which masked her frail disposition and added a touch of rosy hue. Over the past century, the common folk have transitioned from a state of cold and hunger to one of security and prosperity, living without worry. At this moment, Jia Mer swiftly approached Naru, his fist imbued with magical energy drawing near to Nuaru's head. "Do you not wish to dismantle the Shua Tian group and the Tianshi sect? Will you collaborate with us?" Cui Shen asked, twisting his mustache. Upon hearing this, Mei Lu began to grasp the broader context of the situation. She was taken aback by the manner in which individuals chose to conclude their lives. Long Sheng cast a fleeting glance at the individual, his expression calm, neither exhibiting anger nor excitement. In the southern part of the city, a grove of trees had recently become the subject of ghostly rumors. Nestled at the foot of the mountain and adjacent to the trade route, it had attracted many merchants, causing the tales to spread rapidly. The wooden box bore a latch, yet it was not locked. I glanced at the others in the dormitory. They were all asleep. "Brother XNE, please come inside." Peng Haoming gestured invitingly, leading him into the office. Chapter 136. The 6th offspring has arrived. There are matters more significant than one's own feelings and safety, namely, the person before me. Fu Siyu, CMO Cheng, Yin Wenyu, and Wei Shifeng wore expressions of constipation, their lips twitching. What had they heard? Was Yu Ziyin soft-hearted? Gentle? How splendid! Was it a challenge to suppress laughter? They conceded defeat. Only the stepmother could be deceived by Yu Ziyan's exterior. Or perhaps it was because Jiang Liwu had always regarded them as children. Thus, Zhu Jun stealthily entered Hao Xian's residence, fearing discovery by the neighbors. He could only use a flashlight, refraining from turning on the lights. Regardless of who was responsible, the outcome remained the same. After all, the infrastructure had been underway for 3 months. If not for my initiation, this place would still be barren land, devoid of any progress. Huang Xiaoming continued to argue. The skill Dragon Break Slash was effortlessly unleashed in a Feng Xiao Zhao's chest, the immense power of the holy dragon piercing through her shield and entering her body, draining her of vitality. It is of no concern. The Qi beast is robust, and a few strikes will not harm me. Zhao Ji need not worry. After all, it was Qi Wu Li who acted first and deserved some punishment. Jiang Qi feigned nonchalance. With a furious roar, the assassin's figure manifested. I launched forward with lightning speed, pressing my entire body against the assassin, the longbow in my hand transforming into a dagger, ready to strike, when I felt a soft and searing warmth at my chest. No need, no need. We have our ways of dealing with this. Your kindness is appreciated, the burly man said, bowing his head to sip his tea, signaling a desire to conclude the conversation with Qin Feng. What do you know? How is it that you still live? Seeing your pitiful state makes me want to kill you, to flay you alive. The copy of Zheng Jia gritted his teeth at his original self. Chun Lang rose from the ground with one hand, but at that moment, Kato Chuan instantly counterattacked, using the leg that Chun Lang had not broken to leap into the air, striking out with a knife aimed directly at Chun Lang's brow. There were already 2 factions involved, yet what Qin Feng truly feared was not them, but the mysterious force that tracked him using trained wild creatures. These individuals acted with utmost secrecy, and their underlying power was beyond imagination. Once they made a move, it would surely be with unyielding determination. Boom! Luo Yingnan attempted to ambush Yi Xiu while he was distracted. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiu was already anticipating his move, deftly deflecting Luo Yingnan's palms with a series of strikes, landing a blow on his shoulder. Do you admire him? She seemed somewhat impatient. Su Rui was about to shake her head, but Uncle Zhong squeezed her arm firmly. During this rebellion, Chun Gong had almost become their cornerstone, and being a renowned strategist in the realm. Zhang Miao's expression softened upon his arrival. In an instant, Ling Tian's vision darkened. His body trembled as he fell into an illusion, ensnared in an incredibly vivid world. Yun Hao handed a set of martial arts techniques to Tom and Lao Ding, indicating that they should copy them and distribute them. This remark from Shi Ji Kai was akin to an atomic bomb, detonating chaos within Cao Cao's camp. However, it was too late for them to escape now, for Yuan Xiao was unaware that the unhinged Cao posed not merely as an angel, but rather as a devil, one freshly emerged from hell. Of course, this could merely be the first batch of experimental products, with potentially more refined and modified ammunition to emerge in the future. Truly practical and useful. Shaoling heir, donned in white, appeared as pure as snow, her skin delicate and flawless, exuding an ethereal aura that deeply captivated Ji Changfeng. Chapter 137. Protect your granddaughter-in-law and recognize the 6th offspring. After her departure, why had no one informed her of the severe injuries sustained by Cui Yunye's leg? Why did they only say that everyone was well, attributing their infrequent gatherings to busy work? But what was truly well about the situation? One suffers from manic depression, deluding themselves into believing they are a powerful beast for self-protection. Another has endured years of insomnia, having scarcely enjoyed a restful night. Yet another, plagued by a stomach ailment and a penchant for alcohol, eats merely to survive. And one, burdened by severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, may even faint under duress. He thought he was dreaming, turning to grab his phone to check the time. It was merely 6:10 a.m. He reviewed the call log, realizing that the previous call had indeed been real. Zhang Rui Ming hurriedly got up, dressed, and rushed to the scene. After organizing everything, Yu Shiyang called Qiu Wanjun, offering a brief greeting. By mid-morning, the aroma wafting from the Liu family's kitchen stirred appetites, leaving one longing for a meal despite having eaten abundantly that morning. Lan Wei Sun opened the envelope, which contained little more than a letter and a key. Those who criticized Chun Ming included not only Chunan, but also others. Even fans who admired him expressed dissatisfaction. Given the current circumstances, the 2 factions were barely at a stalemate, Wu Shimin had the assistance of Lu Laosan, while Lu Qiao had Lu Ying's support. Gritting his teeth, Han Sheng decided to cease hiding his strength, preparing to reveal one or two trump cards to eliminate Chu Feng first. So formidable, yet you still grasp it with your hand. Hurry and discard it, the elderly lady shouted, her face flushed with urgency. Now, let us return to the main topic. What news has everyone gathered today? When Sheng coughed lightly, concealing his amusement, Mu Luo was somewhat speechless. This individual appeared imposing and unsmiling, yet harbored such narcissism that it was almost unbearable to witness. This flying spirit beast had been arranged for them by Gui Yunyan. Being a low-level spirit beast, it struggled to maintain stability while carrying several deities. Song Chuan would certainly not comply with Zhao Yao's proposal. Yet he had no authority to refuse. Zhao Yao had poisoned him. If he did not agree to work for Zhao Yao, he would bleed from his 7 orifices and die instantly. During the emergence of the 9-headed thunder serpent, Mu Luo's veil had long since fallen, and Gua Yunci turned to her, slightly taken aback, only to discover that his belt was being held by her delicate and fair hand, rendering his expression awkward. Madame Zhang observed Zhao Yao's fondness for her cooking, her smile widening. She worried that he might overindulge and suffer discomfort, so she thoughtfully prepared him digestive pills. But when exactly did this happen? Why would one write such words to oneself? Who exactly does he refer to? Yet at this moment, KMZ had not yet seized power. Even if he wished to veto, he lacked a suitable justification. Noticing Chun An's uneasy expression, which had persisted in silence since he opened the letter, Li Zichenggu could not refrain from inquiring. With this assurance, I feel at ease. Effing DJN smiled. For this was indeed paramount. If one could not fell trees and clear land, any attempt to cultivate economic crops would be in vain. It was simply a predetermined conclusion. With a faint smile, this time, CHNYFN genuinely placed that divine heart upon his chest. BOF-ing glanced at the time and realized it was late. Knowing that Bo-Gu-Chi-ing should be resting, he decided against lingering. Rising to bid farewell. Upon learning of this matter, his elder sister became increasingly concerned for her younger brother. For effing DJ and treated her with more kindness than his own sister. He helped prepare the house, offered shares, and arranged matters for the in-laws. Chapter 138. They're not Jiang Liwu's boyfriends. Shing's eyes brimmed with confusion as he clenched his jaw, his breath momentarily stilled. Jiang Liwu could not overlook the fact that CUY New York remained seated in a wheelchair. Ultimately, she inquired, Xiao Y, how is your leg? Her hand rested upon CUY New York's knee, her eyes filled with heartfelt sorrow, a wave of self-reproach washing over her. Unbeknownst to Jiang Liwu, a misunderstanding had arisen. 2 of the most legendary players of the era announced their retirements within a span of 88 days. In the post-Jordan era, Kobe and Duncan each led their teams to secure 5 and 6 championships, respectively. Now, with their retirements, a new epoch was about to dawn. NCH11 took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and smiled, saying, Is there a lake here? She pointed ahead. YSH pressed her lips together in silence, discreetly unsheathing the sword from her waist, her entire being coiled with tension, her eyes gleaming with an unmistakable sharpness. Nchio followed closely behind him, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach, resembling a prickly hedgehog, surpassing even the imposing presence of the esteemed Mr. Who ahead of them. KOSHN stated that last time. BILN, I should have invited him along. He knew which Western restaurant was delightful. In the morning, he visited the Hu family only to find S.Ing.Y. New York and absent. After inquiring with the servant, he learned she had gone out with Mr. Hu. TNM Egu would naturally not let this opportunity slip by. GDIR presumed that humiliation had left a lasting scar in his heart, while Jiru believed that being exposed in such a state, watched by many, had rendered him psychologically unfit. Unexpectedly, he was dismissed by the Emperor of Absolute Heaven, which left him feeling deeply aggrieved. GH understood F.Ing.M's temperament and did not seek to exchange seats with the flight attendants, remaining close to F.Ing.M instead. Moreover, regarding your act of violence, if it weren't for Captain L.N's intervention, would you still have the leisure to chat here? This person was purely considerate of L.N.G.Z.H.N. After all, the land of Tianf was reclusive, seldom concerning itself with worldly affairs. One could come or go as they pleased without much fuss. Just as he shouted, A mysterious chant suddenly resonated from the high altar. Hence, QNG found herself somewhat vexed by General WN's rigidity. She thought it unnecessary to be so dutifully obstructive, as she could have resolved matters herself. With Brother L personally overseeing, it couldn't be better. SWQ was the first to clasp his fists and smile. In truth, their attire was quite eye-catching as they strolled down the street. It would indeed be peculiar if anyone were to overlook them. PSH Ng found it difficult to associate such a person with a commanding figure capable of intimidating filthy vagabonds. With a smile still lingering on his face, a sudden loud crash echoed, the sound of cracking reverberating like a shattered eggshell. He had no desire to engage in combat with those repugnant individuals. If it came to a bare-knuckle fight, he would likely vomit up everything he had consumed in recent days. Chapter 139. Aspiring to be a good father figure. He entices her, who spread the rumors that tarnish the innocence of my stepmother. If he discovers this, the individual he seeks to confront will not even recognize his mother. SHTNGN turned away, unable to maintain his composure. His tongue traced his gums, pressing against his cheek, the upward curve of his lips betraying his agitation. Their lament was palpable. In 2 years, the great war among the 3 clans would erupt. By then, the tranquil days humanity had enjoyed for over a decade would become a distant memory. It was not that LY lacked the responsibility expected of a man, but in his heart, the person of utmost importance was evidently GNYYO, and thus he could not bear to hurt her. In the war zone, the battle rifle bore numerous chips. Although crafted from fine materials, it ultimately fell short. He believed he should possess more experience than those 2 novices, allowing him to avoid some missteps, and he anticipated that the knowledge he had acquired on Earth would yield different results here. Persistently drawing the curtains, he remained oblivious to the situation inside. Should he cut the power, or perhaps disrupt the internet? This would grant them an opportunity to masquerade as property management or telecommunications personnel to investigate the circumstances, J and Z proposed. Hu Sh Ing had yet to make any move when a second bolt of tribulation lightning fell without warning, imbued with a searing intensity that struck Hu Sh Ing, as though he had plunged into lava, causing his bones to shatter instantaneously. Her belly was swollen, and the momentum of the life-sustaining worm had grown even more formidable than before their departure. Do not worry, look, that is QNG. Hing SHO cheerfully pointed ahead, where QNG sat astride a fierce bird, embracing HMI. The eyes he possessed were akin to humans, belonging to a higher dimensional life form. Yet curiously, they were positioned atop his head, and the ghostly flame in his hand seemed to serve as his weapon. Perhaps the invaders of Jizing City were merely a faction of those who imprisoned the LW, or were their true intentions behind the incursion? Did they seek to enslave the realm of the immortals, while simultaneously the captors of the LW executed incursions into other territories? Were they aiming for cosmic unification or aspiring to dominate the primordial chaos? Presenting to Her Majesty, lost in thought, Su Nyu had already reached the entrance. Gently bending her knees in a respectful greeting to Shi Ofi, YJ narrowed his eyes, offering no explanation. He had long sensed that NRN was far from ordinary, and a good habit acquired during his time as a hunter was to pay absolute attention to those who appeared exceptional. At this moment, the elite disciples of UNMN arrived in succession, and everyone busily engaged in welcoming them. Setting aside the previous topic. Clad in a maid's attire, the crown princess? A man produced a silk handkerchief and approached, gently lifting WX's hand, which she reflexively withdrew. The vigor of youth was admirable, their legs taut. Even through 2 layers of fabric, they could still feel each other's warmth. This sensation resembled being in a high-speed vehicle driven by QNQ or LMNSH, where life and death were entirely beyond one's control, an utterly frustrating experience. The shadows cast by the dense foliage of the grand tree obscured his features, allowing only a flicker of his gaze to betray his intent. As if he had spotted his quarry, his lips curling into a noble and alluring smile. Enduring the pain in silence, WX sat quietly on the ground, her eyes devoid of color, and the sight of her brought heartache to Heir. Although WX had not been particularly close to her, her formidable spirit earned Heir's admiration. Due to the influence of the Emperor and YJNGCH, Ing, no one in the capital dared to marry her, and Chio and Ngiel herself was unable to bear children. Haha, so that is how it is. Everything will turn to nothingness. The Night Ming Palace, the city of extreme cold, even the entire northernmost land will be reduced to ashes. It seems she sensed the tremendous destructive power within her heart, and I let out a manic laugh, continuously shouting in frenzy. Chapter 140. It is not an illusion. The man is truly enticing her. Realizing her thoughts, Jiang Liwu pressed her forehead slightly, halting her train of thought. Just when Jiang Liwu believed she would not encounter Ing again today, he unexpectedly appeared at the same dining table as her. He changed into a new outfit, impeccably dressed, exuding a somewhat cold and ascetic demeanor. The gaze he directed toward her resembled that of a disciplined monk, as if he were not the same person who had cornered her over an hour ago, shedding his clothes and uttering words of indifference. Shang Tingyan took his seat, having not only saved Feng Beichen, but also aligned himself with humanity in this epic battle against demons. Initially, such thoughts had never crossed their minds. Yet that cold instructor was exceedingly twisted, having caused many players to falter under his hand. In just half a day's time, over 30 players had dwindled to just above 20. However, it remained uncertain whether frustration might lead someone to seek trouble with Su Su. Yang, like most individuals from DX survived on nutrient solutions, yet other inhabitants of DX were quite eager to savor the diverse cuisines of different planets. It seemed there were mechanisms at play. Su Jun, being at the pinnacle of the late-stage Jiejing realm, could easily conceal his presence from all Jiejing cultivators using some treasures. Each household in Gaojia village possessed a food storage cave, utilizing the well-ventilated and dry environment to keep potatoes and sweet potatoes fresh for a year. Xiao Mandong felt a deep sense of unease as she navigated the corridor until she reached a fork, peeking outside, only to be taken aback by what she saw. Ever since she leaped from the high second floor during the battle with the fourth young master, jumping out of windows had become a trivial matter for her. Mo Fengye was indeed somewhat astonished. The creature before him appeared to be one of the divine beasts recorded in the Shenzhou. It lay in the depths of the 10,000 Beast Tower in such a state, clearly having been deceased for many years. Lung Feng chuckled and repeatedly declined, but ultimately could not withstand Long Linger's persistent pleas and consented to meet her first, feeling a headache from such arrangements. Some matters, once initiated, could lead to unforeseen complications. One might fear that beneath the surface lies a far greater pit, leading to one's own downfall. Yet a pit is still a pit. It will inevitably collapse someday, resulting in a nightmare. In just half a day, Nambo Shenxing had already reached the foot of Kasai City. The Beijiao army, still awaiting evacuation orders, were filled with dread upon spotting the knights clad in white robes. Beiluan was to teach him a harsh lesson, as the arrogant warrior, disregarding others, dared to challenge the top 2 combatants from the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy, drawing the ire of many. As long as the Arashur Bird Saka Mountain City, Miaoko Pavilion, and Nakazaka Pavilion remained secure, the direction of Ushinano could not be easily breached. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Lung Feng stepped inside. Within the spacious courtyard, over 50 men dressed in samurai attire had formed a circle, observing Wang Tongfei engaging in a spar with a man in his 30s, with cheers and encouragement echoing around them. Aside from the iron spears and plate armor of the ancient Roman legions, their equipment sufficed for combat in the islands. First, Gugu had shed the identity of a destroyer, prompting speculation among the crowd about whether this was why he survived within the black hole. In Chapter 141, with a hint of cunning, she aimed to ensnare him. The man's taut suit pants drew more attention than the white ball on the table. Jiang Liwu could hardly focus on the spherical object, for there was something far rounder before her. Shang Tingyan leaned forward, akin to a king of allure, captivating Jiang Liwu's gaze entirely. As the sound of the ball striking echoed once more, both Jiang Liwu and Gu Yuchuan marveled in unison, though one exclaimed, "What a fine curve!" Li Dong discreetly retrieved a replica of the Xiantian mirror, infused it with his energy, and within moments, a dim glow illuminated the mirror's surface, revealing a hazy image. "Teacher, please let me explain. This is because my mother had an accident, and he came to fetch me. There was no other intention," Qianjin clarified. Thus far, his body had only integrated the beast blood crystal in his hands and feet to its fullest extent, while the rest of his body had yet to commence integration, leaving ample room for further development. Soon, they identified Zhou Zhou, who had undergone a facial transformation. In the monitoring room, though the mall's camera only captured his departure. However, just as the ancestral deity was nearly invisible in the realm of humanity, the realm lord remained an elusive entity, often existing only in legends. Meanwhile, in the backyard, the subordinates finally procured several shovels and began digging, having enough sense not to harm the master hidden below the soil. Zhu Yuanlong and Li Yakin descended into an ancient ruin, where the stone walls bore faint traces of ancient patterns, weathered by the passage of time, suggesting they had endured an eternity. And he prepared to undertake a preliminary task, yet faced the dilemma of procuring an outfit. In the past, Rihi and Princess Mu could conspire to sneak individuals in, but with Ying Wang now in power, she dared not do so. All eyes were fixed on the striking, yet overly charming newcomer battling against the equally handsome, yet low-key campus heartthrob. Fortunately, Fuquan quickly reacted, sidestepping as his sword whirled swiftly to sever the wolf's claw. The once vibrant and revitalized senior brother now bore a countenance of despair, having lost all vitality. No matter where Qin Shu Wang was, he would remain by her side, even if it meant facing death. Without the ability to refine pills, she could not purchase the Wu Su grass, and without it, she could accomplish nothing else. The alchemy furnace appeared satisfactory. It should suffice for pill refinement. The other faction was a prestigious sect, one of the 5 mountain sword sects, Huashan sect. 30 years prior, Huashan had suffered a great calamity, suddenly afflicted by a plague, leaving only a handful of survivors and significantly diminishing their strength, plummeting from the top of the 5 mountain sword sects to the very bottom. In Chapter 142, as they drove into the village, the mountain roads proved treacherous. Fortunately, Wei Shifeng had the foresight to choose a high-clearance off-road vehicle, or they might not have made it before nightfall. The vehicle traversed rugged terrain, finally arriving before sunset. After disembarking, Jiang Liwu looked up, hands on her hips, inhaling deeply the fresh air, as the bumpy journey had nearly made her nauseous. Their maneuver struck directly at Hua Tianshi, sending him flying and causing him to vomit blood profusely upon impact. Yet, Jin Yangwei could no longer endure the scene. Being rather impolite, she abruptly hung up the phone. To his left, at the center of the conference table, sat Wang Zhengwei, the actual leader of Haizhou Prison and his former superior. When Chen Xiaoqing approached Li Jinhua, he noticed an unusual expression on Li Jinhua's face, whose gaze was fixed upon Uncle Chen. Internally, she felt a surge of excitement, her mind momentarily clouded, ready to agree. Yet as she opened her mouth, her mother's visage flashed through her mind, dimming her expression. The city lord's cultivation had grown even stronger, and it seemed that soon he would break through to the realm of kings. Li Xiuxiu remarked with admiration. She sensed Zhang Jifa's hand gradually inching toward her back, loosening the undergarment that had been tightly wrapped around her. He glanced toward the shadows and spoke slowly, his voice resonant. "Come forth." He addressed the hidden figure, exuding an air of authority. As he lifted his robe and departed, after a moment, a youth of around 13 or 14 emerged from behind a screen in Yinxia Hall. Resembling the noble consort, yet distinctly different from Shimin, Zhou Li was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Kong Xing's unexpected actions. However, what terrified her more was the potential discovery of this matter by her husband, Kong Yuan. Yet in another twist of fate, the anticipated calamity did not befall Xiao Yifei, but was instead shielded by a colossal dragon that intervened. The puppet-like form exuded an aura of rigidity, akin to that of a zombie, with every movement appearing incredibly unnatural. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous low-tier demon beasts, as well as formidable ones at the general level. Yet Xiao Yifei remained unfazed, his aspirations set far beyond such trivialities, allowing them to escape without a second thought. As the atmosphere thickened, a cacophony of moths descended from the sky, enveloping Manor Duo and a multitude of malevolent cultivators. It is worth noting that these 2 spiritual herbs were indeed exceedingly rare. His initial intent was merely to harness the power of the Tianlong Merchants Association to procure them. After Long Yang and his companion departed, the waiter approached to settle the bill, which amounted to 20,000 yuan, a sum that left Lu Tianqi gritting his teeth in pain. With the departure of the crowd, the binding effects of the formation began to wane, allowing Luo Ming, now a vessel of demonic energy, to struggle once more. Despite the myriad reasons for celebration within the Yuming sect, a significant concern loomed. The sect leader, Lord Lu Tianqi, remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Zhou Weiliang forcefully kicked a student from the second floor to the ground below, solely because the student had arrived too early for class and was disrupting his much-needed afternoon nap with boisterous antics. After a considerable time, he squatted down to gather the scattered pieces of paper, cradling them in his hands as he sat at the table, painstakingly reassembling them with tape. "I am the ruler of Wakuni, Tian Yujioshi," he declared, presenting a gold medal to assert his identity. However, Zhou Ada did possess a certain unattractiveness, compounded by the rather mundane nature of his name. It appeared that the esteemed General Zhou Yu had orchestrated a scheme by gifting a stolen melody to his adversary. Upon arriving in Changsha, Li Qinggong, covered in feathers, stormed into the marketplace alongside Niu Gong, both in desperate need of change of attire. Mu Donghai had not anticipated the shocking sight before him, his eyes widening in disbelief, followed by a fit of relentless coughing. "How dare you set fire to our royal palace?" Tian Yujioshi exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically at the sight of the inferno consuming a structure that had stood for centuries. "Not yet, Assistant Director. Let us first ascertain if this scene is satisfactory to avoid the need for reshooting and re-soaking later. Song," he suggested with a grin. As Tian spoke, the tall white protector summoned his energy, resolutely determined to eliminate Tian. At that moment, however, a smile crept upon Tian's lips, hinting at a cunning scheme. "We're my friends. If they lose even a single hair, I will hold you accountable," Xiang Zishi sternly reminded Hua Jiuqi. With a mutual understanding reached among the group, they persisted without pause as their internal energies surged, emanating boundless power from their beings, creating an overwhelming presence beneath each of their feet. As Tian shook his head, he stood up and walked toward the cave entrance, traversing the water's surface without sinking at all, as if invisible hands were supporting him. Thus, Xin Feifei truly needed to experience life within the realm of ordinary humanity, to grasp the essence of existence and seek her familial ties. She gasped for breath, her obsidian-like eyes shimmering with confusion, fear, and shyness. This could be a military-grade product. If someone is drugged, a single whiff should bring them back to consciousness, she thought as she placed it near the deceased's nose. "Damn it, that is not what I meant," Nangong Jin shouted in frustration, his voice strained as he directed his ire at Ning Baobei. Upon witnessing that the first round of competition involved Go, he breathed a sigh of relief and approached the board, raising his gaze to observe the game. Chapter 143. To express affection is to offer a kiss. Not merely a kiss. Her eyes, clouded with confusion and appearing almost in a dreamlike state, led her to rise from her bed and exit through a door into a narrow corridor. She paused before a door, pushing it open. Upon entering, she found Shang Tingyan clad in dark sleep pants, his upper body exposed, the contours of his muscular physique beautifully revealed. Seeing Jiang Liwu, he momentarily faltered, inadvertently nudging Enlingyu back, who blinked and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Yi Dujuan's occupation of the western city fortress had sparked envy among others in logistics, prompting some to intervene. It seemed Lin Pei had followed her. Otherwise, how would he have known who accompanied her? If he was indeed following her, it implied knowledge of her encounter with Yang Ling at the tavern, making any further deceit appear suspicious. The old nun voiced the question on everyone's mind, and they were eager to understand the origins of her intermittent madness, wishing to know how one might acquire such a condition. A peculiar sound, reminiscent of a laugh tinged with sorrow, echoed within the room, sending chills down Yuan's spine. Suddenly, recalling something, he dashed outside, reflecting on past events. Zhao Yun transitioned from indignation to trepidation, especially as Qing collapsed from exhaustion. She realized the time had come for her to take charge of the Yin family. Moreover, the two sisters-in-law from the Xia family had met Luo Qingyu and today introduced her to two more brothers and sisters from the Xia family, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Enlingyu was slightly taken aback, surprised that a seemingly casual remark had been remembered. This man was evidently not to be underestimated, though he still exhibited a degree of foolishness. Regardless, he was not her concern, so why should she be so invested? Wu Gang comfortably reclined once more on the escort cart, while Gao Zhuang diligently attended to him. Recognizing his exceptional prowess, even rogue cultivators would defer to him. With a heart full of determination, Luo Qingyu selected a dry patch of ground to sit upon, surveying her surroundings and listening to the subtle sounds of nature. savoring the beauty of falling leaves. The autumn breeze outside the tent is refreshing, Wang Ji murmured. In the future, I do not wish to be restrained by the great general, forced to endure punishment. Wang Ji epitomized youthful ambition, and as his fellow generals silently echoed his sentiments, they felt a chill at the thought of their future, cautioning themselves against following in Wei Yan's footsteps. This was not obtained through theft. Rest assured, they will not report it to the authorities. Lin Chong was candid, recounting the recent incident of betrayal to Bao Shige. His left sleeve had been shredded by the starry storm, leaving deep, jagged scars that marred his robust arm, culminating at his shoulder. It is evident that without my presence, such a species would not so easily manifest here, Su Jin remarked, gazing intently at the wild boar. From the look in your eyes, one could almost believe you were about to devour me. Those eyes of yours are unmistakably lustful, so you cannot be mere friends. Have you shared a bed? I vatized. Zhang Zichu spoke of the Lihu copper mine, recalling a mining disaster from years past that claimed numerous lives. Is it truly acceptable for such a tragedy to be forgotten? Are the lives lost not worth anything? And do the tears of mothers searching for their children flow in vain? Chapter 144. Jiang Liwu's affection for Shang Tingyan, a proposal. Shang Tingyan's long, robust hands, veins prominent, wrapped around Jiang Liwu's waist, measuring her with ease. What do you like? Jiang Liwu replied without hesitation, gazing into the eyes of the man before her. I like Shang Tingyan. Shang Tingyan's heart trembled as she imitated Jiang Liwu's probing question. Who harbored affections for Shang Tingyan? Jiang Liwu indeed cherished Shang Tingyan. In that moment, all the most exquisite wonders of the world blossomed. The sun, the moon, the stars, and the mountains. You rogue. First, you intruded upon my dormitory, and now you lurk by the restroom. Such behavior is unfit for a teacher. Han Jingjing rebuked vehemently. On stage, Guan Heping felt an intense dissatisfaction brewing within him. A lingering frustration from yesterday's events, yearning for an outlet to vent his emotions. As the adversary, wielding a knife, saw Chai Hua advance towards him, he instinctively stepped back to evade Chai Hua's kick, then swung his blade downwards. In a scenario where a battle vehicle's systems were evenly matched, possessing absolute mobility was akin to casually scattering water. It is said that a fox has the sharpest nose and the keenest ears. He insisted otherwise, suggesting that one might truly lose the trail. I had hoped to assist him in fulfilling his wishes before his departure. Tian Yuan, Situ Feiyang, and the Beast King were somewhat astonished, unaware of the existence of the Xiandao era, only familiar with a singular path referred to as Xiandao. Although Chan Shen's battle vehicle pierced the opponent's chassis from the side, gaining an advantageous angle, it still could not propel the enemy's vehicle. How did you find me? What led you to know I would pass through here? Mo Xiaosheng inquired, filled with questions. Li Ji smiled, expressing that he rather enjoyed this sensation. Despite the factory's various shortcomings and makeshift arrangements, it provided a semblance of home. Within a radius of 20 miles, all territories were under the watch of the guardian beast of the valley, and currently, that guardian beast was preoccupied with guarding the Millennium Blood Jew fruit, leaving no time to patrol its domain. This group of 6 was still deliberating on their strategy when voices of alarm erupted from Tianju's direction. They quickly turned to look and saw that the dark gray mist had spiraled down to the ground, appearing to cover a broader area than before, possibly indicating the devouring of players. What exactly is your plan? Ding Ro wondered uneasily, eyeing her unusually behaving boss. Just then, all the Naruto characters sprang into action, surrounding you from every angle, directly assaulting him. The two within the inner chamber exchanged glances filled with unspoken sentiments, while those in the outer chamber also communicated silently through their gazes. Nobles truly deserve their status. The Xinhe is revered as the aristocrat among birds, and this sentiment rings true at this moment. Su Jinan glanced over, noting that Lu Boyan had chosen a rather casual grapefruit hue, complimenting her makeup for the day without drawing excessive attention. After speaking, she observed San, Airbao, and everyone else nodding in understanding. In the end, someone even lamented the brilliance of their leader. She set down the basin with a sigh, realizing that having someone was better than being alone. Since Shi Jing had not voiced any objections, she refrained from criticizing her own young master. Indeed, though still filled with confusion, the captain of the Dark Division dared not voice further objections due to the oppressive presence of Shui Ying, only responding affirmatively before retreating. An intense fire ignited within me. How could someone dare to touch Lin Kerson's dairy re in my presence? Was this not blatant molestation? Lin Kerson had already retreated in fright to my side. Chapter 145, 6 times apart, abandoning the world to hide away. Jiang Liwu's eyes sparkled brighter, her face radiating a dazzling smile. Shang Tingyan stood captivated, his deep gaze immersed in a sense of enchantment. However, what Shang Tingyan did not anticipate was that the very next moment, the laughter of Jiang Liwu would be replaced by tears cascading down her cheeks, scorching his face. Soon, tear after tear fell like pearls from a broken string, leaving Shang Tingyan utterly at a loss. What happened? Why are you crying? Under the guidance of Zhuo Minmin, Wu Yi became increasingly familiar with the Tianhong garment factory, making his way directly to the office. Upon learning of Yun Cheng's identity, Mei Gui was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing the shadow, she slowly approached, patting the figure's shoulder with a smile. Doer, Bauer, go tell Daddy that if we are not released, we would rather starve than consume a single morsel, Xiang Zhao declared resolutely. Zhuo Qiu had yet to react when a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his scalp, and the next moment, his body was seized by Xiao Yang, lifted before a multitude of astonished gazes. Leaving Su Qingshua's office, Zhong Lonyang headed straight for the elevator, aiming for the sales department on the 12th floor. Wu Yi wanted to curse. Having already been provoked, it felt unfair to suddenly douse him with cold water. This is a nuclear-powered rocket engine. Only it can achieve single-stage orbit, single-stage lunar landing, or even single-stage solar system travel. Li Menghua gazed at the silhouette of Satellite 1 on the screen, his eyes filled with fervent light. Hu Xinshin calculated that this sunlight posed significant harm to the Zhuang realm, indicating that this trial needed to be expedited. Karen gasped, recalling the medicinal solution used during treatment. It must be the work of a heavenly alchemist. Otherwise, how could such miraculous potions be crafted? Arriving at the conference room with Tang Pengyu, he found many individuals already seated, officials and business leaders accompanying Prime Minister Yin Jiayun on his upcoming visit. Anelka felt too ashamed to show his face, while Ling Feng dared not enter, hiding at Lai Yi's residence for 3 days. According to your logic, aren't metals like steel entirely useless? The highest leader inquired. Witnessing Wang Yang's demeanor, Xian Xingzi felt a chill rise within, as an unrelated supporting character was summoned to roll the dice that determined victory or defeat. However, Nicola is unwilling to cooperate with us. What should we do now? Sasaki asked in frustration. Just as the massive burning doll flung Wang Yuxiang away, Kai Sudong had already pounced forward. Unexpectedly, at the moment those special forces raised their weapons once more, Yao Ryu suddenly snapped his fingers, causing all the guns to soar into the air, crumpled into a metallic mass by an almost imperceptible force before thudding to the ground. After a considerable time, the white foam and dust settled, revealing the dice beneath the container. Despite the terror emanating from Tion, Ling Xing's fear had long dissipated upon recognizing her as the one in disguise, rendering her makeup, no matter how terrifying, ineffective in instilling fear. Dream Changsheng remained unhurried. Having arrived early, he settled into his seat, leisurely indulging in his drinks while occasionally sensing glances from the crowd outside, though he paid them no mind. Chapter 146, Discovering a Swollen, Broken Mouth. The room fell silent, yet Shang Tingyan's heart remained restless, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. These memories that surged forth were not new occurrences. Shang Tingyan realized that these were genuine events from the past, despite having never disclosed these memories to anyone. Jiang Liwu seemed to possess an intimate understanding of them. Had they truly never been together in 6 attempts? But why? What could possibly hinder two people who harbored mutual affection? After Zhang Chan finished speaking, the reporters surrounding him finally noticed Han Miao standing beside him, instantly captivated by the beautiful assistant. Most absurdly, she was clad in a top with only 2 buttons fastened, leaving her upper body partially exposed, revealing glimpses of skin. This very awareness allowed them to act with reckless abandon, fully cognizant that without extraordinary opportunities, their lives would be fleeting. Reaching 50 was nearly a luxury. However, it is fortunate that, were it not for such circumstances, how could she repeatedly present herself before Jingfeng? The opponent before Yi Wen is indeed such a rival. Upon encountering Chu Tianlin and Yi Wen, the man adept in forbidden spells began to chant incantations. Subsequently, his body was enveloped in a fierce gale. causing him to hover in midair. Lai Pan approached the entrance, and the seemingly unremarkable passageway revealed a faint blue luminescence due to the presence of individuals nearby. Liang Jian then comprehended Shun Ao's intention. He had set himself up for this very moment. The Tao of spirit talismans had long since declined in the Central Plains, not only due to the loss of numerous advanced talismans, but also significantly attributed to the gradual deterioration in the quality of these talismans. During the Tang Dynasty, marrying a princess was a formidable challenge, far from the glamorous image often portrayed. Ultimately, after marrying the princess, one would find themselves subservient in the court, acting as a mere pawn to the emperor, while at home, one must still play the role of the subordinate, right or wrong. It was always the princess who was deemed correct. The soldiers of the Guishur camp responded in unison, promptly departing without a murmur of dissent or discontent. The moment the dagger was drawn, an undeniable glimmer of sharpness emanated, as if it could slice through the sweltering atmosphere surrounding them. Just as Zhang Quantian reached the water's edge, pursued by a formidable early-stage Jindan master and on the verge of losing his life, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One protected the head, while the other defended the surroundings, managing to create an impenetrable defense in a short span of time. Although Tang Hai concealed his intentions well, Qin Yang discerned something amiss. Tang Hai was indeed hiding matters of significance. What does it mean to return to the origin? It signifies reverting everything to its primordial state. Even the expanse of the cosmos, if Shenlang's strength were sufficient, could be transformed into its original condition. Where do these individuals come from? Mo Yuan, seated at Zhang Yingxia's position, inquired curiously as she perused the candidates' profiles. Lei Ming had previously experienced the might of the Six Meridians' divine sword and certainly would not dare to counter Shenlang's sword aura with mere protective true energy. The demonic cultivator was momentarily taken aback and hastily swore to his inner demon that such clandestine matters were not meant for outsiders to know. Having inadvertently acquired knowledge of them, the likelihood of being silenced surged, prompting him to assure otherwise. Chapter 147 unveiled a new memory. Jiang Liwu glanced over, and Xiaoyi was having breakfast together. Cui Yunya sat beside her, the moisture on him rather pronounced. Upon noticing his damp hair, Jiang Liwu asked, "Did you shower? Even with short hair, you should dry it, otherwise you might fall ill." "I am fine. My health is robust, and I will dry off quickly," he replied, his voice hoarse as if he had not slept all night, and his current state seemed to reflect that. The dark circles under his eyes were evident. Of course, within the confines of the prison, both practitioners and colossal beasts constantly yearned for freedom from their cages. Regrettably, the absence of the hamster rendered it impossible for him to receive a timely warning. Thus, he pondered whether maintaining a normal performance would suffice to avoid any issues. While he was aware of his connections, shortening the investigation period to 3 days was indeed a formidable challenge. The beleaguered half-beast leader had not anticipated that everyone aside from him would meet utter annihilation, leaving his expression ashen. The photograph, though not particularly clear, still allowed for the discernment of the faded inscription on the yellowed note. She stumbled and fell to the ground, and even in her clumsiness, she recognized a hint of the truth. Jin Qing had never endured such torment. The sensation of wishing for death yet being unable to attain it was excruciating. "My lord, I am toxic. I cannot be consumed. Eating me will lead to poisoning. I carry countless ailments," the king of slaughter hastily implored. Why did the citizens dare to initiate laser weapon attacks on extraterrestrial spacecraft ahead of others? According to those at the command center on the ground, it could be attributed to 2 primary motives. Fortunately, on the 24th, the People's Army opened the passage connecting Yulin, Shenmu, Fugu, and Baoda, compressing the remnants of the Li and Jing forces to the vicinity of Jia County without excessive pressure, thus granting Li Shengda's troops ample time to construct floating bridges. "What? Do you intend to send me to the police station as well?" Avril scoffed, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Zheng Nan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed to resemble an interrogation room from a police drama, filled with unnecessary chatter. "Do you not recognize me as Zheng Nan? Can you simply arrest anyone? Can you not discern my gender? Or are you unaware of my residential address?" After preparing the array equipment, Zhang Ziqiang summoned Benita and another individual from the laboratory, leading them to the secluded chamber of the villa. With a wave of his hand, he arranged the energy-activated illusion array disk within the chamber. connected the ordinary power supply to the celestial array version, and handed Benita 2 array tokens, instructing her to teach Alex how to use them. Due to Uncle Song Yu's remarks, the Taoists were all eager, fearing they would fall behind, and rushed toward the corpse. If that body were alive, it would surely be frightened to death by such a scene, perhaps thinking it was an abduction. Her words seemed insincere. As a mathematics teacher, she was compelled to elevate other subjects, a necessity rather than a choice. What significance does this hold? Yan Huang sighed helplessly, and at that moment, a massive cobra, thicker than a man's waist, suddenly appeared before him, opening its mouth and swiftly swallowing Yan Huang whole. Avril was well aware of the old man's intentions. She smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, school will end soon. I must go assign homework to my students." With that, she attempted to dash for the exit. Stealing supplies and weapons. What's the difference from outright killing us? Shoot! Eliminate him, old Zhang. The man cried out desperately while struggling in Yan Huang's grasp. With his back tense, he understood Gargia better than Kangxi and valued Gargia more than Kangxi did. Observing the attire, it indeed belonged to the city guard. If Lu Dashin did not open the door in time, they would break in directly, instantly seizing control of the entire courtyard. Tang Ning curled her lips into a smile. Saying nothing, merely following behind the homeroom teacher as they made their way toward the principal's office. Chapter 148 revealed knowledge of his mango allergy, which had incited the man's wrath. "Look, this is the wild boar that Yin Gu caught," Gu Yuchuan exclaimed, lifting the cage with a firm grip, his wrist veins prominent. Joy illuminating his face as he expressed a desire to share. There was a small wild boar within, and another slightly larger one, both adorned with patterns. As soon as we ascended the mountain, we encountered wild boars foraging. The larger one fled. Perhaps my domineering presence scared it away. You know, capturing wild boars is indeed far more entertaining than soaking in hot springs. Although Gu Youchuan's strength was somewhat inferior, he was not significantly weaker, and that person remained an enigma, with no one knowing how he had cultivated to such a realm at such a young age. Those rogue cultivators, even if they possessed little, still presented a relatively valuable portion in such circumstances. Nevertheless, while troublesome, he viewed it merely as a matter of considering the sect leader's thoughts. This arrangement was certainly not orchestrated by Daka. He merely followed the list provided by Bajilu for organization. Gao Ping's voice resonated like a spell. Upon hearing his words, Liang Yueling forcefully pressed her tape-bound hands against her lips, trembling in fear. Initially, Nin Xianglan believed that Ro Xiangyu would once again feign remorse in court, adopting an amiable demeanor to mitigate his sentence. Yet when that moment truly arrived, the feeling of desolation still rendered their eyes red. In this era dominated by capital, there are few companies with such a conscience, instantly regarded as allies. The midday heat in June was sweltering, bringing waves of searing heat, causing the wild grass growing on the lawn outside to bend under the oppressive warmth. If we speak according to lineage, he would belong to the generation of his Shu. Yet he is aware that this Shu is not older than himself. Thus, the reason you have invaded the great world is to replicate the model of Mia Mei Dui Ba, allowing him to seize control over the world from which he originates after becoming a fallen otherworldly demon, thus ascending to great heights and becoming your sheltering tree, shielding you from storms. Bai Huang has discerned their intentions. Do not attempt to rescue him. Rather, focus on your own affairs. However, a certain general, convinced that Yen Lin is struggling in his final moments, resolutely restrains the eager Xue Xiao from intervening. Yang Bo declares, "I'm not afraid. I truly fear not at all. My only concern is for our child Yulin, who gazes at the baby in her arms with an indescribable fondness." After sitting for a while in the hospital room with Guzi, he expressed that he had matters to discuss with me. So we ventured to the corridor and found a long bench to sit upon. Although our conversation did not delve deeply, a wave of regret surged within me, revealing that the comments made by Zhou Tong and others about my deep connection with Jean contained a kernel of truth. I'd already been uncertain about how to refuse her, and now with my family involved, I am even more at a loss regarding how to address her. Spare us the suspense. We are all comrades here. Tianyi, standing nearby, did not comply with Hamel's words, instead shouting loudly. This elicited a laugh from Qiu Shang Jiayin. The pitch-black sword intent, imbued with a palpable murderous aura, cleaved towards Qin Yu, who had no time to evade. However, Qin Yu did not need to evade at all. Only after he has passed all trials will he accept them as disciples. And presently, time is of the essence, leaving no room for extensive evaluations. Careful selection is imperative to avert peril. Chapter 149. She praises his handsomeness, the wild boar pack. They crouched low, lying in ambush behind the grass, while Shang Tingyin stood behind a tree that concealed his form and deftly retrieved a pitch-black repeating crossbow from a box. Dressed for the mountain hunt. He no longer wore elegant bespoke suits, but donned a tactical jacket and camouflage pants, his feet clad in laced anti-slip hiking boots, giving him a rugged and somewhat aloof appearance. Jiang Liwu seized the moment and forcefully pulled the rope backward, causing the iron cage to close instantly. Hence, in her view, preserving Liang Xuanling's life and nurturing her to adulthood was already a tremendous boon. Outsiders? Regardless of what relationship L. Yin has with Zhuang Xinyan, the Zhuang family holds L. Yin in high regard, especially since he is currently defending their honor. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Feng, the fourth disciple to enter Fei Xian Peak, collided with him. For instance, the notion that one must be eradicated upon succumbing to demonic temptation. Although if such a mental imprint were to be instilled, Hua would be able to unleash her powers to a greater extent in battles against the ruin, even gaining certain advantages in resisting it. Yu Lingjun bent down to retrieve the bamboo basket at his feet, opened the lid, and after probing inside, brought out a large head of cabbage that lived up to its name, big, white, and tender. It should not be washed for too long, lest it be ruined. Shen Yingyang truly detests the exchange of pleasantries. It feels pointless, yet she gleaned certain insights from the brief words of the Zhou family. Many people watching this scene were filled with astonishment, quickly followed by a wave of fear washing over them. Lu Shi and the others instantly became alert, exchanging glances and turning to observe the direction from which the zombies approached, where silence still reigned. As she spoke, she turned to look at Kun Yang, implying whether Su Zun should command Kun Yang to save Ani. Among them, only Shun Tianda and Su Zun were shackled, while the others bore no such restraints. Even the once prominent school beauty Zhao Mimi appeared dull and lifeless in her presence, akin to weeds by the roadside. She then turned and followed Lu Qing towards the principal's office, her skirt swaying gracefully with the wind, her steps light. He lifted his gaze to meet Dr. Zhai's, his clear, refined features betraying a calm demeanor as he casually inquired. His thoughts sank deeply, and Lu Su continued to delve into his studies. This moment was critical and could not be interrupted, akin to a steady stream of fresh water flowing forth. Xia Xie stood at the entrance of the Tongtian Taoist temple, watching the black bear reprimand the merchant clan's youths, when suddenly he felt a sense of unreality, as though he had traversed countless peculiar barriers. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself in this bizarre place, the faint purple light in the distance instinctively drawing him toward it. Even so, the overall strength of the Wuxia men had qualitatively changed compared to the past. While it may not yet be considered a major sect, it has at least entered the ranks of medium-sized sections. Upon hearing this, Lin Jie felt her heart leap to her throat, not expecting them to find this place. Especially at this moment. The school administration was aware of the situation. Although they knew it was all Wang Hao's doing and not her fault, they still issued a warning and a fine of 500 to each of us. In truth, the warning was merely a facade. The primary intention was to penalize us financially, and we silently cursed Su Go for being unworthy. Chapter 150. No matter how many times he starts anew, he remains unchanged. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liwu was taken aback. Gu Yuchuan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Liwu decisively shouted, "Run!" Although they were several in number, they could not confront such a large pack of wild boars all at once. Especially when surrounded by them, they would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. The wild boars relentlessly pursued them, their frenzy akin to bulls enraged by a red cloth. Jiang Liwu and his companions were scattered by the wild boar herd, and in that moment, they fled in different directions. Deng Rongrong observed Lin Haichuan and the others, recognizing that their martial prowess was formidable, rivaling even Li Ling. The cliff was at least 10 zhang from Yangping Pass. How had Liu Bei managed to establish a rope ladder in such a location? In today's egg fried rice set, the addition of intestines and salty sauce heightened the deliciousness, nearly overwhelming Lin Yi with temptation. Shushan is a rare world where one can cultivate from beginning to end, specializing in refining words, solidifying their essence into a singular form. achieving peak mastery through innate unity. In the sports goods store, among the dozen or so individuals, some wished to assist the mages, yet lacked the courage to be the first to step forward. Others sought merely to preserve their own safety, while some desired self-preservation but hoped others would intervene. When Fu Ting spoke, it startled Lin Xiao, causing her to choke. Yes, yes, I will definitely handle the remains of the deceased, the tea stall owner stammered. Having been silenced, Lin Yi understood that for now, it would be challenging to dispel the author's suspicions. Lin Xiao's thoughts were likely discernible to Gu Yanbai, yet this was not the time for her to feel guilty. After all, Lin Fu was still alive, and she still had the opportunity to fulfill her filial duties. The golden needle was originally extracted from the blood of the combs of 100,000 roosters by Yuan Qingwei, infused with extreme yang energy, and then combined with 5 strands of refined gold and remnants of 10,000-year-old warm jade, transformed into a magical treasure through the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars. Not long after, the two arrived at the tea restaurant's entrance. Just as Lin Feng was about to push open the glass door, he hesitated, feeling it would be better not to take by Mu Xue inside, as his conversation with Lu Feifei might involve confidential topics that she should not overhear. Qi Fuwei quietly contemplated where the Qi family would be in 1,000 years, and whether this canal would still exist. A chill washed over me. The skill level of professional players varies significantly, yet the minimum standard is not something an ordinary player can overcome. Perhaps it was due to my previous victory over Jiang Hanjie and Xiao Bao that I felt this way, but at that time, Xiao Bao was not in peak condition. Lin Xiaoya clung tightly to Wang Sudong, unwilling to release her grasp for even a moment. She uttered not a word, instead weeping silently in his embrace, clearly terrified. What? Are you planning to roll with someone else if you fail to secure this role? Hua Zijing's forehead throbbed with anger, wishing he could tear apart Gu Bao'er's mouth. In the confinement cell, Xiao Wanru curled up in a corner among the straw, yearning for sleep, yet it eluded her. Unfortunately, as the formidable Liaolan of the Shield Warriors, he was least afraid of confronting others head-on. Upon seeing the still-breathing raccoon hybrid, her pale and delicate eyes betrayed a hint of moisture. It was indeed a cause for celebration that although the raccoon hybrid had lost a leg, the right one remained intact. A couple of 1,000 miles away from the city, many figures stood suspended in the void, their gazes converging upon the newcomers. The berserker remarked, albeit with a tone of resignation, as even they found themselves powerless. What could the weak accomplish? How could it be that Farabiang's ears were so sensitive? A mere kiss from Lu Meng had stirred her senses. Chapter 151. Help her curse him. Kiss her. I do not require your protection, nor your sacrifice or devotion. Do you think without you I cannot handle a few wild boars? What do you take me for, a fragile girl incapable of defending herself? Ha ha ha, Shang Tingyan. Do not flatter yourself. I have slain more beasts in the days you have lived. If it weren't for your grasp, I would have already climbed the tree. I, Xianting, shall open the heavens, ushering in the twilight of the gods. Yet this was not the end. Qin Heng Tian, who had vanquished the immortal ancestral gods, chose not to relent. The will of the grand ruler swept across the vast universe, transforming into hands of annihilation cloaked in primordial chaos, traversing boundless time and space to slay the gods of myriad races. Governor Wen Tiran of Minjia, adhering to heavenly principles while aligning with the people's sentiments, implemented policies of immigration and reclamation during his 2.5 years in office. Not only did the populations of overseas islands, such as Dongfan and Zhoushan, flourish, but trade also thrived in commercial ports like Ningbo and Xuanzhou. The court initially intended to reward him for these achievements, yet this setback led to a re-evaluation of merits. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Senyu, the crowd erupted in joy, for as long as the battleships from the Senyu Star domain arrived, they could hardly believe that a single formidable being could contend with thousands of stellar-class ships. He could never have anticipated that the ancestor of the underworld would, due to a dislike for threats and condescension, casually massacre millions of souls with a mere flick of his sword, embodying a deity of slaughter without restraint or consequence. Old Luo, what is the matter? Mrs. Luo inquired as she entered, carrying a plate of snails. Had she only just walked a few meters, and already attracted the attention of life on this planet? Impossible. Brother Chuanzi was in the office. I will take you to find him. Zhou Kai remained polite, as he had sworn brotherhood with Lin Xuan. Although Li Songhua had not lent a hand when needed, He had not added insult to injury, meriting Zhou Kai's respect. The clouds in the sky were varied, some gray and others white, while the sun seemed shy, having vanished without a trace. Time flies and life passes swiftly. It feels as if events from yesterday are now marked by the passage of years. Though the prince has departed, his heart remains, the master remarked. Very well, I shall accept this as the temple's treasured possession. If this collaboration lacks sincerity, then even if excluded, none would feel affronted. Vatching ligne de porte, Han Yanyan. Hiding within the palace gates, felt a pang of sorrow. Was it true that upon arriving at the Lan Hai Xiangong, even a single meeting was deemed too much? Is it because I, as the head of this family, have died? You all have kept this from me. Suddenly, he raised his voice, calling out, Ling Nan, where's the ladies' tea? As he spoke, he surveyed the room, noticing the changed furnishings. Not lingering long, Zhao Zhu intended to ascend and take a look, surprised to find the elevator light still illuminated, suggesting it was operational. The feeling of helplessness and melancholy from his dreams lingered in his heart, only fading upon hearing the words of a blurred figure. However, the actions of the Haiyan people exceeded Li Nai's expectations. If Li Jifeng's analysis held true, then the Haiyan had already set their ambitions into motion. Judging by the current reactions from the Guangdong officials, it seemed they had yet to recognize the fundamental changes occurring on Qiongzhou Island. Chapter 152. Warm up together with Shang Tingyan, 2 ripe red fruits were more alluring than any wild red berries she had discovered on the mountain that day. Her teeth inexplicably tingled with the desire to bite into them. Turning away, Shang Tingyan obediently shifted direction, exposing his muscular back, which bore the brunt of the fall. Marked by contusions, the largest bruise nearly the size of a palm. A black Bentley suddenly approached, halting right before him and separating him from Luing. You're also playing this game? Jiang Jinran inquired, surprise evident in her eyes as she pointed to the icon on the screen. The crowd in the black market observed the compassionate man in robes, calmly dragging an unconscious man with a bruised face. In recent days, she had come to understand that not only Yin Shirlan, but every servant in the Yikuan Palace possessed a rebellious spirit. At that moment, his unprotected and frail body would likely be torn to shreds. It is essential to note that in the Sky City, street fighting was permissible, yet soul snatching was strictly forbidden. Upon returning to the apartment, Gao Yuan did not disclose his shopping trip to anyone, secretly taking Su Ying away in the Buick. The talisman that required no payment was used without hesitation. On the surface, it seemed her talismans had restrained his lightning strikes. Yet she did not always need to employ such expensive and powerful talismans. Consequently, Shun Chung, upon arriving in the Eternal Empire, was utterly lost, clueless about where to find Du Tianming. Sun Wukong suddenly wielded his iron staff, charging forward several paces, seemingly intent on smashing the fish-honored immortal's skull. Now, Lu Jianing felt a sense of solitary superiority. He had completely taken control of this match, rendering the adversaries of the Purple faction no threat. At 6:30 the following morning, Hao Jun officially assumed the identity of Fantai, appearing in an alternate parallel universe. Tai Bai's expression turned grim, while Alana appeared anxious. Yes, Fatty had been speaking to himself for so long that he could no longer contain his thoughts. Mr. Jiang, would you like to rest for a moment? We can discuss this further shortly. Captain Qian appeared to seek his consent, yet it was a directive. Zhongling observed her fiery back as she rushed away, shaking her head, thinking to herself that she was indeed a fine girl. It must be said that this robot was a true annihilation engine, leading the entire Yunding squad to total destruction. As Lu Yu's words fell, Lu Jianing and the others looked utterly defeated, for this fellow's boastfulness was truly excessive. They had all been listening closely. Was it appropriate to say such things? Was there no sense of shame? Originally renowned for his strength and combat skills, Yamamoto Junu had become an extraordinary warrior in this world, having received the blessings of the earth, immense strength, and the fiery blessing, making him one of the rarest powers globally. I am now at the Imperial Academy. Come to me immediately. With that, Lin Shui hung up the phone. Di Tian sat quietly, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events, sensing that within the next couple of days, a fateful Ling Guo would emerge. The thought of the irresistible leverage presented by Lu Feng sent a shiver through his imposing figure. So Yin had indeed whimsically decided to walk back to the inn, taking the opportunity to admire the moon and the snow, thereby providing the members of the Hailong Hui with a chance to act. In this chapter, it was his turn to take the initiative. Jiang Liwu, being timid, found that kissing could significantly stimulate the secretion of dopamine and endorphins, creating a sense of comfort even in the most frigid of environments. Thus, he said, "Wu, let us kiss." Shang Tinjian's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, his sensuous, low voice leaning towards Jiang Liwu. Emperor Shao did not seem surprised and remarked, "Do not be upset. This time, we were indeed careless. We merely allowed people to surround the heavenly prison, focusing solely on the likes of Lu Taiho, neglecting Lu Ruolin within. One must not forget that Lu Ruolin was the disciple of the poisonous matriarch. After having shielded her eyes for so long, when Cold Mu was finally exposed to the sunlight, she squinted painfully, feeling a sharp sting from her eyelids to her pupils. The old lady's son was not faring much better, and as she turned to gaze at Li Hongyuan, a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. Noticing her furtive glances, Lung Yihan could only sneer. It was absurd to see his brother being so secretive. After much internal conflict, Ji Rongyu shamelessly resolved to utilize the known plot. First amplifying martial prowess, followed by mental fortitude. At the very least, the Sun family indeed sought to leverage their relationship with Empress Sun and Ji Mingxiu, having toiled for a year without yielding. On the third day of the martial arts tournament, the weather continued to be a flurry of snow, heavier than in previous days. The sudden chill in the air made conversations seem to exhale white vapor. Nevertheless, this harsh weather did not deter the gathering of the martial arts community. Even if he remained, he faced considerable ridicule, and today he was not even escorted into the Grand Hall. The Thunder Mage unleashed his lightning spell, a bolt as thick as a finger, striking down upon a warrior. The man stood atop the city walls, removing a letter from the pigeon's neck, initially indifferent. But upon reading it, he could hardly believe his eyes. Each of Lu Ruyun's strikes drew blood by the time she finished off the minions. Her Xinghe sword was stained crimson. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from above, and the number of people was considerable. Su Qingge broke into a cold sweat, wondering if assassins had come after her. She hummed a nursery rhyme taught by Su Qingge, cheerfully cleaning the courtyard, oblivious to the stench. Some people stuffed the earth from the ground into their mouths. Others charged toward the stones, while some chose to rush towards the trees. Why could they not compare? The elder sister had said one must strive for self-improvement. As long as one is willing to work hard, they shall not starve. The young girl finally voiced the thoughts she had long kept hidden. Su Qingge was confined within a large cart, which was rather rudimentary, merely a few planks nailed together. Sangju never anticipated receiving such a blow, leaving his ears ringing. After hearing such laughter, they would surely be afraid to sleep soundly for many nights to come. In the following chapter, shortly after, Cui Yun's subordinate anxiously reported her disappearance. Disappeared? How could that be? Is it confirmed? Have they searched thoroughly? Perhaps it is not a true disappearance. Jiang Liwu's spirit jolted, a wave of panic spreading within her as she recalled that Cui Yun might have just exited the main hall, where Wang Yang was engaged in conversation. Qing Dai approached to greet them, only to discover that the person speaking with Wang Yang was Yu Zidu, bowing slightly, cousin young Master Yu. Inside, the Xianglan pavilion, one of the Luo sisters feigned illness, reclining on the bed, while the other, meticulously dressed, stood before her, both glaring at each other with fiery intensity that seemed capable of incinerating the other. It was not that she possessed great prowess. Rather, the current political climate was not unfamiliar to her, having appeared multiple times in the history she knew. We have satisfied all your demands, yet you behave like a rogue, closing the door on negotiations. Such conduct is unbecoming. As a ruler, one must adhere to at least a moral baseline. King Chu, leaning against Zhu Shu, had hoped that Zimu's withdrawal from the southern front would provide him with aid. However, Zimu bypassed Zhu Shu and led the naval forces up the Yangtze, retreating to Yingdu, abandoning King Chu in the Hu Kingdom. At the end of the workday, Han Dong received a call from the county government office, urging his immediate attendance at the county mayor's meeting. The unusual activities of the Dark Camp alerted him to the fact that the Night Emperor could no longer restrain himself and began to exert influence over the newly joined guilds. The mercenary group would not suddenly become friendly with the Night Empire without compensation. Tai Shi, feeling a sudden burn on his hand, quickly withdrew and stood back, inexplicably feeling somewhat guilty. Mei Mei sighed, wrapping her arms around his waist, snuggling into his embrace, resting her head against his chest, listening to his rapid heartbeat, seeking to soothe him with her presence. Su Junying froze for a moment, inhaling deeply, before enclosing Mei Mei tightly in his arms, rubbing his chin against the top of her head. The renowned Chinese music critic Ji Jia was disparaged by Zhao Wu and his disciples. One could only wonder how this would be recorded if it reached Tai Shiling's ears. Chu Xian felt a cold sweat. No wonder this thing could tear apart his head, as it was the strongest point of his defense, endowed with the trait of a steel physique. In just 2 days, could He Junhong possibly gather all the materials? Li Yusin remained somewhat concerned. The seemingly serious gaze did not reveal the murderous aura beneath the silver mask. However, Ling Feifei knew that this was not truly his visage. Taking a cute, pink bow-shaped toothbrush, she squeezed a portion of adorable pink toothpaste from a similarly designed tube into a charming pink cup filled halfway with water. After all, this was a post-apocalyptic world where the strong dictated the rules, and in the absence of moral and legal constraints, the greed, selfishness, and brutality of human nature manifested, which was hardly surprising. General, superiors have instructed us to remain vigilant, fearing that the mermaid pirates might attack us. However, we need not fear, for if the mermaid pirates dare to act, the sea monsters will cooperate with us in our counterattack, the soldier reiterated. In the subsequent chapter, your family has come to fetch you. This young man has been enjoying himself in secret. It was deemed sufficient that a family could remain together. A little girl, however, noticed someone in a coat holding a sunflower and gifts behind her. The little one was profoundly struck by the beauty, and when Jiang Liwu lowered her gaze to meet hers, the small girl couldn't help but feel shy and awkward. Yet, she mustered the courage to step forward and inquire. Sister, you are so beautiful. Jiang Liwu smiled gently, crouching slightly. Hello. I diligently learned to play games, hoping that one day I can assist him on his professional path and share common interests. However, all of this was merely a figment of her imagination. Lying on the table, ASU wept profusely, her sorrowful cries further disturbing the peace. Fire elements, should we gather more? After everything was confirmed, Chu Feng asked. Suddenly, Gonghan glanced at the housing area they had passed while arriving. If it were up to him, considering this air raid shelter as a fallback, with the city out of reach and the shooting range occupied by teammates, his only remaining option would be this housing area. There is nothing to conceal from brothers. As Zhao Yunrang clearly expressed his willingness to welcome those who are interested and his refusal to coerce those who are not, Chun-Li dared not raise her head. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. However, upon hearing Su Yin speak of her in such a manner, her heart was filled with sweetness. To be honest, if it were not for the lingering issues in the village, I might even find life here quite pleasant, with leisurely days devoid of responsibilities and meals delivered at mealtime, akin to the life of a young noble in ancient times. Ming Han felt a surge of excitement within, for it is rare in this world to find a young man indifferent to the charms of a maiden, especially one as beautiful as she. Should he wish to pursue a future with her, he would have to forsake this island and seek opportunities on others. Observing that Li Xian and the others had already located the entrance, uncertainty loomed over whether his companions would be able to join him. At this moment, Wu Zhuo could not afford to ponder much further. After a brief pause, he followed suit. Although he had previously recognized Ming Han's prowess during their contest, he had never deemed him a genuine threat. Shui Yang had long awakened, secretly observing Li Muji, pondering her thoughts, feeling a disconnect despite her presence beside him. Enough of this. It serves no purpose now, a police officer remarked with a furrowed brow. Can we not ascertain the reasons behind the chaos they have wrought? Han Xiao was astonished to witness how tumultuous matters had become within such a short span of time. Worry etched across his face. Suddenly, Wang Feng, positioned at the front of the line, crouched and signaled for the team to disperse. The other 5 team members swiftly spread out, pressing against the wall, advancing cautiously towards the doorway. A flicker of fear coursed through him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The ferocious lion let out a roar, unleashing boundless demonic energy, striking out with a claw before momentarily pausing and retreating. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Your brother must have numerous admirers in Tianjing, and I do not wish to disrupt your harmonious relations, Hai Tang said with a smile, shaking her head. In the days that followed, Wang Feng and Han Jijun took on the responsibility of training all team members in sparring techniques, guiding them through the intricacies of various moves. The team members were committed and attentive, never daring to bring up past matters. They continued to listen to Han Jijun with humility, adhering strictly to his instructions. On this day, the instructor granted Wang Feng a break, recognizing that his current state was ill-suited for military life. A brief respite might do him good. The one who approached was Wu Ma Piaoxue, and her piercing scream was likely the first of its kind in her life. Chapter 156. Yan Wenyu and Jiang Liwu exposed. Is it true that simply walking together equates to an illicit affair? Did you witness them firsthand? Or were you hiding beneath the bed? The upstairs comments may be crude, yet they hold some truth. Can it not be merely a friendship? Surely, Yuge is not devoid of social interactions. Yan Wenyu is no idol. When has he ever made promises to fans about not dating? Please differentiate between idol and acting circles, for they are not the same. What he saw was merely Yang Wei, who had traversed a considerable distance in a mere second to stand before him, brandishing a slender sword at her own throat. Fang Mama undid Fin Hua's stockings, presenting her with warm water and gently soaking her feet while massaging them. She was a woman of action, and having decided on her course, she would embark immediately. After all, both the Fox Demon Clan and the Angels posed threats, and had she not seen the Angels depart to another continent, she would have been quite troubled. The ferocity of the attacks intensified as Sun Xingyang and his companions swiftly maneuvered within the confines of the Yaodi sect, relentlessly vanquishing its disciples. Now was not the time for such discussions. Raymond understood why the other party suddenly broached a topic long deemed irrelevant. Each day, he watched himself grow thinner, inching closer to death with no recourse in sight. Wan Shuer, being a clever individual, grasped the doctor's words clearly and understood his meaning. Distributing flyers required audacity, and, thus, Su Yang was pleased with the adept Lu Na, handing her 4 boxes of business cards. It appeared that Chi had not controlled her strength in a moment of passion, resulting in the substantial shattering of the stone slab beneath him. With the victor already determined, Fang Gang showed no signs of halting his advance. He strode towards Meng Wu, who, propping himself up with his sword, did not evade Fang Gang's strike, but merely tilted to avoid the vital areas. In contrast to Li Ziyuan and the military district, who lacked weaponry, the military was quite satisfied, having modified a batch of British rifles to a 7.9 caliber and replacing the magazine structure with a chamber configuration, consolidating the remaining ammunition for machine gun use. At a critical moment, his pet egg hatched, alleviating his life force depletion and enabling his survival. Demos placed his palm over Callie's most grievous wound, channeling his magical energy, while another surge of Titan power flowed, in tandem with his dark energy, into her body. Murongji accepted the teacup, failing to muster a smile before quipping. Say that again? Upon receiving a confirmation, her expression stiffened. Listening to Shue's words, Yin Na directed her gaze towards the central magic circle. If summoning a top-tier demon, blood would serve as a secondary offering, while the soul would be the superior one. She then casually remarked, on the morning of June 12th, 5 cavalry brigades and 12 temporary cavalry battalions from the western region encountered a coalition of 600,000 Hu people on the vast grasslands, leading to a fierce cavalry confrontation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guoli enthusiastically extended his right hand, realizing why Wang Gang held Fu Luo in such high regard. He was indeed a polite individual, devoid of any youthful arrogance, a rare find. This situation transcended mere wealth, bordering on the realm of super-rich. No, it could not merely be termed super-rich, but rather a quintessential example of the world's most extravagant spendthrift. Some soldiers felt a pang of compassion. Yet under the threat of their commander, they could only furiously denounce Yuan Shang's inhumanity while obediently following orders to kill. He understood this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to accumulate data. Since Zhang Gu had no imminent danger, he could afford to be lenient. It is said that a few months ago, the company's stock listing failed, and she was planning to relist in Xiangjiang, if it could indirectly create some influence. That would be beneficial. Little did she know, the next moment, she would hear such words. O'Neill immediately felt that even 15 million was insignificant. The next contract would be the pinnacle of his career, and he must secure a good price for himself. Zhu Holin knew Zhang Guoshi, and Zhang Guoshi was acquainted with Zhu Holin. They had previously interacted, but that connection had been severed as Zhang Guoshi's family sought to forge ties with the Xia family. Hu Fei did not rush over, realizing that the absence of his character had sparked new developments. Perhaps his role was no longer needed? Of course. His acceptance or refusal held little significance for Jiang Liwu. Even if he declined, Jiang Liwu would still take those items. Chapter 157. To be supported for a lifetime, let the bullets fly a bit longer. To be precise, each good lad had given her a card. She must spend it. The crux was that Jiang Liwu needed to balance 6 bowls of water equally. Swiping one person's card required her to swipe the others as well, lest several individuals accuse her of favoritism. The disparity in amounts could not be too great. Ideally, the expenditures would be uniform. Thus, Jiang Liwu had to embark on a shopping spree, racking her brain to spend, and was photographed shopping alongside Yan Wenyu. Having experience in managing Xianjiang restaurant, both Lu Xinyu and Chen Zhaodi possess a clear understanding of the configurations necessary for a grand establishment. However, Lu Xinyu's remarks left Chen Zhaodi in a quandary. I just saw his silhouette, almost identical to Song Zhao, Jiang Ning remarked, furrowing his brow. Within the pristine porcelain bowl lay a somewhat disordered pile of noodles, adorned with a layer of golden brown cheese and glistening with a rich, oily red hue, meticulously garnished with a couple of unknown green leaves. Observing Lu Xinyu's attitude towards herself in recent days, Zhang Hongliang comprehended the success of Chen Minmin's schemes. It is worth noting that Lu Xinyu has collaborated with Shanghua Garment Factory for nearly 8 years, developing a certain affection for it. She hopes for its enduring prosperity and has always endeavored to contribute to its flourishing. Chu Yuan sat at the table, his hands spread over his trousers to reveal a sizable tear. Your Majesty, a decree from the palace has arrived. Luo Nai burst in energetically, only to be tripped by Chang Shuang. Just as he was about to offer words of caution, the enticing aroma of meat pies made him hesitate. Chu Duan Tuka Sopti, unexpectedly revealing a rugged face, steady against the rosy cheeks. After completing a letter, he felt it unnecessary, pondering whether his father, who has been in the court for over 30 years, would ever learn of it. The uncertainty of whether the letter would safely reach Chi Fu without the rotund individual discovering it weighed heavily on his mind. After a considerable time, when our battalion reached the border, we discovered a vast assembly of dark, mechanical patrol units lined up to welcome us. He hesitated for a while, but ultimately refrained from acting. He needed time, for rushing would only yield adverse results. Are you inquiring about the Wang residence? A gruff voice suddenly captured the attention of several individuals. It is better to act promptly. The red carpet event begins at 6:30, and performers must arrive at the waiting area before 6:10. The first operator, holding a communicator, glanced at it while running towards the discarded device belonging to the second operator. Returning would lead to a dead end, possibly starvation. For someone like Lai Zijiu, such a demise would be exceedingly humiliating. I entered the DLA Academy not under my birth name, Lu Yu, but rather under the alias Luna. Everyone stood in solemn anticipation, awaiting the utterance of those few words from Qin Wanqing, ready to kneel and weep. Let's eat first. We can clean up after. Wu Ting, with an air of charming nonchalance, straightened his posture and lifted the lid from a meal. Those who once lauded the Equality Society for refusing to associate with malevolent forces now turned their weapons against them, denouncing their rigid and unyielding nature. Meanwhile, Gu Jingxing maintained a gentle smile, observing those who had injured themselves, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. The dilemma, however, lies in the fact that Jiang Yunqing's power is not purely one of slaughter. Beneath the oppressive aura, a golden light glimmered, subtly forming faint golden patterns on his visage, reminiscent of the legendary Azura once possessed by the god of death. Hello, is this O Ting? A soft, melodious voice drifted through the phone, reaching O Ting's ears. Chun Jiame momentarily halted, unsure of what to say or how to confront the situation. As Luo Tianhuan and the others exited the main ship, Alicia rushed over, her curiosity about the outside world evident. Upon entering, I found the elderly Lady Frail upon the bed, swathed in multiple blankets, her face as pale as paper. A basin on the floor, suggesting she had been ill. Is this the reason? I thought there was something unsightly on my face. In Hanwu City, the governor's residence. Governor Rong Jing listened intently to the reports from his subordinates, his expression darkening. It was akin to first granting His Majesty a pardon for Li Waner's death, only to then arrange her betrothal to Xing Qianxiu. He cursed vehemently, struggling fiercely, sending a security guard sprawling to the ground, allowing him to break free. As her words fell, both eagles simultaneously emitted a sound of protest, evidently comprehending her statement. Xiangxiang felt elated upon realizing that General Jiao was indeed the one who had come to her rescue, for finding him would lead her to linger. What is your friend's name? AI Mushy considered that perhaps she knew the friend she sought, given their proximity. Let's proceed. The two pushed the cart into a room, and as they reached the door, Xan Hao caught a whiff of medicinal aromas, sensing something amiss, but unable to pinpoint it. Nonetheless, they had come this far and decided to observe what their leader was up to. You may continue your work. After I thoroughly review the report, we shall discuss it. Shall we? Before the Taoist priests could make another move, Mo Ruyang had already navigated through the throngs of worshippers. Sprinting out of the temple, gazing at the distant figure of Qi Xiang, I reflected once more on Jiang Hao's words. They resonated with truth. Qi Xiang could not endure the history between me and Si Chun. Thus, inevitably, we would part ways. Chapter 158. The Dominant Star Actor. Where can the sweetheart's black fan escape? Tianji Xia felt vexed. She believed her life was destined to be monotonous. Yet she understood that she yearned for more than mere ordinariness. She craved excitement, a thrilling and extraordinary existence, until her life encountered a pivotal turning point. She inadvertently captured a moment with Yan Wenyu, thus unlocking a lucrative avenue that spiraled out of control. She discovered that any topic related to Yan Wenyu garnered significant attention, leading to Luo Chun's words once again striking a chord with Song Menglan. In a fit of anger, Song Menglan forcefully pushed Luo Chun away. In my previous life, I had also begun in the lower realms of the Shinsuan continent. Hence, upon awakening, I felt no disparity. Is it not astonishing that someone from the lower realms could rise to the title of the foremost immortal emperor in the celestial realm? Mo Donggue inquired with a smile. Subsequently, the temperature plummeted, and upon the depletion of energy, she waved to unveil the space sphere, revealing a void devoid of any traces of yen. No longer merely a brushstroke of light, it now manifested a tangible form, the sword gleaming with golden light, its hilt subdued yet exuding an ancient elegance. However, in the hands of the system-produced potion, all negative effects were nullified. The emphasis on the term mandatory in the item description underscored its capability to address nearly all situations. Out of sight, out of mind, Su Yao withdrew from view, closing her eyes while enjoying grapes, instructing her husky to find the latest comedy film. Yet, this volley of attacks proved ineffective. A transparent energy shield illuminated, isolating all explosions from the outside. You both wish to go together. What he has given you is precisely what you desire, Junzi bellowed. A surge of ferocious mental energy erupted from the bronze bell, the force of concentrated spiritual power detonating instantaneously. Delving deep into Lan Ya's consciousness, Yang Mo endeavored to rectify the distorted will formed during her childhood. In the radiant divine palace, an eternal sanctum, atop the nine-tiered throne, the radiant divine emperor picked up a chess piece and placed it down. It was one thing for others to act, but Yin Ji, as the company's vice president, though seldom seen at the headquarters, was still recognized by the security personnel. Upon witnessing him personally leading the factory staff, the guards swiftly opened the electric sliding door to grant them entry. His gaze remained fixed on by Yun Tian's face, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression. Yi Jiangchuan surveyed the assembly within the Grand Hall, noting that there were nearly 80 to 90 cultivators trapped at the threshold of eternal advancement. The flower pot, burdened with soil, shattered into several fragments in an instant, causing the earth within to escape its confines and splatter in all directions, staining Gu Ye's trousers. During dinner, Ling Shan's parents incessantly inquired about the circumstances surrounding Lin Bafeng's household, delving into the number of siblings he had, the family's occupation, and other individuals involved, their curiosity surpassing that of a police investigation. Afterward, this Park Ji-hui deliberately leaned closer to Qin Zihao, playfully giggling in a somewhat endearing manner. Indeed, she appeared rather charming and elicited a sense of compassion. Thus, Qin Shou speculated that if one's cultivation reached the Wang realm, could one then be impervious to the might of the red light? Arrogance. Witnessing this scene, Gu Changkong furrowed his brow deeply, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Though this was spoken, the cultivation technique in question was far from easy. Perhaps Lin Bafeng was unaware of its difficulty, feeling indifferent believing that confronting villains was a trivial matter, easily handled. Gu Hanhao grasped the left hand of the corpse, scrutinizing the ring closely, and, as he did, a single tear fell upon the radiant diamond. Peng Lai was momentarily startled by Guo Lao's demeanor, and without hesitation, he prostrated, exclaiming, "Disciple, disciple. My cultivation is not high, disciple." In his nervousness, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 159. The Imperial University's Dominance, a rabble. There is a sense of retribution in experiencing the myriad offerings of the world, indulging in food, drink, and play. Jiang Liwu merely stated she would think it over. In truth, she had yet to devise her future plans, her current life motto being the 4 words, "Seize the moment." The principal, however, pressed his hand upon the black dog, and in approximately 20 seconds, the creature was reduced to 20 units of sustenance. She was aware that Fong Fong had already left a mark. In the past, the term man should have been replaced with beast, which was precisely what she intended to convey from behind the wall. The unpossessed an extraordinary memory, capable of recounting events from his childhood with precise detail, even recalling a sparrow that had flown into the yard, down to the number of spots on its body. After this talent was discovered, De Un was transferred from the drawing and measurement department to the intelligence department by Qin Lu. Madame Chen was taken aback upon seeing the figure blocking her path, while Jiang Yunqing squinted slightly. One team member sighed deeply. Initially, their individual performance had been commendable, yet regrettably, the team battle had resulted in a total annihilation led by Ling Luoxian, and now the survival team's collection squad had inexplicably met the same fate, rendering them utterly defeated. A lavish breakfast spread before him, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes, led Yu to fully believe that last night, her clothes had been swapped by Oting. Zhuo Yue attempted to grasp the bride's hand to pull her veil, but Jiang Yunqing swiftly seized the bride, shielding her behind him. "Sister, I no longer wish to grow up. If he never matures, will you not let him go, nor contemplate leaving?" TSK, what's this? Now that I'm no longer needed, you turn your back on me?" Zhang Xianxian remarked, her tone a blend of mockery and amusement. Upon crossing the boundary, the perilous sails were lowered, leaving only the mechanical oars to paddle in the water. Yet the vast mechanical energy stored within the enormous clockwork had gradually diminished. Without a diesel engine, this was merely a temporary contraption. Upon returning to the imperial palace, Qin Yu learned of the emergence of ancient divine powers across the other 7 states of the. Zhang Zhao's fury intensified as he seized one of the daggers, stained with his blood. "Do not bring up matters that should remain unmentioned. Let's put this aside for now. We do not have the energy to address so many issues. First, we must establish the medicinal herb cultivation base, quietly developing for another decade or 2 before discussing other matters," Hua Sheng advised. "Indeed, Luo, take a moment to rest and refrain from speaking during the journey. Yuan Zi, accompany me in the vehicle. I have further inquiries," Wan Yunjun stated earnestly. Traditional Chinese medicine suddenly became a topic of global conversation. Du Lan's astonishing reversal led the world to start re-evaluating its perception of traditional medicine. The multicolored arrows infused with the pinnacle sword intent began to fissure uncontrollably. For ordinary strength could not contend with transcendent laws, ultimately leading to their shattering. Xiong Yuan Kuei's aura surged to a terrifying level, crashing down upon Li Yin like an earthquake, whether it be the immortal Emperor Pill or the expulsion of ancient divine power. Both were of paramount significance to the imperial palace. There should be no issues. Surely there are many doctors in the hospital. Must it be you who intervenes? Hua Sheng remarked. Other students began to speculate about Yun Gu Xian's identity, which was no secret within the inner courtyard. Jiang Xiao had come to work today, wishing to avoid conflict with her in public, thus turning to find a quiet corner to wait. Gu Feng candidly revealed his purpose for reporting to the police, as most individuals did so to showcase their logical reasoning. Noticing Fong Xian still observing her, Gao Yin haughtily snorted and turned her back. After all, this hospital was an asset of the Zhan family, and her status was that of Zhan Mo Chen's wife. Lin Yi remained unperturbed. Even if Long Ge were to confront him, it was likely that he had come to apologize. Even if Long Ge brought his entourage, the Baji Quan 5-man group was present, ready to neutralize any threat. Inquiry revealed that yesterday's competition had persisted until dawn, with some participants just finishing while others had watched throughout the night. leaving them all sleep-deprived and in a less than optimal mental state. Upon exiting, he leaned against the wall, patting his elevated chest, unable to suppress a sigh of despair. Director Qin's demeanor was exceedingly amiable, having made a mistake and endured a beating. Coupled with the evident strength of the young man before him, he felt disinclined to cause further trouble. In such circumstances, the detective was essentially doomed, and accompanying his downfall were the police dogs. At night, someone stood guard, monitoring for rain or mutated animals that might steal food, as provisions needed to be dried to prevent spoilage. Wu Yi was oblivious to whether the pain on his tongue had lessened. He only sensed the increasingly distinct rhythm of their heartbeats. The day consisted solely of a guard unit revolving around him. If commanders from other units came seeking him, it would undoubtedly pertain to matters beyond their control. As for the enemy commanders or officers, when Bai Haoqi commanded a full-scale assault, they were systematically identified by the warriors of the guard unit, leaving only ordinary enemy soldiers behind, with even the enemy sergeant bearing the flag nowhere to be found. Having survived nearly 2 decades in the entertainment industry, he possessed an extensive network of influence, and the press would never allow unwarranted events to surface. However, none of this hindered Liu Sha. Her foremost concern was to placate the irate man before her. One heir parted the grass by the roadside, and after a while, at last discovered the vial of potion amidst the underbrush. The previous owner surely did not embody the image he envisioned for his sister, thus subjected to his scorn. Jean Qinlan mused, considering that Zhang Qi was still upset, likely due to her refusal to consummate their relationship. Yet their capabilities were insufficient for the position, leaving only the two of them as true contenders. But it was to no avail. Xiao Tianming's armor resembled an impenetrable fortress, while his fists were as fragile as tofu.